Journeymen and apprentices with experience. We have jobs available now. Electricians who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare and retirements, electrical expertise, and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Call us at 801-306-0722 or go to IBEW354.org.
The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Seattle Kraken Friday at 8 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone. Sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber Internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com. The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
Wells from the right wing lobs it up across the floor to Morant.
Yes.
Left corner three for the lead. Ring it up. Put three on the board. When in doubt, call 12. Bain on the left wing. High left-hand dribble. Bain with his right-hand dribble gives to Pippen. One more to Kennard. They left him open again. Around the rim.
my goodness.
Onto the back of the iron and into the net. Oh, the drama on that one was just intense. Fans are on their feet. Morant with 10 on the shot clock, 20 on the game clock. Shovels to Clark. Clark in the lane. Clark bounces for a cutting Desmond Bain. Bain out to the side, to the top for Morant. For the kill. Great one. Put three on the board.
The Utah Jazz had the lead in the fourth quarter, late in the fourth quarter, but Memphis scores the last 8 points of the game and wins by 7. 122-115. Did you ever flinch? You ever worried they were going to get the W there?
No, I mean, this has been happening several times now. This is who they are, and then we get to say, oh, man, there's so much fight in these guys. There's just not a lot of win in these guys. There's a tremendous amount of fight, and they're on the road. Memphis is a good team. You knew, I call him Jaw because he keeps jawing. Jaw Morant. He was going to hit big shots. It's what he does. And Kennard, he hit that three. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of the PGA Tour where a guy's got an approach shot and he puts a backspin on it and it goes right towards the hole. How that thing went, it looked like it was going out to the left side and then spun back in. It's like it had backspin on a three-point shot. It reminded me of the pros when they do it with their wedges. I played with Mike Weir, and oh my gosh, he was doing it every hole. He was really getting under my skin. That I can't do it. Not that he can do it, that I can't do it. I mean, those professionals are amazing. So, didn't surprise me. And I think it's important, man. I'd play Mark. We'll get to it. I'd play Mark in 5 minutes then.
Jazz were fined $100,000 by the NBA yesterday for violating the NBA's player participation protocols regarding the availability of Lauri Markkanen against the Washington Wizards, along with other situations.
Well, we can get to it. You like to buzz through these things here, so
Now, you can spend a minute on it now. For people, this is their only segment.
Well, then
He's a star.
They're idiots.
He's a star player under the policy.
No, he's not.
Because he was an all-star in 2023.
Well, the only reason why he was an all-star in whenever it was is because the game was here. If the game had been any place else in the league, he wouldn't have been an all-star. No one on the face of the earth, except for, where is he from, Finland, says, Dad, the Jazz are in town. Let's go see Lauri Markkanen. No one. There's not a soul who says that. No one. I barely think people around here say it, let alone the rest of the league.
Yeah,
he
right.
made the All-Star team because it was sentimental. Give them a representative so people can cheer. And he had a halfway decent season, so it's not like it was outlandish, but I don't think he makes it if it's any place else. And, oh, my gosh, the Sixers sat and Joel Embiid for 2 years, sat for Simmons, and I realized they don't fall under this rule. But go look at the number of games Steph Curry has played in recent years.
Don't make it obvious. So many in a row.
Then play him 5 minutes.
Ball tanking.
First dead ball, you're out.
You're out.
We know what they're doing. If the league doesn't want this, then do something about it. Quit putting Band-Aids on a bleeding body. All you got to do is everybody's got a shot. It's all the same. That takes care of it.
That would do it.
Is it anything worse than what it is now?
Would you do everybody in the league or everybody who misses the playoffs?
I would do everybody in the G League, too.
All right, we'll get to this, and that take we have coming up.
People love dynasties. Why not do that? That would eliminate it in a snap of a finger.
DJ and PK, 97.5 The Zone.
Hashtag NBA.
Green with 29 points. Crossover dribble. Going up against Royce O'Neal. Throws it behind him to Jabari with 5, with 4. Hands it off. Şengün, a two-hand flush. You see the extra passes here in the second half? Very patient.
Yep. Shea between the rings. Grinding right, crossing over, 12 to shoot. Ducking left, spins, fades, 12-foot jumpers on the way, nothing but net. Gilgeous-Alexander pours in his 29th and 30th points. Thunder have run off now an 11-3 burst to lead, 106-98.
3.4 to go. Bridges holds the ball high. Knicks do have one timeout. Into Hart. Back to Bridges with 2. 3 for the win. Top of the key. Got it! Got it! Mikal Bridges, a game winner at the horn. And the Knicks escape with an overtime win in Portland.
Mikal Bridges straightaway 3. Knicks beat Portland 114-113. The Knicks with a great record against teams that aren't very good, but not able to accomplish much against the elite teams. They built a pretty good record that way. Probably won't last long in the playoffs. Will the Oklahoma City Thunder last long in the playoffs? Will they win it all? They beat the defending champs 118-112. They take down Boston. Tatum was back and had huge numbers, although Jaylen Brown really struggled to shoot the ball. 0 for 5 from 3, fouled out with 10 points. So Oklahoma City taking down another good team. All these regular season wins going to translate to playoff wins because it is split with Denver. They're taking 2 from Boston. Looking good. LeBron James returned to L.A. for treatment on his groin strain after being with the Lakers on a road trip. Will it be a week? Will it be 2? Will he be out longer? Back to L.A. for treatment, leaving the Lakers on the road trip. Probably not a great sign, but not the end of everything anyway. Maybe he can bounce back before the playoffs.
I suspect he will.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
I suppose you are not shocked to see Iowa State advance as expected. They beat Cincinnati 76-56. They will play BYU at 10:30 this morning. Big 12 tournament quarterfinal, the game we thought we'd see.
Well, we'll see. They got a couple of players out. Everybody at the bar getting lipsy. I mean, he may not play. And who's the other guy? Gilbert?
Holtzberger said he expects Lipsy to play, but Gilbert is a question.
Yeah, everybody at the bar getting lipsy, though. So you don't know about that, man.
Colorado, after a 3-17 Big 12 season, wins back-to-back tournament games. They beat West Virginia, but they get Houston now, so I suspect the party ends here. But 2 nice wins for Colorado at the Big 12 tournament. Coming up tonight, Utah State takes on UNLV, Mountain West Conference Tournament quarterfinals. This is a team they lost to in Las Vegas, so we'll see how they handle them on a neutral floor. UNLV, 68-59 winners over Air Force.
Yeah, Scotty tweeting out, oh, man, Air Force took the wrong time to be cold. Yeah, that would be the 24-25 season. I think there might have been a little bit of rooting going on by the radio guy for the Aggies.
Air Force finishes the year 4 wins, 28 losses. UNLV on to face the Aggies tonight. Pre-game with Scotty at 9. The game tips off at 9:30. It'll be on the CBS Sports Network. UVU blows out Utah Tech 74-57. So UVU wins that quarterfinal game. They are on to the WAC tournament semifinals, and they will play Friday night against an opponent to be determined tonight.
Yeah, we'll see if that showdown with Grand Canyon exists, comes to pass on Saturday. Toulson with 16 points. I looked it up. He's a sophomore. Wasn't he at BYU like 4 years ago?
Yeah. Eligibility is a myth these days.
Or I thought maybe it's another Toulson. There's been and the cousins and all these Toulsons. I go down to my friends in Gilbert. You know so-and-so Toulson? Oh, yeah, he's... No, that's not him. That's his cousin. Oh, yeah. No, that's not him. That's his... There's like 50 of them around. And they're all related to Ainge because Ainge's wife is a Toulson. So she and Andy, I think, are cousins.
Well, maybe they can drive up and fill up the arena then. Waxing the Orleans, aren't they?
I don't know.
They are.
But they come from Idaho, although a lot of them live down in the East Valley, apparently.
They came from Idaho. They now reside in Arizona.
My wife has played pickleball. What was the Catholic dude who played at BYU, the little guard?
Matt Carlino?
No. The good one. Nothing against Matt Carlino. It was just here very recently with Mark Pope. He had a transfer from Arizona.
Oh, that's Carlino.
No, it's not.
No, it's
not the recent one.
I know the player.
Oh, Alex Barcelo. You're my bad. Yeah,
she's
Barcelo.
played pickleball with his father. Because people on the East Valley there, they all get together and play pickleball.
I was channel surfing one night, and there was some tournament from Arizona, and there's some complex that has like 60 pickleball courts.
And
it's massive.
My wife's friend, who I've talked about to you millions of times, is way into it, knows those people, goes to that, and met somebody from Salt Lake, says, PK, and then she said he bugged her the rest of the tournament, so she vowed never to ask anyone from Utah again if they've heard of PK.
Cancel that question.
Because she said the guy was just talking to her way too much for the rest of the tournament.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
Jets formally released quarterback Aaron Rodgers. We all knew that was coming, so he's a free agent for the first time in his career. He's just in discussions with the Steelers, the Giants, and people are wondering about the Vikings coming up on the outside. When will he make a decision?
He's going to play for Pittsburgh. Are we going to do this every day until he signs with Pittsburgh?
Yeah, probably.
Why?
Because it's fun. Rams cut Cooper Kupp after failing to find a trade partner for the former All-Pro. Where will he land? Will he stay inside the division and go to Seattle? Because they've let some wide receivers go. Will there be another suitor?
He's going to Pittsburgh.
Cooper Kupp?
No, I don't know.
Okay. 49ers signed Mac Jones to a 2-year, $7 million deal. He will back up Brock Purdy. Niners reportedly wanted to draft him in 2021, but then thought better of it and decided to take Trey Lance with the third pick.
You know where Trey Lance is going?
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh.
Okay. Everybody go to Pittsburgh.
Everybody at the bar
Steel
going
City.
to Pittsburgh.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
The American Athletic Conference will require each member, except for Army and Navy, to provide athletes with at least $10 million in additional benefits over the next 3 years, making it the only league so far to set a minimum standard, with revenue sharing expected to begin in Division I sports in July. The AAC will allow each school to decide how they'll pay out the $10 million minimum over the 3 years. Officials from the ACC, the Big East, the Big Ten, the Big 12, and the SEC told the AP that each of their schools will be free to decide their level of revenue sharing. But the Power Conference schools are expected to fund the full $20.5 million allowed under the proposal revenue share models. So the big guys are going to spend all the cash, but in the ACC where things are tight, they're making sure the schools don't pocket it. Got to spend some on sports guys so we remain at least somewhat competitive.
Well, they'll be competitive within their own frame.
Yeah, because that's not going to make them competitive against the big dogs.
Well, they haven't been forever, so
right.
What has changed?
DJ and PK.
Hashtag golf.
Players' Championship underway. TPC Sawgrass, Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. Tony Finau is out on the course already this morning, while Patrick Fishburne will tee off at 12:24. They are the two guys with local ties in the tournament. This one get you going?
Yeah, for
Get
sure.
a full field here?
Yeah, I've been there. Fantasize about playing. I think the green fees are like $1,100.
What? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Tony's currently 1 over through 4.
That's just down the road from Jacksonville there. And that's the Golf Hall of Fame. I think they're moving it to Pinehurst or something. But yeah, sure. It's one of the iconic courses that they play at, I think. That's certainly not a major, but obviously the course is awesome. And it's, I don't want to say famous. I don't know what the word would be, but if you're into golf, you're aware of Sawgrass.
It's somewhere between famous and very popular.
You imagine
it's
that.
Iconic.
And you imagine 17 and, 17.
The
17.
Island Green.
Yeah. So, sure. Yeah.
Did you see Morikawa's caddy ace 17 yesterday?
For him.
Rory McIlroy says he will absolutely not, that's a quote, absolutely not play in the Champions Tour when he turns 50. McIlroy is 35 right now, said he hopes to step away with a little bit left in the tank. He said, I've got a lot of absolutes in my time that I've walked back. Something went terribly wrong if I have to compete at golf at 50.
Yeah, but man, the have or has went, that is just chalk on fingernails on a chalkboard to me. It's gone. Has gone, not has went.
Has went.
But he's 35 years old, so don't tell me what you're going to do at 50.
I believe that. If I have to compete at golf, you have to compete because you have to do something, and it's what you're good at, and it's fun, and you don't know anything else. I mean, not because you're, financially insolvent. Rory's got millions stacked upon millions stacked upon millions.
Yeah. I get it, though. He thinks he wants to be competitive because it's something that he's done his whole life, literally. And here, you don't want your skills to fade, but they do. And, you've seen it. They all do it. And occasionally you can catch lightning in a bottle. Mickelson, what was he, 51 or something when he won the major? And Tom Watson almost had a chance to win the British at
59.
59 was it? But Sink beat him in OT. So, sure. Work towards it. And then if it doesn't happen, so what? There's not a golfer on the planet, except for maybe 3 guys, who wouldn't trade what McIlroy has in his game.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Stone shifting gears. Hands it off to Ian Cole. Shot tips in and they score! Utah's blue-collar line puts their work boots on and it's 1-0. But Toronto takes it for Anaheim. All the way across Ryan Strome. Drags, tried to tuck it in, but it was kicked out by Sergachev. Kick save and a beauty from Utah's defenseman. Pulling the strings. One-timer. Gunther, he scores! You can't stop it. You know it's coming, and you cannot do anything about it. Dylan Gunther, with his team-leading 24th goal of the year, makes it 3-2. Put Utah back on top.
That's the game winner. 13 minutes to go in the third period. They go up 3-2, and they make that goal stand up. Utah getting a couple of points and moving within 2 points of the last playoff berth in the West as they inch closer. A while ago, it was 6. It's been some hard work and some heavy lifting, but it's been a good run. And there's been some good fortune mixed in. I don't know that Sergachev will ever make another kick save with his skate in the crease again. But he got it done when they had to have it.
Crease, man. Look at you.
Yeah.
All things to all people. How many people listening do you think you know what crease means?
A lot, because I don't know that much about hockey. If I know it. Yak, do you know what the crease is in hockey?
Of course he does. He's a nerd.
I do.
We're not talking about him. He can tell you who's good overseas in soccer and who the stars are in the Royals. Don't ask him.
You want to know how I know about the crease? Because of lacrosse.
Oh, there it is. They get the victory. 2 back now. The countdown is on, and Utah's got to hit the road again now. They're going to play play the Kraken tomorrow night in Seattle. Puck drops at 8 p.m. That is what is trending. There are the headlines brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Travis Hansen, former BYU basketball star, is going to join us at 8:30. We're going to talk Big 12 tournament with him. We've got tickets to give away to see the Utah Royals opener. And we got the question of the day. More on Lauri Markkanen. A $100,000 fine. Will they risk it? Because it's a $250,000 fine next time. But Cooper Flagg looks pretty good, doesn't he? We'll get to that coming up next, right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Seeing a few brake lights northbound I-15 between Midvale and Murray this morning already. Snow continues to fall in the higher elevations. Parley's Canyon making roads a bit damp and slick. If you're up in the higher elevations, be aware of that. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products, factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on their way. Financing is available. Save now, pay later by going to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. When the brackets are announced this Sunday, log on to KSLSports.com and fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem on KSLSports.com.
As a business owner looking to take your business to the next level, it's all about the right marketing. But what exactly is right for you? At 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, we are ready to help you craft a perfect comprehensive strategy. Whether it's our powerful talent endorsements, engaging live interviews, creative production, live events, or our extensive digital platforms, we've got you covered with the right solution. Contact Stephanie Palmer today, spalmer@ksl.com, and let's grow your business together. Email spalmer@ksl.com.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Listen, are you considering finishing your basement or turning your basement into a living space? Maybe you've got that young adult in your life who is moving back home. It happens a lot.
Yeah, maybe it's time for an update of your windows. Maybe they're drafty. Maybe they're not energy efficient. Maybe they're not to code for a fire escape. Are they letting outdoor noise in? Maybe it's time to call Peach Windows and let their experts see if they can transform your space.
Peach Doors is here to make the entire process smooth and stress-free. Visit their showroom to see their wide selection of wood doors, durable fiberglass, energy-efficient aluminum, oversized glass, bifold doors, and so much more.
Let Peach help you find the perfect match for your home, budget, and personal style. You can visit the showroom and see for yourself. There's no pushy sales tactics, only guidance from their excellent staff. There's no inflated markups just for so-called discounts.
You can check out their 5-star reviews where customers rate them on their attention to detail through every step of the process. Amazing home transformations begin with windows and doors, serving Logan to St. George.
Just Google Peach Building to see for yourself.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
Full Beat, greatest of all tours worldwide. Featuring music from the new album, God of Angels Trust, coming June 6th. Full Beat, Saturday, July 19th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Special guest, Hailstorm, and The Ghost Inside. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster. Full Beat, with Hailstorm and The Ghost Inside. Live.
When it comes to trucks, Chevy's reputation is legendary, led by the powerful Silverado. Choose from 9 trims and 4 durable engines, including the TurboMax, to find the perfect blend of capability and efficiency that's right for you. Plus, from hitching to driving to parking, its advanced camera tech will make your most difficult towing jobs a whole lot easier and your confidence even stronger. Chevy Silverado, ready to tackle whatever adventure comes next. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-2013. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz come up short in a 122-115 loss to the Memphis Grizzlies. John Collins and Colin Sexton each scored 22 points in the loss. Will Hardy says halftime changes helped get them back in the game and compete.
But I felt like when we came in at halftime, the team had already been having some conversations amongst themselves about if we can stay solid with the ball, if we can limit, some of the Morant drives early in the clock, it was going to give us a chance to win.
Jazz at 30 updates brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
Take DJ and PK wherever you go. Find every moment of every show in podcast form by searching DJ and PK on your favorite platform. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join JJ and Alex tomorrow at Doug Smith Mitsubishi, 45 West Main Street in American Fork, right off the freeway. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug. The NBA fines the Jazz $100,000 for failing to play Lauri Markkanen. What do you got to say on this one? Now, in the last segment, you were just talking about no one, except the most hardcore Finnish basketball fans, is circling Jazz games on the calendar to go see Lauri Markkanen. Dan posts, like there are thousands of Markkanen fans in Memphis or Boston, heartbroken, telling their crying 8-year-olds wearing number 23 jerseys that even though they saved for months, circled the day on the calendars, eagerly anticipating the night they could finally see the beloved Utah team led by the finisher hero take the floor. Their dreams are dashed. He went on and on.
Yeah.
So if he's not a star player, it's okay. No one cares. Kevin does. Good. Fans pay money to see players play. Jeffrey. Good. They all should be playing. Anthony. The Jazz deserve the fine. I loathe sitting healthy players. A lot of Jazz fans.
Then fine them all. Don't pick out the one guy
Yeah.
who's going 56 miles an hour when everybody else is. I mean, what's your opinion? I gave you mine. I brought mine.
I don't think they really care. I think they do this to make a show, the league. I mean, they can find them more for $100,000, and I know the next time it's $250,000, and I think the next time it's supposed to be $1 million. But even $1 million to a multi-billionaire, if you want Cooper Flagg bad enough, it doesn't matter. I think they have to change the rules. Put all the lottery teams in, which is how the lottery started. All the lottery teams had equal chances. At that point, why dump games? Maybe you dump games to miss the play-in.
Well, you'll always miss games. There'll always be teams tanking. There's never going to be a guarantee unless you went bold and everybody gets an equal chance. I mean, I don't understand why they don't do that.
Because teams will feel like it's hopeless. We're never gonna get better.
How do you know?
I don't know, and neither would the teams.
Personally, how does anybody know? Why would you think that? You would think so lousy of your scouting department that we suck so bad we're never going to get any better. Why would you think that? Not you personally. What would compel you to think that? We're just so bad as talent evaluators that we're not going to get any better. That makes no sense to me.
You'd hit so rarely on being in the top third. I mean, let's assume once out of every 3 years.
Well, you can assume whatever you want. So what? Jokic was a second-round pick.
The math suggests yes, and you can get lucky. But I think that's why they do it. So they have hope to sell. Otherwise, there's not as much hope to sell.
Hope is not a real thing.
It isn't, yet nonetheless, people sell it.
Hope is nothing, as Dr. Lohr says, delayed disappointment. If you build your life on hope, you're going nowhere. Hope is nothing.
How much Dr. Lohr do you listen
Hours. To? A little Italian from Brooklyn. You'd better believe I listen.
Shutting people down and dashing their dreams?
No, telling
how
the
it
truth.
Really is. Yeah, telling
Don't
how
give
it
me
really is.
hope. You want to make yourself better? Get off the couch and go make yourself better. It can be done. I'm a living example.
Larry, they let every other team sit players for no reason, but they're going to fine the Jazz? That seems a little funny.
Yeah. What do you think it was worth fining the Jazz? Do they deserve to be fined?
Oh, yeah, they've absolutely been sitting guys who've been healthy.
That's not the question. Do they deserve to be fined?
Yeah, that's why I used the word absolutely. Yes.
Well, absolutely, they've been sitting guys.
Absolutely, they've been sitting guys.
They're the only team in the league that has been sitting guys.
Other teams might deserve to be fined. I've been following everybody else's lineup.
Where have you been the last 10 years?
Who's San Antonio been sitting? Or who's
David Robinson to get Tim Duncan? It's the same league. I don't care that it was 20 years ago. Well, it doesn't matter. It's the same principle. No, it doesn't.
They just started fining teams 2 years ago, so they can't retroactively fine people 20 years ago.
They allowed it to happen.
They did. Yeah.
So they could have. It was not like Congress created a rule, thou must fine teams starting in 22-23. They ignored it. The other way. It's the same thing with steroids. They knew it was happening, and they allowed it to happen. They're responsible for allowing it to happen. They created the system that dictates you do this. So they are responsible. You want to bust a penny-ante drug dealer dealing an ounce of marijuana on the corner. Meanwhile, I got drug lords over here, and you're ignoring it. Come on.
Do you think the Nets are doing it right now? Do you think the Wizards and Hornets are shutting down healthy players right now?
Yes. All the Wizards did was give away Kuzma. So if that's not shutting down healthy players, I don't know what is.
That's trade. That's different, and you know it.
It's the same principle.
It's still different, and you know it.
In your mind, I'm sure it is.
Nice.
I'm not going to argue with you on that. Of
course you are.
I'm
you
not.
Absolutely are.
Don't put it on me. Fine. It's why we're the number one show. Put it on me, baby. I'll take it. It's coming to me either way, so I might as well accept it. I mean, there's all sorts of ways to get crappier. Yeah, absolutely. They're all doing it. I've got a bleeding body, and I put a Band-Aid on it. Good. That just solved it. That'll teach them a lesson. The lesson is the system is created to get top players, and this is the way you can do it. And the Jazz have lost 2 top players that wanted out in Hayward and Mitchell. Everybody around here is scarred. And so this is one way to try to get better and give yourselves at least a modicum of chance to compete at the highest level. I don't blame them. I would do the same thing.
And David says, Do it again. I want to see him play. So he wants the NBA to just keep fining the Jazz for marketing.
What do you mean you want? I thought he
Well,
want to see him play.
You want to see. He wants to see him play. I think there's plenty of people who are thinking, and I think he's going to sit again. And will they be risking a $250,000 fine? Yeah, I suppose they will. And
play him 5 minutes.
Yeah,
that's all you got to do.
Run him out there in the first half. Call it good.
Then
they can lose
what
the
else
game.
Are you going to do?
They can lose the game.
Take
at the
your
end.
nose. Take your fingers, your hand. Put your thumb on your nose and wiggle your fingers. Right back at you, league. Yeah, what are you going to do now?
Vernon says the Jazz are obviously tanking. Play him or trade him. The fans should get their money's worth and the players get paid to not sit on the bench.
If you bought season tickets this year or you bought any game tickets and you're surprised on this, you're the fool.
Could have been listening to us. We told you.
Could have been opening your eyes.
Put 2 and 2 together.
You
Look
put
at the standings.
1 and 0 together. You don't even need to go to 4. It's as blatant as can be. Look at the roster. I mean, this has been going on for years. My criticism of them is they took too long to get to this point. Should have been doing it for the last 2 years.
But they were chasing some wins in an All-Star game appearance for Markkanen 2 years ago.
And what did that get you?
No chance at Wembayama.
Got you the 9th pick or the
10th
pick, whatever it was.
And even if you couldn't get Wembayama, maybe you could have, drafted in the top 4 and gotten Thompson instead of having him go to Houston.
Yeah. So here they are. This is what they're doing. The league tries all these things, and I give them credit for trying, but none of them are working. The play-in game, the All-Star game, the in-season tournament, And meanwhile, hockey over here hits it out of the park.
Guys are playing. That was a physical game last night. Guys are just crashing into each other, checking each other into the boards. There were plenty of guys mixing it up.
Yeah, what do they do in hockey? I have no idea on the draft. I'm not going to pretend I know all things to all people. I have no clue how they create the draft. Is there a lottery? I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know if they have a draft lottery.
Yeah.
Theirs is more similar to the old NBA model where it goes inverse, like kind of like what the NFL does.
So,
it's just worst record. And, yeah.
All I turn on the TV and watch there, and they're all, hey, if you don't believe in our sport, something's wrong. There was something to that effect that Bill Armstrong said earlier in the year, which was a funny quote. And here you got guys, and what? Let's try to divert the story by wearing headbands. What the hell was that?
No idea. I didn't get that.
And they look like gauze bands. Wear a headband.
Jason makes a good point here. He says Ryan is paying A.J. DeBonsa more than that to play high school basketball in Utah.
He says he's not.
Okay. The point is Ryan spent a lot of money on him playing.
The guy sold his company for $8 billion. Money's not an issue.
So $100,000 doesn't matter.
That's not the point.
It partly is the point.
No,
because
it's not.
Yeah, it is. You just said they're putting a Band-Aid on it. This is clearly a Band-Aid.
The fine. So fine him $5 million. It's still a Band-Aid. The money is irrelevant. These people are obscenely loaded. He owns a house, a freaking Pebble Beach. What's the difference? It's not about the money here. I couldn't care less about how much they have to pay.
And by the way, corrections and retractions, the NHL does have a lottery now.
It does have. That is corrections and retractions.
There you go.
All right, that's the what they're going to put on my autobiography.
Corrections and retractions?
Yes.
Okay.
I've now found the title. Thank you.
Corrections and retractions by Patrick Kinahan.
Yes, the life.
By Patrick J. Kinahan.
The sorrowful, troubled life and tangled life. Corrections and retractions. Regrets. I have 20 million.
Thanks, Frank.
Yeah, I don't. The amount of fine, I couldn't care less about.
Band-Aid.
The principle of fining because you're doing this, that's the point. The fine, we get it.
So in all seriousness, do you think they should have Because the Wizards did trade Kuzma away. Should they have, done what they did with the Chris Paul trade when he was traded from New Orleans to the Lakers, and the NBA office said, no deal, back to your team?
Chris Paul is a Hall of Fame player. I would never compare Kyle Kuzma to Chris Paul.
Okay, but it's the league canceling the trade and saying that trade's not happening. I'm not comparing the player's talent and saying not doing that, but nonetheless, they could cancel the trade. They have canceled trades before.
Fine, I don't care. I care about the Jazz. I cancel it, do whatever. If you think they should cancel it, great. I don't. Where'd he go to? Milwaukee?
Mm-hmm.
He's not that good,
right?
But he was their best player over here.
Yep.
That's the point. They traded their best player to suck even more. That's the point. It says, I don't think he's going to make that much of a difference with Milwaukee. So, no, I wouldn't have canceled it because it doesn't matter. The principle is you traded your best player. That's the point.
Leroy, go pound sand, NBA. There are Jazz fans who are disappointed in this. Nick, seriously, they'll let everyone else tank, but not us. Don't sit the All-Star. Sit everybody else. You're not getting fined for John Collins and Colin Sexton and Walker Kessler sitting.
I actually think Collins is better than Markkanen this year.
Oh, this year? Yeah. Yeah, I can totally see why you say that.
I really respect his game. I respect his professionalism. I respect his attitude. I respect everything about him. And we saw that Sexton was all hot and bothered, and he goes over towards the bench. Who goes and gets him is John Collins. I have enormous respect. I'm a John Collins fan.
He knew what was coming this year, and we talked to him at Media Day, and he couldn't have been more impressive.
Right.
And when he's been allowed to play, he's been great. He's had to sit a bunch.
He's that
not his choice, but when he's played,
classic proverbial pros pro. There's no doubt about it. I would love to see him on this team when it got better.
Probably not going to happen, but you'd love to see it nonetheless.
I would. Yeah. And if he gets moved, I hope he gets moved to a team that's in contention because I think he can bring a lot. I'm a huge fan of his.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Travis Hansen's going to join us in about 45 minutes to talk Big 12 basketball, but we're not going to wait for him. We'll do that coming up. Stay with us. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a new crash northbound I-15 at the point of the mountain in Utah County. 3 left lanes are all blocked there. Traffic is backing up all the way to 2100 north in Lehigh already. Both Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons now have traction devices required as well if you're headed up to the ski resorts in either one of those canyons. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions, your cooling, heating, plumbing, drains, and electrical specialists. Whipple that away with the Whipple Service Champions. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Alex Jensen heading back to Salt Lake City to take over the reins of his alma mater. I'm sure the conversation was, I'll take this job and I will win games for you at the University of Utah. I'll get the crowd back. I'll do all of this stuff, but I'm going to need this. And I don't know what that dollar amount is, but it's got to be significantly more than what Craig Smith had to work with.
If I'm Alex and I'm fully honest as I'm sitting in the office with Mark Harlan, I'm saying, you realize if you just gave Craig Smith all this and you put it into a roster next year, you realize Craig could probably win, right? Well, yeah, but it's the image thing. We need you. NBA guy, okay, then I'm going to need this. So this is actually really good news for the University of Utah fans because I do think Alex is smart enough to do that, knowing that he can't do it unless he's got the players, and players are expensive nowadays.
Catch Hansen Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Something amazing is happening. Technology is working harder, faster, and more reliably. It's delivering results that work. But who makes technology work? CDW. We're a full-service technology solutions provider, advising our clients and designing customized solutions so they can reach their goals and do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-2013. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
What's better than a credit card with a low interest rate? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa, you'll enjoy 0% APR purchases for the first 6 months. Yep, all that buying power and not a single cent of interest for 6 months. That means no interest on summer fun, no interest on back-to-school gear, and no interest on holiday shopping. Interested? Then hurry to AmericaFirst.com to apply for yours today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate. Membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, and conditions apply. See AmericaFirst.com/Visa for details. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Spring is here and so are the savings. Right now, get 15% off any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower at Mountainland Power Equipment. Whether you're tackling your lawn at home or on the job, the Skag V-Ride is built to give you power, speed, and precision. With 4 convenient locations to serve you: Springville, Salt Lake City, Ogden, and Rock Springs. Don't miss out on this limited time offer to save 15% on any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower. See your local employee-owned and operated Mountainland Power Equipment today, or just go to mountainlandpowerequipment.com.
Cody Johnson, live. The Leather Deluxe Tour. Saturday, June 28th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater.
Tickets on sale Thursday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com.
That kind of dirt cheap. Cody Johnson.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Hey, it's Adam from Counting Crows. Come out and see us on the Complete Suites Tour this summer. Old songs, new songs. We'll be joined by our friends, the Gaslight Anthem. It's a summer butter miracle.
August 21st, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Reserve seats on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Hockey Club crawls within 2 points of a playoff spot with their 3-2 win over the Anaheim Ducks. Dylan Gunther scored the eventual game-winning goal in the third period. Andre Tourney's overall takeaways from the win.
I take from that game is really the way we play into the third when we're protecting the lead and the sacrifice our guys did and the way they were engaged and discipline and resilience we had. It was great to see.
Utah at Seattle tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. Utah Hockey Club updates brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
One of the coolest stations in the world.
Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio show for over 20 years.
Everyone's listening.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The artist of the day, U2 bassist Adam Clayton celebrating his birthday. Brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts events in 2025, check out livenation.com. College hoops coming up at 10:30 this morning. It's BYU. It's Iowa State. Can the Cougars play at a consistently high level? We just saw them play a great game with Iowa State a couple weeks ago, double overtime. That was a road game. This is a neutral court, but still expecting a ton of Iowa State fans to drive down for it.
3.5 hours, I think, yeah.
Yeah. So, can they be consistently good? Because if you go back to last week and, the NCAA tournaments, the big prize and all that, and last year, the Cougars were not consistent down the stretch. They dropped multiple games, and then they dropped the opening game of the NCAA tournament to Duquesne. Mm-hmm. This year, a lot more consistency. They got a chance here the next day or two. If they win this game, if they play well and win this game, if they play well and still lose to what looks like an excellent Houston team, it'd give you more confidence that these guys are dialed in every time they step on the court, because it didn't feel like they were dialed in against Duquesne, so they got embarrassed.
Agree. I agree with everything you said there. And it really irritates me that I do, but I do.
So can they be dialed in when they show up today?
I think they've been – it's really the situation with a lot of teams. They've had some periods of the game, portions of the game, where they look a little inconsistent. But the good thing about it is that Kevin Young has more weapons at his disposal than Mark Pope had last year. And so with that, you can play foosball. You can go a baker's dozen. He can get you 12 just like that.
Ride a hot hand.
Yeah.
Find somebody.
Right. They've got guys, and we've seen Catchings. I don't know if he's going to play or what's his situation, but we've seen him a couple of games really, really help the team in terms of scoring to get away from droughts. And I know I used to talk to Steve Cleveland about that. You want to make sure you don't go 3-4 minutes, because then everybody knows it, and it starts to build on itself, and it gets in their minds and all that. And so you got to worry about that. I would expect them to play well. I don't know if they're going to win. These teams are very good, both of them, and they should both have a lot of confidence. Now we'll see if Iowa State's missing a couple of guys. That could change the complexion of the game, but that's the reality of what you got here. Things happen like that, and it doesn't really matter. You still got to go play the game. And even if BYU loses, I get your point. If they play well, you can gain confidence. In fact, you can even get more of an edge a little bit by losing, because now you're going to have to sit around for an entire week, because obviously they won't play again if they lose today until a week from today, next Thursday in the NCAA tournament. And that's a long time when you're used to playing and you're in the habit of playing, every few days here. And it'll be a disappointment, but it's not a fatal disappointment. A loss today, if you get smoked, that's another thing, but I don't anticipate that. I don't think a decent game in which you lose is devastating, because someone's got to win this game, and it should be a whale of a game. I'm excited. I watched a lot of college hoop yesterday. I watched Colorado beat West Virginia, and then last night you had Kansas in the overtime game. That was a lot of fun to watch. So I'm excited to watch this game again today to see what happens here for the Cougars. And I'll be pulling for the Cougars. I'll pull for the locals at this point. Better stores. I was talking to my neighbor, and he's big basketball fan, and he became a Donovan Mitchell lover. And so when he got traded to Cleveland, he bought the package so he could watch Mitchell play, right? So he got out there talking to me when I'm taking out the garbage cans yesterday, and he's going on about Mitchell. And I said, well, I'm going to root for Mitchell. You are? I said, yeah. I want stories, man. And having the Cavs go deeper into the playoff gives us a story. There's a little bit of it's a minimal local angle, but there's a lot of emotion there. So I said, I'm in the business of stories, and whichever story I can get, I'm taking. And it doesn't really do me any good on Boston winning again. We've got, we've already played that, Ainge built the team. We did that last year. And plus, I like to see fresh faces. It's fun. And he's going, oh, well, you know, I said, Mitchell doesn't have to win the title to get the monkey, but he's got to get past the second round.
Right. Because he hasn't done it.
And I said, he won't. I don't think he took the heat. He says, oh, but he was injured. He had that bad ankle against the Clippers. I said, well, he did go 39-9 in the clinching loss, but I don't think the loss rested on his shoulders. So I don't think he took any heat. The team took heat. He took no more heat than anybody else on that team.
Agreed.
And now it's a different story. He may take some heat, depending on how he plays. You go 39-9 and your team loses, I don't know that I'm giving you heat, right? So we'll have to see. But the point I'm making is it's a story, and I want to see the Cougars advance. And it would be fun to judge some progress. It's a little bit misleading, but you can say, wow, if they took Houston down to the wire, wow, they got blown away when they played them in Houston earlier in the season. Look how much they've improved. That would be fun to see.
Iowa State, Lipsy, groin injury, Gilbert, muscle strain in a win over Cincinnati. Yeah. So if Iowa State is missing those two guards, it may be a little harder to judge how the Cougs look in this game.
Sucks for them, but
if they dominate the game and look great, then what can you say? Iowa State's a team that when they have all their guys, they've been really good, and taking even one guy out seems to really throw them. I guess the pieces of the puzzle really have to fit together for them for whatever reason.
Well, everybody at the bar getting Lipsy, man.
Injured groin. That's a problem.
But he came back.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Well, the coach said there's a chance.
With that injury, I would.
Bicep boy says there's a chance.
I would say bicep boy. If you watch the Iowa State coach, the schmedium shirt.
Yeah. Get him and Eddie Hockley together.
Sun's out, guns out. I don't think the sun's out in Kansas City, but the guns are out anyway.
Well, you talk about sun. Sean Hockley's following his dad's footsteps.
Oh, absolutely.
He's got a ways to go, though.
Well, he's got to do it at an older age, right?
Yeah, that's what's impressive.
Yeah, let's see how he's doing when he's reffing a game at 62 years old, and then we'll do it.
I'd put Otzelberger, or whatever his name is, there up against Eddie Hockley, and then I'd put RFK Jr. as the king. Guy's going to Venice and bench pressing topless. He's 72 years old. I go to Venice, and I have a shirt on if I go in the water.
All right, 10:30 the tip time for BYU and Iowa State. Travis Hansen, former Cougar star, will join us at 8:30 to talk about the game. DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. So Lowry Markkinen gets fined. What does this mean for the future? We will get to that next. Stay with us.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Receive game updates, exclusive analysis, and chances to win Jazz tickets. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
Only see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for their Utah Hockey Newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Hockey Club. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Hockey Newsletter.
Hans and Scotty here with our friends with Advanced Window Products. We're huge fans of what they're doing. And with summer just around the corner, that AC is going to be running nonstop, Hans. You want to save money? You've got to have the best windows in place. And Advanced Windows is going to make that happen for you.
And as always, Advanced Window Products wants to take care of our listeners. Receive $2,500 off 10 windows or more. And remember, the products are top of the line, energy efficient, made with high-quality glass and vinyl, with all parts being made right here in the United States of America.
They have options available for any budget and also offer several financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, and no payment, no interest for 24 months. There's no reason you shouldn't be getting these new windows. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. All you have to do is call 801-850-9100 or go to advancedwindows.com.
A lifetime warranty is transferable for a next owner. Just call 801-850-9100.
Spring fever has arrived, and Paris RV has the spring deals waiting. Snag the Rockwood 1940 LTD for only $9,995 or $161 per month, zero down. Or load up the Tykes or Friends and hook up to the 2025 Open Range 177 BH Bunkhouse for $14,995 or $171 per month, zero down. Or slide that Kingpin into the hitch of the 2025 Voltage V-Series 3600 fifth wheel with a 14-foot garage for only $76,995 or $623 per month and 10% down.
For Utah's best selection, come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Hi, Susan. We haven't seen or heard from you.
Cold.
We would like to locate Joyce.
The mysteries that made podcast history
Cherie Warren disappeared.
are now together for free at KSLPodcasts.com.
I'm Dave Cawley, the host of Cold. Join me for Season 1, The Susan Powell Case Files. Season 2, Justice for Joyce, and Season 3, The Search for Cherie. Listen anytime for free at KSLPodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Come in and get your burger fix with JCW's, the Burger Boys. Juicy 1/3 pound burgers or thick, rich shakes. Your choice. 5 locations, no tipping ever. Just great food with friends. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
Tune in to Hans and Scotty this Wednesday to hear how Teton Wealth Group's Ascent Plan can help cover the unavoidable retirement problem areas, including income, healthcare, and investments at no cost to you. Visit retireteton.com for more information.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. When it comes to the biggest moments in Utah sports history, these guys have seen it all. This is DJ and PK. DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It would be a beautiful day if you would nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at KSLSports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. That's today. And help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. And it's sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
Utah Jazz have been fined $100,000 by the NBA for violating the NBA's player participation protocols regarding the availability of Lauri Markkanen against the Washington Wizards, along with other situations. What does this mean for the future? PK, I already think it was more likely than not that Markkanen was going to be traded this summer. I can't guarantee you what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. Obviously, for starters, the quality of the trade and what's coming back is a major factor. But I still think he was probably going. But now with this, and I think they're with the draft pick next year, it's top 8. I think it's top 8 protected. It's 8, right, Yuck? The number's moved.
It might be 7, but it's
the point is they got to be bad.
Correct.
Or they lose the pick to Oklahoma City in what's supposed to be a good draft. So I just think it makes it more likely that Markkanen's gone. And I still wouldn't guarantee it because they got to get stuff back. But if the trade is there, it's going to happen.
Well, I think on anybody, though, with this team, if the trade is there, it should happen. If Ainge and Jay-Z believe we've won this deal, this is the best deal that we can get for player XYZ, go ahead. And if they think it makes the team better, go ahead. Absolutely. Yes, I have confidence in those guys. They're not going to make a dumb deal. You never know. I mean, no one's perfect here. So I would go along those lines. He's a nice player. He can help a team win. That's more in line with his age and what he brings to the table, which is a lot, I think. So I would see how that plays out and go in that direction, but maybe so. And maybe that's another thing that the league needs to look at is stop with these protections on picks. Because that leads to tanking. Oh, we got to make sure
that we keep this pick,
that we finish 7th if it's 8th protected or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that might be something that
if you trade the pick, you trade the pick.
Yeah.
No more protections.
Yeah.
Or no more lottery protections, at least.
Yeah. I like that one. Yeah. Because then, 16, 22, what difference?
Right.
Yeah. And so, I like that. That's it. Because they've got a problem. But they also have something that really works. The playoffs are awesome.
Yes.
So that's the problem.
I think the answer to all your questions is money. The problem is the NBA has a great product and everybody's making so much money, they're insulated from the consequences of a lot of their decisions. Even if they do stuff that hurts the league, it's not going to hurt the league for a long time, and it's going to be somebody else's problem.
Yeah, but I don't think the league wants to have a situation where everybody makes so much money. I think they want to have a situation where everybody makes the maximum money. So I think that they can lose money there while still making money, if that makes sense. So you want to, if there's money to be had, you want to go get it.
Yes, if you're willing to do the things that need to be done to make the money. I mean, you're right. In principle, everybody wants to make the maximum money, whatever it is. We're going to get to the point where there's going to be an $80 million player, and there's going to be a player coming up free agent thinking, I'm not signing unless I get $90 million. I mean, we just saw it with NFL quarterbacks. With Prescott, and he wanted $60 million, and he got it. It seems like all the other quarterbacks are settling at 55. Yeah. And somebody's going to come along and say, I want 65, and someone's going to come along and say, I want $70 million. It's going to happen to NFL quarterbacks, too.
Did you hear what Josh Allen said?
No. What did he say?
He said something along the lines of, if I get another $5 million, it's weird to say this, but what difference does it make?
It's true.
I already got a house. I already got a car. We're good.
It's true. That's basically...
Fans love that stuff.
Basically what Joe Ingles said when he came on our show.
Yeah.
And Rory McIlroy had a similar thing when they asked him about winning a $10 million bonus.
And I think that was one of the charms of Stockton. I remember him covering a press conference. It's not like I'm in a soup kitchen line here.
Yeah.
And it just seemed like all the contract negotiations were, I'll meet with Larry, and then X amount of time we'll walk out of the office and it'll be done. And that's it. And it never got dirty. And I think fans love that stuff. That's what they want. I think that's one of the reasons why we're attracted to a player like Colin Sexton. Because he looks like he's having the time of his life out there. And fans can relate to that because
we think if we were in that situation, we would be as happy and as joyful as Colin Sexton appears to be. I mean, we don't follow him around all day long, but he does blast stuff out on social media. It does look like that's how he goes through life.
Right. He's playing ball for a living.
I got to do one sit-down interview with him, and I think it was 3 years ago, and that was the energy he brought into the room. I had to wait a long time for whatever reason. Everything was behind schedule, as often happens with that kind of stuff.
Right.
And so I'm just sitting there. Just doing. Photographer and I have run out of stuff to talk about. And all of a sudden, he came through the door, and you could feel the energy in the room. He brought it.
Doc, do you believe what he just said?
Ran out of things to talk about?
That he ran out of things to talk about.
That's how late it was.
No.
Yes, true story.
DJ. No.
I don't even go with that. No, I'm going with the sentiment here. I got a lot of things to talk about.
Yes, you do.
I'm not arguing that. I will own that.
I don't believe for a second you ran out of things to talk about.
It happened.
What is it? We've been waiting for days, and I go
weeks.
It was about an hour.
An hour?
Yep.
Come on,
photographer and I didn't know each other very well.
Come on,
stuff
DJ.
you don't want to hear. Yeah. And he was a quiet guy. It was all my words.
Put up a poll, Yak. Do you believe that?
Yep, it happened. So back to the original point. Do you think this makes the deal with Markkanen more likely, or you already thought it was so likely that it doesn't really change your odds?
I think anything is likely if it's right. So I don't know that I think more than any other player.
What makes it right is that his age doesn't fit with the age of these
but he's not the only one.
Presumably impact guys.
You've got younger guys, and then you got 3 or 4 older guys.
Mm-hmm.
You got
Collins and Clarkson are the next two, and then Sexton is kind of in the middle ground. Right, he's only a couple years older than Kessler.
Right, but he's been.
I
in the
do
league
agree
for a
with your
long time.
point. If they pick up the phone and it's Team XYZ, whoever, and they offer something up, and you can get twice as much as you're giving up, they are making that trade. There's nobody who's that sacred.
Right, so I view those 3 guys over there that you just mentioned: Collins, Clarkson, Markkanen. Sexton's sort of in his own little category, and then the young dudes. I don't know that I view any of them more likely than the other in their own separate categories. Like Kessler would be more valuable than Markkanen, Clarkson, and Collins, but he's not in that category.
Right.
So I'm not comparing him to them. I'm comparing him to Taylor Hendricks.
Because of the age, he'll
blah, blah,
fit
blah.
with these other guys.
Right. It works with
these
him.
other very good players that they are presumably about to draft.
And they will. I really believe they will. And I have a burning in my bosom every time I say that. My bosom right now is on fire.
That's nasty.
It is not. I really believe this. I do. I am not kidding.
Okay.
I really believe that they're going to get a big-time player this year. I do. And I could be 100% wrong. But when I say it, I trust my instincts a lot in this biz. And I feel like
I'll be willing to join you after. What's the date that the ping pong balls go flying around and we all learn where they actually draft?
It's in the middle of May.
I know it's.
Oh, you want the exact date?
Yeah. Whatever that date is, then I'll, when I find out.
Yeah, but that's too late.
Well, I don't understand how you think you know what a bunch of ping pong balls are going to do, other than it's good radio to throw some out, and then if you're right, you can run around. Yeah, I knew it. It's the luck of the draw.
No, I understand that, but I'm in my golf league on Tuesday, and I was sucking up to that point, and we play 9 holes, and then we're done. And I got on the 8th hole, and I hit a little lob wedge, and I had about a 20-footer. And I'm telling you, man,
I know what you're talking about.
I was going to make it.
Yeah, that's
I just knew it.
It is a weird vibe when you stand over a putt.
Yeah.
And conversely, I think everybody who's played, no matter how good you are, has had that moment where I know this is going in.
Yeah.
I see it. It's going to happen. And there's no reason that someone with my limited skills should be standing over a 15 or 20-footer thinking, I bet I'm going to make this. I've also stood over 3-footers and thought, I don't know how I get this thing in the hole. It's on a side hill. It's breaking. Ah!
Yeah, but it's got to be a straight uphill putt. But I just felt it. I feel that it's going to break their way this time. I have no certifiable evidence.
Yeah, there's no science to put behind this.
I feel it, and I could be dead wrong, man, but I feel it that this is the year they're going to get it. If for no other reason, they're just simply due. The law of numbers.
Numbers they've moved in their favor at the expense of $100,000, which is nothing because the leagues are rolling in cash.
But they have to do it. They have to do this. And they've got, 16, 17 games left?
Yeah.
They've got to do it. And if it means another fine, it means another fine.
Yeah, I believe that.
But
I think they may pick their spot.
By just playing Markin in a few minutes here and there.
They may pick their spots.
Or whatever.
Carefully.
Is it 5 games you sit them out? Or what's the rule there? I don't know what it is.
I don't know how they do that.
And they chose him because he's an all-star, because the all-star game was in Salt Lake 3 years ago. Otherwise, he doesn't make the team. Come on.
It is what it is, PK. I get it.
I know, but
it's an arbitrary line in the sand, but it's a line in the sand nonetheless.
It's all about perception and appearance. And the league has to be careful. You know, the old Tark line, they were mad at Kentucky, so they fined Western Kentucky. And so you're mad at the tanking, which they are, and they should be. And they find the little team out in the middle of nowhere. With the small fan base and nobody cares. Well, it's the Jazz. They find who for not playing what?
It's just a line on ESPN.
Who knows marketing?
It's a line on ESPN.com that almost no one is clicking on.
They're not breaking it down this morning here. We got on the ESPN spiel. No one's breaking it down.
No.
Can you believe they did that? Oh, man, they're really serious about the anti-tanking. It's not even drawing a hint of an eyebrow raise. Nothing. And so I think the league has to be careful.
An example of this, PK, I listened to this podcast on my way in, everyone that covers the NBA from kind of the night before. They spend, I think, of a 30-minute podcast, 2 minutes talking about Jazz.
Right. It's a news story.
I was picking
That's
a smaller number than that.
And the thing is...
2 minutes?
And
that's very small.
But I was thinking he was going to say like 30 seconds.
But their point was what you're saying, PK. They're picking on one team. Why are this is a systemic issue in this league.
So the perception is something that the league has to be careful about. You know, they had it with that, the one rogue referee. Now, I don't think referees are on the take, and I don't think games are fixed. But that's me. And there's other people who may say, screw that, I'm done with this. And if you start building upon that, that becomes a problem.
The good news for not just the NBA, but for everyone, is that what you said is true. It doesn't matter how many people don't, what you said a long time ago, it doesn't matter how many people don't like you, as long as you've got, 2, 3, 4 million people watching games. Yeah. We see it with college football because they put their numbers out every week, right? People are going to pay for that. And they pay a lot of money to have access to those 2, 3, or 4 million viewers. So they're able to irritate, because clearly the NBA has. And we can all find people in our life who are like, the NBA, they never call traveling.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not into the NBA. Their stars don't even play. To me, that's the biggest thing. It's like literally how the NBA got to this point, from a league that was struggling financially big time to a league that is awash in money. They've done an awesome job marketing their stars. Awesome. But now the problem is the stars aren't playing. They're not playing enough. They're missing too many games. So I get why they have this policy, and I get why the Jazz want to sit marketing. But it's a problem, and the perception is catching up to the league. I mean, to me, that's why the ratings are down. I don't think it has anything to do with the threes. I know other people do, but to me, the main negative is you turn the game on to see the 76ers because you want to see Embiid. There's other good players, but he's the star. Maxi's a very good player. And, hardcore people will watch Maxi play basketball. But Embiid has this level of charisma and celebrity. It matters.
Well, I think that's...
And he has legit injuries, too.
The problem is the most important problem to you. And if I think it's something else, then that's the most important problem to me.
The customer's always right. And if there's a customer who doesn't want to watch the NBA because they don't like all the threes, then you're right. That person is right.
I love the threes when they're going in, but the 2 for 32 drives me nuts.
Even inside of that, to me, it's like when you've missed 2 or 3 threes, attack the rim. Yeah. Get a foul. You're not done for the night. You'll be back out there. But, man, when you're ice cold, it is hard to heat up shooting a 3. Now, it's probably easier if you're an NBA guy. But nonetheless, there's a ton of highlights of Larry Bird, who has as much confidence as anyone, going to the hoop in traffic, getting a bucket and a foul. And then he'd go back out and shoot threes. I don't get why they don't figure that out.
Whatever league there is and whatever problems you have to be aware of them. And if you have enough people, you're good to go. That's why Major League Soccer is making it. I think by generally speaking, there's more non-sports fans than sports fans, right? But within the sports fans realm, there's a lot of people who couldn't care less about soccer. But the good thing is there's enough people who do, and that's really all that matters. And they're a viable sports league in this country, and they will continue to be because there's enough people who care. And that's what you need.
I think this theory has shown, it has been proven correct twice right here on the Wasatch Front. First by RSL showing up because there was really no place for soccer fans to gather and show you how many there were. Nor did they all gather around the same thing. To my point,
that
yes.
park in Murray?
It's not that
Go
many
down there
people.
on a Sunday?
And it's the same with the NHL. I mean, we see it now. Like, was hockey that big a deal? No, but when a city has, or a metropolitan area, has a team to rally around, and there's casual sports fans who've gone to their first NHL game now, and they like it.
A team that's worth rallying around.
Yeah, they didn't know they liked it because they never got to go to a game. We've also seen people who rooted for, 20, 25, 30 different teams across the league show up wearing, the
okay, that's fine.
The gear from those teams.
Well, you're always going to get that out this side of the country in the smaller. I'm sure they get it in Denver.
Yeah. And
the Avs have been very successful over the years, but they probably still get that because people move there and blah, blah, you bring your fandom with you. That's fine. And the thing about the hockey that they've done so stinking well, and I don't know if they've told the guys or it's just happened naturally, but it seems like every single one of them says, I love it. I want to be here. And I think the NBA would go a long way, but you can't force somebody to say something that isn't true.
Right.
And Mitchell, what was it, draining for him to be here? And Veggie says, I desire to stay in Utah. Which one you're going to go for?
People tend to like people who like them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
That's how we're wired.
We're beleaguered people around here. And, oh, no, not again. I get it.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Travis Hansen, former Cougar, joins us next to talk Big 12 tournament. BYU, Iowa State, 2 hours away. Travis is next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Crash on northbound I-15 at the point of the mountain has been cleared, but delays remain backed up to almost 1200 north in Lehigh for coming northbound. Another crash northbound I-15 approaching the 600 south exit in Salt Lake City has the right shoulder blocked with some slowing in that area as well. This update is brought to you by the Murdoch Auto Team. Their 100th spring is right around the corner, and Murdoch Hyundai can help you take those curves in style. Right now, receive 2.99% for 6 years on the Tucson, Santa Fe, Elantra, or Sonata. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. When the brackets are announced this Sunday, log on to KSLSports.com and fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem on KSLSports.com.
At JCW's, we think tipping might be getting a little out of hand. Like when you're asked to tip at the register before you've even been served. Or when you're at the yogurt shop and find yourself serving yourself. And don't even get us started on frosted tips making a comeback. That's why at JCW's, when you pay for a 3rd-pound ranch bacon cheeseburger, that's what you pay. And no one at the register is going to stare longingly at you while you awkwardly maneuver through the tip screen for food you don't even have yet. Honestly, we're just happy to see you at any of our 5 locations in Provo, South Jordan, Lehigh, Harriman, and American Fork. So come on in and enjoy some quality time and great food with family and friends. And we promise, we won't be pushing you for a tip.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's, and we just want to say thank you, and especially to our loyal customers. We want you to know that at JCW's, your business is all the tip we need. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
With 415,000 Utahns and 1 in 6 Utah kids facing hunger, Utah Food Bank, Macy's Grocery, Lee's Marketplace, and Lynn's need your help to fight hunger statewide. Simply fill a bag with non-perishable food donations and put it at your doorstep by 9 a.m. on Saturday, March 15th to support the Feed Utah Food Drive. Donations will be picked up by volunteers and can be the difference between hunger and hope. Learn more about how you can be a part of the statewide effort at utahfoodbank.org/feedutah.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Jeremiah Jensen here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. It's changed the way I look and the way I feel. Alex Curie here. I lost 50 pounds in the reduction phase with SLC Fat Loss. You can have that safe success, and you can save $200 in the meantime.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Cody Johnson, live. The Leather Deluxe Tour. Saturday, June 28th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater.
Tickets on sale Thursday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com.
Cody Johnson.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by March 31st, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz led late, but Memphis scored the last 8 points of the game, and they win by 7, 122-115. Colin Sexton's thoughts on Lauri Markkanen being back in the lineup.
Oh, man, it felt good. It felt good to have our guy back. I was able to assist him on the first three, so I was super excited about that. So just to have him back, he's getting in his rhythm, and you can tell he was excited to be back.
Jazz have been fined $100,000 by the NBA for violating the NBA's player participation protocols regarding the availability of Lauri Markkanen against the Washington Wizards. Jazz at 30 updates brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
20 years and still going strong. Utah's #1 sports radio show for over 2 decades. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK, and we're joined once again by Travis Hansen, former BYU basketball star. Travis, good morning.
Good morning, PK and DJ, my two favorite guys.
Absolutely, Travis.
How are you?
My two favorite BYU fans.
Oh, hardcore, man.
Hardcore, man.
You converted me in more ways than one.
That makes me feel good. That was my. If that's the only thing I accomplished there, I'm a happy man. Let's go.
We love stories, and the Cougars have been a story. They really made themselves a story because they made a massive investment, not just in a coach, but the entire support staff that he wanted, that he felt he needed to be successful. And it didn't work right away, which was a great story. And then it did work, which is also a great story. And we love stories. We thrive on stories. We need stories. In your mind, they're 2-4. They lose to Utah. In your mind, what changes after that? Because after that loss, it dropped them to 2-4 in the Big 12. They went out and went 12-2. All your basketball expertise and acumen, Travis, sum it up for us. What happened?
Well, KY kept preaching about stacking days, that stack days mantra, focusing on daily improvement. And it's built this resilience within the team. I mean, I remember him doing a presentation of the team that he said, just play harder than the guy in front of you. And people were worrying about a lot of stuff. You know, this is what made Coach Rose so special when I was there, is he got these guys, these players, just to really believe in themselves. And a lot of sports and life and our kids is confidence. And KY has done a really, really amazing job at building confidence. And once they got that confidence between the ears and knew their roles and what they needed to do to win, and you know, you could see the momentum take off. So he's not so he's not so focused on wins and losses. You can see KY really focused on momentum and stacking days, and it's really worked with this team.
We see a big difference, and you've been there in the NBA as well as college, between what goes on in the regular season and when you get in the postseason. The players talk about that with intensity. I'm wondering, do you feel the same way in the college game? Regular season now is over. They will begin a portion of the postseason now, and then, of course, next week.
Yeah, you got two tournaments now. The regular season's done. It's over. Awards have been given out. What you accomplished, and now it's basically you just got invited, thank goodness, to two tournaments, right? And sometimes it's only one, and it's the conference tournament. And so now, you know, they got to go and see how they can compete in the Big 12, which is nasty. Like their draw with Iowa State and then potentially Houston, and then end that with Arizona, Kansas, Texas Tech for the championship is just a preview of what's going to happen at NCAAs. And then however they play out in the Big 12 tournament, which BYU has not won since I was there. I was at a BYU game, home game, and McKelly Wesley came up to me, and he's like, "Bro, do you know they haven't won a conference tourney since we were here?" That's a long time. Yeah. So hopefully BYU can pull something off here in the Big 12 tournament, and then they get to play in the Big Boy tournament, which is a one and done, just like the Big 12, and you could have two games and be done with the whole season, or you could play for as long as you want into April if you can win. So, again, the pressure's on and games are even more intense, and that's what makes it so fun.
Which player or players on this team has really surprised you with their improvement over the course of the season?
Oh, probably all of them. I mean, they've all just picked up their roles, and they've had such a good attitude about things. I mean, you talk about Cannon Catchings, could have been completely just shut out mentally, and he could have took off to Cannon land, and instead he locked in, and when he got the opportunity, he played. I mean, the Baylor game and the Arizona game, you just don't win without Cannon performing, and so that was impressive for a young kid. Really hard when the coach isn't starting you or pulls you out of starting lineup or isn't playing you. Credit probably to his family of keeping him locked in mentally as well. I mean, Dallin Hall has been so good. I really love him because Jaeger comes in, takes the starting spot. You could see him potentially have a choice, right? You get, be really angry about that and have that affect his game, or be super supportive. And he has chosen, to his credit and his maturity, to be really supportive of Yegor. And he has, and he's helped Yegor. Yegor has improved a ton, and so is Downhall. I mean, Downhall's probably, what did they say the other day, the best backup point guard in the nation, which I agree. On a lot of teams, he's a starter. And when you got a guy like that, him and Foose coming off the bench that started last year, it's super impressive. So I would probably say, I mean, and Richie Saunders has been amazing. I remember watching him 2 years ago, and his shot was flat. He jumped too high on his shot, and I'm like, ooh, that's going to be hard to have a consistent 3-point shot. And he's worked so much at it that he's dialed that thing in, man. I remember I had this guy named Omar Quintero in Spain. He was from Mexico, and we used to tease him because he shot almost like LaMelo Ball from his left side instead of right side, and he's a right-handed shooter. We was like, dude, did you grow up shooting with a sombrero because you're like trying to shoot under it? But he made them, and you could see, if you practice enough, man, you get those reps. And so the whole team has been awesome. I mean, my favorite player right now is Kaba. I would have loved to play with him. Our athleticism together, he's so fun to watch. He competes, and he's going to be important today. I think he had 12 offensive rebounds last time they played Iowa State. So, their coach is telling him to box Kaba out today. We'll see how he can get in the paint and get those offensive rebounds for us.
I can relate to what you're saying because when I was playing ball, I jumped too high on my J, Travis, so I know that completely, and it's something that I had to tone down my athletic ability. I was just a little bit too much athletic for the game, and eventually
I remember.
Yeah.
I remember DJ didn't have any athleticism, but you did,
right?
Bro, you were really athletic.
Couldn't get a piece of paper under my feet.
No,
splendid set shot.
DJ was smarter, but PK was the athlete.
So that game that they had against Iowa State, it was so thrilling. Edge of your seat kind of game there. But it's stunning that they won with something like, 28, 29 turnovers. I mean, you just don't do that. How much of that was them as far as the defensive pressure? And obviously they'll need to make sure that they take better care of the ball today.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about Iowa State's probably top 5, top 10 defenses in the nation, and BYU's probably top 5, top 10 offensive teams in the nation. So it was just a clash of the Titans on that side, and it was fun to watch. I mean, they did turn the ball over quite a bit. I think it was a season high for them, wasn't it? Then they have,
I think, yeah.
Yeah, they had like 32 turnovers or something. I mean,
29.
Kaba helped. 29. I think they had 32 points off 29 turnovers or something. So Kaba helped mitigate that. I mean, he had 17 offensive rebounds. I mean, we rebounded him by a huge margin.
That was his breakout game.
Yeah, I mean, he helped mitigate that. But yeah, the turnovers were a problem. And Yegor's got to be tougher. I mean, they would come out here and just try to punk him and get after him. And in Europe, you tell me he came to my house Sunday for a birthday party. He turned 19 last week, and I'm like, dude, let's look at this film, bro. Like, they're going to come after you. This is exactly what they're going to do. And you got to rip and go like Mag did on this play, and he's like, those are all fouls. I'm like, not in the Big 12.
Yeah, really.
It's just contact until they call it. You got to be way tougher with the ball, and you got to be able to get past people. And so we'll see how. I would assume they make a major adjustment, have way less turnovers a day, but I still think it's going to be a knockout battle.
Is Houston so much better than everybody else that you expect them to handle the tournament the way they handled the regular season, or you think they're vulnerable?
I think they're vulnerable. I think the one thing Houston is, and when I actually went with the guys to Houston, was at that game, and my former teammate Hollis Price is one of the assistant coaches, and I was talking to him right before the game started, and he's like, "We're just tough, man. Like the way head coach and we coach in this program is we recruit and we teach and we practice just nasty toughness." And so they do have some guys that hit shots, big shots. They do have low post play, but they're just trying to punk everybody they play. And I think hopefully all these teams have gotten used to this is how they're going to play, and you gotta be physical back. I mean, I don't even know if physical is a word. It's a football game with these guys. It is when all 5 guys are doing it, you really can't call foul every time down the court. So the refs completely changed the way they officiate the game based on because Houston plays so physical. So if you could find a team in the Big 12 or the NCAAs that can match that physicality, that nastiness, that almost fouling every possession and keeping them out of paint, you can beat them. Yep.
I'm wondering, did you have that Gibb, that women's basketball player, snuggle up to Agor to keep him in school for next year and on the team?
First of all, she's probably the best player over BYU. I mean, she's
no question.
She's awesome to watch. She's a super talent. My little daughter, Gwen, wears her jersey to bed every night.
Nice.
She's trying to be a hooper herself, apparently, now that she knows Delaney. Before, she even didn't want anything to do with basketball. Post Delaney, she loves it. They met up the canyon at some fire pit freshman get-together, and I think they've been together ever since. They're both just phenomenal people, and who knows? It's fate. I don't know how it worked out. They still like hanging out with each other. So I wish I had something to do with it because I like them both.
BYU, man, they pair you up in twos, don't they?
You know, when you're doing things the right way and you're at the right spot at the right time,
magic happens.
Magic happens, man. I don't know.
A campus full of sweet spirits.
Hey, man, it's above my pay. I mean, you probably looked at each other and said, "You're amazing at basketball. You are too. Do you want to be freshman of the year? I'll be okay, and then we can hang out." All right.
That was a requirement.
Yeah.
You know, Pat Riley famously trademarked three-peat, and so he's made money off it and stood to make a ton of money off it if the Chiefs had won. And I'm just wondering if Austin missed the boat not trademarking Magic Happens. Maybe it's not too late. Maybe that's what he should do today. That should be on his to-do list.
He totally missed the boat. Austin, if you're listening out there, trademark that thing. Come on, buddy.
No, he was baited into saying that, though.
I don't think he was. I know you've been accused of that, but haven't heard the whole thing. I don't think you knew he was going there.
Magic
happens. Well, I kind of had an idea.
Okay.
Magic happens.
Is that the direction I was going? Oh, no. Oh, geez.
With this world in which we live in, guys, everybody goes to the NBA if they got a shot or, they transfer. I'm hoping a kid like Catchings understands the reason why he came to BYU. The money's the money, so put that aside. But he came there to be trained by Kevin Young and his staff. And, he's had an up-and-down season, obviously, probably for the first time in his life. But I really hope he stays because the reason why he came is the reason why you stay. You know what I mean? And I don't know what's going to happen, obviously, but I'm hoping that he sees this is where I could develop the best, and the NBA will come in time.
Yeah, he's an intriguing prospect, and he has a great family behind him. They made it pretty apparent that they were a one and done at the beginning, and that was their mindset, and that was their goal and their vision. And I think things have changed a little bit. Curious enough, a lot of my former teammates are, almost everybody is scouting, coaching, running national teams or general managers of the NBA. And so, you have these guys that will reach out all the time, probably on a 2-3 times a week basis, and ask me questions about certain guys. And Cannon Catchings gets brought up a lot. So he's very intriguing to the NBA because it's a shot-making league, and he can make shots.
Right.
I think overall his development, obviously we'd love to have him back, and I think it'd be better for him. The NBA and the pros are very impatient, and you got to go and add your value right away, or else they'll toss you down to the G League pretty quick, or could potentially lose confidence in you pretty quickly. And so I hope he stays, but I could see why it'd be intriguing to leave, and there'll be some NBA teams that will be very interested in drafting him.
You're in the inner circle, and many of us are not. And a lot of us would like to know more about A.J. Debonsa, but even when we try to find out when they're playing a game, he's had games canceled on like 35 hours notice or whatever it was PK was telling us. How much have you seen him play? How much have you had a chance to talk to him and get a sense of his personality? What do you know about him?
So I had the opportunity to coach my sons, and there's an early league called Made Hoops, and it's part of the Nike circuits. And so when you come out now, back in my day, anybody could sign up for tournaments, but nowadays you're basically signing up for Nike, Adidas, Under Armour tournaments. And Nike and Adidas are by far, and Nike prevails with all the top guys. And Made Hoops is the Nike version, so it's the 7th, 8th, and 9th grade version of the Nike EYBL. So I've seen AJ DeBonsa play since 7th grade. And, between him and Tyrone Stokes and Brandon McCoy, and, there's quite a few guys that look like they had promise to be that number one guy. But AJ's by far, the best player generationally. What you see, what he's done in the last 4 or 5 years and his momentum going forward, he by far has the total package. He can shoot, he can play D, he can lead, he can take a team on his back and score at will, even in the fourth quarter, where these other guys, you'd see flaws in their game. And so, AJ does need to be a more consistent shooter from the outside. They're going to give him that. But he's a lot like Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. I would expect him to have a 10, 15-year all-star type career where I don't think in the history of BYU had a guy like that. So expectations are high, but they've always been high for him. And he's always showed up and competed. He's very well-mannered. He has great social IQ. He's got great parents. And he's got this nasty drive that I don't know how much you can coach it. You got to have a little bit of dog in you to compete at these high levels and almost have a fuse. When you get on the court, you just flip the switch and you turn into a different person in order to help you compete. You're 2 grown men going after an orange ball. You got to be a little bit crazy and be able to flip that switch. And AJ has it. He has all the tools, and we're extremely lucky to have him at BYU.
We are extremely lucky to have you on the show, Travis. We appreciate a few minutes, as always.
You guys are the best show.
Thank you.
Stephen A. Smith's terrible compared to you guys. You guys all right, I listen to you guys.
He's got about 100 million reasons that he would disagree with that, but we appreciate it nonetheless.
Why we got to get you guys on TV. We got to get that show going. Okay. You guys have been great. You guys are awesome.
All right, thank you, Travis. Me. Travis Hansen, former BYU basketball star, joining us right here on The Zone. We have tickets to the Utah Royals season opener to give away. We will do that next. Stay with us. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Longest stretch of delays are northbound I-15 leaving American Fork all the way through Lehigh due to an earlier crash at the point of the mountain that has since cleared, but delays remain. Bit of slowing on I-15 southbound leaving Davis County headed towards downtown Salt Lake City as well this morning. This update is brought to you by UTA. Try UTA and get more done while you ride. Games, work, books, shows. You'll be too busy to notice all the traffic you're missing along the way. Plan your trip today at rideatuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Will Hardy was blasted away about not stepping up and taking advantage of opportunities.
I think what is probably hard on Will right now is when he's talking about this opportunity, he knows not all of these players are going to be back next year, and some of these guys are auditioning for their opportunity to be back on this team next year, and they may not realize it. And if you haven't proven that you are worth investing in long term, your name's going to be on the chopping block. We've all had friends who are like, hey man, probably time to start taking this a little bit more seriously. Or coworkers, it's like, hey, we should probably lock in a little bit. I want you to be doing the right thing. I wonder if that's where some of this frustration is from Will, that he is trying to give them the best opportunity to survive the next round of cuts, and some of the guys aren't taking it seriously.
Coaches are into accountability. Coaches are into discipline. They're into building good habits. I want to teach you to play hard. I want to teach you to build healthy habits that lead toward mutual success. And benching is a healthy part of that.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Imagine waking up every morning with a smile you love. No more hiding, no more discomfort. Stubbs Dental Implant Center has helped thousands of people ditch the dentures and say goodbye to missing or failing teeth. With over 2,000 5-star Google reviews, their patients say it best.
Getting dental implants has been the best thing I've ever done for myself.
Let the expert team at Stubbs Dental help you take the first step to changing your life with dental implants. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. A $350 value. Visit StubbsDental.com.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Listen, are you considering finishing your basement or turning your basement into a living space? Maybe you've got that young adult in your life who is moving back home. It happens a lot.
Yeah, maybe it's time for an update of your windows. Maybe they're drafty. Maybe they're not energy efficient. Maybe they're not to code for a fire escape. Are they letting outdoor noise in? Maybe it's time to call Peach Windows and let their experts see if they can transform your space.
Peach Doors is here to make the entire process smooth and stress-free. Visit their showroom to see their wide selection of wood doors, durable fiberglass, energy-efficient aluminum, oversized glass, bifold doors, and so much more.
Let Peach help you find the perfect match for your home, budget, and personal style. You can visit the showroom and see for yourself. There's no pushy sales tactics, only guidance from their excellent staff. There's no inflated markups just for so-called discounts.
You can check out their 5-star reviews where customers rate them on their attention to detail through every step of the process. Amazing home transformations begin with windows and doors, serving Logan to St. George.
Just Google Peach Building to see for yourself.
Are you an electrician or a telecom technician and want to earn more? We are looking to hire journeymen and apprentices with experience. We have jobs available now. Electricians who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare and retirements, electrical expertise, and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Call us at 801-306-0722 or go to IBEW354.org.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Seattle Kraken Friday at 8 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone. Sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Hockey Club inching within 2 points of a playoff berth with their 3-2 win over the Anaheim Ducks. Dylan Gunther scoring the go-ahead goal in the third period. It turned out to be the game winner. Dylan Gunther says a short memory is important when you're on the power play unit.
Pretty confident. I think we do a pretty good job of shaking off the ones before and just getting ready for the next one. You know, even sometimes we're not really set up, but we find a way to get good opportunities, so that was a big goal.
Utah's next game tomorrow night at Seattle. Puck drops at 8 o'clock Mountain Time. Utah Hockey Club updates brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
The guys you know and trust, talking about the teams you can't live without. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, we've got tickets. A 4-pack to watch the Utah Royals take on Bay FC Saturday. America First Field, the season opener. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. You win a 4-pack of tickets to watch the Royals and Bay FC. DJ and PK, we just heard from Travis Hansen. And PK, I know you well enough to know that as soon as Travis Hansen says he's got some of that dog in him.
He's talking about A.J. DeBonsa, and if Travis Hansen says it, that literally is the most trustworthy source I know. And when he says that, or he is, and when he says that, because he had it, and we all know he had it.
He was a scrappy dude. Yeah. And when you get that scrappiness in someone with modest talent, then you end up with the gutty guy that the whole fan base gets behind. When you get that scrappiness in your star player, then you really have something.
Yeah. Kobe had it.
Yeah. Scrappy.
I don't care what you thought of him.
No, you don't have to like him, but you can recognize that guy, toughness.
Right.
Loved to compete.
Mental and physical toughness.
Some rando game 61 out of 82.
Right.
He was ready to go.
Yeah.
And the only time he wasn't ready to go, like when he passed the ball and sabotaged a playoff game and wouldn't shoot it, it's because he had the scrappiness too.
Well, he's making a point.
His teammates, and he's making a point. Yeah. Oh, you think I shoot too much? You do it. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah.
Let's see how that goes, cowboy.
Right.
So he still had it.
Right.
Granted, that night there were probably Laker fans scratching. Like, what is going on? Kobe, shoot the ball.
Yeah. Yeah. When you talk about a player in basketball who has it, that's something special. I mean, it's a requirement in basketball. It's a requirement in football. I mean, you look at Scattaboo, dog.
Yeah, he's definitely got it in him. Watch him bouncing off all those tackles.
Right. No, I'm not going down.
Yeah.
Bleep you.
It was hilarious to watch.
Yeah, I know. It was. It was.
I don't usually laugh when I watch guys run the football. Maybe Barry Sanders. I laughed at that because that was ridiculous.
Well, he'd leave guys in the dust.
Yeah. Guys are tripping over their own feet, just falling down untouched.
His speed and his ability to
he was rolling over guys, rolling over the pile, landing on his feet and running 100 miles an hour immediately.
In order to be great, you have to have hardcore dog. And if my guy, Travis Hansen, says DeBonsa has it, fast track me to November. Man.
You don't like to wish time away. What are you doing?
I know. But I want to see this kid play next year, especially if they can retain as much talent as possible on this team. I don't know what's going to happen, and maybe he brings in other talent if player A leaves, but player B is better. What difference does it make?
I think there'll be a ton of talent around him.
Yeah.
I don't think that's an issue.
But I want to see him be dog. I want him to see him just breathe living fire to be the number one pick. And I think that's super important. So I think Travis just paid this young man the ultimate compliment. And Travis has been around him since the kid's been in the 7th grade. Yep. So that's 6 years.
I figured he'd been around him in the last year. Right. I had no idea that he watched him as a 7th grader, watched him as an 8th grader, watched him as a 9th grader in this league.
And I give Travis the ultimate credibility and highest praise. But I'm probably not alone when he's talking about 2 to 3 NBA people are calling him per week to find out about these guys. That means they know he had it, and he can spot it.
Yeah.
And he knows, and they trust him. Way more important than blowhard me trusting him is those guys whose livings depend on it trusting him. That's pretty sweet.
Underline livings depend on.
Yeah.
Those jobs aren't tossed around like candy. There are plenty of people who want them. You got to be good.
Oh, yeah.
And if
you
you
realize
start-
how many sons of NBA people want those jobs and usually get them? But that's another story. But
usually get them. That's why they're so valuable. There's even fewer of them.
Right, exactly.
Because
Oh, yeah.
some of them are occupied by the kid, the nephew, the whatever, somebody with connections.
Grandson. And
So when you have no
Case of
connections,
McVeigh.
you know you're fighting everybody else who has no connections for 80% or 50% or 20% of whatever jobs are available. Because 100% of those jobs are not in play. Some of those are reserved.
Oh, there's no question about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Not to say that those guys aren't great, but they just have the door flung open for them. How do you get the door open? Dillingham talked about that. I was a nobody from nowhere. I didn't have a name, and he got it. That guy's got dog in him. I know BYU fans got upset because he said some bad words, and he beat you guys. But that's because he's got dog in him.
Well, BYU fans will lighten up because Kalani has some dog in him.
I know he does.
I know he does too. And there's many ways to know this, but one of the ways to know it is Kyle Whittingham has no time for soft football people.
Or human beings.
Probably not. I was just going to stick to football.
That's why he and I don't get along.
I'm not gonna co-sign that one. I have a little information that would indicate otherwise. One thing that has nothing to do with you and you weren't there. But I heard something. When I heard that, I thought, yep, everything I ever thought was true. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. When we come back,
It's happening, man. Oh, yeah. We're like 90 minutes away now.
We are 90 minutes away.
That's way cool.
All right. We got more. I don't feel like it's a pro sports day. I feel like it's a college sports day. It's that time of year.
In terms of games, yeah, no question.
Between spring football and college basketball tournaments, it's that time of year. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
Take The Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Jeremiah Jensen here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. It's changed the way I look and the way I feel. Alex Curie here. I lost 50 pounds in the reduction phase with SLC Fat Loss. You can have that safe success, and you can save $200 in the meantime.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
As a business owner looking to take your business to the next level, it's all about the right marketing. But what exactly is right for you? At 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone, we are ready to help you craft the perfect comprehensive strategy. Whether it's our powerful talent endorsements, engaging live interviews, creative production, live events, or our extensive digital platforms, we've got you covered with the right solution. Contact Stephanie Palmer today, spalmer@ksl.com, and let's grow your business together. Email spalmer@ksl.com.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Deli Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Coming to Tim Deli Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
Only see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
By now, you've heard Hans and Scotty raving about Bar W beef. But have you tried it for yourself? Build your own box with the cuts that you use the most and within your budget. They can deliver right to your door in Utah for $9.99 flat rate shipping. And right now, save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. Check them out online at barwbeef.com for the best steak and best beef you've ever had. Save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. barwbeef.com. No middleman needed.
Hi, Susan. We haven't seen or heard from you.
Cold.
We would like to locate Joyce.
The mysteries that made podcast history
Cherie Warren disappeared.
are now together for free at KSLPodcasts.com.
I'm Dave Cawley, the host of Cold. Join me for Season 1, The Susan Powell Case Files. Season 2, Justice for Joyce. And Season 3, The Search for Cherie. Listen anytime for free at KSLPodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of the Utah Hockey Club. Another relationship right here in their own backyard.
Hey, it's Adam from Counting Crows. Come out and see us on the Complete Suites Tour this summer. Old songs, new songs. We'll be joined by our friends, the Gaslight Anthem. It's a summer butter miracle.
August 21st, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Reserve seats on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Take DJ and PK wherever you go. Find every moment of every show in podcast form by searching DJ and PK on your favorite platform. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Good morning, DJ and PK. It's 97.5 The Zone. The Big 12 tournament is upon us.
Today for BYU, yeah.
Yes, finally. The big dogs are hunting. It's weird being in a power league, isn't it?
Why?
Because the tournaments go on forever. 5 days worth of games. And there's so many teams that have already punched their ticket to the NCAA tournament. There isn't the pressure. You know, when you're in a smaller league and it's a 2 or 3 bid league, then there's somebody in the semifinals who's thinking, okay, these next 2 days are our chance. Depending on the league, depending on the year, how realistic is the chance? And it's just weird here. I don't know. I never expect a team, and I know there are examples where it has happened because there's 16-team leagues all over the country now. You can win 5 days in a row. Ken Pomeroy was bringing up a couple of historical examples, but in the end, Houston's going to...
Well, it's not happen here.
Houston's going to wreck people.
Well, Houston's, in my mind, the heavy favorite.
Right.
As the top 4 seeds.
I think in most people's minds, given what they did over 20 regular season games and what everyone else did, people looking at Houston. It's Houston until someone beats them.
Houston reminds me a lot of the 96-97 Utah team. That was Van Horn's senior year. And then you had...
why 96-97 and not the 97-98 team that went to the Final Four?
Because they played more games. They were 15-1 in league, and Houston only has 1 loss. They're 19-1.
Right.
They played more more games.
Right.
So
there were more conference games to be played in
that
this era,
15-1 team. And remember Majerus talking about, it's so hard to only lose one game because he put so much emphasis into the league. He always poo-pooed and ripped the conference tournament every chance he got, every year. We'd go there, and it was the same people in those days. You had newspaper jobs, and once you got an established assignment or beat, nobody ever changed. So it was the same people every year.
They come in and hear the same quotes, and they look at you and like, you get this every week, every day.
And so he'd have the audience of the conference and just blast it. But he talked about how hard it was. He said, I don't know that there'll ever be a team that goes through league play and only has one loss. 2 years later, they have 0 losses.
Good theory, Rick.
So I raised my hand at the start of that thing. I said, Coach, you said, only one loss, and here you are with 0 losses. He says, yeah, I know. I can't believe it either. Right?
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Although this is different now because in these huge leagues, and maybe it makes a difference for the conference tournament, the old cliche, it's hard to beat a team for a third time. Well, it's just hard to play a good team for a third time. If you're well scouted and they have good players and can execute the game plan, even if you can't beat them, it's difficult because the familiarity, you're not surprising them with anything. You better have the dominant physical matchup because everybody knows what's coming. Well, now 20 games, 16 teams, so you're playing 5 teams twice. So there is a chance you're going to be playing teams for a third time. But there's also a chance you'll only be playing them for a second time. And, Kevin Young was asked about, after winning the rivalry game at the Marriott Center, about the earlier matchup. And he said, we didn't really think about the earlier matchup. We're a different team, right? They're incorporating different guys in different ways, and young guys have improved. So I get it. It was 2 months ago. But the same can be said if BYU plays Houston, right? Because they played Houston before they played Utah. So it'll be even longer, and the team has changed. And teams are going to evolve. Players are young. You would expect them to improve. If they aren't improving, there's a problem. And you're probably not very good.
What was interesting about that 15-1 team, a couple of things I want to bring up.
Yes.
So their only loss, they went to New Mexico. Mexico had a really good team. New Mexico was ranked. So they go to February 1st, 1997. I remember it like it's yesterday, except I don't. I had to look it up, but I remember it now.
I think it was an afternoon game, and it was on CBS, I think. It got a big deal. It got big.
I think you're talking about the next year was a Sunday afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've confused the years. Never mind.
Because I thought, that was a Sunday afternoon where Andre Miller kept getting mugged, and they didn't call any fouls.
Mm-hmm. And the Wyoming loss, people remember, that was the 98 team that lost to Wyoming.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so that was their only loss. They went 15-1. Mm-hmm. They got beat up pretty good, 87-71 in Albuquerque to a ranked New Mexico team. And then that was the year BYU went 0-16 in league. So they had 2 easy cream puff games, which normally would have been difficult, but it wasn't then. And then their other losses were they lost 2 in a non-conference they had the John Wooden Classic they played at Anaheim.
Mm-hmm.
We lost that one to Arizona. And then we went back to Wake Forest came out here and with Tim Duncan, and they lost that game. And that was it. And the funny thing is, and you'll remember this, I know, and a lot of our longtime Utah fans will remember this. So they get the buys and all that stuff into the quarters, similar to here. And that was the SMU where they needed the Van Horn literal tip-in with like 0.3 of a second. And they win by 1. And Majerus storms off the court like a freaking bull. And I'm thinking, oh, my gosh, this is going to be an entertaining press conference because he is irate. Because it was one of the worst games they played all year, and he wasn't going to tolerate it. And sure enough, he lit into him. And then they come out the next night. New Mexico, again, ranked, really good team, and Van Horn hits that shot at the buzzer, and Majerus leaps a good half an inch off the floor. Because that was a great win against a great New Mexico team.
It's a great game.
And they got him. And then in the final, they blow out TCU. Van Horn goes nuts. And I can remember we're at the NBA draft the following June, and we're sitting there and they have the breakout tables where they have the top 5-6 guys, and they're just sitting at a table and you can rotate. Well, I just sat there and did this. My story for the Tribune was just set the mood. And one guy asked him about, does he think he's worthy of being the number 2 pick? Because it was understood Duncan was going to go number 1, and it was basically understood that Keith was going to go number 2. And, did you have a season that's worthy? And I pipe in, he had a 3-game deal last week in Vegas that was worthy. It wasn't a season.
You answered the question?
I think I did, yeah. Yeah.
Dude.
Well, Van Horn was kind of looking at me. I was sitting to his right, and he was looking at me like a spokesman practically. And I had known him at that point 4 years.
I know.
I'd been to his house.
But nobody wants to quote the beat writer sitting next to the player. Let the player answer the question.
Because they were asking him, why weren't you recruited by the Pac-10?
Right, yeah.
Which he was. Yeah. They were asking him about being a Mormon, which he wasn't. All the stereotypes.
Just all these assumptions.
So by the time that question came around, I was fed up.
Yeah.
They're feeding in. And Keith asked me, and they were stunned that he wasn't an LDS guy. And they said, okay, well, then what's it like living there? I don't know, it's living there, right? And then he says, no, there's a lot of non-LDS people, not everyone. And then he looks at me, what do you think the percentage is? He literally asked me.
Yeah.
But they're just going down the stereotype path that was bugging me. So the point I'm going to say is then they win the thing, and they blow out TCU. I'm looking at it right here, 89-68. Well, they're ranked number 2. The final poll, they're ranked number 2. I think Wake was ranked 1, right? They're ranked number 2.
But
the seeds come out. They get the 4th 2 seed.
Yep. And if they hadn't gotten that, they might have gone to back-to-back Final Fours.
Right. Because then, as the 4th 2 seed, the seedings hold, so you get the number 1.
It's like a fantasy football draft.
Seed.
It's a snake.
Yeah.
The best 1 seed, Kentucky, gets the worst 2 seed, which in this case was Utah. So now they got to play Kentucky in a regional final. And for so many years, how far they went in the tournament, 3 years in a row, was determined with, I don't know, where's Kentucky? That's when Kentucky's winning 2 titles and losing the 3rd championship game in overtime to Arizona. Nobody, literally for 18 straight tournament games, nobody beat them in regulation. They went 17-1 with an overtime
They
loss.
were loaded.
They were. I think they had 8 NBA guys on the team that won the first of the titles and beat the Utes in the Sweet 16. There might have been 9. It was either 8 or 9.
Yeah, the next year when they beat Utah, the prior year they had the redshirt Jeff Shepard, who I think was MVP of the Final Four, because he couldn't get on the floor. And to bring it full circle, his kid's a stud on the come for the Rockets.
But is Houston that loaded to dominate the tournament this way?
Okay. A couple of points I want to bring out. I thought Utah got disrespected by getting the 4th 2 seed. They absolutely deserve more than that. And it comes to pass in San Jose in the regional final, and they lose. Their season's over. Kentucky goes on the Final Four. I don't trust the NCAA committee for Houston to get what they deserve.
I think
just like that Utah didn't get what they deserved.
I don't think the SEC will get 3 1 seeds because politics, everyone will scream bloody murder if that happens. So that means someone like, and Texas Tech can't get a 1 seed in front of Houston. So really the only team that I think that can bump Houston off the 1 line is Michigan State. And that is the one scenario I'll give you. If it's Duke, Auburn, Michigan State, and the SEC runner-up, but I still think Houston's getting the 1 seed. And they may get the 4th 1 seed.
They'll get the 4th one then.
Maybe they get the 4th 1 seed. And the second SEC team will be 3. I think Duke's going to be 1. Auburn 2, I would put Houston 3, but they might move them to 4. I don't think they'll move them to 5. And at the end of the day, I'll bet you the SEC ends up with 2 1 seeds and 2 2 seeds. And if they scream and they want more than that, the NCAA will just tell them, dude, that's a lot. You just got a lot. Okay, you got half of the top 8. Go hold your press conference and tell everyone how awesome you are. And soothe the hurt feelings you have after the football season where you weren't in the title game again. Which isn't a big deal for another league, but is outrageous for the SEC, and they can't wait to get back.
It'll bother me to an extent because I see a lot of similarities without Van Horn. Take Van Horn off this team, which is a huge deal.
The way Houston defends.
Right, and that was Utah's calling card.
Right.
But Van Horn was a premier player.
Right.
They don't have a premier
They don't have the number 2
offensive
pick in the
player.
draft.
No,
they don't.
I don't think so.
I don't even know. I'd have to go back and look and see where they've got someone projected. I'm trying to think. I don't know that Houston has anyone projected in the top 10 in the draft, which goes to your point.
So it just makes me a little nervous from their perspective what Houston is going to do. Do they have to win it? And apparently they must have thought that Utah didn't win it convincingly enough because that game was on a Thursday where they barely beat a bad SMU team. And they got knocked for it.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
And they needed a miracle to do it. And they got it.
Right. Miller to Van Horn, 2 NBA guys.
Alley-oop tip into the buzzer.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the next night, I wonder if they got discredited, although that was a good New Mexico team, where 3 guys touched the ball, all played in the NBA. Miller, Doliak, Van Horn.
That was a great game. I mean, that was just awesome.
Yeah. So you want as high as you can go, but you still have to win. And for BYU's sake, they're in clearly.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm wondering, does in your mind, does 6 or 7 seed really matter? I don't know. I was going to say no.
I just think that those top 2 seed lines, that those teams are better. Doesn't mean they can't be beat. But and maybe I haven't watched enough of them, but in my mind, the 2 seeds, 2 to 7 is a pretty big gap. It could be hard for BYU. By the time you get to 3, I really think 3, 4, 5, it starts getting pretty mushy. So I just think getting to 6 is a big deal.
Okay.
I don't really care about getting to 5, and maybe they will get to 5. Let's see how the week plays out. But I don't think it matters. At 2-7, now, we don't see all 4 2s make it to the Sweet 16. The top 8 seeds aren't all getting through, but only 1 or 2 of them are likely to go down. So that's a tough deal. So I think, in my mind, going from 7 to 6 is a big deal. Going to 6 to 5, not such a big deal at that point. I probably prefer it, but it does come down to matchups, which is what we thought last year. And I really thought the matchup, I didn't think Duquesne had the size to stay with BYU. Sure enough, they get out to the big lead and they win. The pressure really,
Pressure got to BYU.
It got to BYU because they got down
there's so
early.
much pressure, and I think the pressure will be there this year, too, for next week. Yeah. Because you're BYU, and when we had on Ken Palm early in the week, well, everybody knows that they've had the most NCAA tournament appearances without a Final Four.
And everybody does know that.
That's something saddling. Even though Kevin Young, it reminds me of the Red Sox. We weren't there, when they were getting better
true.
And then they won the World Series.
Right.
But they still had to answer for it.
Yep, that's true too. And so how you handle that, and it comes down to, as Kyle Beckerman said once, and other people have said this, but he was the first person who said it to me, and it made sense. He said, is there pressure? Sure, but there's only pressure because there's opportunity, and opportunity's great. I wouldn't want to not have the opportunity. We've got it. And so it's like, which side of the coin do you want to look at?
Yeah, but I agree with that to an extent.
Did Jordan ever look at it and say it's pressure, or did he look at it and say it's opportunity? When I make this shot, we're going to be champions. He wasn't thinking, if I miss this shot, it's going to ruin everything. He wasn't thinking that.
Yeah, no, but the ironic part is he missed way more than he made.
Doesn't matter. It's just which side of the coin do you see? I've got an opportunity. It's exciting. I've got pressure.
Well, yeah, but
Blank.
that's up to the individual, and I don't think you know that until the situation presents itself.
Nope.
And you have to have some type of success to be able to prove to yourself, I can do this. So for BYU next week, when that ball tips off, whenever it does on Thursday, a week from today, they're going to face a fair amount of pressure.
It'll be interesting to see.
Same thing with Mark Pope.
Right, and it doesn't always have to be the best player, but it'll be interesting to see to hear, and maybe we'll hear and maybe we won't, if one of those guys at a practice leading up to the week says, hey, we should have done it last year and we didn't, and this team's better. We're doing this. They need a leader with that kind of attitude.
You're not going to get it.
We're doing this.
Nobody's
got that.
You don't get quotes like that from college kids.
No. But will they say it on a bus or in a locker room? It would be a rare college kid to lean into a microphone and say that. I mean, they've all been told don't give any bulletin board equipment, and that would be. That's too close to a guarantee.
Well, the only one has got to be Saunders.
Okay. You don't think Hall would say it? It needs to be somebody who's there, a veteran guy.
Hall would be another guy, yes.
Agor can't say it. He wasn't on the team last year.
No, I don't think Foose would say it. I don't think Nell would say it.
Yeah.
And those are your guys. And
I love that when Hall was on, he acknowledged, he could have soft pedaled the whole Utah thing. He said, no, it sucks for me personally because I've lost multiple close games up there. And that was an important inflection point in this season for our team. And you can look back and say, yeah, it was. They're 12-2 since that game. And they were 2-4 when they walked off the court in the Big 12 that game. So maybe he's got that kind of directness to him, and he'll just acknowledge.
I would add him in that mix.
Acknowledge the bad, and
he's
just
got some bulldog in his personality.
Yeah, this is the springboard. We're learning from it, and we're off and running.
The crazy thing is that's going to be the thing we remember the most from this season.
Is the way it turned?
No, next a week from today. If you lose, man, that was a big old negative. That's going to take away from the success of the season.
Fact. True story. There will be a lot on the line in that Thursday game.
They've got to win that first game.
Yep.
I don't care who you're playing. I don't care what your seed is.
Right.
You've got to win that first game. That's just got to be the fact.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic's easing a bit on I-15, so have slowdowns both northbound and southbound moving into Salt Lake Valley on either direction you're coming. Rain showers making for some damp roads in Utah County with chains and four-wheel drive required for both Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons this morning as well. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Don't let your customers march into your business with madness because your parking lot is a loser. Buzzer beat the weather. Call GoPave Utah. They're a slam dunk for asphalt repairs and maintenance. Go to GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. When the brackets are announced this Sunday, log on to KSLSports.com and fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem on KSLSports.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Hi friends, Dan the Laptop Man here from PC Laptops. In celebration of over 32 years of serving humans in Utah with their computer and tech needs, we've slashed our prices. And these are the new 2025 models. Here's the deal. You can get our new 2025 S1 desktop with a blazing Ryzen 5 processor, 16 gigs of RAM, and over a terabyte of blazing fast storage on this promotion. We also have our new 2025 SM3 laptop with the Intel i5 processor, 16 gigs, and over a terabyte of storage for $999. You can take one home today for $999. And you also get the peace of mind of our lifetime service warranty. We also have 12 months special financing available, and they start as low as $29 a month. But hurry in because supplies are limited. Because at PC Laptops, we love you. PCLaptops.com. Take home a blazing fast 2025 model desktop or laptop for $999 at PCLaptops.com.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek is right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Listen, are you considering finishing your basement or turning your basement into a living space? Maybe you've got that young adult in your life who is moving back home. It happens a lot.
Yeah, maybe it's time for an update of your windows. Maybe they're drafty. Maybe they're not energy efficient. Maybe they're not to code for a fire escape. Are they letting outdoor noise in? Maybe it's time to call Peach Windows and let their experts see if they can transform your space.
Peach Doors is here to make the entire process smooth and stress-free. Visit their showroom to see their wide selection of wood doors, durable fiberglass, energy-efficient aluminum, oversized glass, bifold doors, and so much more.
Let Peach help you find the perfect match for your home, budget, and personal style. You can visit the showroom and see for yourself. There's no pushy sales tactics, only guidance from their excellent staff. There's no inflated markups just for so-called discounts.
You can check out their 5-star reviews where customers rate them on their attention to detail through every step of the process. Amazing home transformations begin with windows and doors, serving Logan to St. George.
Just Google Peach Building to see for yourself.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz took a 115-114 lead with 1 minute and 16 seconds left in Memphis. Colin Sexton put them in front. But Luke Kennard hit a big three. Ja Morant hit a big three. Lauri Markkanen missed 2 big threes. And sure enough, Memphis scored the last 8 points of the game, and they win 122-115. Will Hardy on the impact of Lauri Markkanen in the lineup.
They're almost not even playing team defense, so it makes it a little bit more 4-on-4. So his, I guess his gravity or whatever you want to call it is such a big deal for our team because he can warp the spacing of the other team's defense.
Jazz at 30 updates brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
9 a.m. Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. So the Utah Jazz have been sitting a lot of players. They have obviously been tanking. Many of you have figured that out, and you don't need me or PK or Yak to tell you that. You figured it out all on your own. But at some point it gets too obvious, and the NBA drops a fine. And that day was yesterday. That's just too much. Lauri Markkanen sat out too many games, especially that Wizards thing. Clearly, you're tanking. So they fined him $100,000, which to an NBA owner, they're all worth billions. Plural. What's $100,000? Cost of doing business. The next fine's $250,000. I think the one after that is $1 million. A little hard to dig that up, but as best I can tell, that's what's going to happen next.
It goes $250,000 to $1.125 million, and then it goes north of $2 million for the fourth offense.
So I guess I'll have to pick their spots. I, for one, do not believe that Lauri Markkanen is about to play, what they got left, 17 games in a row? Yeah, I don't think he's doing that. So pick your spots. They do have a bunch of games coming up that they can lose with him in the lineup. I mean, it's not like he's guaranteeing that they're going to win. I mean, if he'd hit 2 threes in the final minute that he took, if he'd hit them, maybe they do win in Memphis. But he didn't. But they haven't wanted to risk it, because the stakes are that high. Your chance to get Cooper Flagg. And he's not the only guy in the draft who can play. There's the key is don't drop to 6th or 7th. You don't want that. And they're minimizing their odds of doing that. So the $100,000 is a cost of doing business, which the NBA knows. Nobody really wants to change it, but they realize it looks bad, so they want to look like they're doing something. So here we are. They look like they're doing something. Don't do that again, Jazz. And if they get fined 3 more times, maybe at $4 million, they start to notice. But even then, I have a hard time believing it. There is just so much money. There's so much money, and most of us just can't imagine. we just can't imagine. And it's a different world. So they did something. I don't see where it has any impact, but whatever. They did it. There you go. If they really wanted to do something, they could do flat lottery odds for all 14 teams that miss the playoffs. At that point, the Jazz, once you know you're going to miss the playoffs, they can play hard and try to win some games and appease your fans and show them that hope is right around the corner. And I do believe that if the Jazz played, everybody was healthy every night this year, I do think this team could win 30, 35 games. Now, what does that get you, big picture? I just don't believe they're as bad as they look. But they need to be this bad to maximize their odds of getting, if not Cooper Flagg, maybe getting Harper's kid. Or whoever else they deem to be excellent.
Dylan Harper, Ace Bailey.
Yeah. Which of these guys do they value more than the others? I mean, all these guys are out there, and I'm watching Oklahoma and Texas and Illinois and Arkansas, where the guy was healthy, trying to figure it out. Who's really going to translate? Who's got the star power? And for those of you, and some of you will get into the feedback, some of you said, how much longer is this going to go on? I think 13 more months. I think because of that protected draft pick next year, they need to keep that pick, not give Oklahoma City a chance to draft, 10th or 12th or whatever it turned out to be, but make sure that they're drafting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it makes the most sense that they do need to move some veteran talent this year. They're going to be under the microscope for tanking. The Wizards can trade Kyle Kuzma and nobody says anything. So if you're the Jazz, find the best deal for Markkanen, find the best deal for Collins. That's not really how the Jazz operate. The key thing in there that Ainge really watching what the Jazz do and trying to figure out what they're doing, because they almost never talk, and when they do, they try not to say anything. Or at least try not to say the most important thing. They do say things, but try not to say the most important thing. Ainge doesn't like to put the time horizon on it because it removes some of the leverage. If you feel like you have to trade somebody now or in 2 weeks or in a month or whatever, then you take the best offer you get in that time period. Ainge likes to let the pressure grow on the other team and trade them later. But sometimes that backfires. Clarkson's still on the roster, aside from the fact that he's popular. But I even feel like his popularity's been surpassed. It's hard to be popular when you're not playing and they're sitting in for long stretches. And he's not as good as he was. He's not as dynamic as he was. And that's no knock on him. But, if you're not a big guy, and I think Jokic Jokic is big, and he doesn't move that well. So if he starts to slow down a little bit, it doesn't matter. That's a guy who can still dominate into his mid-30s. But at Clarkson's size, in his role, you start getting into your 30s, especially you start edging towards your mid-30s, you're going to lose a little bit here. And when he was the dynamic sixth man of the year a few years ago, he was wildly popular. But now Jazz fans are pinning their hopes on new guys. So move along from the older guys this summer if you want to be bad next year. And I think they want to be bad next year. And after that, I think it's on. I think they have to start winning. I think the fan base is impatient. I think Ryan Smith is doing a good job of staying patient, but he don't like it, and he'd much rather see progress because he's a fan. He grew up a fan long before he knew he was going to start a company and grow it into a multi-billion-dollar colossus. He's a Jazz fan. And once you get that in your DNA, it is hard to break it. It usually takes teams moving. Charger fans, raise your hand. Clippers fans, raise your hand. Raider fans have stuck with their team, but I think that's the exception. I don't think there's any Houston Oilers fans rooting for the Tennessee Titans. Your team moves, then you break the bonds. It's over. So the Jazz are off tonight. The Pelicans are on 18 wins. If they're going to start playing Markkanen more, I was looking at the Jazz schedule. I didn't worry about back-to-backs, and they've got like a stretch of 6 home games, but like I think 5 of them are against playoff teams who have some incentive and who are better. So I think the Jazz are still going to lose a lot of games, even if they play their guys down the stretch. Pelicans have 18 wins. The Magic have been playing horribly lately. They got the Magic at home. This is a very winnable game for New Orleans tonight. Orlando's in a terrible run of form here. They've lost 6 of the last 7 games. So look for a W there. Utah Hockey Club got a W. They picked up 2 points. They moved within 2 points of the last playoff berth. Gritty, gutty, maybe a little lucky on the win, but hey, you make your own luck. Dylan Gunther scored the winning goal midway through the third period. They made it stand up. They did have a play, I think it was in the second period. Maybe it was in the first, but I think it was in the second period, where Sergachev, his skate cleared a puck off the line. I mean, that thing was like 3 or 4 inches away from going in the goal. And it's a kick save from Sergachev. He's doing it all. He's playing 25-plus minutes a night. I didn't actually look. I usually check the box score and see how much did this guy play tonight. In a league where 20 is a full-time gig, he's over 25 minutes. It's amazing. But you make your own luck. You're playing hard, you're playing smart, and sometimes things break your way, but sometimes you're in that kind of stuff. Sergachev, he played a very routine 20 minutes and 47 seconds. Well, that's surprising. They get the win. They go to Seattle. That's another winnable game. They've had a couple winnable games with the Anaheim Ducks that got away. They finally won one. They lost the first couple. So 2 well-earned points there, and now they've inched they're just 2 points off the pace. So got to beat Seattle. That's another team that is below the Utah Hockey Club in the standings. Must win. It's not a must-win for BYU because it's not really about the Big 12 tournament. They are in. They're just trying to fine-tune their seating. BYU and Iowa State tip off in 45 minutes. It's ought to be one of the better attended, it's 10:30 here, so it's 11:30 local time in Kansas City. One of the better attended morning basketball games. Iowa State fans making the drive from 3.5 hours away, and BYU has fans everywhere they go. They'll fly a few in. They'll have some local, and that'll have a pretty good crowd there for this one. Really intriguing to see if BYU can continue to play well. Last year's team was up and down going into the NCAA tournament, and if you go back and look at it, which I have, mostly they struggled when they left the Marriott Center. Now, that doesn't always translate because in the conference season, you're playing 2 road games. Those can be difficult, especially in the Big 12, but in any league. And it's a neutral court in the NCAA tournament. But sometimes it really is, you need to be your court, your guys shoot better, they're used to shooting background, whatever it is, and it doesn't translate anywhere. And it didn't translate for BYU last year, and that was a really disappointing loss to Duquesne. You had the better seed. You had a team that wasn't from a power league. It was all lined up for you. You had more size than they did, and you didn't physically overpower them. It was all lined up, and you didn't get it done. And there weren't any reasons. There were only excuses. I don't even think there are that many excuses. This year, BYU has been good when they leave the Marriott Center. there's much more reason. I'm interested to see if they can back it up with another strong performance because the Iowa State game was really impressive. Sure, there were rough patches in it, but the other guys are good too. And who plays 40 straight perfect minutes of basketball? Maybe UConn the last couple of years. Not UConn this year, but UConn the last couple of years could just overpower teams relentlessly minute after minute after minute. How consistent can BYU be? Intrigued today, and assuming they win, and now at least one and maybe two of the starting guards are out for Iowa State. Which, if I were Iowa State, I would sit these guys. I'd get them 100% healthy. Their tournament does not rest on the Big 12 tournament. You know, if a guy's got a little bit of a groin strain, give him a week to heal up. Because next week is when it really matters. There's a few chips on the table this week, and it's a big pile of chips next week. So we'll see how Iowa State comes out in 45 minutes. It's not just if they start, but how much do they play? Maybe they go and they're not good and they're out after 5 minutes. If I were Iowa State, what makes sense to them is to be conservative and get them healthy for the NCAA tournament. But still, let's see how consistent BYU is, and then let's see how they play against Houston tomorrow. Houston's awesome. BYU could play really well and lose to Houston. But they got blown out at Houston earlier this year, so let's see if they've really made progress. You know, is it a competitive game with 5 minutes to go? And even if they're down 6, they at least have a chance. More college hoops. UVU gets the night off, an unusual format in the WAC tournament. They play 2 quarterfinals Wednesday, and the 1 and 2 seeds, Grand Canyon and UVU, get to play and then get a day off Thursday, so they don't have to play 3 times in 3 days. It's a nice little bonus to throw their way. They beat Utah Tech. They'll wait tonight, see who they play. Whoever they play, they ought to win. And Grand Canyon ought to win and ought to set up a great title game Saturday if it holds. Utah State's playing tonight. They're taking on UNLV in the Mountain West Conference quarterfinals. In the tournament quarterfinals, and I came up with terminals. I'm just mashing words together here.
Quarterfinals, yeah.
UNLV handled Air Force yesterday, and Air Force is brutal, a 4-win season. Yikes. UNLV beat Utah State in Las Vegas, so USU has not been playing well here at the end of the year, but they're still 25-6. See if they get the W tonight. That's a late game. Scotty G's on the Zone at 9 o'clock tonight. The game tips at 9:30. You can watch it on the CBS Sports Network. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Your feedback's coming up next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
The general manager of the Utah Hockey Club, Bill Armstrong. So down the stretch, it seems like every game has a playoff-like feel to it. Is that something that this team has embraced coming down the stretch here?
There's a lot of pressure that sits on top of our players. It's a must-win every game. But I like that. It's all about playing meaningful games down the stretch because we want to experience that pressure on our back where it's a must-win every single night and we have to be at our best no matter who's coming in. We've got to find a way to win. I've really liked how our guys have responded. We've been down a few goals and fought back to get points, and that's what you have to do at this time of the year. And there's a lot of hockey left. We got to keep pace with everybody else and keep winning and finding ways to get points. We got some big games coming up against some teams that are right in the race too, and we can take care of a lot of our problems by just beating those teams.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you an electrician or a telecom technician and want to earn more? We are looking to hire journeymen and apprentices with experience. We have jobs available now. Electricians who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare and retirements, electrical expertise, and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Call us at 801-306-0722 or go to IBEW354.org.
Volbeat, greatest of all tours worldwide. Featuring music from the new album, God of Angels Trust, coming June 6th. Volbeat, Saturday, July 19th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Special guest, Hailstorm and the Ghost Inside. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster. Volbeat, with Hailstorm and the Ghost Inside. Live.
If you want to avoid your furnace breaking down this winter, the best thing you can do is stay on top of your furnace's annual maintenance. If you do find yourself with a furnace blowing cold air, Any Hour Services technicians service all brands, and they can usually get to you pretty quick. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Whether you need maintenance, repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, the technicians at Any Hour Services can help you keep your home comfortable all winter long. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Jeremiah Jensen here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. It's changed the way I look and the way I feel. Alex Curie here. I lost 50 pounds in the reduction phase with SLC Fat Loss. You can have that safe success, and you can save $200 in the meantime.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for cleaning projects, offering cleanings for HVAC systems, dryers, carpets, tile, upholstery, and more. Find them at allproutah.com. Call in the pros. They're here for you. allproutah.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Hockey Club moves within 2 points of a playoff spot. They beat the Anaheim Ducks 3-2. Dylan Guenther's third period goal snaps a 2-2 tie and proves to be the game winner. Andre Tourney's thoughts on Dylan Guenther's heroics in the win.
I'm more happy about the shot he blocked when the game was on the line than his goal, in a sense of that's a choice you make. Scoring goal, it's a pretty easy choice when you have an opportunity. But when you decide to put your body on the line and sacrifice yourself for the team and do that for your brother, I think that's huge.
Utah Hockey Club updates brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Iowa State, BYU coming up at 10:30. Who wins? And give me an emoji for your level of enthusiasm/nerves. 62% believe the Cougars will win. 38% believe the Cyclones will win. If both teams were healthy, I would normally go with the Cyclones in this situation because I think you just get a little extra. We were talking with Travis Hansen. He talked about AJ DeBonsa because of youth basketball and that. He's seen AJ play since he was in the 7th grade. He says AJ's got a little of that dog in him, which is critical because so many people have talent. So who's going to push themselves a little harder? Who's going to push themselves in practice, on their own when everybody else has gone home, and in a game and demand more of yourself? So that's a big deal. And I do think when you're a good team and you get beat, it gives you that little extra 10% juice. The dog gets a little bigger. We cannot accept getting beat by these guys again. They got lucky and got us once. They don't get us again. And so I think that kind of thing can fire you up. So I'd probably go Cyclones because I don't think there's much difference between these teams. I think they're both really good, and I don't think they would have played that double overtime game if there was a big difference between the teams. However, the news that the Cyclones could be missing 2 starters, well, that tips the scales heavily in the Cougars' direction.
We do have an update.
What's the update, Yak?
Keyshawn Gilbert is out. He is not going to play today.
That seemed it was the other kid who was more
and
iffy.
then every in the club getting lipsy, as PK was saying earlier. Mm-hmm. He is still going through warm-up, so it'll be a game-time decision.
Okay.
No cannon catchings for BYU either, though.
Okay. Iowa State's track record has shown that taking even one guy, I haven't watched enough Iowa State basketball or talked to enough people around Iowa State, but their record in the conference season, when they have their guys, they're great. And as soon as you take even one guy away, the L's start piling up. So I would say Cougs of what we know sitting here right now. 11-2 and highly ranked. It's pretty good, nervous, twitchy look there in that. I don't know how else to describe that. David has got an older guy. Oh, but I was nervous to the point of diarrhea. That's pretty intense. I think you need to save that level of nerves for the Sweet 16. Maybe the second round game to get to the Sweet 16. That'd be a big deal. The Sweet 16, you should have fewer nerves because you're playing with house money, goes the old cliche. But that's more an NCAA tournament thing. I just don't think BYU has that much to be nervous about. There's 5 teams, well, arguably 6 teams in this tournament that are in, and they're just playing for seeding. Kansas ought to be in that group along with Iowa State and BYU. And clearly, I don't even think Houston's playing for seeding. I think they're a 1 seed. I don't think there's anything they could do. I think Houston's going to be a 1 seed. Keep hope alive. Hopefully BYU can play as well in the morning, their body clock time, as they do in the afternoon and evening when they're used to doing it. 11:30 is a little unusual, obviously, but I don't think it's that big a deal as it was. Now, when you were playing in the Mountain West and when you were playing the West Coast Conference, it was mostly 7 o'clock games. It was very rare. But the Big 12, I don't know, Yak, off the top of my head, off the top of my head, I don't know the exact number. Maybe you know. Maybe you've looked that up at some point. It seems like they played, 6, 7, 8 afternoon games? Seems like there have been a lot of Saturday. 8's too many because it's in conference. There's 8 weeks. So I'm going to say they played 4 or 5 afternoon games. Plus whatever they did in the MTs. Correct. I really can't remember.
But when they've gone east, they traditionally have played afternoon, Eastern or Central time games. So, yeah, I would say 5, 6, 7 of them.
I like it. I found it weird because I grew up with night games, but the more I get into it, the more I like it. It spreads our local teams out across the day. And it saves the schools money that, they can use to pay players if they don't have to stay an extra night on the road and they're flying charter. So play a game at noon, 1 or 2, and get out of there and fly home. As far the feedback as far as the fine, Chase, $100,000 for failing to play Lauri Markkanen, worth it. It really breaks pretty evenly. 50% of you think it was totally worth it and they're doing the right thing, and 50% of you are disgusted that they're sitting so many guys. DJ PK, we're out of time. Jake and Ben, next, right here on The Zone.
Show's over.
And we're done.
We've already run out of time again.
And this is where we say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Don't say goodbye.
Who'd like to hang around and help clean up?
That ended well.
Take The Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Every new day is a chance to be kinder to your body and your mind. U of U Health is here to help you build strength and confidence every day. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, Utes Athletics, and the Utah Grizzlies. Take the first step today at uofuhealth.org.
You know I love my friends at Mountain Land Supply, but did you know they outfit trucks? Hi, I'm Hans. Mountain Land Truck Outfitters is fully equipped to accessorize your truck, van, or commercial fleet with custom fabrication. Lift gates, wheels, tires, hitches, storage, lighting, and so much more. And right now, get $50 off a 5-window tent package or $50 off standard door graphics when you mention this ad. See my friends at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters or visit mtnlndtruck.com. That's mtnlndtruck.com.
This is Rod with great news for Utah homebuyers. When you hire the Save Right team of realtors at Realty Path, you get a Bankbuster loan with a fixed interest rate in the 5s. What is a Bankbuster loan? A Bankbuster loan gives you a fixed interest rate in the 5s. Bankbuster loans give you maximum buying power. Monthly payments can be up to $800 lower. Bankbuster loans can save you hundreds of thousands in mortgage interest. Get your Bankbuster loan when you hire the Save Right team of realtors to help you buy a home. Start with a rate in the 2s. Ask us how. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Get way more home for a lot less money. Get a Bankbuster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design, but using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to AmericaFirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And now, it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Excuse me, Ben.
What are you doing?
Kiss the sky.
Oh, that's right.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. I am wearing my tie-dye today, so I'm glad Christian had a kind of a cosmic entrance. That made makes a lot of sense.
It's funny because we can't put the music beds on the podcast episodes. So anybody that strictly listens to the podcast feed, when you guys reference the
music
beds, they have no idea what you're talking about.
How does that work? You guys edit it out? You just start like now?
So basically, when the music starts, I click the button to take it out of the audition feed.
Okay.
Ben didn't go far as a producer.
The technology is a little different.
He didn't spend much time doing the production. No, the technology's not different. That's been a thing for a long time.
Well, the podcasting is relatively new in the last 10 years, and especially the ability to crack down on music being played in the podcast, right?
Right, but you can, like, when you record something through the board, you can take that
out of production or out of
what you record.
Okay.
Which is a thing.
Yeah.
I have not been on the Snap Talk or whatever to see if this is true, but was Pat McAfee at the Utah Hockey Club? Was Armpit?
Oh, I didn't see it.
At the Utah Hockey Club
I watched
game yesterday?
most of the game because it, started late in the Jazz game and switched over. I did not see that, but I wouldn't say no. It's possible.
Because my buddy is pretty convinced he saw him sitting in front of him at the Utah Hockey Club. Several of my friends went to the game last night.
Knowing you, I have a hard time imagining any of your friends have enough money to sit close to Pat McAfee.
I went. He wasn't there at the time, but I went down and visited their seats.
Okay.
They were like, row 25.
I mean, the joke is every ticket is $85 at the absolute least right now for Utah Hockey Club. It's hard to get in.
No, their seats weren't bad. Let's see here.
I don't think Pat McAfee goes anywhere without being seen or telling people that he's there.
But my buddy Brandon says Pat McAfee sitting in front of us, and then sent me this picture.
Look at the armpit under that guy. That guy's armpits aren't anywhere close to good enough to be Pat McAfee.
All right. So not.
It's like when I thought I saw Steven Spielberg at Soup Kitchen in Sugar House. It was not him.
So confirmed then. I
don't think that was him.
Not Pat
that
McAfee.
Was a man who's never worn SPF in his life with, sun blistered shoulders and a cowboy hat.
Sunburnt in March already?
But
permanent.
Was
permaburn.
But was in a tank top.
But did have a tank on.
But did have a tank
black
on.
Tank and a cowboy hat.
And a cowboy hat.
Inspired by
I'm
Pat
sure
McAfee.
Inspired by Armpit, but not Armpit himself. Okay, confirmed. Just double checking. But I did follow up with the question, don't you think he's cold?
It's a cold arena.
Yeah, wouldn't it? I mean, as a guy who spends a lot of time in that arena, you can tell when it's a basketball night or a hockey night based on the temperature inside the building.
Yeah, which I'm glad they fixed because early on it was just all cold, and they have since solved that.
Yeah, it's a little different. Yeah, but like yesterday, I threw on my jacket when I walked out onto the concourse to go get dinner or whatever. I have no idea how that guy was sitting there in a tank top.
Yeah.
At a hockey game. I mean, he must just run hot, I guess.
He had a little natural insulation.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Which I've heard is a thing.
Is that a thing?
I have heard that. Christian, how big were you at your heaviest?
Pushing 200 probably.
Okay. Do you think you were warmer than you are now? Because what are you,
I'm
160?
I'm like 160 right now. Yeah. I run pretty warm.
Okay, I'm always cold.
I always do.
I'm always cold.
Scotty said that since he lost weight, that he now runs really cold.
Oh, former football players. Anyone who loses weight, it's like, has it always been this cold? It's like, yeah.
Yeah, it
Correct.
has. All right. Well, so he's a guy who runs hot. I wonder if Armpit himself, when he comes to the next Utah Hockey Club game, because he's come, right?
I know he celebrated one of them. He certainly sat courtside at Jazz games, but has he made it to a hockey club game yet? I don't know. I don't think he has.
All right. Well, it's probably inevitable. I wonder if he's going to be wearing the tank.
Okay. He'll probably have a jersey on because Ryan's going to want to get him geared out.
We'll get him
just rip the sleeves off of a Sergachev jersey?
No, get him a Utah Hockey Club tank. It couldn't be that hard.
Yeah, if anyone could do it, I think Ryan could probably do it.
Yeah.
He owns the rights.
Yeah, just slap a logo on that tank.
Maybe you wait until they have a team name. And then you bring him out, and then he's like the face.
Oh, make the tank part of the launch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the McAfee tank.
The Utah Armpits.
Yeah, the pits.
The pits. Oh, I feel a new song coming. we could come up with a really good theme song for a hockey team called the Armpits.
Yeah.
Imagine
Do it.
Imagine the mascot possibilities.
Do it. I'm excited to see it.
Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see if we can get the band back together.
Sure.
And come up with a
Sure.
good
People are busy this
anthem
time of year.
for the Utah Armpits. I guess, the name hasn't been officially announced, so we could do a closing campaign. I don't know.
I legitimately think they don't know what the name is.
the
I could be
vote still
wrong.
out?
I mean, I had heard forever, like everyone, it was going to be Yeti. And I think that was the plan. And then it fell apart quickly, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, didn't the
Cooler brand.
The Cooler brand. I have a Yeti cup right here.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't take this into the arena anymore.
I wouldn't.
Maybe.
Yeah.
That gets some dirty looks.
So I don't know if they know what they're doing.
I
mean, I know
think it has
they
to
know
be
what
figured
they're
out
doing
pretty soon.
But yeah, I don't know what it is. Yeah, they're got to make jerseys. They got to make a whole lineup unless they just go with the Utah Hockey Club and everything stays the same. Plus,
which I honestly wouldn't hate.
They add a Yeti as the mascot.
I do really like the color scheme.
So do I. It looks great.
I really like. I mean,
Christian's got his Utah Hockey Club gear on right now.
Walking around the arena yesterday, I mean, it looks cool.
And it stands out in the NHL.
It does.
In a good way.
They did a really good job with that.
There are some horrible color schemes, a la the Ducks that we saw last night have a truly horrendous color scheme.
A la the Coyotes.
Oh, I like the Coyotes' Southwestern look. But I do like the blue and white a lot. I like the Coyote mascot, the Southwestern style was very cool.
Can we keep the color scheme if we went with the armpits?
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, there's not very many blue armpits.
No, but it's like you just put on like cooling deodorant or something. It's like a fresh pit. If it was green, you'd be like a rotten pit.
The
yeah,
gel deodorants
yeah,
are
yeah,
blue.
right. Correct. The Glide.
And all this armpit talk this early.
Yeah.
Must be Thursday. They're really missing an opportunity. They should put the Blue Man Group on skates.
No, that's a good idea.
And
just paint the whole building. Just spray paint everywhere, all over everybody.
I think they're stopping their run in Vegas, or maybe it was in New York or something like that. Have you seen the Blue Man Group?
I have not.
Seen them multiple times.
Yeah.
Hilarious. Christian?
Never. I always wanted to. They seem pretty cool.
You are aware of their existence, though.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Ben. The Jazz got fined yesterday.
Yes, they did.
$100K. I'm very eager to hear your take on this.
Oh, you're gonna be so disappointed.
Well, because I'm way through the looking glass on it, so I need your take on it.
Well, I have two. One is not nuanced at all, and one's a little bit nuanced, but very slightly. Namely, I do not care. I could not care less. I don't care when players get fined. I don't care when teams get fined. Whatever. Doesn't matter. There's no problem at all. Second thing is, if the Jazz get a top 3 pick, it's the best money they've ever spent. Who cares? It's great money. What an investment. $100,000 for a rookie who's going to come in and help you win games? Great. We'll give him $100,000. Teams can negotiate rookie salary. The rookie salary is slated. You can go up, I think it's 110% or 125%, or you can just give them the 100%. You can actually go below the number, I think, down to like 80%. And that might not be in the latest CBA, but for a long time, you could actually negotiate these types of things. Rarely did teams not give everyone the whole 125%. Very rarely did it happen. And when they did, the players and the agents got really mad at them. But to that point, if the Jazz wanted to make up $100,000, you could find a way to make up $100,000. But one team has been very famously fined twice for tanking. It's the Dallas Mavericks. It was 2016. Mark Cuban sat down with his players and then went on a podcast and said, it's in our best interest to lose games. And I told the players it's in our best interest to lose games. And I told them to lose games. They got fined $600,000, and 2 months later they drafted Luka Doncic. Great. The guy made you a $40 million, $50 million. How much did Luka make Dallas in 7 years that he was there, 6 years, 8 years that he was there? $90 million? And then they got fined again 2 years ago because they tanked the last game of the season to hold on to their draft pick to get the number 10 overall pick instead of make the play-in tournament. They drafted Derek Lively, who was a huge piece in them going to the finals the next year. Okay, I think they got fined another $400,000 or $200,000 for that, whatever it was. So that $800,000 in fines the Dallas Mavericks had paid for openly admitting to tanking landed them Luka Doncic and then helped them get to the finals 12 months later. There's not better money you could spend in sports than what the Dallas Mavericks did in those situations. So in that sense, because it's the system, man, play the system.
Yeah, you're right. I am super disappointed. Like, yeah, Ben, yeah, they're tanking. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's what all the tanking teams are doing. It's that isn't the story. I don't care about Ryan Smith's money.
Right, neither do I,
This isn't going to change the Jazz, what they're doing or what they're going to do or anything to the sort. I want to know why they got fined. You just told me why Dallas got fined.
Yeah.
I want to know why the Jazz got fined. I want to know why the NBA got off its duff and fined the Jazz out of all these teams that are tanking. What was the game last night where like 17 players were being sat?
Yeah.
Was it Philly, Toronto?
I was curious about this.
Why now? Why the Jazz? I don't care about the dough. I don't care. Yes, Dallas was. Of course they were. They are one of. Well, you've told me the tanking's gone back to the ancient history of the NBA.
Yeah.
Hundreds of teams.
Yeah.
That have lost games on purpose. That have sat players. That have done this. We watched the Grizzlies at the Delta Center years ago. What coach was it that benched Marc Gasol in the second half?
Yeah.
Because he was playing too well and they were going to win. So why now? Why the Jazz? Why? And that is the story. I don't care about the fine. I don't think this is going to change the Jazz strategy. I don't think this is going to change anyone's strategy. Why is the NBA fining the Jazz, and why aren't they fining everybody else? Why didn't they fine the 76ers? We saw that squad the Sixers rolled out in Philly the other night. Why aren't they fining them? New Orleans is talking about not bringing Anthony Davis, or not New Orleans, sorry. Dallas is talking about not bringing Anthony Davis back. Well, if he's healthy and can return, why wouldn't you fine them? If the Jazz would have said, Lowry, you're out for the season. Guess what? Your back is hurt. We're announcing that you're out for the year. The Jazz wouldn't be getting fined. So that they didn't, because they didn't do that, they're getting fined? Why?
So in the player participation policy, which is what the Jazz violated to get fined, it does say if you shut a guy down late in the year who's a star, and Lowry Markkanen qualifies as a star, you can get fined. So why didn't they shut him down? I think they technically still could have fallen victim to that. I am totally with you.
Because he made an all-star team 2 years ago? That is so dumb. That language is all cats. They could 1,000% fine anyone at any time.
I'm with you. I wonder if this is just the type of thing where it's a speed trap and they pull over one every 8 cars, and the Jazz were just the 8th car, and it was just the Jazz's turn.
I have a theory.
Okay, let's hear it.
Who did the Jazz play in that game?
It was the Wizards. Now,
and who won?
The Wizards.
Right.
So if the Jazz had won,
I think the Wizards probably complained.
Okay, that's
that
interesting.
I would buy into.
That's interesting.
My other theory is that Lowry complained. That Lowry's agent says, we want this guy. This guy needs to be playing, and they're sitting him for no reason. And I don't know if maybe that went to the league, but there's something that triggered it, and it's not just that they're doing it, because everybody is doing it egregiously, including last night.
Oh, Toronto. Yeah, I mean, Toronto hasn't played Brandon Ingram since they traded for him, and he was out for New Orleans. And I know he had an ankle injury, but it's like, what is this the worst ankle injury of all time? He hasn't played in 4 months.
The point that you made that I actually enjoyed was about Dallas and explaining why they got fined both times. I had actually forgotten about the Mark Cuban podcast one.
Yeah.
And then the second time, Jason Kidd talked about it after the game. It's one of my major complaints with this whole mess, this whole tanking mess, is that you don't get fined for doing it. You get fined for talking about it. Except for in this case, where nobody talked about anything, and the Jazz get fined out of the blue. Now, I like Christian's thought.
I think the Wizards thing is the most
But they're
likely
doing
scenario.
it too.
They are. They didn't
Just
play Jordan Poole in that game, and he doesn't qualify as a star, but they
see,
are tanking games.
That is garbage.
Yeah.
That what qualifies. I mean, that subjective label in and of itself is ridiculous. What if I define a star as, hey, your top scorer or your go-to guy, me, the great arbitrator, that is a star. Every team has to have at least one star. You know? Like, what do you qualify as a star? An all-star?
And I'll have to pull up the
You
player.
just drafted Mike Conley in our What You Got Wednesday draft. Was he a star in Memphis or not?
Right. He was their best
So
player.
can you rest Mike Conley or can you keep him out of games to tank games, which I have no doubt that Memphis did at some point during his run there? Oh, he's not a star because he hasn't made an all-star? What?
Let me pull up and see if I can figure out exactly why.
That is silly. Like, oh, he's not a star, according to Ben Anderson? Well, who gets to make that decision?
Right.
And in Washington, he is a star. He's their best player.
Right. He is their best player.
So they're doing the exact same thing.
Defined as anyone selected for, sorry, my browser's jumping around here a little bit. Any player selected to All-NBA or an All-Star team in the previous 3 seasons. So that's why Lowry qualifies and some of these other guys don't.
That's silly.
I'm with you.
And,
it is
and you
silly.
know what? Why can't Lowry stand up and say, my back's really hurt?
Well, here's the thing, and this is where I think you are making an excellent point. Lowry missed his first game with his back injury this season on Halloween. Like, this has been ongoing all year, and he plays and he doesn't play, and he plays and he doesn't play. And yes, it's certainly he had missed 9 straight prior to last night. Do I think Lowry could have played if these were the playoffs? Sure. Do I think there's always a legitimate reason why guys are banged up in the NBA and don't want to play? Yeah, I do. I think guys get hurt all the time. I think guys are always playing hurt, whether they're injured, long-term, whatever. No, but I do think guys don't play hurt. And I'm not defending guys sitting. I understand fans want to see the players. I respect that. I really do. But I almost wonder, yes, if now the Wizards complained about it because they didn't want to win that game, or if this was a situation where the Jazz filed something incorrectly in an injury report of Lowry being questionable too far up and too close to the game before they ruled him out. I will do some digging. The Jazz are going to be around. So I will do some digging and try and figure out why they think it happened. Because it deserves an explanation. It does, because you're right. The Jazz are not the only team who has done this year. They're not the only team who does it every night. Teams do it every single night in the NBA.
Every night.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're covering these games. I'm not blind. So why now? I think if I'm the Jazz, if I were the Jazz, and this kind of leads me to believe that maybe it's something on the player side of things, I would have sat him last night. And my response would have been, in olden days, I would have done it to you. But my response would have been the middle finger.
Yeah.
And it would have been, find me, I don't care, I'll do what I want.
Right.
But they didn't do that. They almost apologized by playing him.
They did.
Which I think absolutely sends the signal that there was more going on, other than just capitulation because, what, you get to be the example?
Yeah.
Why do the Jazz get to be the example?
What I do think, and as far as the strategy not changing, which you said, I think you're right, the strategy doesn't change. I think the pieces change because John Collins, Walker Kessler, Colin Sexton don't qualify as star players. You might not see those guys on the road at all anymore. Why would you?
Yeah. Why would you?
If the Jazz don't want to win these games and they've got road games, I think, what do they have? 6 road games left? 7 road games left if you include Sunday. So yes, include that. The Jazz have 7 road games left. One of them against the Charlotte Hornets is winnable. I would play Lowry and 6 other healthy players. You have to have 8 healthy players and 7 other healthy players. And I would sit everybody else. As the middle finger that you're talking about. You're going to ding us for not playing Lowry and John Collins plays? Walker Kessler didn't play in the game. Actually, a lot of guys sat in that
Because
Wizards
you
game.
can find a loophole in a stupid subjective rule.
Exactly. That's the point. Is if you're going to close off one loophole, I'll open the other. And that's the thing. Like, the Jazz are a business. You set up a system, NBA, to try and get these players to, or you set up a system in the NBA to reward bad teams. And then bad teams are getting rewarded and they're finding ways to poke holes in it. It's like, yeah, that's what they're going to do. This is your cat in the wall. I don't know what to tell you. And yes, I recognize the owners agreed to this. They agreed to these types of fines. I recognize that fully. So I'm just going to go to the next loophole. And I would play Lowry and 7 other healthy bodies. It would be Jaden Springer. It would be KJ Martin. It would be Oscar Tshiebwe. It would be Micah Potter. And then whoever else. Give me 3 other guys, who you don't think are going to help you win. And that's what Charlotte's getting. But here's your star. Here's Lauri Markkanen. Because otherwise, I think the Jazz might have played Walker and John and Colin and, and actually made a run at it. Not a run at it, but played a game. So I'm with you. I do think that's a good point.
Why didn't they fine the Jazz last year for sitting Lowry?
Yeah. And maybe that's what it was. Maybe
they sat Lowry a ton last year.
Maybe it's been too many times. Yeah, he did.
That's just too many times.
He literally got shut down for the end of the season. Lowry
too many times. I mean, come on.
I'm going to ask.
Come on.
I will do the research. I don't have the ability. I didn't have the ability to do it last night. I will do the research.
And I'm totally shooting from the hip here. I'm not going off any information, but there's got to be something else. There's got to be something because the NBA, listen, the NBA has all sorts of crazy rules that they could enforce on anybody at any time. You remember the flopping rule that just disappeared into thin air? That's still on the books. If they wanted to step in.
And once every 30 games, somebody gets caught in the speed trap. Like Josh Hart has been fined this year. You'll find like $12,000 or something.
Right. And, it's kind of like the refs taking it out on Rudy. You remember when that happened? Like Rudy barbecued the refs, and the next game was the tennis racket swing in Houston where he took the cup off the...
It fouled out on the opening tip.
It was so retaliatory.
Yep.
It's amazing. But what did they do? They said, you can't do this. We found a rule about the jump ball that we were going to call because we don't like this guy.
Yep.
And then when he realized what we were doing and blew his top after we called a foul on him 15 seconds later, then we threw him out of the game. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like,
Fully.
We found the rules to hold you accountable. And Rudy said, well, that's not fair. And they said, well, we don't care.
Yeah.
So I want to know what brought this on from the NBA. I really do. And I'm glad you're going to get after it, Ben, because it's got to be something.
I will do some digging because I'm curious. I would be look. Here's the thing. Lowry knows what's going on. I don't think he does. I think Lowry does want to play. I don't think Lowry likes tanking. I don't think Lowry would go to the NBA and be like, I'm frustrated. Personally, I don't think that. But so I
would. I mean, you could think of it like this. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Lowry's like, listen, I got to have value out there. Other teams have got to want me. I've got a huge salary now, and I'm not going to be one of those, I can only go one place and it's another crappy team because they're the only ones that are going to take on my salary. I've got to have value, so I got places to go.
I think that would have been a much bigger deal last year when he was trying to sign a contract, and the Jazz just gave him his max deal anyways.
That's the thing. He wanted the contract.
So he was going to play along.
Absolutely. I've seen NBA players do that a million times. Yeah. I will do whatever until that ink is dry, and then I'll figure it out. I mean, that's the NBA way.
Yeah, it is. Be a good soldier until you don't have to be.
Right. So now he's like, I don't want to submarine my value because I've got all these years and all this money left on this deal, and I can't be the old maid. I can't be Bradley Beal. I got to be other teams have got to see me ball.
Yeah.
See that I'm a 25-a-night dude. The problem is it's what kind of 25, and I actually don't think he'll play all that well if he closes the season.
Sure.
But, all right. Well,
that was a good game, though.
Top 3 stories coming up next.
Night.
We can talk about the game itself.
Yeah.
All right. More straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Joining us on the program right now, he's Tim Lacombe.
I've often said that hype and success have killed many a career because it is so hard to live up to the expectations. I don't know, if Utah can ever get necessarily back to that same kind of dominance, but to bring people in that saw that place when it was rocking, understood what it is, plays to that legacy, I think that's really smart.
You know Alex well. What qualities does he have to be successful as a head coach at Utah?
His intellect was always impressive, and I was at Utah when he came as a freshman, and I just remember how aghast Majerus was with how much he knew about the game. He's always been cerebral and always been intellectual. He's approached the game that way. With that intellect is a heck of a lot of grit.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty here with our friends with Advanced Window Products. We're huge fans of what they're doing. And with summer just around the corner, that AC is going to be running nonstop, Hans. You want to save money? You've got to have the best windows in place. And Advanced Windows is going to make that happen for you.
And as always, Advanced Window Products wants to take care of our listeners. Receive $2,500 off 10 windows or more. And remember, the products are top of the line, energy efficient, made with high-quality glass and vinyl, with all parts being made right here in the United States of America.
They have options available for any budget and also offer several financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, and no payment, no interest for 24 months. There's no reason you shouldn't be getting these new windows. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. All you have to do is call 801-850-9100 or go to advancedwindows.com.
A lifetime warranty is transferable for a next owner. Just call 801-850-9100.
Car accidents happen in the blink of an eye. In an instant, you or someone you love could be injured. Do you know what to do?
The Clinic for Car Accidents is here for you.
Specializing in providing the expert care you need after an accident.
Using your auto insurance's personal injury protection.
Their experienced team of physicians know exactly what to look for and can guide you through every step of your recovery without any upfront costs.
And if you need an attorney, they can help with that too.
Contact the Clinic for Car Accidents immediately after an accident at theclinic.cc.
That's theclinic.cc.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Great teams don't leave success to chance. They prepare for it. And if the last few years have taught us anything, it's that emergencies don't wait for you to be ready. ReadyWise gets it. You've seen the empty shelves, the supply chain delays, the panic of trying to find the basics. That's why ReadyWise is here to help you plan ahead with emergency food supplies and survival kits you can count on. ReadyWise meals are highly rated and available in a wide variety of options with a shelf life that is long enough to outlast the next big shortage. And preparation, so simple it's practically foolproof. Whether it's a storm, a blackout, or another unexpected twist, ReadyWise helps you avoid the scramble. Because when life throws the unexpected your way, being prepared isn't just smart, it's essential. So don't wait for the next big event to catch you off guard. Be wise. Be ready. Visit ReadyWise.com today. Save 25% off your order when using code KSL25 at checkout. That's ReadyWise.com and code KSL25.
I'm Rod with the Save Right team at Realty Path. I also own Save Right Mortgage. When building this new and disruptive business model, my attorney said, quote, "You'll rock the boat and make your competitors mad. There's no way they can compete with the value Save Right offers home buyers." She's right. Other real estate agents and mortgage lenders can't compete with Save Right. However, Utah home buyers love Save Right. Save Right home buyers get bank buster loans with below market interest rates. Save Right clients buy bigger, nicer homes. Their monthly payments are hundreds less. Bank buster loans save home buyers hundreds of thousands in interest. Start with a rate in the twos. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Start with a rate in the twos. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Bar W Beef, the new state-of-the-art retail butcher shop in Nephi, is now open. They offer locally born, ethically and humanely raised beef with options for both larger and smaller everyday quantities of grain and grass-finished cuts, all at prices that rival your local grocer. Bar W Beef is setting a new standard in the beef industry with their unwavering commitment to quality, cleanliness, and attention to detail. Use promo code FIRSTORDER10 for 10% off your first order. Visit Bar W Beef in Nephi or online at barwbeef.com. barwbeef.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here is Will Hardy on having Lauri Markkanen back in the lineup.
They're almost not even playing team defense, so it makes it a little bit more 4-on-4. So his, I guess his gravity or whatever you want to call it is such a big deal for our team because he can warp the spacing of the other team's defense.
This update is brought to you by U of U Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contests and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Let's get to the top 3 stories of the day at kslsports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. Christian, where do you want to start?
Number 1, it's conference tournament time. BYU, they're on right now, taking on Iowa State. Utah State, they're playing later tonight.
Apologies to Christian for the late start, as he's going to be producing that game. No? Not tonight? Oh, you lucky dog. That's bad news for Utah State, though.
Iowa State.
We'll get to that in a second. 8-5 right now with 17 and a half to go in the first half.
Better start for both these teams in their
8-5
last game.
who, Jake?
BYU.
BYU, sorry about that.
Iowa State beat Cincinnati yesterday, 76-56 to advance. Colorado, that we're making fun of, beat West Virginia 67-60. VJ Edgecombe and Baylor easily ran past Kansas State 70-56. And then how about Kansas having to go to overtime to beat Central Florida? This is not your father's Kansas team anymore. I think Bill Self's still a good coach. But man, the NIL leveling the playing field has just been doomsday for some of these teams.
Crushed the Toop.
So
the Toop's in trouble.
So I don't think they're going to get too far in this tournament.
It's good for BYU that they've gotten out to a good start. I was talking to Coach Lacombe about this off the air last night as we were watching the game. But a lot of these teams that played the night before will get off to a good start against the teams with byes.
Got a little rhythm.
And then the team with bye, kicks in and the other team gets tired and whatever. So the fact that BYU is up early on Iowa State, I think, is probably a pretty good sign for the Cougs, and definitely shows that winning those games at the end was absolutely worth it to get the fourth slot in the tourney.
Hit some shots, get a little momentum early, and I think BYU will be just fine.
Can I tell you that Kepa Keita has easily been my favorite local college basketball player the last 2 years?
Okay.
I just love the way that dude plays.
He's freaky athletic.
I know he's not skilled enough to play at the next level unless something, dramatic happens or whatever. But every college team needs that guy.
Yeah.
Like, plays his guts out, super athletic,
8
huge.
Offensive rebounds. Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously plays with a lot of, passion. He's not one of those guys going out there and loafing it. Sets a good tone. I mean, that chase down block against Iowa State, speaking of Iowa State, was, I don't know, maybe the highlight of the year? Pretty close.
Yeah, it's got to be up there, for sure.
All right, and then Utah State, UNLV, coming up at 9 p.m., a 9 p.m. tip for the Aggies.
It's 9:30, right?
Is it 9:30?
Yeah.
Oh, our coverage probably starts at 9. I bet that's what DJ was talking about. It is so lame that UNLV gets home court advantage in the tournament. I understand why.
Yep.
But so lame, because then you get the late tip because they have UNLV be the finale or whatever, what everybody's there to see.
Right.
It's like, so you have to play in the middle of the night, You got to play a road game. I hope the Aggie faithful flooded down to Vegas. I hope they're pulling on the slots right now.
I hope they're sleeping. They're going to be up until 2 a.m.
Yeah, need rest.
Yeah.
Rest up. Hit the slots later. Yeah. Take it easy. But yeah, conference tournament time is cool. I do think conference tournaments are counterproductive in a way, but it is cool for basketball fans, so that's nice.
Yeah, it's like the bowl season, right? There's just games all over all the time, middle of the day, and then of course starting on the 20th, we'll be right back at it. Technically, it probably starts that Tuesday before the 18th is when the NCAA tournament starts with the play-ins, but
11 to 8 with 15:50. We've got a timeout there in Kansas City.
Up.
Man, I hate that floor. All right, what's next?
Number 2, the Clubbies. They got a big win last night at home over Anaheim.
Keller on the half wall for Hayden. He backs his way in. Keller pulling the strings. One-timer. Gunther, he scores! You can't stop it. You know it's coming, and you cannot do anything about it.
That is the most consistent scoring opportunity the Utah Hockey Club gets. It certainly helps when it's in the power play like that was. That was the ultimate game winner from Dylan Gunther. But that left faceoff circle, if you give him any space and he gets a one-timer, it's going in. It's crazy how accurate he is with that shot. It's amazing anyone ever gives him any opportunity to get it off, especially, power play forces you to do it. But he is very cool. He's a fun young player to watch. His 8th game-winning goal already this season in the third period. Or overtime, tied for 3rd in the NHL as a 20 or 21-year-old. It's pretty awesome. But that was a big win. They needed those 2 points, especially because Vancouver and Calgary ahead of them went to overtime, so they each got a point, which stunk. So Utah Hockey Club 2 points back of that final wild card spot.
They're
right in it. It's cool. They're right there.
I was following Cole on the Snap Talk last night, and I'm trying to find it, but because he said it better than I could, I suppose. I think it was Cole anyway. Was talking about, here he is talking about, here's Cole Bagley, of course, covers for KSL Sports. Utah's third line has been so much better with McBain and Doan alongside Krause. They're big, physical, relentless, suffocating, and punish the opposition consistently on every shift. Krause has gotten back to his game with those two. I thought to myself, really nice when your team gets healthy.
Yeah.
At the right time.
Yep.
And you can find those right combos with the, I think of that year, the magical year that Donovan and Rudy, it was Donovan's rookie season, and they were 9 games out of the playoffs in January, and they just played their brains out.
Yeah.
And, that was a great story that year. But remember, they were all sorts of banged up all through December, and they missed Rudy. And they really had to learn to play defense without Rudy. And then all of a sudden, Rudy came back, and it just all clicked. And they were the best defensive team in the league all of a sudden. And Donovan was scoring a zillion points, and the team was really just off and running. I credit a lot of that with all of a sudden a healthy Rudy came back, and they had all of their cards that they could play. All of those combos, and everybody else had upped their game, and they just had this special sauce. And I don't know if that's happening with the Utah Hockey Club, not at that level anyway, but that tweet made a lot of sense when I read it. And it's like, oh yeah, you get everybody back together, and all of a sudden your third line is balling.
Yeah.
That makes a big difference.
And Andre Tierney's had to make a tough decision. Matias Michelli doesn't play anymore, and he was a good player. He was a good player last year. He was one of their better young players, and they said, you know what he does, which he's a very highly skilled player, unbelievable passer, good skater. They said, we need something different. And Josh Doan comes in, and he is just the word that Cole used, relentless. He is just attacking nonstop. He's all energy all the time, chasing pucks. And just by doing that, he creates plays. In fact, he drew the penalty that led to the game winner for Dylan Gunther there, just by out-hustling 4 other players from the Ducks. It was an awesome play. So that's good coaching. That's making adjustments. That's a gutsy call to go with a young player in Josh Doan to step in and hope it fixes your veteran third line, and it did. So good coaching there, and it's put them in a situation where they have a chance to make the playoffs.
His dad, Shane, was in attendance last night.
Yeah, Shane, who's the probably greatest Arizona Coyote of all time, is now an executive in Toronto, was there at the game. Very cool.
But not Pat McAfee.
I don't think so. No.
He
No.
could have been.
But
you're
that-
right. He
but-
would have let us know.
Yeah, that wasn't him.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. All right, next.
Number 3, apparently headbands not enough to pick up a win in Memphis.
Do we know what that was all about?
So
Was that
Lauren
about the
Green,
fine?
the sideline reporter for the Jazz, explained that Isaiah Collier, he's had braids his whole season. He combed out his braids, so he had kind of a little mini fro thing going, and he decided to wear a headband with it. And because he wore it, they were just kind of being passed around, and one of the other players put it on, and they all just decided, let's all wear headbands.
Except for Colin.
Except for Colin.
Your tweet was really funny, Ben.
I have said this over and over. Colin operates on a different wavelength than anybody I've ever met, and certainly any other player on the team. And it's not a lack of buy-in. There's nobody more bought into being an NBA player than Colin Sexton. That dude is all business, and it's really fun to cover, actually. But he is not going to change his routine for anybody.
Yeah.
He doesn't care if every other player on the team, including Keontae George, who was missing the game with an injury, was wearing the headband on the sideline. Colin says, no, I don't wear headbands. So he didn't wear it, even though everybody else did.
Ben, now I certainly wouldn't want to speak for anybody, let alone the late, great Jerry Sloan, but I feel pretty confident about this next take. You know who Jerry's favorite player on this Jazz team would be? Colin Sexton.
Yeah, you're right.
Do you remember the headband ban?
Of course, yeah.
Oh, Jerry didn't want a headband within a country mile of him or his team.
Correct, and they didn't.
And they did not.
Yep.
He did not. He was not a man who liked headbands. He would have been very grumpy watching the game last night.
But you're right.
Very grumpy. But then he would have seen
adored Colin
and said, "That's my guy."
Yeah, he would have loved Colin. You know what? He also would have loved that Colin got in Ja Morant's face late in the game, and then went after him after the game as well.
By the way, what? Why would I usually understand why NBA players are bent out of shape? I didn't get that one
from Ja.
From Ja, yeah.
Well,
why are you?
I don't know if he thought it was a low blow or he hit him in the air or whatever, but it was silly.
Settle down, John. Just trying not to. Like, he got pushed into him, basically.
Yeah, he did. And Colin's a maniac, so maybe you're just mad at Colin because he's a maniac. He's a crazy person, in a good way, in a very nice way to have on a basketball court.
I've got a funny off-air thing.
Okay, great. So, anyways, it was a fun game. The Jazz had the same formula all 5 games on this road trip. They fell behind double digits. They tied the game or were down 1 or 2 in the final 3 minutes, and they ultimately lost. Which, truthfully, if you're a Jazz fan rooting for a high draft pick, it's the perfect scenario. Close game, important possessions, development opportunities, and a loss.
Now, if you were Ryan Smith, where would that $100K come from? I asked that because the broadcast assistants last night were funny.
You mean like left pocket or right pocket?
No, they were like, "Oh, that's coming right out of the broadcast assistant's budget." That was the joke around the studio last night. Where are you taking it from?
Yeah,
he
he takes the $2 hot dogs, he pumps them up to $3. The nachos are up to $3 tomorrow. You make it back in 3 days.
Okay, not the broadcast assistants.
They don't make $100,000 combined.
Yeah, that's probably true. All right, stay tuned. What is our score? We're going to break here, Christian. What do we have? 20 to 15. BYU leading Iowa State. 13 minutes to go in the first half. Yeah. So we'll keep you up to date throughout the show. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. When the brackets are announced this Sunday, log on to KSLSports.com and fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem on KSLSports.com.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. You know who loves this time of year, Ben? The good folks at Peach. Not only because now is a great time to start planning and figuring out, and executing great projects when it comes to doors and windows, Things pick up, of course, after the wintertime. But they're huge basketball fans. They're listeners to the Zone. They're good friends of ours. Ben, they are one of us, and trust me, they'll take care of you.
Yep, they are locals. They've been here for over 30 years, putting windows and doors into our homes, and they rely on that ability to stick around, get that word of mouth, to stay in business. That's why they do such good work, because they know they're going to be here 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now. So they want to guarantee that the work that they do holds up, because they're going to have to back it up down the line, and they have, and that's why they have so many 5-star reviews online when you search them out.
You can see it for yourself. It's right there in front of you. And Peach is just the best. There's a reason that they have so many. So make sure and check it out. You can also check out peachbuildingproducts.com. You can give them a call, 801-566-1255. They do free in-home estimates, of course. And 2940 South 300 West is their showroom in Salt Lake. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today, and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
You're gonna love somebody, hold on. Cody Johnson, live. The Leather Deluxe Tour. My life was black and white, but she. Saturday, June 28th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. I'm gonna love you. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. That kind of dirt. Cody Johnson.
If there's a problem during your siding, gutter, or window installation project, most contractors will try to hide it, ignore it, or blame someone else. It's called passing the buck or turning a blind eye, or my favorite, finger pointing. My question is, where is the accountability? Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and look, sometimes problems just happen, no matter who you hire. Maybe the wrong color siding gets delivered, despite the order being placed perfectly, or maybe a downspout gets cut short. Honestly, it could be anything. At RGS Exteriors, mistakes are rare. But if something goes wrong, I can absolutely, positively, 100% guarantee you we'll never hide it and we'll never pass the buck. We'll make certain everything turns out right for you. That's people over profits. That's the RGS Exteriors way. For a free estimate on siding, gutters, or windows, call 801-280-3110, rgsexteriors.com, rgsexteriors.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com, your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by March 31st, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Hockey Club at 50 update brought to you by Hercules First Federal Credit brought to you by ReadyWise. I'm reading the wrong thing. which of course is good. Here is the Bear coach Andre Tourney giving his thoughts on the win over the Anaheim Ducks.
I take from that game is really the way we play into the third when we're protecting the lead and the sacrifice our guys did and the way they were engaged and discipline and resilience we had. It was great to see.
This update is brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready. Your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This segment is brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255. Let's also give away some tickets. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. You're going to win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Utah Royals take on Bay FC on Saturday, March 15th at America First Field. Confirmed. It is a 4-pack.
Duke already in trouble against Georgia Tech. I'd have to find the score at halftime, but they were down double digits early in this game. Cooper Flagg goes up for a rebound. He's several feet off the ground and came down and rolled his ankle about as badly as you'll see an ankle roll. Just one of the really ugly ones. Lands with all of his weight on one foot, on another person's foot, and it flips over, and not just sideways. It kind of does the front roll over itself. So I would suspect he's done for the ACC tournament, and Duke may not last long anyways. But I'll be very curious if he's available for the NCAA tournament, which would be too bad. Cooper Flagg's going to be the number 1 overall pick and is one of the 2 best players in college basketball right now.
So on the scale of 1 being John Stockton and he probably plays tomorrow, and 10 being Kawhi Leonard and we'll never see him again, where do you think Cooper Flagg falls? Where does this injury fall?
Who's his agent? Is he CAA? What did we figure out? Who's representing him?
I think it was,
that
right?
Probably will play a role in it. Who says like, all right, not only are you not playing the rest of the year, we're not going to let you play Summer League either. But yeah, you're going to be the number 1 overall pick regardless, so it's fine. I honestly think there's a chance we don't see him play college again. It was that bad of an ankle roll. And not that I'm a doctor or pretending to be a doctor. We just know that when there's an injury, they don't let guys play any further.
Well, back to the complexity of the Lowry Markkanen situation. How hurt are you? I mean,
Exactly
speaking of Duke, didn't Kyrie Irving get a hangnail?
Yeah, and didn't play the rest of the year.
And didn't play the rest of the
And
year.
knew he was going to be the number 1 overall pick, so what did it matter? And you hope Cooper wants to see his team win and make a run, and Duke has a legitimate chance to win a national championship this year, but only if he's on the floor.
What was it, like a bunion?
It technically was a broken bone, right, in a foot, but I think you had gone back. It was like turf toe.
Yeah, something like that.
Wasn't that serious?
Had a brutal corn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Hangnail.
It can be tough.
Yeah.
All right, Mike Smith is going to join the show coming up next. BYU currently leads Iowa State 25-21 with 9 minutes to go in the first half.
The good sign here is that BYU's on fire. The bad sign is they're on fire and they're only up by 4.
Mike Smith, of course, former BYU basketball player himself. We can get Mike's take on the Cougs as well as the Jazz. That's coming up straight ahead. Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard this season with the Utah Hockey Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Hockey Club page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Hockey Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year? Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy. IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Utah. Have you been to a Utah Hockey Club game at Delta Center? If not, you are missing out. The NHL's newest team is heating up in the push towards the playoffs, and the atmosphere inside Delta Center is electric. Find your seats at UtahHockeyClub.com or on SeatGeek, the official ticketing partner of the Utah Hockey Club.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair, like so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Spring is here and so are the savings. Right now, get 15% off any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower at Mountainland Power Equipment. Whether you're tackling your lawn at home or on the job, the Skag V-Ride is built to give you power, speed, and precision. With 4 convenient locations to serve you: Springville, Salt Lake City, Ogden, and Rock Springs. Don't miss out on this limited time offer to save 15% on any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower. See your local employee-owned and operated Mountainland Power Equipment today, or just go to mountainlandpowerequipment.com.
As a business owner looking to take your business to the next level, it's all about the right marketing. But what exactly is right for you? At 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone, we are ready to help you craft the perfect comprehensive strategy. Whether it's our powerful talent endorsements, engaging live interviews, creative production, live events, or our extensive digital platforms, we've got you covered with the right solution. Contact Stephanie Palmer today, spalmer@ksl.com, and let's grow your business together. Email spalmer@ksl.com. Imagine waking up every morning with a smile you love. No more hiding, no more discomfort. Stubbs Dental Implant Center has helped thousands of people ditch the dentures and say goodbye to missing or failing teeth. With over 2,000 5-star Google reviews, their patients say it best.
Getting dental implants has been the best thing I've ever done for myself.
Let the expert team at Stubbs Dental help you take the first step to changing your life with dental implants. Schedule your complimentary consultation today, a $350 value. Visit stubbsdental.com. The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Seattle Kraken Friday at 8 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone. Sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber Internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join JJ and Alex coming up tomorrow from 3 to 6 at Doug Smith Mitsubishi, 495 West Main Street in American Fork. Right off the freeway. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug. BYU, Iowa State all tied up at 32 apiece. 6 minutes, 40 seconds
6 and
to go.
3/4 left.
Ben, can I ask you this question real quick? We're hoping to talk to Mike in a second, Mike Smith. Let's see. Minnesota Athletic Director Mark Coyle announces in a 1:22 a.m. news release
Central
that Minnesota has parted ways with their basketball coach, Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
What's up with the 1:22?
You got to do it at 1 in the morning. You simply must.
Is he just an
You gotta
insomniac
do
or
it
something?
At 2:30. Well, they played and lost last night, right? Did they play the late game in the Big Ten tournament?
Yeah, that's probably likely.
I think that would be the decision, but just fire him in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or right after the game. Why
We fired
1:22?
him. We told him. He knows. So we want to get out in front of it, I guess, before he tells somebody and then complains about it. But I'm with you. I thought the 1:22 aspect of it was strange.
Here's what I hope it was. I hope that the athletic director was somewhat on the fence or even was going to keep the coach. And then after the game, they had such a strong disagreement, it led to like a fist fight in the hotel room. And then he said, not only are you fired, but I'm announcing you're firing right now.
You're out of here, pal. Should Minnesota be a better sports school? They're dominant in hockey, obviously, though Minnesota, the Boston colleges, and I don't mean Boston College, but the colleges in Boston, some of those Midwestern places have some great hockey programs. But should they be like a better football team and a better basketball team? There's like good players that come from there.
Are there?
Maybe not football-wise. There are good basketball players. Minnesota's got a reasonably rich history for basketball. I mean, Chet Holmgren just came out of that state. He was always going to go to Gonzaga.
I don't know. I'd have to know more about the inner workings of that particular university. We have a dear friend that went there and enjoyed the experience. I'd have to know more about it. I would guess that they have some recruiting challenges.
I think Jalen Suggs also grew up in Minnesota. The excellent guard for, he's from St. Paul for the Orlando Magic right now, who also went to Gonzaga, which is why Chet ended up there. There's some players there. It's like a cool town. Minnesota's a very cool town.
Minnesota is a state, not a town.
Minneapolis. Is a cool town. Pardon me.
Yeah.
In St. Paul, cool town.
It's so cold.
It is cold.
Now,
it's
I remember when Gary Anderson took the Wisconsin job, and Gary Anderson was part of the Ron McBride Polynesian pipeline kind of thing. And I know he faced some challenges when he went to Wisconsin because of climate.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
Think as simply as how many Southern Californians do you have in your life that are so soft and living here just complain?
Our friend Kristen Peak, who grew
endlessly.
up here, right, and moved to Vegas for 5 minutes and is like, I hate Salt Lake. It's too cold.
PK's lived here for 30 years.
Right.
He complains every time the temperature drops below 50. You know?
Yeah.
Like some people just don't want to go. You know, I don't know if there's enough talent locally, football or basketball, to make them awesome. And then I don't know how easy it is to talk.
Okay.
You know.
I'd believe that.
So I don't know. All right, joining us now. Of course, you see him right there on KJazz, Jazz Plus, SEG Plus. You can hear him on our radio pregame shows once in a while. He's our buddy Mike Smith. What's going on, Mike?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Mike, is it fair to assume you're a BYU fan, or do you not call yourself a fan anymore?
Are you kidding? I'm a huge fan.
Because honestly, you don't talk about it a whole lot. It's not your identity.
No, I don't know why that is. I don't know. I love BYU football and BYU basketball like you can't believe.
Okay.
So I did go through a long stretch where I was away, either playing ball or playing overseas and, doing my own thing and then living in California. So it's not like I was here and going to those games. But, gosh, since I've moved back here, heck yeah, I love it.
Oh, man.
I love it. I've always loved them both. So
The Cougs just got a much-needed 3. They were on a serious scoring drought. They're now down 43-37 to Iowa State. So
I'm watching right along with you, Jake. That kid for Iowa State just made 3 in a row. Now they just left somebody else open.
Yeah,
Yikes! Iowa State just made 4 threes in 2 minutes.
Mike, what are your thoughts on conference tournaments overall? Did you like them as a player? Do you like them as a fan? What do you think?
Oh, they're a blast. They are a blast, and I don't know that we had the hype or they had the hype back then as they do now, but, maybe it's just all perspective, right? Maybe they were just as popular and just as fun for us back then. I love the fact that, back then our venue would switch. So we were in the Western Athletic Conference, so, we would go from New Mexico hosting or maybe the Marriott Center hosting or the U hosting. I think the U hosted my senior year. We hosted my junior year. I can't remember who hosted my sophomore year, but they were a blast. And you saw some crazy stuff, right? Like my junior year, that's the year we started 17-0 and rose all the way up to number 2 in the nation, and then went like 13-3 in conference and hosted the tournament and lost in the semis to Texas El Paso and Tim Hardaway on our home court. I think that might have been my most painful college loss, even though tournament losses were like NCAA tournament losses were more final. They had more finality, but that one stung like none of the others.
It's a part of basketball, so I know players are used to it. Do they celebrate the ability to play back-to-back nights, 3-3 nights, or is that something you wish didn't exist in the tournament?
You're talking college?
Yeah.
I am just not a believer, Ben, in this whole fatigue stuff, right? Like these guys are young guys. They're young. Even the pros are young. I'm not in the camp of, let's lengthen the NBA season, have more days between games. Let's just schedule it the way it's scheduled. It doesn't have to be so player friendly now. I'm not in that camp. When these college guys get together and they play 3 games in 3 nights or 4 games in 4 nights, awesome stuff.
Huh.
That's where you see the best shine. I don't love the fact that the best players in the world play 1 year of college and go on, but it is what it is. It's okay. So this is a chance to see the best, line up 4 nights in a row. I think it's great for fans. I haven't watched every Big 12 team this year. I've only watched the teams that BYU's played or an occasional Utah game, but I haven't watched any other Big 12 game. I haven't watched a Kansas K-State game or any of the other matchups that didn't include one of the teams here in state. But now I get to dive in, be in the office all day, and just have it up on my TV, and I'm digging in, and I get to see these guys. And if I like a guy, I'm like, oh, I get to see him tomorrow because they won. I think it's fun, right? So I'm all for playing the next night and line them up. Let's see how good they really are.
All right, Mike, if I'm doing my history correctly, you made the NCAA tournament 3 times.
Yes, indeed.
Lost in the second round twice, in the first round once. Did I get that right?
You got that right. Are you trying to?
No.
Painful moments.
No, I think you'll get where I'm going. The nice part about BYU being in the Big 12 and this season and BYU playing so well in particular is they're going to get a seed. And I thought this was going to be true last year, and it wasn't, so maybe it won't be. But they're going to get a seeded where they're going to have a matchup advantage in at least the first round, or you would hope so. And so my question to you is, in your tournament experience, how much did it matter, what team you got matched up with, as opposed to seed or anything like that? Pure, well, we had the better team that day.
Who did we beat my freshman year in the first round? Is it like Alabama, Birmingham, or someone?
I don't know, Mike. You were there.
Before we lost to Kentucky?
I don't know. Give me a second. That sounds right.
I can't remember. I can remember the other ones. I can remember all the others. But first year we beat somebody in the first round. And then we lost to Kentucky. That's a Kentucky team in 1983. They went to the Final Four. loses to like Georgetown in the semis. Like that's a massive Kentucky team with Jim Master and Dickie Beal and a couple of great freshmen and Sam Bowie and Mel Turpin. Like they were monsters. And we had played them in the regular season.
You beat UAB.
Yeah, there you go.
Lost to Kentucky.
Right. So we beat UAB, and then we lost to Kentucky. So that matchup, like in that seeding, didn't work for us. But I don't think we were a high seed. We went maybe 22-10 or 22-11 or something prior to that. The next year I played was after my mission, and again we were like one of those teams, 23-11. You know, didn't win the conference title, but got in because of strength of schedule. Liddell Anderson, our coach, always believed in playing tough teams, and it was so different then. You didn't have the algorithms and the rankings like you do now. But that year we played New Orleans. That one's painful to me. I think we're up 4 with like a minute and a half to go and lost. Like really painful. I think I had 29 and 15 in that game. We lost that game to Benny Dees was the coach. Liddell Eccles was their best player. He later played for the Washington Wizards for a run of 10 years in the NBA. And then my junior year was the year we were really good, and that's the year we were a 4 seed. And so I thought, okay, for the first time, we're going to go to the Southeast Conference because they played on Thursday and Saturday, or the regional, and we're going to get a good seed. We ended up with North Carolina Charlotte. First round, we beat them. And second round, we had Louisville. And get this, Ben and Jake, Louisville that year had 7 future pros.
Yeah, I'm looking at the roster right now. Purvis Ellison, which is
Cook,
awesome.
Purvis Ellison, Kenny Payne, LaBradford Smith,
Felton Spencer, former Jazz man.
Kenny Williams, Felton Spencer. Like, it was ridiculous. And it was like a Denny Crum team that had underachieved. They might have been 17 and 14 or some weird number, and they were the 13 seed or something weird, or maybe the 11 seed. And so we get by the first round. Sure enough, we play them. That's a Hall of Fame coach with 7 pros. And the funny thing is, we started the game ahead 13-2. And I'm like, holy cow, we're going to blow these guys out of the building. And Denny Crum called timeout. I'd already made 2 threes. And Denny Crum called timeout, and he started to switch every screen and roll and every pin down. Switched them with athletic wings. He took one of their bigs out, and he just started switching everything. And our big center, Jim Yusevich, got in foul trouble, and that was it for us. Like, we just didn't have the horses. It ended up ugly, I think. But anyway, that was a painful one.
Well, I'm impressed by your memory.
So the seeding didn't help. Yeah, my memory's okay.
But that was a bad matchup. I mean, that's what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it was a horrible matchup.
Yeah.
How do we go, whatever we were, 25-5, win the conference, and we're a 4 seed? There was no respect to the teams out west back then. And we end up with Louisville in round 2. Oh, well. It's our own fault. It's our own fault. We should have just been better. I should have played better. There you go.
Who was the best college basketball player you played against, since we're talking about memories?
Wow, good question. Wow. Maybe Tim Hardaway?
The UTEP 2-step.
Like, he was unbelievable. But he went back to Chicago every year and played in the Chicago Summer League. Like, every year he got better. I'm trying to think of non-conference games. Yeah, he was the best in our conference. And he and I share a couple Player of the Year awards, like back to back to back. So he was good. Matter of fact, I was the 13th pick. He was the 14th pick. Go figure. And in my draft, I thought Boston was taking him, and I thought Golden State was taking me. And it went the reverse. Boston needed a point guard. Dennis Johnson was 36, and Nelson always liked versatile, tall guys. Spreading the floor, shooting threes, doing stuff like that. And then the whole draft got messed up. But anyway, there you go.
Do you think that's where Danny Ainge's obsession with height goes? He loves drafting big guys as well. He likes tall guys with skills.
I think he loves versatility. I just think he loves guys who can make plays and guys who have that all-around, skill set. So, Filipowski fits that mold. Yeah. Olynyk fits that mold. He probably drafted Olynyk when he was in Boston. But he likes, as Tim Lacombe said last night on our pregame show, he likes kind of the freakish, and that's not the right word, but maybe it's the uniqueness of certain guys. They have a speed factor, a strength factor, a length factor, or in this case, a skill factor, that sets them apart. And because you get to the NBA, you gather the best athletes in the world. So there's got to be something that makes you different. And I think to stand out in the league, you got to have something a little different. How good was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander last night down the stretch? I know you guys watched a little bit of that.
Oh, of course we did. It was up in the command center. You know that.
Yeah, wasn't that awesome? Like that was statement game in Boston, with Boston playing everybody, and Boston shooting. I don't know how many threes they took, but they had over. How many threes they ended up taking? They took for.
It was like 63 of something stupid.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was some crazy number. Well, what can I tell you guys about anything?
Let's see here. They were 20 for 63.
Oh, that's a lot.
As long as we were bringing up Oklahoma City, I'll ask you an overall NBA question, because Ben's favorite reporter and well-known LeBron James mouthpiece, Windy, the windbag, is out there saying that nobody in the West respects Oklahoma City. And obviously he's pumping up his guy LeBron and saying the Lakers have a chance. I mean, that's his ultimate message. But what do you make of the lack of respect, or reported lack of respect, for Oklahoma City? Because I love them. I mean, top 5 offense, top 5 defense. They're way tougher than they were last year. I think they're a way better team than they were last year. What do you think about all that?
I mean, I don't know the comments, so I don't know what he's saying, but I just think they're great. I think they're going to win the West. They just have it. Like if you asked me 3 months ago, I'm kind of like, do they have that extra piece of scoring they're going to need? But after watching them last night, and I came home from the Jazz game, and then I watched that whole game, like they had guys who made shots and scored who've now grown up. Like Cason Wallace made plays down the stretch. And I thought of him earlier in the year as a defender. Isaiah Joe steps up and shoots the lights out, makes threes. Did Jalen Williams not play in that game last night?
He did not play, I believe.
Yeah. So, I never saw him, and I was just like, whoa. Like, they beat Boston without him. He's their number 2. He's Robin to Shai's Batman. And that doesn't mean they're going to win the NBA championship, because sometimes it does take a trip there to get through it. But I don't know who in the West beats them.
Here, real quick.
I realized Denver split with them a week ago, right? They won one and lost one, but I just think they're that good, and Shai is that good.
Here's the quote,
they're
real
well
quick.
Coached, they're together.
Here's your quote, Mike, and then you can. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but he said, "quote." This is Windhorst. I hear it implicitly from other people I talk to in the league. I hear it implicitly from players out there who are like, yeah, we will be fine on the same side of the bracket as OKC. They just don't respect them. So there it is.
And I can see that. I can see, like a Laker team, a LeBron, just thinking, heck, I got Luka, I got this, in a 7-game series, it slows down. And we'll figure it out. But I just think in a 7-game series, the Thunder are going to wear them down. They're just going to wear them down. Their defense travels.
Mike, I could geek out with you, because I've been, while you've been talking, I've been doing research of the best players you played against at BYU. Do you remember playing?
Go for it.
You played Kentucky in 83, 84 as well during the regular season, I believe.
Heck yeah, like Sam Bowie, Mel Turpin, those guys.
Yeah, Kenny Skywalker.
Yep, not better than Tim Hardaway, but yes, I recall all those guys.
Okay, and then that same year you played Georgetown.
Oh gosh, that's right.
Patrick Ewing and
not
Reggie Williams.
Not just Reggie Williams, but like Michael Jackson, Gene Smith, Patrick Ewing,
Dave Wingate,
Michael Graham. Yeah, so Ewing's probably the best.
Yeah.
There you go. And you know what's funny about that, Ben? They pressured us full court the whole game, and I'm a freshman. I don't remember what game it is, but we're at the Cap Center. And Coach says to me after the first time out, I'm a freshman. He goes, Smitty, you bring the ball up the floor. Our guards can't get it up the floor. And it was true. We could not get the ball up the floor against their pressure. And so I brought it up the floor against big 6'10" Michael Graham. If you remember that guy in one of the NCAA finals, I think he went nuts, like had some massive dunks, either that year or 2 years later or something. Anyway, yeah, those were big teams. Remember, Liddell liked playing some of the bigs to kind of give us an idea where we stood.
53-49 is the score of the half. The Cougars are down 4.
Nice close for
to
BYU.
Iowa State. Yeah, they finished the half a little bit better. Cada couldn't get that layup.
Yeah.
That's a high-scoring game.
Yeah, they're scoring some points for sure. This is Mike Smith style over here.
Yeah.
Mike, you are the best. Thank you for jumping on with us, buddy.
Anytime, guys. You guys are the best. I'll see you soon. Jake, I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, buddy. Thanks, Mike. That's our friend Mike Smith. Jumps on with us on Thursdays. And what a great time to have Mike on. Talking college basketball and tournament and
reminiscing.
All sorts of stuff.
I could geek out on that as a
Mike
basketball sicko. He plays some of the greatest players of all time.
He played against some guys.
I mean, Patrick Ewing College, Georgetown is up there as it gets. You know, I mean, that's elite, superstar, highly vaunted, exciting basketball. And yeah, the team was just stacked. Crazy.
I'd love to watch Mike's BYU team play against Tim Hardaway's UTEP team in a conference tournament.
Yeah.
I bet that was awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, right, like you said, drafted right next to each other.
So big thanks to Mike for jumping on with us. We'll have more for you coming up next. We'll keep you updated on what's going on with the BYU game, although they are at the half, so might be a minute. Stay tuned.
See
we'll
what's
have
happening
more
with Duke.
next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
The general manager of the Utah Hockey Club, Bill Armstrong. So down the stretch, it seems like every game has a playoff-like feel to it. Is that something that this team has embraced coming down the stretch here?
There's a lot of pressure that sits on top of our players. It's a must-win every game. But I like that. It's all about playing meaningful games down the stretch because we want to experience that pressure on our back where it's a must-win every single night and we have to be at our best. No matter who's coming in, we've got to find a way to win. I've really liked how our guys have responded. We've been down a few goals and fought back to get points, and that's what you have to do at this time of the year. And there's a lot of hockey left. We got to keep pace with everybody else and keep winning and finding ways to get points. We got some big games coming up against some teams that are right in the race too, and we can take care of a lot of our problems by just beating those teams.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
By now, you've heard Hans and Scotty raving about Bar W beef. But have you tried it for yourself? Build your own box with the cuts that you use the most and within your budget. They can deliver right to your door in Utah for $9.99 flat rate shipping. And right now, save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. Check them out online at barwbeef.com for the best steak and best beef you've ever had. Save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. barwbeef.com. No middleman needed.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Spring fever has arrived, and Paris RV has the spring deals waiting. Snag the Rockwood 1940 LTD for only $9,995 or $161 per month, zero down. Or load up the Tykes or Friends and hook up to the 2025 Open Range 177 BH Bunkhouse for $14,995 or $171 per month, zero down. Or slide that Kingpin into the hitch of the 2025 Voltage V-Series 3600 fifth wheel with a 14-foot garage for only $76,995 or $623 per month and 10% down.
For Utah's best selection, come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Why are we giving away free furnaces? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the answer is simple. March is slow for us, and we want to keep our guys happy and working while the weather's mild. During the month of March, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it, about $400. The furnace is free. You just pay the labor. All you have to do to get more information is schedule a free estimate. Call Any Hour Services today at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Seattle Kraken Friday at 8 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone. Sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz at 30 update, here's Will Hardy on the importance of rebounding.
We have to do it every night, though, because it actually can be a strength of our team. With some of the lineups we play, when you have John and Lowry and Walker out there, I think that Colin has a nose for the ball, digging out long rebounds. I think Isaiah as well. Cody's length is something that I think can be to his advantage. It's all going to be about carryover. And can we do it against everybody, not just on the nights where you come into the game sort of fearful of the other team's ability to rebound.
Jazz at 30 brought to you by U of U Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. March is here, and KSL Sports is looking to hook you up. Go to KSLSports.com. Sign up for the KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Make your picks for a chance to win $1 million for a perfect bracket. The best local bracket wins $1,000, and if you beat KSL Sports host Jeremiah Jensen, you'll be entered to win $500. So giving away a bunch of cash, Ben, which is pretty cool. Can I hit you with a couple of stories that don't mean anything, and we don't have to dwell, but they interest me?
Okay, I've got one too. So,
Zach Wilson's fiance had her bachelorette party.
Okay.
And she went to Cabo.
Great.
Which good for you, or good for her. But I want to know, are you going to be doing a bachelor party? You're engaged. Are you going to do one of those? Is your fiancé going to be bacheloretting it?
I don't know. I hope so. Not for me. I don't care. I couldn't care less.
She should go to Cabo.
Yeah, go to Cabo. You and the gals, go down there. Did you see she got featured on the broadcast last night?
No.
Yeah, she got featured.
I did see. I saw your Instagram video. That was awesome.
Did she? Good for her. What were they? What were they?
It's
talking
women's
about?
international.
So just talking about what
talking about women in the. They're spotlighting women in the organization.
What a big deal.
Yeah.
That she
so
is.
she got a little feature.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was cool.
I
Anyway.
think she should go to Cabo.
Yeah, go to Cabo. Yeah,
She
absolutely.
Cut it loose down there in Cabo.
I agree. She should just move to Cabo, and I'll come visit.
Would you be worried about it? Does she have like rowdy friends that would
I hope she'd be the rowdy one. Yeah,
help her make bad decisions?
I hope she would lead everyone else to make bad decisions.
I'm sure I've asked you this before, Christian, but did you do a bachelor party?
Yeah, we went to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, see, that's pretty standard right there. How was it?
It was fun. It was great. Good time. Nice weather.
What percentage of it can you talk about?
Probably 6 or 7.
Wow, that's low.
It's like, where did you stay?
Wow, now I have.
We stayed at an Airbnb.
End of story. That was it. That was the party.
I have all these questions now.
Yeah.
6 or 7%?
No, probably like 80%.
Oh, okay. Pretty good.
It was also my brother's 21st birthday too, so we did a
man.
combined.
What a party.
Yeah.
How old were you?
23.
Okay.
Can I plan your bachelor party, Ben?
Sure.
Really?
Yeah, it'd be great.
Oh man, where should we go? Where should we go? We got to go somewhere. I did a bachelor party in New Orleans once, which was incredible.
I've never been to New Orleans. So.
Oh, it was like the world's best place to
cut loose,
to have a bachelor party. And then I have one movie question for you, and this is very self-serving. And then I'll give you the time. But you have your finger on the pulse of Hollywood.
Sure.
You have family who's in the movie making business, and my kids like movies, and so I'd like to take them to the theater to see a movie because they really enjoy that experience. But the kids' movies have just been
okay. I saw one over the weekend.
Like have just been brutal. We went and saw Moana 2. That's the last one we went to see. And now Disney is coming out with Snow White. And I got to tell you, I have not been wild about Disney's live action reheats.
They've never been good.
I think they're all quite bad. But I will suffer through them if it means we can have a good experience for my kids. But I'm a little worried. So tell me if this is bad. Disney is going to host a premiere of Snow White, but they will not be rolling out a robust red carpet like usual. They'll have festivities, but it's going to be a closed-door affair. So basically, they're canceling their premiere as much as you can cancel a premiere. So that's got to be an indication that this is the worst movie ever made, right?
No. Do you know the backstory here?
Well, I know it's been controversial.
Gal Gadot, or Gadot, who's in it, was a former member of the Israeli military and is quite pro-Israel.
Okay.
Which, yeah, she's from Israel.
Which is fine.
And was served in the military there. But it has created some uproar.
And so that's why they're canceling. So it might not stink out loud.
Oh, it will, because all of these stink out loud. But that was part of it.
The Mouse is frustrating me because I wish instead of paying Screaming A. Smith, they would make another good movie.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. And not like Moana 2 was okay, I guess, but sequels are always a downer because it's never as good as the first. And
Correct.
now all they're doing is pumping out sequels. They need a new idea.
I saw Dogman with my son over the weekend.
I don't even know what that is.
Neither did I. It was extraordinarily silly, and I legitimately had some laughs. And your girls would like it. It's very funny. It's silly. There's jokes for dads that you'll laugh at. It's pretty quick.
Part dog, part man, all hero.
Okay, so spoiler. It's about and this is a book series. At the very beginning of the movie, a cop and a dog get blown up. And they can't save the cop's head and they can't save the dog's body, so they fuse the two. And then the whole movie's just ridiculous from there. And I went with my 12-year-old son, who I felt like it was probably a little bit young for him, and he still liked it. So your girls would, I think, be into it.
Why do kids' movies have to start off so horrifically tragic?
It's Bambi.
It's somebody.
It's grim.
No, they kill a parent in like every single movie. Yeah. Haven't you noticed that?
Yeah.
Like
Dumbo.
Frozen, both parents done.
Yeah.
Dumbo, the parent doesn't die but gets separated.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was funny. I laughed. I had some laughs in it.
Beauty and the Beast, Belle's mom, not died during the movie, but died.
Has been dead.
Has been deceased.
Yeah. Dad gets locked up.
Like, all these movies are blatantly anti-parent. Although Dogman, they start out with a death scene?
They don't die. They just fuse the two, and then the whole thing is about him missing his owner, even though he's half his owner. So I don't know. There's some plot holes, but it was funny. I enjoyed it. Your kids would like it. It's like 90 minutes, which is good.
Trailer for a live action remake of Lilo and Stitch came out.
Oh yeah, that's coming up. Your kids probably aren't into Minecraft, so that movie's coming up in April.
My daughter brought that up with me. She's like, I don't do Minecraft, so I'm
not gonna see it.
Not really all that into it. All right, so there's my things for you, Ben. I just
Okay.
needed to get your take on that.
My quick story, and I'm just going to do this every time this comes up because I've loved having hockey here, so I would gladly welcome an MLB team as well. Tampa Bay Rays kind of surprisingly announced that they're not moving forward with their new stadium, which seemed signed, sealed, and delivered. And they're because of the hurricane late last year, that blew the roof off of their former building. Was it Tropicana? Is that where they play? Whatever it is in Tampa. They're not going to build their new arena. They're going to focus on rebuilding that, but it's unsustainable. It's not a good place to play. So there's a lot of pushes again to sell the team. And Nashville isn't going to buy them because Nashville's going to get an expansion team at some point soon. So anyways, something to keep an eye on.
Could be another building crisis that forces a franchise to move, Ben?
Yeah.
What you're getting at?
That Tampa has always been...
Where were they going to move it?
Right across the street. They were going to keep it in St. Pete.
Now they're just going to refit it.
Now they're going to fix their old one because the roof is so expensive to fix.
But not like reno it. They're just going to fix it.
I think they're just going to fix it and run it back.
That would be funny if Utah got 2 professional franchises because of stadium problems.
Yeah.
Except for this one
and
has
bad owners, which is how teams move.
But this one has a solution. This one's more complex than the other one. Moreno had nowhere to go.
Correct. And had lied several times.
Yeah. They have some place to go. The place they've been playing forever. You may not like it.
It's a bad old arena.
But I mean, the A's
stadium.
The A's played at whatever that Oakland Coliseum or whatever it was.
Infested.
Forever. I mean, that thing was dilapidated in the 80s. Oakland just lost their franchise. So I think it's a little bit more complex than that.
Yeah.
Moreno was playing at a college stadium with no, like not playing at a college stadium while refitting the Delta Center. Maybe there's a chance, I doubt it. But that the Jazz have to play a few games at the Huntsman Center.
Sure.
What do I keep saying? Morello?
Morello.
Thank you, Christian. Sorry, I don't know where that came from. Morello. But they'd be there temporarily while their building got fixed. They were permanently at Arizona State.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was not sustainable in any way,
Correct.
shape,
There
or
was
form.
no way out. There is a way out here for Tampa. You just go back to the old building.
And Moreno, thank you,
Morello
kept saying, God, I hate names, kept saying, oh, no, I've got a solution for you. We're going to buy this plot of land in, what was it, Scottsdale or whatever.
Yeah.
Even though the mayor came out and said,
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
We're not selling it to you.
No, that's not something that's going to happen. He's like, yes, it is. And the NHL finally they're like, I don't think you have a plan, Phil.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if that's the case with this one. Because they have a place to play, in theory, as long as they can fix the roof. And it doesn't really matter if it's a dump or not.
Oh, they've got to play. So they're playing at Steinbrenner Field right now, which is where the Yankees play spring ball because it's in Tampa.
Yeah.
Because you can't play in New York in the spring. It's an outdoor stadium. You're going to play outdoors in Florida in the middle of the year for the entire season.
Listen, dude.
It's going to either be the greatest home field advantage of all time, or they're going to have the worst home record. They're going to be my White Sox last year.
Well,
they just can't win a game.
The
It's
Marlins
a trillion
were
degrees.
The Marlins were outside forever, right?
Oh, it's horrible. At least you're on the beach. I mean, Tampa's still coastal. It's on the other coast. It's not South Beach, but it's awful.
I mean, if they play minor league baseball in Las Vegas outside, then you can play anywhere.
I guess. The players aren't going to like it. No one's going to want to do that. People are going to get sick of the ownership. So, but
Again,
owners are
I
just
think
terrible.
the Marlins played outside.
They did. I think you're right when they won their World Series, right? Early on.
Both World Series.
Yeah.
All right, stay tuned. We'll wrap up the show coming up next. But yeah, the Major League Baseball dreamers around here. Keep dreaming. Follow it.
Happened
I'm
with
just
NHL.
saying, it's a little different.
Things can happen. Things can get done.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. When the brackets are announced this Sunday, log on to KSLSports.com and fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem on KSLSports.com.
Watch Utah Hockey Club games anytime, anywhere with Utah HC Plus, the official streaming platform for your Utah Hockey Club. See games, replays, highlights, and unbelievable behind-the-scenes content of your favorite team for just $14.99 a month. Sign up and start watching today at UtahHCPlus.com. That's UtahHCPlus.com.
Car accidents happen in the blink of an eye. In an instant, you or someone you love could be injured. Do you know what to do?
The Clinic for Car Accidents is here for you.
Specializing in providing the expert care you need after an accident.
Using your auto insurance's personal injury protection.
Their experienced team of physicians know exactly what to look for and can guide you through every step of your recovery without any upfront costs.
And if you need an attorney, they can help with that too.
Contact the Clinic for Car Accidents immediately after an accident at theclinic.cc.
That's theclinic.cc.
When it comes to trucks, Chevy's reputation is legendary, led by the powerful Silverado. Choose from 9 trims and 4 durable engines, including the TurboMax, to find the perfect blend of capability and efficiency that's right for you. Plus, from hitching to driving to parking, its advanced camera tech will make your most difficult towing jobs a whole lot easier and your confidence even stronger. Chevy Silverado, ready to tackle whatever adventure comes next. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to AmericaFirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
If you're trying to decide which gutter protection to put on your home, don't just ask how they'll handle leaves. Ask how they'll handle ice. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and that's right, ice. See, plenty of gutter guards are good at keeping out leaves, but most are made with flimsy materials that can bend, buckle, and break under the weight of too much ice. Kind of a big problem in an icy state like Utah, right? At RGS Exteriors, our exclusive gutter protection systems are built Utah tough. They're made with premium strength materials that hold up to 1,200 pounds of ice per square foot. Simply put, they're not going to budge. Our gutter guards are also certified to handle hurricane-level winds and rain. Mother Nature can't damage them. Guaranteed. Utah Tough Products. That's the RGS way. For a free estimate, call 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's rgsexteriors.com or 801-280-3110.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
Please see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
Tune in to Hans and Scotty this Wednesday to hear how Teton Wealth Group's Ascent Plan can help cover the unavoidable retirement problem areas, including income, healthcare, and investments at no cost to you. Visit retireteton.com for more information.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Hockey at 50 update. Here's Barrett Hayton on getting out to a hot start against the Ducks.
All the guys in here are professionals and take their preparation really serious, and I think it's kind of just a mental thing, kind of knowing you need to start with pace and play direct. I think especially early on in games, as you're getting into the game, you don't want to play too fancy or too risky. You want to kind of get into the game, get on them, and kind of allow that flow to build before you kind of make those plays that might be a little more high risk.
Hockey at 50 brought to you by ReadyWise. ReadyWise, be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
Who's got it better than us? No! Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got it made, Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ben, we have an update to a story we brought up earlier.
Oh, okay.
We were wondering why the Minnesota athletic director fired their basketball coach.
Okay, great.
At 2:19 a.m. Eastern. And it means that I have a new favorite athletic director.
Okay.
The reason that happened, this guy, his last name is Coyle. He's on the men's basketball selection committee, which was meeting in Indiana to go over the selection process. So he flew back after that was over to Minneapolis to then fire Johnson.
Okay.
So I love it that this dude's like, I'm going to fire you to your face.
You're done.
You are so done,
You're done,
that I'm
pal.
not going to do it over the phone.
I can't wait to do this.
I'm not going to do it through your agent. I am going to I'm going to drive straight to your house from the airport and fire you right to your face. I'm kind of joking, but I actually do think stuff like that gets done so impersonally is wrong.
You'd rather get fired to your face than over the phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or at least like a boss who has to make a tough decision. Like it happens, Get yourself together and go do it in person.
Sure.
I think there is something to that. I'm kind of joking. I don't think the AD enjoyed it. Probably a little, but
I've never been a manager. If they don't put me in charge of people, I would absolutely fire everybody over text message.
That doesn't surprise me.
Christian, you don't need to come in tomorrow. We've replaced you.
You're the office where they wouldn't office space where they wouldn't fire Milton. They're just like, we just stopped paying him. We're not going to. Nobody wants to have an awkward conversation with that guy. So
we're moving him further and further away.
Yeah. No, you behave like an adult, and you do a hard thing. But maybe, just maybe, this AD
hard things are overrated. I've decided doing hard things is not for me.
Maybe this AD just hated this guy so much. He's like, listen, I'm going to be there in person.
Did he hire him? How long has this athletic director been there?
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring a coffee cup so I can catch your tears.
If you hired him, you should fire him in person. If you didn't hire him, you can do it over text. You weren't my guy in the first place.
What does that have to do with anything?
What do I owe you?
What does that
have to do with anything? What do I owe you? I didn't hire you. You're somebody else's mistake.
I don't think that's how
integrity
works.
Oh, integrity. Overrated.
I don't know about
loyalty and integrity. Two of the most, especially in sports.
There's no such thing as integrity in sports.
Yeah. Or loyalty.
There should be.
Why?
But there's not.
Why?
What do you mean why?
Yeah, why?
Because this is
Earth, society.
And we're humans.
Not sports. Yes. Sports aren't. Nothing. Sports don't reflect humanity in the slightest.
See, it's that perspective which is what is wrong with sports.
Want to elaborate? You wish there was more of that, and we'd have a better system.
I honestly think that people now just view sports as a TV show, and it is ruining some of the great things about sports. Yeah.
You're right. We have sucked the humanity out of it.
Yeah. You want to get to why do people think it's okay, even if they go to the game, to scream just the most inappropriate things you've ever heard at people?
Horrendous
Because
These aren't people. It's a TV show.
No, again, everything comes back to the Simpsons baseball episode. And Lisa yelling at Daryl Strawberry and Marge saying, Lisa, knock it off. And she goes, Mom, come on. These are professional athletes. This stuff just rolls right off their back. And then it focuses in on Daryl Strawberry. He's got a little tear coming out of his eye. We absolutely dehumanize all this stuff. Right down to the point where we honestly, and I don't want to hear you say we never cared about kids' education, but honestly now we absolutely do not care about that in the slightest.
Correct. And it hasn't mattered a ton in my life, but it's less than ever now.
I bet it more than you'd think in your life.
Oh, and more kids have had success because they got an education through sports than made a career out of it. Clearly that's the case.
Thousands and thousands more.
Yeah, tens of thousands. Yep. Yeah. Very few players actually make it as a professional. So,
but nobody cares.
Yes, the education that they got was invaluable.
Nobody cares anymore?
But yeah, that's done. I'm with you.
BYU now trailing. Ooh, big shot right there. But BYU down 72-67, but still plenty of time, 12 and a half to go.
It's a good game. Everyone's hitting shots, really good pace. Clean execution. It's not just turnovers and fouls and sloppiness. I think the refs are doing a good job of getting out of the way in this game. So this has been a fun one.
Yeah, BYU could amp up the D a little bit. They haven't gotten a whole lot of stops all game long.
No. But again, Iowa State's been red hot. But so is BYU. So I'd have to look at the stats of how everyone's shooting. But every time I look up,
man, if BYU were to win the conference tournament, they're going to have to beat Iowa State, Houston, and then in theory Texas Tech. But it could be another really good team. Like, the Big 12 Conference Tournament is no joke.
As we mentioned, BYU got a bad draw. The good news is if you lose, you don't have a bad loss. It's not like you're losing to Colorado or West Virginia.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
But
this won't hurt them. If BYU loses this game, it won't hurt.
Also means you have a chance to lose. Iowa State, to back up my point of shots are falling at a ridiculous rate, is shooting 66% from the floor and 58% from three. And we're 30 minutes into the game. BYU is the cold shooting team, and they're 52% from the floor and 50% from three. So, yeah. Every shot is going in.
The end of this game is going to be so ugly because neither of those things could
keep up.
No,
BYU's down 3 now with 11 minutes to go. So fun game. This is what you hoped for. This is what you wanted. I'm excited that we have high level and relevant college basketball in the state.
Speaking of that, the Aggies will tip off tonight at 9:30 down in Vegas, taking on UNLV. Utah State actually really needs a win. I think they're in the tournament. I honestly do. And UNLV wouldn't be a horrendous loss.
But you don't want an early loss.
But they need to see a little success. They closed the season so terribly.
Yep, they did.
They need to beat a team and then, lose in the semis or whatever. But they need a little...
and maybe just their mental health.
That's what I'm saying.
Just get the momentum back.
Need a little juice going into the tournament. You don't want to go into the tournament on I guess it would be 3-game losing streak.
Yeah.
And just got taken apart in 2 of those games.
UNLV, by the way, missing one of their best players, Deaton Thomas Jr., averages like 15 points a game. He's out for the remainder of the tournament.
Okay.
And Christian is not producing tonight, which is not good for Utah State.
Yeah, they've been good.
Utah State is really awesome when Christian produces the broadcast, and they've really struggled. Who is it filling in? Parker?
Yeah, Parker and Alex.
Just the coolers.
I don't know what it is.
Just the coolers.
They don't have the touch.
Maybe
I think they're saving me for
the NCAA tournament.
I think so.
Oh, I'd buy that. Bring out the big gun for the game that matters. Make sure Christian's there.
Well, you got to
go
with what works. If the team knew that they won every time Christian produced and lost every time Parker produced, they would request Christian?
Yes.
I do. I actually do think that.
Were you producing last year when they won?
Yeah, I produced. I've been producing since 2 years ago.
So, but they won in the tournament last year.
They
were
won their
producing
tournament
their game?
Yeah, I was producing that one.
Wow.
So this whole story goes back to 2 years ago. They made it all the way to the conference championship, and I had to miss that game, and they lost the conference championship to San Diego State. So then Scotty was like, oh, Christian might be our good luck charm. And then I missed their tournament game, and they lost that one as well. So since then, Scotty's been like, oh, yeah.
Might be onto something.
Well, he's not producing tonight. The Aggies are in trouble.
Yeah. Well, let the president of the school know. They have a president right now?
Yes.
Everything's in flux, right?
I think so, but I think they have. Well, they at least have an interim president. We could look that up.
Well, let them know and see if you can get some of this NIL money. You're helping the team win. What's the problem?
We're working on it.
Yeah. Okay.
NIL money for the
For the
producer of
producer.
the radio broadcast.
He's helping more than anyone else on the floor.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Christian produces, the Aggies win. The Aggies should beat UNLV. I hope they do
so.
for their sake.
They should have won the last couple of games.
They should beat UNLV. I don't know about that. Playing at Boise State is not an easy. That's
Colorado
not
State.
an easy game. But getting blasted at Colorado State is definitely worse. But it's not like Colorado State is Air Force. Oh, and by the way, they beat Air Force, so it wouldn't be going and losing 3 in a row.
Beat them by 40.
Yeah. Well, everybody beats Air Force by 40. One conference win. You don't see that all that often. All right, coming up next, our guy Hans, right? Scotty G's down in Vegas. Is Scotty dropping in? Hans and Scotty G are coming up next. We will talk to you tomorrow on Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard this season with the Utah Hockey Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Hockey Club page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Hockey Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Receive game updates, exclusive analysis, and chances to win Jazz tickets. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Are you on your feet a lot? When traveling, do you find yourself sitting for long periods of time? Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent with Alpine Home Medical, and we have compression stockings that can help you. Our compression stockings are designed to improve circulation, reduce swelling, and provide unmatched comfort. Come check out all the different styles and fabrics. These aren't your great-grandparents' compression stockings. That's why we're excited to offer an amazing deal. Buy 3 pairs of compression stockings and get a free care kit. That's right, 3 pairs of compression stockings and get a free care kit. Come into any of our 11 locations and invest in your health this winter by embracing the benefits of compression. For more details, visit us at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here. Check it out. And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome into the Hanson Scotty Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Holy cow, we are locked in a nail-biter. BYU and Iowa State going back and forth, throwing haymakers, actually throwing up threes, both of them, shooting up as many threes as they possibly can. I don't know, Lloyd. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this. Both teams above 50% from three. Both teams well into the 20s on attempts. Right now, Iowa State sits 12 of 22 for 54% from three, and BYU sits 16 of 32 for 50% from three. And these two just keep throwing punches back and forth. Iowa State makes a big run. BYU makes a big run. And they currently sit tied 75. And this thing has been an incredible game of chess, too. For those of you that haven't been able to watch it, BYU got in a little bit of trouble because Curtis Jones decides he's going to go hot fire. He's sitting 7 of 11 from three right now, 10 of 16 from the field for 27 points. So Curtis Jones is going crazy in the first half. I love the adjustment that Kevin Young made. He puts Trey Stewart out on the court. Trey Stewart, who's kind of a 3-and-D guy, gets out there and hassles Curtis Jones, forces some turnovers, forces some big plays, makes Curtis shoot a couple shots that he didn't want to shoot, and then Trey Stewart rotates out to the perimeter, knocks down a couple of threes, and sparks some offense. You've got a couple of other guys that have sparked offense. Trevin Nail has been fantastic. He's 4-4 from three. But what I've really loved is Mwap Mag. Mwap Mag has been fantastic for BYU in this game. Currently 2 of 3 from three, but more importantly, what he's doing defensively. So we can package everything that BYU's done offensively to this point, but the defense that you're getting from Mwap Mag and Trey Stewart has really been the difference maker because this Iowa State team is really good, and Curtis Jones has gone absolutely nuclear. Now, the good news for BYU, Iowa State has been without their star player, who we all thought was going to be back in this game, in Taman Lipsey. Lipsey has not played in this game.
A little bit of gamesmanship.
Like
a little bit of gamesmanship there. Well, we thought he was going to be going.
Yeah, they did announce that there was high likeliness that he would be playing in this game, but Taman Lipsey has not been available for this game, and that's a big difference maker. But Iowa State still very deadly, and this has been a really good game. Thanks for tuning in, Hanson Scotty. Scotty G is in Las Vegas, and he had some coaching interviews. He'll probably be joining us here in just a couple of minutes. I apologize for my voice. I've had some crazy allergies that has just kind of flooded my throat, and I just am struggling with my voice. So I really do apologize.
Can't even
for
tell, brother.
The awful voice.
Can't even tell.
Really?
Yeah, no, sounds great.
It's not obvious, huh?
No.
All right. Well, there you go.
No, you're sounding
Feeling
great.
good about things then. Feeling good about things. Utah State's got a big tip-off that's coming up later tonight. We'll talk about that with Scotty G. Utah Hockey Club last night. Lloyd, the Utah Hockey Club, man, every time I tune in, you're tuning in for something crazy and something exciting. And Utah Hockey Club gets the win 3-2 last night. Big, needed 2 points as they continue to push for postseason play. And there were so many big moments and so many big plays, but nothing bigger than the single skate save by Mikhail Sergachev that has gone absolutely viral. But if you haven't seen it, you see Veggie gets out of the net just a little bit, and I can't remember who it is. I think it was Zagaris who had the puck and was moving towards the net. Actually, it might have been Strome. But anyways, one of the Anaheim Ducks had the puck wrapped around the post, and Sergachev slides his foot in to save a one-skate save that was just for the ages. And Utah Hockey Club gets a 3-2 win, a much, much needed win. And they keep themselves in the postseason race.
In the postseason race, they don't like convincing wins, do they? They don't like don't like fans. They want to keep fans on the edge of their seats, not knowing what's going to happen. And there might not be. It's extremely exciting watching when the other team, because they're only down one, going empty net. But Utah's inability to score on an empty net is something to watch. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's like they just can't. They just kind of struggle with it, and so it always keeps it like you don't know what's going to happen. Is Anaheim going to get a goal with having an extra man out there, or is Utah, is the hockey club going to be able to pull this out? And it's just, you are on the edge of your seat the entire time, whether you're at the game or you're watching it at home. Like, it's wild.
Yeah, they keep you tuned in, and the last time.
Like I said, I want some 5-2 wins. Give me some 5-2 wins. I know we like excitement. I get it, but I just want some comfortable wins. I want some. Give me a 4-1 win. Give me something like that. But man, every game is just tight, and it's everything with these teams, with Utah Hockey Club right now is like, it feels like a playoff game, because it is. It's do or die for them. They have to win.
Yeah, the last time they got a convincing win was against Minnesota at the back end of February.
Right. Everything else is like a 1 point win, or a 1 goal win, or a loss, or overtime loss, overtime win. Like, it is pretty wild how tight every one of these games are.
Or a shootout. Yeah. They had the shootout against Toronto. That was incredible. They did get the 1 point off that, and those 1 points are pretty darn valuable as they get into the stretch. But now they start a 3-game road trip that's going to be really tough. They've got Seattle, Vancouver, and Edmonton in a 3-game road trip. They're going to have to find 2 out of 1 or 2 out of 3. They're going to have to find a couple wins in that stretch. They come back for a 3-game homestand against Buffalo, Tampa Bay, and Detroit. They need to find, again, 2-1. So in the next 6 games, 3 on the road, 3 at home, they've got to find a way to go at least minimum 4-2. They can't start sharing points. They need more than just a 1 in overtime. They've got to make a real push if they want to get into the postseason. But what I'm seeing when I watch this Utah Hockey Club, what I'm seeing is a group of guys that believes they can get to the postseason, and a group of guys that feel like they've found a home in Utah, that they've found a team with 4 guys receiving extensions, so they all know that they're going to be playing together. And a group of guys that seems to be responding to their coach extremely well. And it's kind of fun to listen to Coach Bear. He's just so straightforward. pulls no punches with these guys. So it's a really tough group, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we can continue to see great things from them. But that was a big win against Anaheim last night. And you had a couple of guys in big moments, in big minutes in that game, get much-needed goals. The Dylan Guenther goal to start things off was fantastic. Actually, I think it was McBain that – was it McBain that got the assisted goal to start things off? And then I think it was Guenther. But these guys played their butts off, and it's really fun to watch them. Tough group. So Utah Hockey Club has some tough stuff coming up. But BYU continuing to push against Iowa State. This is a really good game, too. For those of you that haven't had a chance to tune in, BYU has been extremely aggressive. They currently have a 2-point lead over Iowa State. And Iowa State came out, and they kind of continued that aggressive push that they had in the first game against BYU, where the officials were swallowing the whistle, and Iowa State was pushing as hard as they possibly could. BYU's gotten a couple whistles to go their way. Iowa State's had a couple whistles go their way. But it feels like it's pretty even right now.
All right,
it feels
what's
like
the clock?
It's give and take.
What's the clock on yours right now? Because I think I might be a hair behind. What's the clock on yours?
7:03 is what I've got.
We're lined up. Oh, but you're in a timeout, though. I think we're a hair behind because you said that they were down 2, and I was like, wait, they're down 5. What are you talking about? I think
no, I've got BYU up 2.
They are up 2.
Yeah,
but I originally had BYU up 5, and I was like, well, maybe they hit a 3 here, and so I think I'm a little bit behind here on the streaming service.
Yeah, I've got BYU up to 80-78, and hitting another 3, so now 17 of 33. 17 3-pointers made for BYU. That is absolute madness. I mean, to think that they've hit 17 threes, 17 out of 33, sitting at 51%, and Iowa State is hanging in with them is pretty incredible. And there's just not a lot of action at the free throw line either. The other thing that I've liked is they've rotated big men. They've played a lot of Keba Keita, but the last time they played Iowa State, they didn't play a lot of Fus Traore. Well, Fus has played quite a few minutes in the beginning parts of this game for BYU, and BYU currently leads at 80-78. We'll throw things out to Las Vegas and get to our good friend Scotty G. What's up, Scotty?
Hey, sorry it took me a minute. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, man. Iowa State just squared this thing off, so it's 80-80 with about 6 minutes left.
This game is nuts. Yeah, I was just talking to some of the coaches and players at Utah State. They're keeping an eye on this, and they're like, hey, is defense optional here? And I'm like, I don't know, man. It's crazy. But it's one of those games that it just has been really tremendous. Everybody's got a phone on. Everybody's watching this thing as nobody can miss. And what is it? They've already set a Big 12 record for most threes made in a game, and there's still, a good chunk of time left. It's crazy how this thing's playing out.
Yeah, 33s made between the two of them right now. 33s, and BYU's got 17 of them. Both of them are over 50% from 3. Iowa State's 13 of 25, and BYU's 17 of 33. And, you could take a couple shots at defense, but there's also been some threes made with a lot of contestation, just a lot of hands in the face and pushing through defense to be able to make the threes. And I was talking about this earlier. I think the thing that's keeping BYU in this and keeping them with the lead has been the efforts of Mwat Mag and Trey Stewart defensively. So, Scotty, I know that you were doing these interviews. Curtis Jones comes into this game and just goes white hot, like insanely hot. He's hitting threes from everywhere. Anytime anybody would close out, he's putting the ball back on the court, getting to the rim. He's 7 of 13 from 3. Most of that work was done in the first half. Well, Kevin Young rotates in Trey Stewart and tells Trey, I don't care what you do, just make it really hard for Curtis Jones. And Trey Stewart came in and got extremely physical, and you could see he was full of fire. So right now I think the difference is Trey Stewart and Mwat Mag, what they're able to do defensively, because we know Iowa State right now is shorthanded. If they're shorthanded, when you don't have Taman Lipsy, I don't even know how they're in this game. Well, I do, because they're deep and they've got some incredible talent. But If you'd have told me Taman Lipsey wasn't going to play in this game, I'd have told you BYU would hold a pretty commanding lead. And they do. I mean, they're up 83-80 right now, but just kind of an interesting game, man. It's been some great adjustments by Kevin Young.
Well, and I think that was kind of the question mark about Kevin Young. We knew his background, and we knew that the dude could move the meter in an NIL standpoint and everything else that went along with it. But at the end of the day, how is he at the adjustments? How is he at making the in-game adjustments, everything that you have to have happen? And he's been phenomenal with that. And he built himself a great staff. Chris Burgess is one of the best in the business. And he's got a lot of guys surrounding him that really know how to make it go, which I think is going to be interesting to see how Alex Jensen builds his staff at the University of Utah, because you're going to want certainly a lot of NBA feel, but you're also going to want some college basketball feel, because it is still a very different game, and it is something that can be you got to have a good feel for the game and a good feel for the college game as well. And BYU has just been phenomenal throughout the course of the season, not just in-game adjustment, but in-season adjustments as well. And the one thing we talk about, the fact that it's always somebody new for BYU, it kind of feels like. And now you got this Bosco kid who just can't miss from three. He's got a career-high 3 made threes. And it's just like, wow, man, there's always somebody new. And it's not like he's new to BYU fans, but it's like, all right, who else is going to come up and have a big game? Who else is going to save the day? And when BYU went on that 11-0 run to take that lead back, boom, you're seeing people like, okay, well, this hasn't been a familiar face, but yet he's still knocking down threes. It's just been really fun to watch.
Yeah, Boscovich is something else, man. And he had a really good first half. He knocked down two of those 3 threes that he's knocked down in the first half, currently 3 of 6. But what Iowa State is doing is they're rotating so heavy to double up on Richie Saunders that it's leaving Boscovich open. And when he's open, he's knocking down those threes. Not only is he doing it, but Trevin Nail's been able to do it, because there's what I've seen in this game as I'm watching it, there's been 2 players that are receiving the doubles. For some reason, Fus Traore, anytime he gets the ball down low, they're rotating heavy to double down, and then you're getting wide open looks on 3. And then the other one is Richie Saunders. They're just rotating over, and they're trying to really trap and press and get the ball out of his hands. And what's crazy is Richie Saunders, I think, shot 13 free throws in the first game against Iowa State. He's only got 2 free throws in this game against Iowa State. So I think Iowa State's trying to play a little bit more clean, but still, Scotty, the first half and starting into the second half before we cracked the mic and started the show, they were really aggressive, still playing really aggressive, and officials still aren't calling a lot.
Yeah.
I think the officials have missed a couple calls on both sides, but they definitely missed one on BYU. They called a charging call on BYU when it was an obvious block. So there's been some misses, but it's been back and forth. And this game, I think I'm live, but I don't know. I might have a bit of delay where I am. 85-82 BYU with 4:40 left.
Yeah.
So
how about this? How about this stat for BYU? The Cougars have won 51 in a row when leading with 5 minutes left to go in the game. So if you want to, if you want something to feel good about BYU fans, you got that.
Wow, 51 in a row?
51 straight games when they have led at the 5 minute mark of a game.
Well, the other thing that they're winning in is rebounds, and for the basketball fans that haven't had a chance to watch this game, BYU's rebounding has been great. Keba Keita is just in the game, and he's got himself 4 offensive rebounds, 5 defensive rebounds, creating extra opportunities. And right now, BYU leads the rebounding 29-21. And whether it was Fus Traore when Fus was on the court or Keba when he was on the court, Yegor Damon has got 3 rebounds. And these guys just continue to rack them up. You were talking about Boscovich. Boscovich has got 5 rebounds himself. So not only is he putting up the threes, he's grabbing extra rebounds to help this team out. So it's pretty impressive that they're winning in the rebounds, but that's a wild stat. I haven't heard that one.
Yeah. By the way, I don't know how. So I got back here as fast as I can. I just want to give you a little quick story here, Hans. I busted my tail back here as fast as I could. I hit every red light possible in Vegas, got stuck in traffic, but finally got here, got parked, sprinted up the stairs because there was a long wait for the elevator, sprinted up the stairs to get to the hotel room. And I put the do not disturb sign out. And yet, guess who I had to walk in to get this to get on the air was housekeeping. And I'm like, oh my, you got to be kidding me! So I fire up the headset, and I'm about ready to hop on with you. And this the lady that was doing housekeeping pulls me out of the room, and bless her heart, she doesn't speak a word of English, and she like physically grabs me by the arm and like takes me out of the room. I'm like, I need to be on the air. I got to be on the radio right now. And she can't understand what I'm saying, and I can't understand what she's saying, but she's being really emphatic, like, you have to leave. And I'm like, well, I can't have like we can't have an issue here. So I'm like, are you kicking me out of the room until it's done clean? Because I'm like, I don't care. I didn't even want any cleaning. Like, you can leave. Like, we're good. Yeah. And she's just shaking her head no and just grabbing my arm and pulling me out. And I'm like, so finally I walk out with her, and then she shuts the door, and then she's like, okay, and then she points at the key, and then it's like, oh, okay, she needs to know that this is actually my room because I just walked in with the door open. And so I get what she was doing, and it makes sense, and I'm glad that she did it because that's a good security thing. Like, you don't want somebody walking into a room and saying, hey, this is my room, and it's not actually somebody's room. And then she's like, opens the key, and she goes, now I leave. I'm like, okay. Like, she was mad at me. I was mad at her. But that also took a couple minutes before I got here. But I get it. I totally get it. But we almost had ourselves an incident here in the hotel.
Oh, man. The amount of incidences we've had in Vegas while on air. I can't even tell you. It's been crazy. Every time I'm in Vegas, something goes down.
There's always something. There's always something, man.
One of the craziest times we got locked out. We were doing the morning show back in the day with John Lund, and we got locked out of the Thomas Mack Center. We were there for the Mountain West Conference basketball tournament, and we were getting there at like 4:30 in the morning because we went on live at 5 in Vegas time and 6 back home, and so we jumped the fence. And when we jumped the fence to get into the Thomas Mack security sauce, but we needed to get on air. So Lund's like, run, go get on air. So I ran, threw on the headset, started the show, and Lund sidetracks these cops. And Lund is continuing to come towards the headset while the cops are following him and questioning him and yelling at him, stop moving. And he's like, I have to be on air. And you could hear it flowing through the mic.
Oh, that's
that Lund is in an argument with these officers as we're trying to get on air. Every time we're in Vegas, Scotty, there's just something pops up, man.
I like how, he sends you on your way and then he goes his way. He's like, I will find you. And it's just like, just go.
Stay live.
Go. Static.
Stay live.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I hope you're all having a great day today as we get you ready for what should be a fun run of Mountain West Conference games and Big 12 games, and we'll keep you updated on this Big 12 game with BYU and Iowa State going down the stretch. Hans mentioned it, BYU up 87-82 under 4 minutes left. It has been crazy. It's physical. A lot of big shots being made. We'll continue to break it down. Tim Lacombe will join us next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by Trevin Nell, BYU basketball senior guard.
A lot of talk, obviously, on the pro model with Kevin Young, and the people that he brought in has some form of NBA experience one way or another. Since you've been there so long, what differences have you noticed that have been manifest by this new model that he's trying to do?
It's been awesome. Coach Young will run a play in practice, and it'll work every single time. And I'm like, oh, this is amazing. I get a three-point shot every time. Yeah, it's been awesome to be able to get coached by not only Coach Young and his amazing offensive mindset, but also all the other coaches that are just super dialed in. We have a ton of player development personnel. I really appreciate all the coaches and super excited for every different recruit that walks through here. Like, you're going to get the best of the best. If you want to go to the NBA, it's going to be the best place to go to be able to get your career and prolong your career in the NBA.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Services. Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
When you drive a Subaru, the destination is the journey. And there's no better place to start than at Doug Smith Subaru. Come test drive the all-new 2025 Subaru Crosstrek, a compact SUV built to take you on all your exciting Wasatch treks. And with its all-wheel drive and 182 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine, getting there will be so much fun. You'll be ready to leave as soon as you get there. Doug Smith Subaru. No one knows adventure like Doug.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Jeremiah Jensen here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. It's changed the way I look and the way I feel.
Alex Curie here. I lost 50 pounds in the reduction phase with SLC Fat Loss. You can have that safe success, and you can save $200 in the meantime.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Improve your circulation with Alpine Home Medical's new compression stockings in updated styles, colors, and fabrics. Call, click, or visit any of the 11 locations to buy 3 and receive a free care kit.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update. The KS on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jazz, again, continuing to struggle on this road trip, but one thing Will Hardy's been impressed with was his team's ability to rebound.
Now it's about on the nights maybe where we're playing an opponent where it doesn't jump off the page that you have to be super locked into rebound. Can we still have that same focus?
That's your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, brought to you by U of U Health, the official health partner of the Utah Jazz.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right. Yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for making us part of your day. Well, it is a one-point game in Kansas City. BYU leading by 1 over Iowa State. As down the stretch we come, Tim Lacombe expected to join us here momentarily, but Hans, BYU holding on 89-88.
And a quick whistle on Curtis Jones as he goes to the floor, untouched essentially by BYU, and they put him at the line for 2. Oh, man, but a big 3. Knocked down. Saunders is just ice water in his veins. Knocked down a 3 to extend it by 4 with 46 seconds left. Richie Saunders is one of the more amazing BYU stories that you're going to find. What he's done and put together this season has been nothing short of miraculous. And the ball's moving around. They push it out to just above the break off the left side, and he knocks down a critical 3 to get it to 92-88 with just 48 seconds left. And we'll see what Iowa State's got up their sleeve.
BYU 18 of 36 from the three-point line. Just ridiculous. 18 of 36.
What's the most three-pointers made that you've seen in a college game? How many three-pointers can you actually hit in a college game? 18 threes?
Yeah, that's an obscene number. And, to attempt 36 is a crazy number, but to make 18 of those, to shoot 50% when you attempt 36% or 36 threes and to shoot 50%. And by the way, good stuff. It's not like Richie forced it or anything. That was a good look, wide open, and he knocks it down. All right, Joining us now, the great Tim Lacombe joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You ever seen 18 made threes in a game, Coach?
I have in the NBA. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not one of those guys that carries – there's a lot of coaches that'll meet you with their record, and I'm not that guy. So I know that we made a bunch, but I don't know if we've made that many. The way they're shooting it today, really both teams, that instant classic, right? The way these guys shot the ball today.
How much different is Kevin Young's style with the opportunities at 3 than it was with you and Coach Rose back in the day?
Pretty similar. I think what he does a great job of is really their spacing is always so good. And you see those guys buried in the deep corners, and they got a bunch of corner threes tonight. And I think that's that was our aim too, was to get some sort of, whether it be throw it into the post, which you don't see that much anymore, or drive the ball, with an advantage, create the defense attention, and then be able to kick for threes. But BYU's showing, they're really putting on a clinic, a master class for that today.
By the way, great no call. I thought Richie, there was a three-point shot attempt by Iowa State that they did not call a foul on. I thought for sure that he got him on the hand, but just watching the replay, it was all ball. And so a block 3 on one end, and Keba Keita fouled on the other end, missed the first free throw, makes the second, so it's now a 5-point game with 30 seconds left. But just a tremendous output. And, at what point did you know that Richie Saunders could be this kind of a player? Because what we've seen from him this year has just been ridiculous.
You won't believe this, but I saw him in the 9th grade, and it was just going into the 9th grade in the summertime. And he really was not a name guy. He was not a guy that was on one of the main circuits, and he wasn't playing with a real big team. He's kind of playing with a new team that had just been founded. And so we went out to see him, saw him in Vegas, and I remember walk out of the gym and called Coach Rose, because we always touch base after we saw guys. And I told him, I said, we need to offer him. I think he's going to be a high-level guy. And I compared him a little bit to Lee Cummard at that point, just because of how hard he played. Lee had so many great things that he did, but that's what I saw in Richie. I just saw a two-way guy that could really shoot it, but more than anything, he was he'd be a real asset to a team.
So, Coach, it looks like Iowa State's putting BYU at the line. BYU's up 93-88, 17 seconds left. Beating Iowa State in back-to-back games, one in the regular season, and now here in the quarterfinals, they're going to move on now to the semifinals, probably take on Houston. Houston plays next, but probably going to see Houston in the second round. Just talk about this shock and surprise in year 2 in the Big 12, beating Iowa State. Well, first of all, finishing as a top 4 seed, getting the byes, then beating Iowa State in the opening round, and now advancing towards the semifinals. How big is that for BYU basketball?
It's massive. I mean, the jump was major, and I thought last year's team did a nice job of acclimating the Big 12, but that team did not have any success really in the tournament, and then obviously the NCAA tournament lost with a favorable seed. I think this year this team can really build on this, and they can beat Houston tomorrow. I think when they played them earlier, they were nothing like they are right now, and so I think mentally they're going to have the edge because they got blown off the floor in Houston, and like I said, that the team now is much better equipped to handle the pressure of Houston. And BYU scoring the ball. I mean, if they can shoot the ball like they've been shooting it tonight, create those opportunities, I think they could win that game. And I told a couple people this week, I said, I think they beat Iowa State, and I really do think they've got a great shot at Houston. You also got to factor in maybe even an upset. So tournaments are crazy, but this is setting BYU up for a really great seed. With the run they're on right now, there's nobody like it in the country, and so I think it's hard to understate how big this is for BYU basketball.
Well, you also look at it from a standpoint of, okay, we're talking about the Big 12 tournament, but the NCAA tournament, this is a team that shoots the 3 ball really well, but doesn't rely on the 3. I mean, they don't. There's some teams in there that live and die by the 3. I don't think BYU's that kind of team, and so. If the 3 ball's not falling, they have other things that they can do. They're still a high percentage 2-point shooting team. And so you just look at what makes them really good and what makes them tick. And there's a lot of things that scream a team that can make a long run in the NCAA tournament.
And probably the biggest one, Scotty, and you don't say this a lot about BYU teams in the past, but it's their physicality.
Yeah. Yep.
And their rim protection, their ability to rebound. They're really, really stout. So all that skill stuff, but then, they've got the things that we would get into those tournaments and we'd have really good seasons, but we had a hard time matching the depth and physicality. BYU does not have that issue. I'm excited to see it because it's been a long time coming. We have not won a tournament game since I was there in 2012. They went through the whole Pope era and didn't get one. And so people are hungry for one and excited that this team looks like they can get one.
Man, they do. They look prime and ready to be able to get one. And Richie Saunders now 7-7 from the free throw line, shooting 86% from the free throw line. That was one area that there was a little bit of worrying concern. Could they be consistent enough from the free throw line? 18-36 from 3 in this game. When you look at their offensive efficiency, number 1 in 2-point percentage, number 1 in 3-point percentage, I think it's number 1 or number 2 in efficiency. What is it that plays into that level of efficiency in offense, Coach?
Incredible instruction, I think, number 1. I think guys understanding what they need to do. And then execution after the instruction is obviously huge. And what this team's done is they've really looked at their weaknesses all year long, and they've really gone at them. And I think they've self-scouted really well. They've changed. They've played more guys. They've got people in roles. But what the efficiency on offense says to me is that you've got a bunch of people on the same page, and you do not see BYU take bad shots. I think shot selection has been really, really good. You take a bad shot, it can start a break. Momentum's everything in a tournament game. So I thought their shot selection was really good tonight, and it has been over the stretch. So I would speak to those things. I think that's what's creating that.
Game has gone final. BYU punches their ticket to the next round. They beat Iowa State 96-92. So the Cougars go chalk and will move into the next round where they'll take on most likely Houston in the semis of the Big 12 tournament. All right, so by the way, they just showed a screenshot of a crowd shot, and Dave Rose there in Kansas City. Looks like Dave's doing pretty well.
He is doing awesome, and I love that he's there, being a part of that. But yeah, his health has been good. He's in a good place.
Good
I
to
also
see.
see
All
Andy
right.
Reid is there in the group too.
Taysom Hill's there.
Yeah, it's funny. I didn't get an invite.
You need to text Coach Rose and say, "Hey, I don't remember collaborating on this one."
Yeah, but I'm used to it after hanging around you three. You know.
Well, yeah, that's
all the fun
thing.
things you do, and I never. I get it. It's just who I am.
Don't lump me in there, Tim, please.
Lloyd, don't get started.
Don't start nothing, won't be nothing.
I'm with you, though.
BYU, their fourth straight win over an AP-ranked opponent. That's the longest streak since 1950. So that goes back a bit. It's just been one of those years for BYU where everything's really come together over this last stretch. And there was a moment in January where it looked like BYU was not even in the conversation for an NCAA tournament. Now you're looking at a team that could be a top 5 seed in the NCAA tournament. So just a crazy run by BYU. Congratulations to them, and they'll take on Houston, most likely Houston, coming up tomorrow. But you're right, Coach. I guess I got to be careful. Houston playing Colorado. Colorado, the 16 seed.
No, that's not going to happen, I know. But, you just never. You got to give it a little, just maybe one little eyelash thought.
Yeah, but Houston's probably feeling pretty good about where they're at. But, Coach, John Watson, as a part of the Player of the Year for Northern Utah. And, Coach, from what I understand, now I didn't see it. I haven't heard what you said. But apparently you brought the crowd to tears, man. You were like with your speech the other night. Like, it got super emotional, man.
Well, I just told him how hard it was to be me, and I think there was a lot of people that related. No, I love taking the time. I love the grassroots basketball in the state of Utah. It's near and dear to my heart, and I was honored actually to be asked. I thought maybe they probably passed up 5 or 10 people and got to me, but I enjoyed doing it the other night. I'm looking forward to going up to Ogden tonight and hopefully making a bunch of new friends.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Appreciate it.
I want people to understand. I want people to understand just how incredible it is what John Watson does with this whole thing, because recognizing these high school athletes and giving them an opportunity to stand there with their parents and feeding them a good meal and recognizing all the work, because it's not just the guys that perform well on the court. John Watson has always recognized those that perform well on the court, perform well in the classroom, and perform well in the community. It is such a classy event. And, Coach, nobody better to speak at it than you, so thanks for doing it.
You bet. Awesome to be there. You guys have an awesome day, and I guess right now, go Aggies, right?
There we go. Appreciate it, Coach. We'll talk to you later.
See you.
There he is, the great Tim Lacombe right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, the John Watson Chevrolet and KSL Sports Zone Northern Utah High School Basketball Player of the Week Awards. The big ceremony coming up tonight, the 20th year of the event as well. It's been going on forever, and can't thank John Watson Chevrolet enough for everything they do. Hans and Scotty coming up next. What you may have missed straight ahead. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Joining us now to talk about the Ute basketball coaching hire, Alex Jensen, someone that knows him well. Chris Jones.
I'm pretty exasperated on how you build a winning program in basketball anymore. You've overseen programs, you've worked in programs. Do you have a strategy that you think would work consistently?
I think right now it's two things. You got to have money to get them, and then you've got to be able to build a relationship with a kid in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever it is, getting them out of the portal. Then you got to pay them, and then when you get them, you got to love them. You got to show them how much you care about them, how you can develop develop them. It's fast. It's like dating on steroids. You got to show them that you love them. You got to prove that you love them, and you got to give them the skills and tools they need to be good and be good in a hurry. And then if you have that with them, then hopefully they'll stick around for a couple years. But it's fast. You got to do it fast.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union is a pretty incredible story. You know, it started right here in the state of Utah back in 1939. A bunch of people got together. They wanted to be able to extend loans. They wanted to be able to save money. They wanted to be able to protect assets. And they got together here in Utah in 1939, and they started America First Credit Union. And now today, over 116 locations, going strong, continuing to build and branch out. They really are the best. I love sitting down with Dave Nellis. Dave Nellis, great spokesperson for America First Credit Union, always talks about the community give back. And I know maybe you're not interested in that. And maybe my spot isn't the place to put in give back, because we should be talking about what they can do for you. But what they do for the community is just incredible. I've been a part of a couple of different backpack drives, shoe drives, food drives, and watching their collective effort and what they do for our community is shocking and impressive and incredible. You can find a location near you at americafirst.com. How about this? A credit card, 0% interest for 6 months. It gives you access to cash right away and 0% interest for 6 months. If you need quick cash, you could get it through your credit union at americafirst.com.
Every new day is a chance to be kinder to your body and your mind. U of U Health is here to help you build strength and confidence every day. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, Utes Athletics, and the Utah Grizzlies. Take the first step today at uofuhealth.org.
Volbeat, greatest of all tours worldwide. Featuring music from the new album, God of Angels Trust, coming June 6th. Volbeat, Saturday, July 19th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Special guest, Hailstorm, and The Ghost Inside. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster. Volbeat, with Hailstorm and The Ghost Inside. Live.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Great teams don't leave success to chance. They prepare for it. And if the last few years have taught us anything, it's that emergencies don't wait for you to be ready. ReadyWise gets it. You've seen the empty shelves, the supply chain delays, the panic of trying to find the basics. That's why ReadyWise is here to help you plan ahead with emergency food supplies and survival kits you can count on. ReadyWise meals are highly rated and available in a wide variety of options with a shelf life that is long enough to outlast the next big shortage. And preparation, so simple it's practically foolproof. Whether it's a storm, a blackout, or another unexpected twist, ReadyWise helps you avoid the scramble. Because when life throws the unexpected your way, being prepared isn't just smart, it's essential. So don't wait for the next big event to catch you off guard. Be wise. Be ready. Visit ReadyWise.com today. Save 25% off your order when using code KSL25 at checkout. That's ReadyWise.com and code KSL25.
Come in and get your burger fix with JCW's, the Burger Boys. Juicy 1/3 pound burgers or thick, rich shakes. Your choice. 5 locations, no tipping ever. Just great food with friends. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Another big W for Andre Tierney and the Utah Hockey Club.
I take from that game is really the way we play into the third when we're protecting the lead and the sacrifice our guys did and the way they were engaged and discipline and resilience we had. It was great to see.
It's your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update, all brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU punches their ticket to the semifinals. Crazy game. BYU shoots 18 of 36 from 3, and they will go to the semis where they will take on the winner of the Houston, the 1 seed, and Colorado, the 16 seed. See if Colorado can pull a 1-16 upset. And but most likely it'll be BYU in a rematch with Houston. Those two teams haven't played in a minute when Houston really blew out BYU. But Hans, safe to say BYU's a little bit of a different team now than they were when they played earlier.
How many times have you seen 18 threes in a college game?
Not that I can remember. Not off the top of my head. Just crazy.
I can't remember 18 threes in a game.
I can't remember
shocking.
36 attempted threes in a game, let alone 18 made. I mean, to attempt 36 is crazy. To make 50% of those, I mean, the fact is this game shouldn't have been even this close. And Iowa State shot the lights out, or BYU would have won this game by 30. I mean, it's just crazy.
Another thing that I was looking at, Iowa State only shot 7 free throws.
Yeah.
They went 5 of 7 from the free throw line, 71%. BYU shot 21 free throws, and they knocked him down, 18 of 21. Richie Saunders was 8 of 8. Fus Traore was 5 of 5. Trevin Nell was 2 of 2. So you've got your stars, you got your dogs that are knocking down free throws, and then, you know, you can say all you want about shooting 7 free throws for Iowa State. But what I watched was BYU playing really good defense, really aggressive, but playing clean defense. And that led to only allowing 7 free throws, which is a huge difference. You got to go back just a few days ago when BYU played Iowa State, Scotty. They shot 31 free throws.
Yeah.
Iowa State was 27 of 31 from the free throw line when BYU played them in Ames in the regular season and got that 3-point win that really set them on this crazy path that they're currently on. They shot 31 threes and only 7 threes in this game. So BYU obviously made some defensive adjustments and played clean defense. Now, I will say one other thing in regards to that. Last time BYU played Iowa State, they did have Tamin Lipsey on the court, but Tamin Lipsey did not attempt a single one of those 31 free throws the first time they played him.
Yeah.
It was Joshua Jefferson with 13 attempts, Curtis Jones with 6 attempts. They had Gilbert with 4, and I can't remember who had the other ones, but Lipsey, it wasn't that Lipsey was really pushing himself to the line. it's just a completely different game that they played today.
Yeah, and the fact is, if you were to say, okay, Hans, one team attempted 36 3-pointers, and also there was a team on the court that only attempted, 7 free throws?
7 free throws for Iowa State. 7.
You would think that the 7 free throw attempts would align with the team that shot 36 threes. When in reality, no, that wasn't the case. The team that also shot the 36 threes was the team that shot over 20 free throw attempts. And it's just like they will come at you in so many different ways. This is why I'm telling you, when you're filling out your bracket and you go to KSLSports.com and you fill out our bracket mayhem challenge for a chance, by the way, to win $1,000. You know, a lot of people go like, hey, you know, if you have a perfect bracket, you're going to win $1 billion. Okay, well, nobody's going to do that. Like, we'll still, look, if you have a perfect bracket, I think we'll still give you $1 million. But look, let's be honest, the chances of that happening are 0. But the chance of you winning $1,000 is somebody's getting a check for $1,000 and another person's getting a check for $500 because we're going to throw everybody in the mix and anybody. And Lloyd had a drawing in his office to see who we were going to pick on, and it ended up being JJ. So if you have a bracket that finishes ahead of Jeremiah Jensen in our bracket challenge, then you will be in a drawing with everybody else that ended up ahead of JJ to win $500. So we're giving away cold hard cash in this bad boy. But I'm saying when you fill out this bracket, be ready to take BYU pretty far because they are not a one-trick pony. They're not just a 3-ball shooting team. They can come at you in so many different ways.
Yeah, including what they showed today, putting Fus Traore down low, getting him to the free throw line, and making some efficient field goals underneath the rim. Oh, and pulling down some offensive rebounds along the way. BYU out-rebounded Iowa State 31-28, and a lot of that was the work of Fus, and a lot of that was the work of Keba Keita. Keba Keita ends up with 10 rebounds and continues to do work. So it's just an impressive team. You're right. There's all kinds of matchups. And I talked specifically about what they did with Moat Mag and when they rotated Trey Stewart in because Curtis Jones was going crazy. They rotate Trey Stewart in. Trey just shuts him down, starts really closing tight on him, trailing him, going over every screen and making sure they stand right on the hip of Curtis Jones. And I think he really changed the potential outcome of this game because of what he did defensively. But the most important part, when you put a guy like Trey Stewart out on the court, he still has to give you some offense. And Trey Stewart would rotate to the outside offensively. They'd dish it back, and he went 50% from 3. Yeah. So you need that kind of effort from Trey. Oh, and Moat Mag went 2 of 3 from 3. That's your 2 big defenders, Scotty. They went 50% and 75% from 3.
It's crazy. It really is. I mean, it's props to Kevin Young, props for building that team. They've really exceeded everybody's expectations and continue to play some of the best basketball. If not the best they're the hottest team in the country right now, and it's not even close. All right, Hans and Scotty, we'll continue to break this game down. Mitch Harper will join us next, BYU insider for KSLSports.com. You're listening to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today, and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
Jazz games are better together. Host an unforgettable night at Delta Center with colleagues, friends, families, whoever. Group tickets are the best way to get everyone together to cheer on the Jazz. Pick from a variety of options for seating, dining, and game day experiences. Start planning your big night at the game by calling 801-355-DUNK, emailing group sales at utahjazz.com, or simply visiting utahjazz.com.
Tune in to Hans and Scotty this Wednesday to hear how Teton Wealth Group's Ascent Plan can help cover the unavoidable retirement problem areas, including income, healthcare, and investments at no cost to you. Visit retireteton.com for more information.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Number one.
Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Survive and advance. That's what BYU did, knocking off Iowa State. Second time in 3 games. BYU gets the win over Iowa State, and now we'll play most likely Houston in the semifinals of the Big 12 tournament. Joining us now, BYU insider for KSLSports.com, Mitch Harper. Mitch, how you doing?
Doing great, guys. Have to be on that. That was a impressive game from BYU to, back and forth, the high level shooting and offense. Another impressive win for the Cougars.
I was just saying that if Mwant Mag and Trey Stewart played defense like that and could still rotate and hit a three, BYU may be really, really tough to take out of a tournament, Mitch.
I agree, and they're doing this without Cannon Catchings, who remains day-to-day with his knee injury, and they haven't skipped a beat. And in many respects, you feel like it was almost not addition by subtraction, I don't want to say that, but a little bit of tightened up the rotation just enough to where you still have that depth that, because Iowa State clearly got gas at the end, and they were shorthanded without Taman Lipsey and Keyshawn Gilbert, and BYU going with that 10-man rotation. It's a good spot. It's a good number, and BYU looked like the fresh team down the stretch and Richie Saunders comes up big. Trey Stewart, like you said, given some big shots and also getting that steal in the second half that led to offense. So BYU is just finding answers in many different ways, and it's not the same blueprint every game. Against Utah to close out the regular season, BYU started 0 of 13 from 3 in that game, and then today against Iowa State, they go 18 of 36 from beyond the arc, one shy of setting a program best in a single game for 3. So they find different ways to win, and they love getting up and down the court. So this was kind of their bread and butter with how they like to play with the high scoring and up-tempo attack.
Well, and that's what's been really impressive, and that's why I think that BYU is going to be a hard out, not only in the Big 12 tournament, but the NCAA tournament next week, is that their ability to beat you in multiple different ways. I think people are going to look at this 18 of 36 from 3 and go, oh, okay, it's one of those teams that just shoots a lot of 3 balls. Well, yeah, they can, and they prefer that. But if it's not falling or you take it away, they can beat you in numerous different ways. And the fact that they still shot over 20 free throw attempts in this game while taking 36 threes still shows they're a very physical team.
Definitely. And, they had to navigate a little bit of adversity, too, in this game. They were down by 10 points in the first half. And Curtis Jones for Iowa State looked like he couldn't miss at all. He was up to 22 points in the first half. And then on the defensive end, they put Trey Stewart on Curtis Jones in some of those stretches, and he was held to only 9 points in the second half and not as efficient as he was in that first half. So Kevin Young is really good at in-game adjustments, and many players have highlighted that throughout the season about this staff's ability to give the necessary adjustments that they can then implement on the court, and it works. And I think that's helped the confidence of this team during this winning streak, is that the feedback that these coaches are providing in game, it's working more times than not. And, I think today that some of the defensive adjustments with Curtis Jones I thought were really impressive. And I think BYU, they identify those spots in the corner in particular where they attack the 3 ball from that area. And then, they'll also go inside too on occasion with Keba Keita or Foose. And there's just a lot to like right now about this BYU team, and their confidence just continues to grow. And I think tomorrow, if they do, in fact, draw Houston, that'll be a great barometer to see truly how much progress has been made from early in Big 12 conference play, where they lost by 30-plus to Houston, and now get a crack at them in the Big 12 tournament semifinals potentially.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that. 86-55, last time BYU saw Houston, just so everybody understands some context. BYU was riding a 4-game win streak. They had just opened up Big 12 play against Arizona State, got the win against Arizona State, and they were feeling pretty healthy and pretty excited. And then Houston puts the 31-point beat down on them. They shoot 37% from the field. They went 8 of 24 from 3 for 33%. Houston out-rebounded them 37-24, outstole them 9-6, out-assisted them 15-14, beat them in every category across the board, thumped them. So if Houston does find their way through Colorado, which they should, what do you think happens between BYU and Houston as BYU's kind of found their stride?
I would say I'd still give the edge to Houston because defensively that pressure will give BYU some headaches, and you saw it the first meeting between BYU and Iowa State. You saw it in that first meeting against Houston. Yegor Demon struggles in that. And I thought today Yegor struggled quite a bit still, even with the shorthanded Iowa State guard line. Yegor had 4 turnovers. He had 40% of BYU's turnovers on a day where BYU only committed 10 turnovers. Dallin Hall was a steadying force, and he had a really strong performance, I thought, today. He's been solid this entire Big 12 conference play, especially in this winning streak. But Houston's defensive pressure is elite, and it's not just this year. It's been over the course of 6 years where Kelvin Sampson's putting together the best defenses in college basketball. So I think that pressure is going to be fascinating to watch if, in fact, that does become the matchup, because they suffocated BYU. It was 16-6, so I think around the midway through, before the under-12 media timeout, and it was over. And BYU was barely getting up shots. So this will be just an interesting test to see, again, how much progress has been made, because BYU is a completely different team now than what they were in early January. And I remember that time, too, Yegor was coming back from a knee contusion injury that kept him out for a stretch of games, and that was his first road game since that Providence game, and BYU was just struggling. And since that time, they had some ups and downs where they lost to Utah, they lost to TCU, but since then, they've been outstanding. And Mawut Mag too was not in the starting lineup in that game against Houston. I think that could be a bit of a difference, an X factor as well in this matchup, because then BYU was starting Cannon Catchings. Now it's Mawut Mag. So that's a different look that maybe can counter Houston, because Mag is, he's an excellent 3-and-D guy for BYU. He's done a really nice job, particularly in the first half against Iowa State today. Second half, a little bit more quieter on the offensive end because his contributions were not as needed, I think, matchup-wise against Iowa State, but he's going to be critical tomorrow if they do, in fact, line up against Houston.
Is there anything you can point to as to what flipped the switch for this BYU team in terms of this winning streak that they're on?
Dallin Hall's play. Dallin Hall was hesitant. He was timid in the early part of Big 12 play. There was a real struggle with trying to figure out how to play off of Yegor Demin, and it wasn't working. And I don't think it's any coincidence that BYU's 9-game winning streak coincides with Dallin Hall playing at a high level, taking care of the basketball. Today, he goes 7-to-1 assist-to-turnover ratio. When he wasn't playing anywhere close to that at the beginning of Big 12 play. He's been doing that almost nightly as of late, particularly in this winning streak. And I think that's been the biggest difference, is having a guy like Dallin Hall where, okay, Yegor's struggling. He's, getting sped up, turning the ball over. Okay, not all is lost. You're going to go up to the backup point guard, and the level of production on the offense still continues. That's a nice luxury that not many teams in college basketball can say they have, where they have, basically a starting point guard, a guy who's been an honorable mention all Big 12 guy a year ago, coming off the bench, so there's no drop-off. And it might only get better in terms of how the offense runs. You saw today with that kick-out pass to Richie Saunders that was basically the dagger late in the game. Dallin Hall finds him right where Richie wants it, fires it off, half a second, as they like to say at BYU, and he gets it off and buries that three. So Dallin's been excellent. I think also the change, too, from Cannon Catchings to Mawut Mag, putting him in the starting lineup has been big. BYU's only lost 3 games when Mawut Mag is in the starting 5 for BYU, so I think that also plays a big role. But Dallin Hall, to me, his level of play, getting back to what he looked like last year and stepping up every single night, that's been the biggest difference for BYU.
So Iowa State in the regular season, at the end of the season, BYU puts them at the line 31 times, only puts them at the line 7 times in this game, Mitch. Tell us what happened defensively. Was BYU playing that much more clean? Because it wasn't about the fan base. I felt like it was still an Iowa State home crowd, and BYU's players just continued to silence them, and BYU's fans were getting as rowdy as they could possibly be. But 7 free throw attempts for Iowa State. Tell us how BYU got that done.
Yeah, pretty surprising. And, Iowa State, they settled for a lot more threes than they're typically shooting. Iowa State coming into this game, their season high for made threes was 11. They eclipsed that mark with 13 threes. So this was a high-level shooting game on both sides. They go 13 of 30 from 3. But that was, to me, the biggest difference as far as avoiding Iowa State getting to the foul line. And honestly, too, their bigs were not as impactful in this game. Jefferson, a former St. Mary's transfer, he was big in that game in Ames about a week and a half ago. I thought Kaba Keita did a really nice job on him and Deshaun Jackson, kind of going back and forth between those guys. But Iowa State did not look to the paint as often as they typically do, and I think that coincides with Tamin Lipsey being out. Tamin Lipsey, the first time that he was available in a game, he didn't end up playing, where he doesn't start. But, I think that absence for Iowa State was significant in this game. And, Iowa State's still going to be a pretty good team. They got to get healthy, though, because, when they've been experiencing a lot of injuries this season. They went close to the horn with Houston a couple of weeks back without 2 key guys in that one. So this is a really good team, but they've just always had this injury bug as of late. But not having Lipsey, settling for a lot of threes, I thought that was big. And then BYU cleaned up on the glass and limited Iowa State to only one shot were some of the big differences why Iowa State didn't go to the foul line as much.
I know you still feel most likely that Houston finds a way to beat BYU, but you look at, BYU's just night and day different than what they saw against Houston earlier in this year. What are your keys? What do they need to do to make sure they can find a way to get to at least hang in this game and maybe pull off the semifinal upset?
Will not let Houston shoot the ball as well as they did in that first meeting. Houston, this is their best offensive team under Kelvin Sampson. Typically you think of Houston teams, it's, low 60s, high 50s. No, Houston can, get into the 90s with their offense as well. They don't typically need to because they just limit everyone to that 60 range. But you can't let them go off. In the game against BYU in January, they had a season-high day where they knocked down 16 threes, and Emmanuel Sharp was excellent. So I think that's one of the big things there is do not let Houston just bury the three at a high clip. And I think for BYU, too, that they've got to take care of the basketball and value possessions. I think the 10 turnovers today against Iowa State was a solid number. You still like to maybe get that in single digits, but if you're at 10 turnovers or less, you're going to have a chance to win because BYU's offense is going to show up. I mean, this is not, this is happening every game now. BYU's won 4 consecutive games against top 25 opponents. Biggest winning streak against ranked foes since the 50s. So this is showing up every single game, regardless of who the opponent is. Just value the possessions, take care of the basketball, and that's where a lot of eyes are going to be on Yegor Demin. And this could be a big game for him when you talk about NBA draft prospects and you see ESPN's latest mock draft. They got him still at number 9. If he wants to climb the ladder and be a lock to be a lottery pick, I think this is going to be a big game for him to show up and take care of the basketball. So limiting the turnovers and preventing Houston from going off from 3, I think BYU can make that thing close and be very competitive with Houston.
Mitch, do you think that this run that BYU basketball is on is doing a lot for Brian Santiago and the race for the athletic director department?
I think it only could help, because he was heavily involved with getting Kevin Young to BYU. I remember sitting in Kevin Young's office in the summer, and, he talked about, the conversations he had with Brian before getting here to BYU. Santiago's very close to that basketball program. He oversees it. So, yeah, I think that definitely helps the cause because BYU, when things are good, they typically don't want to have a drastic change. They just want to keep the machine rolling. That's how BYU historically operates. Unless there's some candidate that's a Kevin Young type that's out there that's from the alumni pool that would really just reinvent what BYU can become and take it to a higher level, then maybe that could hurt Santiago's candidacy. But I think this is going to take time. BYU is going to turn over every stone to see what candidates are out there because they know Brian's still part of the athletic department, and Tom has made it clear he can stay till August if he needs to. So BYU is going to be very patient. We're a month now in, and oddly enough, BYU's winning streak has coincided since Tom Holmoe announced his retirement. Maybe that's some side story there, but they've done a really nice job, BYU has, and I think that definitely helps Santiago's candidacy because he has been a influential person when it comes to BYU's basketball program, and he was big with getting Kevin Young to BYU.
Who ultimately makes that hire? Is it the president? Is it the vice president? Who do you think has the final say there?
Shane Reese, BYU president, Shane Reese. He's the final say, but it's a unique position where you're collaborating with the board of directors and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Quorum of the 12. I mean, head coaches have to have interviews with the brethren of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and that's going to be extensive for the AD as well. So it's already a month in, and I wouldn't be surprised if this continues to go on maybe until the end of the athletic year, potentially in May. So this could take a little bit of time, but I definitely do think it does help Santiago's chances of maybe getting the job with how this basketball team is succeeding. And it doesn't feel like it's just a flash in the pan 1 year. This is just year 1 under Kevin Young, and then you've got the number 1 recruit coming in, and he's going to be active in the portal. And there just seems to be this infusion of interest and commitment financially, it's good times for right now for BYU basketball.
Well, I know this, when all the Blue Bloods watch BYU beat Kansas, Arizona, Iowa State twice, once in tournament play, depending on what they do from here on out, they're going to be on the phone, and they're going to be calling agents, and they're going to request meetings. And I was reassured, Mitch, by two different individuals. I was reassured that BYU will meet the number and that BYU has everything Kevin Young is looking for, and to not worry about Kevin Young potentially heading out to another program. Now, I get it. You know, you got the Bill Selfs of the world out there that are making $10 million, and you've got potential of $8 and $10 million offers. But you look at a guy like Mark Few, who I've been talking about throughout the week. Mark Few stuck around for a long time because he knows his program, he knows what he has, and I've been reassured that Kevin Young knows where he's at, loves where he's at, and loves the money. Have you heard anything about the possibility of Kevin Young leaving or the stability? Because it seems like he's very stable.
I've heard, more the latter, the stability, where it's a stable deal and he wants to be at BYU. I haven't really heard any sort of traction about him potentially leaving. I haven't really heard that at all. So, with AJ DeBance, he's coming in on May 1st. He's going to be enrolling. Him and Xavier Staten, they're going to be in classes on May 1st. That would be a quick turnaround, and that's high level. Like, that goes beyond just typical recruiting. That's big business, getting a guy like a number one recruit of AJ DeBanza. So I would expect that Kevin Young would be very committed to BYU, and he's enjoying it at BYU. He's talked about how he wanted to be in this environment for his kids and his wife and family, and he's got big visions for BYU basketball to take it to heights that they haven't reached before.
Mitch Harper joining us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as BYU off to the semifinals to take on Houston, and it should be a fun one for sure. Mitch, great stuff as always. You can read his stuff at KSLSports.com, but thanks for hanging out with us, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, no problem, guys. Take care.
There he is, Mitch Harper, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hands coming up next, Good, the Bad, the Ugly. We'll also talk a little NFL coming up at 2:05. But I love this week. I love conference tournament week. I love the NCAA tournament coming up next week. I'm a college basketball nerd. I love the sport, and it's fun to see other people start gleaming onto it at this point of the year. But the one thing I can't handle is that court for the Big 12, man. I'm just watching some replays right now. It's like, gosh, dang, that thing's tough to see.
It's hideous, man. It is. It's hideous. Amanda liked it. Amanda and I were watching the beginning parts of the game, and she's like, I really like that. That's a nice design. I'm like, it's killing my eyes. It's atrocious. Just put it a plain court and make it about basketball.
It's like that Brooklyn Nets one. It's just like it.
I know. Looks horrible.
I feel like I'm watching Pleasantville.
That's a poll right there. Dang. Hands and Scotty, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, big shout-out to the John Watson Chevrolet and the Zone Northern Utah High School Basketball Player of the Week Awards. This is the 20th year of that event. And every year, the program honors one boys and one girls basketball player from Northern Utah each week for their stellar play on the court. Winners are announced on the Zone and on billboards up in Ogden and on the dealership's electronic boards as well. So many great storylines this year, but the program has just been a great fit for John Watson Chevrolet because it celebrates those in the community who work really hard and make a difference. The values celebrated and exemplified by the dealership as well. They also do it during football season. So, again, can't thank John Watson and that crew enough. They just do so much to support the community down there, or up there, I guess I should say.
They are great people. I spoke at this event 2 years ago, and at the football event, and getting to meet the kids, getting to meet the parents, the way they vet these kids out and the way they find them to honor them, it's unique. I mean, these kids can't just be good athletes. They really are looking for great community members, great students, and great athletes. in order to really hand out an award and feel good about it. So I've loved what John Watson has done with this program for many, many years. Did you say this is his 20th event?
20th year. Yep.
20th year of doing football and basketball. These guys are great, and we really do appreciate it.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, the good, the bad, the ugly, and one of those includes an update on a story Hans and I talked about just earlier in the week. You're listening to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Daryl Morey is saying that Sixers fans are only fueled by anger.
Okay, this is kind of interesting. They didn't invent the tank. Teams have been tanking for a long time. But they invented the process, right? They really did this thing the Jazz are doing right now for 5 straight years. They got Joel out of it. They got Ben Simmons out of it. They got Markelle Fultz out of it. They actually really did have success as far as pick quality goes. Player quality, they did not.
During the actual process, they booted every pick but one. The Jazz better get it right. Long story short, if you want to take a Jazz lesson out of this, if you're going to take a whole season, you better hit a home run with the pick.
And the truth is, that doesn't have to be Cooper Flagg. Jazz have an 86% chance of not getting Cooper Flagg. So you better get the best player otherwise.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Rod with great news for Utah homebuyers. When you hire the Save Right team of realtors at Realty Path, you get a Bankbuster loan with a fixed interest rate in the 5s. What is a Bankbuster loan? A Bankbuster loan gives you a fixed interest rate in the 5s. Bankbuster loans give you maximum buying power. Monthly payments can be up to $800 lower. Bankbuster loans can save you hundreds of thousands in mortgage interest. Get your Bankbuster loan when you hire the Save Right team of realtors to help you buy a home. Start with a rate in the 2s. Ask us how. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Get way more home for a lot less money. Get a Bankbuster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Listen, are you considering finishing your basement or turning your basement into a living space? Maybe you've got that young adult in your life who is moving back home. It happens a lot.
Yeah, maybe it's time for an update of your windows. Maybe they're drafty. Maybe they're not energy efficient. Maybe they're not to code for a fire escape. Are they letting outdoor noise in? Maybe it's time to call Peach Windows and let their experts see if they can transform your space.
Peach Doors is here to make the entire process smooth and stress-free. Visit their showroom to see their wide selection of wood doors, durable fiberglass, energy-efficient aluminum, oversized glass, bifold doors, and so much more.
Let Peach help you find the perfect match for your home, budget, and personal style. You can visit the showroom and see for yourself. There's no pushy sales tactics, only guidance from their excellent staff. There's no inflated markups just for so-called discounts.
You can check out their 5-star reviews where customers rate them on their attention to detail through every step of the process. Amazing home transformations begin with windows and doors, serving Logan to St. George.
Just Google Peach Building to see for yourself.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Coming to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
Only see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Colin Sexton fired up to get Larry Markkinen back in the lineup.
Oh, man, it felt good. It felt good to have our guy back. I was able to assist him on the first three, so I was super excited about that. So just to have him back, he's getting in his rhythm, and you can tell he was excited to be back.
That is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, all brought to you by U of U Health, the official health partner of the Utah Jazz.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is the good, it is the bad, it is the ugly right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And Hans, we have an update on Batongate 2025.
We do. This thing continues to churn. The Lynchburg Commonwealth Attorney Office, they have charged Alila Everett with 1 count of assault and battery for beating Kayleen Tucker over the head with a baton in that 4x200-meter relay race at the Class 3 State Indoor Championship in Virginia. So it's done. It doesn't matter how much you cry in front of a camera. When new angles surface, did you see the new angle, the backside angle?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, man, it's obvious that she raised that baton up and she thumped Kayleen in the back of the head. And then sat there and cried in front of cameras and said, people are attacking my character and people are using all kinds of racist terms. And the racism is overbearing and it's tearing apart my character. And it's like, hey, girl, just own up and just say, you know what? I in a terrible moment, a bad mistake, just horrible judgment, I thumped her in the head with the baton. I can't explain it. But all of us make dumb mistakes. And I will say that I'd made a lot of dumb mistakes growing up. And I had, early on in life, I had a moniker called Lie Till You Die. And I would lie my way through it, and then I'd weave a web, and then I'd get caught in the web, and it'd get really horrible. But this one, it's on film, multiple angles. You can't talk your way out of that, Scotty.
Lie till you die.
Lie till you die, man.
Oh, man. Everything, look, you're right. Just use those tears and go on camera and say, things have been hard. I'm dealing with a lot of personal issues. Play the mental health card and just say, you know what? I wasn't in a good place mentally. And when I saw her fly past me, something triggered. I apologize. Reach out to her. Apologize like crazy. And guess what? Things will probably be fine. Things will probably be fine.
But when you she would have still been charged, but it would have been a lot better. You're right.
Oh yeah. And but here you just now you look silly. You look like you're just trying to, to your point, you're just lying, and everybody knows you're lying because the video shows otherwise. You can't say, "Oh, it's a bad angle of the video. Oh, my arms were in motion." No, stop it. Just own it. Just own it.
It's a terrible deal. I just put myself in those shoes. Like if that was one of my daughters that got thumped in the head with a baton, I would be losing my mind. That's the state track event, and she fell out of it. When she got hit in the head, it caused a concussion. There's no fracture in the skull, but she fell out of the competition, and she had a nice little lead. In fact, she was taking the lead when this girl hit her in the head with the baton. And if that was one of my kids, I would be out of my mind. I wouldn't even be able to see straight. So I try to see it through the eyes, the lens of the parents. But now that the charges come down, if I'm the parents of the other girl, we say, hey, look, I know it's a bad judgment. Own up to it. A couple of I'm sorry's. We're not looking to send you to jail. We're not looking to hit you with a lifetime record. we aren't even, maybe if there's concussion health issues and we got to recover some money, maybe there'll be some recovery, but we're okay. We forgive you. And let's move on. And that's how this should go.
Yep, 100%. You're spot on. All right, Hans and Scotty, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Well, look at Mark Gastineau keeping himself in the news.
Yeah, this whole thing was crazy. Scotty, you saw the video that surfaced. I think every sports fan out there saw the video that surfaced. ESPN had put together a 30 for 30 called the New York Sack Exchange, and Gastineau is a part of this thing. And a video got released of Mark Gastineau confronting Brett Favre, telling Brett Favre that he's upset because there was a point where Brett Favre laid down and allowed Michael Strahan to take the sack, which gave Michael Strahan a half sack advantage over Gastineau. And Gastineau said to Brett Favre, "I'm really hurt," and refused to shake his hand. Well, now, according to Gastineau, he said that ESPN used that clip without my consent or my permission. Intentionally and maliciously, they did not publish the footage of us shaking hands after the encounter. So if they would have released the whole video, it would have showed Gastineau shaking his hand and looking a lot less petty. He is now suing ESPN for $25 million for shedding him in a bad light and saying that he was grossly misrepresented, that he was maliciously, falsely represented.
Well, guess what, Mark? It was a public setting in the middle of a card signing or an autograph session thing. You're in the middle of public. You're available to be recorded. You were recorded, and sorry, you're not going to get a dime out of that. I know he's hoping to settle, and he put the number way up there. I can't imagine he will get any kind of money from this one bit. And probably it's Dave Portnoy telling him, hey, you know how we can really drive up the interest in this? Let's go sue ESPN. And, I mean, this is still – because we found out later it was all just a ploy, right? That Mark Gastineau's out there, or was it? No. That
was the Mahomes.
That was the Mahomes thing. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. You're right. But honestly, I don't think anything comes out of this. I really don't. I don't think there's anything that of any validity that comes from you going after somebody in public. Now, if it was a private setting, that's different. If it was a residential thing that somebody recorded at a home, but when it's out in public and you've got a ton of people out there with cell phone cameras, that's not going to be a problem whatsoever.
But what if you do cut off the part where after the confrontation he did shake Brett Favre's hand? What if and ESPN did this? They cut off the part where he did shake his hand, and that's why Gastineau's saying he was grossly misrepresented, because he said that they cut the part of him shaking the hand of Brett Favre, and that was unnecessary.
Two things. You're going to have to prove that that they shook hands, so you're going to need video evidence of that from somebody, or you're going to have Brett Favre testify that happened. But the most important thing is you're going to have to prove damages, whether it's libel or whatever you're going after here. You have to prove significant damage to you, your person, your reputation, and your income-making ability. And I just don't see how any of that's really possible for Mark Gastineau, because he was a nobody before, and now he's gotten a little bit of notoriety off of this. And the notoriety that he has received is because of ESPN showing this video. Mark Gastineau's not even remotely being talked about if this thing didn't happen in the first place.
Yeah.
So, all right. One more. Let's get to the ugly.
And, of course, the ugly.
Jazz fans were certainly up in arms and concerned. Cooper Flagg was essentially helped off the court, carted off the court. He was in a wheelchair, and he Paul pierced the heck out of this thing. An ankle injury in the ACC tournament. Duke was able to hold on and win the game 78-70, but Cooper Flagg, a sprained ankle. Now, the details have come out. It's not as bad as it may have looked. It's a sprain, but they did perform x-rays. Nothing broken. X-rays came back negative. He did return to the court, was not in a walking boot, was not on crutches, returned to the bench, did not return to the game. But Cooper Flagg apparently appears to be okay. I would be shocked if he played any remainder games of the ACC tournament, but I'm sure you'll see him back in the NCAA tournament in a week from now.
You think so, huh?
I think so.
The way it looked when he went onto the sideline and he was slamming his fist down on the chair, barely being able to put weight down. And I've actually seen ankles turned worse and players finished out, but I think everybody's ankle flexibility is different. And I've seen some really bad ankle turns. I've actually videoed a couple and thrown them out there on Twitter because I'm like, this is nasty. I think Colin Sexton, I had one maybe beginning part of this year that was horrible. It was like his ankle touched the ground, but he continued to finish. But the way Cooper Flagg was unable to put weight on it, I don't know. I'm gonna take the opposite stance on this, Scotty. I think that it's a bad turn. I think it's a really bad sprain. And I think you'll be hard-pressed to find him on the court for Duke. If he is, I think he's going to be hampered. And I think he's going to be hobbling.
Well, I don't think he'll be back for the ACC tournament. I don't think that's going to happen. But NCAA tournament, when you can really solidify your legacy, now he knows he's going to go number one overall. So if he's out for just making sure that he holds on to that and make sure that he gets the prestige and everything that comes along with that, then he will hold himself out. But you really cement who you are in your legacy by moments made in the NCAA tournament. So if he cares about that, I think he'll be back. When he came back out on the court and he's able to walk out there on his own power and he's able to, and he wasn't in a boot and he wasn't on crutches, that led me to believe that I think he'll probably be okay. But again, you're right. I mean, it's going to happen tomorrow morning when he wakes up and that thing's the size of a beach ball and all black and blue. It might be a different story.
It was a pretty good turn, too. He went up, grabbed a rebound, came down, and kind of caught the pinky toe underneath his foot and pushed the heel down towards the court. So it's a pretty bad turn. But I would be pretty surprised to see him in NCAA tournament play. Just that type of turn, the swelling, and then everything that he's got in front of him, I don't know if I'd risk it, Scotty. I agree with you. Like it is, that's where you really seal your legacy. But I don't know. That just looked different to me, his reaction.
Hans and Scotty coming up next, whole world news, and then Trevor Sycamore will join us. Talk a little NFL with him straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined once again by Ken Pomeroy, college basketball analytics guru and owner of KenPom.com. Do you get a lot of negativity on social media?
He gets it from conference commissioners. Isn't that right, Kenneth Pomeroy?
Ooh, who are we talking about, PK?
Greg Sankey?
Yeah, Greg Sankey was on my case because I hinted at the fact that the SEC might just be a touch overrated and in line for a little disappointment here in the NCAA tournament.
If it happens, do you go back? Yeah, take that.
No, I do. I am extremely sensitive about this kind of stuff. And Eric Musselman at USC was on my case. And I take great pride in the fact that since he made public comments disparaging my work, his team has won one game. In my own mind, I feel like if you come out against me, there's some sort of like curse.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Advance Windows is the place you need to be going right now when you need your windows. And you've gone through winter. You know summer's coming up. You know you want to save money on your heating and cooling bill. Well, there's one place you need to go, Hans. It's Advance Windows. Let's get it going.
Yeah, there's so many things that separates them. And I would say that the people really separate them, Nate and Jake and the Orchard family and the Orchard name. Everybody remembers Nate Orchard, the mayor of Sac Lake City. He's come back, take over direction of Advanced Windows, and we've just seen the rise of Advanced Windows. It's been incredible. So you get to work with great people, but then you get the best windows that you can possibly build here in the state of Utah. And you cut out the middleman because they don't order the windows to be built in Maryland and then shipped back to Utah. They build them right here. They cut and weld all of the materials. They pack it full of insulation, and they make sure that they're rated for the Utah climate.
All you have to do is go to advancedwindows.com. They'll give you $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more, and they'll have it done in 8 weeks or less. It's advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today, and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And did you know that we get a bunch of service calls per year from people who didn't even hire us? That means they originally hired someone else to replace their siding, gutters, and windows. Then later, when a problem popped up, they tried to call their contractor back to fix it, only to find out that the contractor has ceased to exist. They're gone, done, out of business. At RGS Exteriors, we've been serving Utah for 70 years. As a fifth-generation owned contractor, we've got customers who are the grandkids of our customers we had in the 1950s and 60s. We're not going anywhere. We will be here when you need us, period. For siding, gutters, and windows, now and forever, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit at rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
As a business owner looking to take your business to the next level, it's all about the right marketing. But what exactly is right for you? At 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone, we are ready to help you craft the perfect comprehensive strategy. Whether it's our powerful talent endorsements, engaging live interviews, creative production, live events, or our extensive digital platforms, we've got you covered with the right solution. Contact Stephanie Palmer today, spalmer@ksl.com, and let's grow your business together. Email spalmer@ksl.com.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for disaster cleanup, handling water damage, mold, asbestos, and full restoration services, contributing to our community with unbeatable integrity. Find them at allproutah.com. That's allproutah.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Dylan Gunther and the Utah Hockey Club getting a W, but no, they need to be a little bit more conscious when they're playing with a lead.
I think we're getting a little bit better at those situations every game. I don't think we played our best game today, but we found a way to win, and we managed the puck pretty well at the end of the game.
It's your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update, all brought to you by ReadyWise right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands. You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time for another edition of Whole World News, spanning the globe. Hans.
I'm glad that you were able to get in your room, buddy.
Oh, jeez.
I can't believe that she shooed you out of it for a minute.
She physically grabbed me by the arm and escorted me out of the room.
So she did the bulldogging.
She did the bulldogging, and I'm like, jeez. And I was
I've never seen you bulldogged ever.
Well, like, I mean, yeah, you got to be a little careful on because you can't make a scene, and so I was like, all right, fine, let's go. I got essentially, in case you're just joining us, I was running back to the hotel room so I could do the show. I was about 10 minutes late. I knew I'd be a little late, and I had put the little placard out that said "Don't disturb," and yet house cleaning was in here, and so I run into the room. I fire up the radio equipment. The house cleaner was in the bathroom, and she didn't speak any English, but she was like telling me get out of the room. I'm like, this is my room. I need to hop on this radio show. And she's like, you got to leave.
Don't you know who I am?
Well, that's the thing. I was like, look, you can leave. I don't care. Like, I didn't want it cleaned in the first place. We're good. Like, just go. We're good. And but because the door was open, finally she grabs me by the arm and pulls me out of the room. And you're thinking, I've got a radio show to do. But if I shrug her off and I, throw my arm around, or throw my arm out, and who knows what happens. And so I don't want to create a news story or something. So I follow her out of the room. She shuts the door, and then she said, okay, open it. And so I'm like, oh, okay. So I take my key card, swipe the key card, and the door opens. All she wanted to do was just to make sure that this was my actual room and that I wasn't just some Joe Schmuckatelli seeing an open door and running in and saying, oh, it's my room, you can leave now, which makes sense, makes total sense. But the language barrier was giving us some problems. Let's just say that.
Yeah, she didn't know how to say it. She didn't know how to tell you politely.
Yeah.
So but would 2019 Scotty have been pushed around like that?
No, it would have been just fine.
Or would 2019 Scotty been maced?
That could have happened as well.
Batoned and maced. Take the card. After she batons and maces you, takes the card and puts it in the door. Says I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And walks out. We can move this story because we got a big interview coming up. But what time are you headed over to the arena tonight?
I'm actually going to, as soon as the show's over, I'm going to head over there. Even though the game doesn't start until 9:30 Mountain Time, 8:30 here Pacific. I think it's a really cool environment. I love being around those games. And right now, New Mexico is playing San Jose State. So I just like being over there, man. It's always a lot of fun. So I will get over there and have live coverage beginning late tonight. It'll be a late tip-off, Utah State and UNLV. UNLV got the win over Air Force. Thought Air Force might pull off the upset last night. They were up 6 with about 6.5, 7 minutes left to go, and then all of a sudden New Mexico goes on, or UNLV goes on a 19-0 run and just slams the door shut. So, yeah.
How's your confidence level for this one tonight?
Pretty good. UNLV's lost a lot of players. They had two kids, a guy that was at BYU, I think with you. I know the kid's name is Jace Whiting. What's his dad's name? Crap.
Yeah.
His mom's the former. I guess she stepped down as the head coach of the women's team. But he's down here for UNLV. He only played 2 games, and then he got injured. They had another kid who actually played at Bountiful. Trent Whiting.
Trent Whiting?
There you go. Yeah. They have another kid who played at Bountiful, who was Robert Wadley's kid. He played 5 or 6 games, and then he got injured. And then they've got 2 other players that just got injured that won't be available tonight. So probably 4 out of their 5 starters have been out, but they've actually played better, winning 6 out of their last 8 down the stretch. So who knows? I think Utah State should win. They'll be heavily favored to win, but you can't take any of these games for granted, that's for sure. All right, 2 o'clock straight up, Hans and Scotty. We'll talk some NFL coming up next. Trevor Sikkema from Pro Football Focus will join us straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Attention sports fans, imagine the peace of mind knowing that when you open a gold-tiered checking account with Hercules First Federal Credit Union, you get premium perks as part of your package.
Start 2025 off with Gold Tier Checking and unlock unbeatable benefits. Earn up to 4.25% APY on your balances. Earn points on everyday spending. Redeem for travel, cash back, gift cards, and more. Enjoy Ultimate ID 3 Bureau credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage with no monthly fees. But that's not all. Lock in your future today with Hercules First Federal Credit Union's 12-month CD at 4.4% APY. A winning play to watch your money grow stronger together. Don't miss out. Open your Gold Tier checking account or 4.4% APY CD today. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Spring fever has arrived, and Paris RV has the spring deals waiting. Snag the Rockwood 1940 LTD for only $9,995 or $161 per month, 0 down. Or load up the Tykes or Friends and hook up to the 2025 Open Range 177 BH bunkhouse for $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down. Or slide that Kingpin into the hitch of the 2025 Voltage V-Series 3600 fifth wheel with a 14-foot garage for only $76,995 or $623 per month and 10% down.
For Utah's best selection, come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Hey, this is Dan, the laptop man from PC Laptops. Imagine struggling with a slow, outdated computer that takes forever to load anything, that randomly freezes up and is filled with viruses and malware. Now picture yourself with a powerful desktop or laptop that runs smoothly and efficiently, making your work and entertainment seamless. Take one home today. The new 2025 S1 desktop or SM3 laptop for only $999. You heard that right, $999. You get a blazing fast processor, 16 gigs of RAM, and over a terabyte of blazing storage for $999. What else do you get? Lifetime service warranty, and we have 12 months special financing on approved credit. Hurry in right now because supplies are limited, because at PC Laptops, we love you. Just check us out at PCLaptops.com. $999, PCLaptops.com.
Come in and get your burger fix with JCW's, the Burger Boys. Juicy 1/3 pound burgers or thick, rich shakes. Your choice. 5 locations, no tipping ever. Just great food with friends. JCW's. Quality. And a lot of it.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right, yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU moves into the semifinals of Big 12 tournament play with a win over Iowa State. That is back-to-back wins over Iowa State, including one in Ames and now one in Kansas City, which from all accounts was pretty much a home game for Iowa State. A lot of Iowa State fans down there, and they are none too pleased about how that happened. BYU shooting a crazy 18 of 36 from the three-point line to punch their ticket where they'll most likely play Houston, and I have not pulled up the score on that. I'm not exactly sure because I think they were the next game. And
they're currently beating Colorado. The last I looked, they were up by 8, but I don't know where it stands right now. But they were beating them earlier.
Yeah, it's an 8-point game, 35-27 with 3 minutes left in the first quarter. So anticipate Houston will win that game, and then it'll be a big one tomorrow with Houston and BYU if Houston does indeed hold on. NFL draft about a month away, Hans. As the NFL Combine in the rearview mirror, Trevor Sikkema from Pro Football Focus will join us here in just a moment. We'll chat with him about some of the in-state guys and about some of the needs from across the NFL. In fact, he joins us now. Trevor, how you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. Appreciate you having me on the show.
Always good to catch up. You guys do such great work over there. So let's talk about some of these in-state kids. If you look at Utah, BYU, Utah State, is the first pick going to come from Utah State with Jalen Royals? You think the first guy off the board from the state?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, he's the highest rated player that I have. I think that he's such a good all-around wide receiver, and I think that you talk to some people, they think that he could be a second-round pick. I don't know if he's going to be a second-round pick when it's all said and done, just because there's a lot of really good wide receivers, and there's some good trench players. Anytime there's a really good trench class, it feels like wide receiver can get moved down a little bit. But he's just got such great all-around game, and I think you guys have certainly seen that watching him up close for a couple of years now, and I think he's going to be a fantastic pro. Like, he's one of the guys that I don't know if he's going to be a superstar type of a player, but I feel like he could be in the league for a long, long time. I love his game. I co-host the NFL Stock Exchange podcast, Connor Rogers. He's an even bigger fan of his. I mean, he believes that he's got the juice and just overall receiving ability to be like a steady wide receiver, too, at the NFL level. I think he might be a little bit more of a wide receiver 3, but if he's your wide receiver 3, I mean, you're living right. I mean, you got two pretty good wide receivers in front of him. So I do think that he'll probably be the highest drafted player from that area when it's all said and done.
I used to track numbers of combine invites to NFL drafts and how many go and how many don't and how many make a roster, but there were a few guys from BYU that did not get the combine invite. Caleb Etienne and Jacob Robinson were two of those individuals that did not get the combine invite. Where are we at right now with combine invites to draft? Like, how hard is it to get that draft opportunity if you weren't invited to the combine?
Yeah, I don't want to say that it's impossible because there's a lot of, even though there's only 250 selections that are made, I believe there's around 300 combine invites that we get out there. You really there's pretty big undrafted free agent classes, right? I mean, when you think about training camps and every team in the NFL, all 32 teams got to get the 90 guys that they're bringing to training camp. I mean, that's a lot of players. And so it's, of course, your draft class, but it's so many that you think could be practice squad guys and guys that are obviously going to get cut after those 4 weeks of training camp. And so it's hard. I mean, like there's no doubt about it. If you're not getting a combine invite, it is more difficult to do so, but it's not impossible. We see all the time, every single year that, if NFL teams believe you can play, and especially playing at those schools, they've got some tape on them. They're not unknown. So it's not impossible to do so, but it does make the job a little bit more difficult because the combine invite list is a little bit of a weeding out process, if you will.
What's your early thoughts on Tyler Batty and where he may fall?
Yeah, I like him. I really do. I didn't know a lot about him before I saw him up close and personal at the Shrine Bowl, but he is a player who brings you adequate size for an edge rusher. I feel like today's day and age, we're getting a little bit smaller at a lot of positions because we're prioritizing speed. That's just in the era that we're in of football, especially at the pro level. And you get some of these smaller guys that are playing edge around 240, right around 250, something like that. And Batty's somebody who is playing at 260 plus, and he's got the length, he's got the strength to him. He can play that traditional hand in the dirt 4-5 technique 4-3 defensive end. And when I watched him at the Shrine Bowl, I thought, okay, this is a guy who's probably going to play with a good amount of power. He's going to be able to hold the line of scrimmage for you. Did a little bit more research into some of his PFF grades, which are pretty solid, honestly. And then, I'm watching his film, and he's got 3 good years of grading to him. And, man, he'll give you a little bit more juice than you expect in pass rush. So 13.5% pass rush win rate this past season. So I did like what I saw. I feel like he is probably somebody who's going to be like an early day 3 pick, maybe somebody who can get in the 4th round, but somebody who I think he definitely raised the floor of where he was going to get drafted. I don't think it's just like somewhere on day 3. I think it's really probably a priority day 3 selection now, in my opinion.
It's crazy here in the state of Utah. The University of Utah really got bit by the injury bug over the last couple of years with Brant Keithy and Craney Reed, who are 2 top prospects that were high-end players and a lot of hype. They did get the combine invites. They went out to the combine, but both of them have suffered through injuries. How much do college injuries affect an individual's ability to get drafted? And I'll take Brant Keithy specifically because you've seen how great that guy can be at the tight end position. How much does that level of injury affect his ability to be drafted?
It's hard, right? Because, you don't want to be drafted. It's not just the injury, but it's also the age, right? With him being in college as long as he is, you look at a lot of these situations, and if you've got the opportunity either to draft a really young kid who you think the potential is kind of untapped for him somewhere on day 3, or a player who's a little bit more of a veteran, maybe you've seen better production from, but because of injury or just whatever, the story of him being in college football a little bit longer, the difference between drafting, say, like a 20, 21-year-old or drafting like a 24, 25, 26-year-old is pretty vast for NFL teams, especially when you're talking about guys that you're taking a chance on day 3, because, even if the first guy doesn't pan out, well, after the rookie contract, they're still only 24, 25. After a rookie contract of a guy who's a little bit older, say 24, 25, you're almost at 30 at that point. So each position's a little bit different in that regard, but it is hard. It's tough because not just the age, but again, the availability part of it. These NFL teams don't want to be drafting guys that they can't depend on to be out there for it. And I think that we see this with stars. We even see this at the star level in the NFL. And Jair Alexander, for example, is the one that comes off the top of my head immediately, where he's a really good football player. He's one of the best corners in football, and yet you have the Green Bay Packers willing to move on from a player like this simply because he's missed a lot of time. And I think that you sort of take that similar mindset into account when you're looking at guys who might be drafted. And so it'd be an uphill road for Keithy to get drafted. I'm not going to lie, but he is somebody who is at the very least going to get a chance to showcase what he's able to do, because he will absolutely be a camp invite somewhere.
How do you look at the quarterbacks in this draft? Because they'll always go high because teams need quarterbacks, but is Cam Ward worth a number 1 overall pick? Is Shedeur Sanders worth a top 5 pick? Is Jackson Dart worth a first-round pick? I mean, where are your thoughts on these 3?
Yeah, so it is such a hard conversation to have because, I'll just tell you, film grade, I have a second-round grade on Cam Ward. I have a late second, early third on Shedeur Sanders. I have third-round grades on Jalen Milroe, on Will Howard, on Jackson Dart, on Dylan Gabriel, guys like that. But at the end of the day, the quarterback position is just so it's evaluated so different than all of these other positions because it just doesn't matter. If you believe that a guy has the ceiling of a difference-making starting caliber quarterback, you might draft them a whole 2-3 rounds earlier. And it just hits and then you take into account these teams that have these major quarterback needs. Like, again, I like Cam. I think he should absolutely get a chance to be a starting quarterback at the NFL level. But I'd sit here and tell you that I'd be floored if the Titans don't take him at number 1 now. They're sitting at number 1 overall. They did not do anything at the quarterback position in free agency, and they cannot go into next year with just Will Levis as their starting quarterback. So honestly, it doesn't really matter what my film evaluation says. They've navigated their team and their team building process in a way where they can't do anything else. And it's just so fascinating to watch and follow and study this position every single year. Shoot, I could throw frustrating in there as well as another adjective for it because of how drastically different you have to approach this position. So those are my film grades that I have on these quarterbacks. But when it's all said and done, I mean, Cam could go number 1, Shedeur Sanders could go number 3, and that's just the landscape that we live in with the NFL. You either have a quarterback or you don't.
Give me a couple teams that have won in free agency, that have been able to pick up names of needs that they really had and maybe make a difference for their team in this upcoming season.
Yeah, I think the Minnesota Vikings did a really good job this free agency period, really mitigating a lot of their weaknesses that they had on the roster, especially on the interior offensive and defensive lines. You get 2 guys from the Colts who come over from one of the best offensive lines in the NFL, and Will Fries and Ryan Kelly. And then on the defensive side of things, you're adding a Javon Hargrave, a John Allen, and those are the 2 areas that Minnesota really needed to hit, and they hit them in a big way, and I absolutely loved it. And so they gave themselves a ton of flexibility because they're only picking. They've got the 24th overall pick in the first round, and then they don't pick again until 97 right now because of the trades that they did last year. So they would love to have that flexibility to trade back and get a couple of extra draft picks. How they navigated free agency, I think, allows them to do that. I also think the Denver Broncos had an excellent free agency period. It was a shorter class, but it's one that I think is incredibly impactful for them. You're bringing in guys like Dre Greenlaw at the linebacker level and Talanoa Hufanga at the safety spot, and that's upgrading the team speed. That's making sure a top 8, top 5 defense in the NFL last year can now be a top 3, maybe even the best defense in the NFL. So you're continuing to make that side of the ball big-time strength for you. And then I love the addition of Evan Ingram because every single time I do a mock draft for the Denver Broncos, I'm always having them take a tight end somewhere in the first round. Normally it's Colston Loveland just because of how dire that need was. Well, you bring in a guy like Evan Ingram and you say, hey, now we don't have to take one at number 20. They still can, but the goal of free agency is to give you flexibility to navigate the NFL draft the way that you want to. You want to be set going into the season, and then everything that you get in terms of the draft is just icing on the cake. So those are just 2 teams that immediately come to my mind that are going to get A, free agency grades from us over at PFF just because of how well they were able to navigate things.
What's going on with the 49ers?
Man, it's end of an era, right? I mean, you kind of have to say it like that, and it's hard for me to sit here and say that the 49ers are rebuilding, right? Because even through all the talent that they moved on from, Kyle Juszczyk, Deebo Samuel, Javon Hargrave, Leonard Floyd, Malik Collins, Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, all of the Aaron Banks, all those guys no longer on the team, they still do have Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, George Kittle, Trent Williams, Brandon Ayuk is still on this team. Brock Purdy is still on this team. Christian McCaffrey is still on the team. So I'm rattling off superstar names. So with that many on the roster, I can't say that they're quote-unquote rebuilding, but they're turning a page in the big way. And I think this is all part of the bill coming due now, right? They've had one of the best rosters in the NFL because they've been operating under the best bargain contract in the league over the last 3 years, with Brock Purdy playing starting caliber and even get you to the Super Bowl level type of quarterback play on a Mr. Irrelevant contract. That's the best contract in the NFL over the last 3 to 4 years. And now they're going to have to pay him like a top 10 quarterback. So now you're seeing them get their books ready for that to make sure that they're prioritizing the exact players they want. But yeah, there's no doubt about it. It's just going to be a new look San Francisco 49ers team in a lot of ways.
Have the Raiders punched their ticket to the postseason with Geno Smith and Raheem Mostert?
I do love what the Raiders have done. I also, man, you throw in, of course, getting Pete Carroll, who I love. I love that move to get Carroll in there to give them some stability, some wisdom, some veteran head coaching. He's proven success in this league. I also love their general manager in John Spytek. He was the right-hand man to Jason Light. I'm from Tampa Bay myself, so I've followed that team and that organization very closely. And Spytek, in my opinion, is one of the best. So they've done a great job. I thought they did a good job in free agency. It's a bummer that Robert Spillane got out of the building because he's one of the best run-defending linebackers in the league. But, man, they brought in some good players. Geno Smith is such a hit-the-ground-running type of a rebuild quarterback for this new regime, and I absolutely love it. I think Ashton Genty could be on the board for them at number 6, where they can really just revamp this offensive identity by bringing him into the fold. You've got a good offensive line to believe in so far, and so I don't know about postseason yet for them because the AFC is still stacked, but they're going to be a tough out every single week, and I know that for sure.
All right, so you bring up Ashton Genty at 6, and obviously tremendous talent. I called a bunch of his games. I've seen him up close. He's a tremendous player, and I think he's worthy of being a first-round pick. But with the shelf life being what it is on NFL running backs, and you just churn and burn through those guys so quickly, is he worth a first-round pick, or are you better waiting, getting something a little bit more of need, and then trying to get value at running back later on in the draft?
Yeah, I think that in a vacuum, right, we at PFF would tell you that the value for running back is not in the first round. Like you mentioned, the turnover is so often there. There are so many good running backs out there. The supply and demand curve would tell you, no, you don't need to draft one in the first round. However, there are certain teams where I do think it can make sense, right? Think about the Saquon Barkley situation last year. New York Giants and the Philadelphia Eagles, right? You look at what Saquon did this past year, Giants fans and John Mara, everybody's got to be kicking themselves. Well, the fact of the matter is, Saquon wouldn't have done what he did in Philadelphia with the New York Giants. That wasn't going to happen. Their team wasn't ready for that. They had so many holes around the running back position. They weren't ready to get the most out of everything that Saquon could bring to the table. The Eagles were on the opposite side of the coin. They had the roster ready. They had the wide receivers. They had the offensive line. They had the defense behind him, and they were one Saquon Barkley away from being a team to compete and win a Super Bowl. When I think about Ashton Genty, yeah, there's a discussion that the Raiders don't need to draft a running back at number 6. I would totally understand that. But, for example, a team like the Chicago Bears, look at what the Bears did in free agency. Now look at that roster top to bottom. There ain't many holes at all. And they're now a team that I could say, yeah, go take Ashton Genty at number 10 because everything else is already in place, and it's just simply about them playing up to their potential. So it's not for every situation, and I don't think it's an answer where you could just say yes or no, running backs would be valuable in the first round. It kind of depends on, one, the running back themselves, how much do they bring to the passing game as well, because that goes into how much return on investment you're going to get, and your landing spot, what team you are going to. If you're a team that has nothing on offense and you're going to draft an Ashton Genty, well, then I'm probably going to tell you that for the majority or the entirety of his rookie contract, you're not going to get what you want out of him. But if you're a team like the Bears or it's one of these other teams that's maybe a running back away from really, really hitting the gas pedal on offense, then, yeah, I think that you could have the conversation about it.
Help us understand what happened between Cooper Kupp and the Rams, and then help us understand how the Rams couldn't get a trade done and how it led up to him just being released.
Yeah, I think that, the latter part of the question, anytime you get in a scenario where the rest of the league knows that they're just going to release you, it's almost impossible to get a trade done, especially for Cooper Kupp's contract. I believe he was more than $20 million on the salary cap over the next 2 years that he had on his contract. So nobody was going to pay that for him, knowing that in the end, the Rams were just going to release him. Once they signed Davante Adams, that was it. I mean, every team in the league knew at that point, we can just wait on this guy. We don't have to trade a draft asset for him. We don't have to take on his contract. We can just wait for the Rams to release him outright. So it's really hard once the league understands that that is in the future to get any sort of capital for him. I don't know exactly what went wrong with them, trading Davante Adams in and out for Cooper Kupp. Maybe they just don't believe that Kupp has the durability or the explosiveness left in him. Obviously, this year was a little bit of a letdown as they leaned more into Puka Nacua, but I still do believe that Cooper Kupp could be a very good wide receiver, too, in this league. I think he could be a great complementary receiver to hopefully a wide receiver one, and I think there's going to be a lot of teams that are interested in him and his services and everything that he could still bring to the table, even at above the age of 30. So that's really how I would assess that situation.
Trevor Sikkema, kind enough to join us from Pro Football Focus right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. When you evaluate quarterbacks, everybody's talking about Jaden Daniels, and for good reason, and Bo Nix. They had tremendous rookie seasons. Caleb Williams was running for his life behind that offensive line there in Chicago. You mentioned them. How do you evaluate his first year, and what does his future look like in the league?
Yeah, I mean, it was a little disappointing. I don't want to say it was massively disappointing because, again, I think there was a lot of turmoil that was going on within that organization and coaching staff, and very clearly, they had an offensive coordinator that just did not know how to make the most out of that situation. And when you're having player-led meetings and when you're having, private meetings with the offensive coordinator, 3-4 weeks into the season, that's not a good thing. And it just was very clear that the voices that were in his head and giving him direction as a rookie were not taking him in the right direction. And I think you could have said the same thing with Bryce Young, right? I mean, when Bryce Young was brought in with the Carolina Panthers, I mean, there must have been a million different voices in his head, from the owner to the general manager to his private quarterback coach to his head coach to his offensive coordinator, and he really suffered his rookie season because of it. And then they get a little bit more of a stable coaching staff, a little bit more of a stable vision, stable voice, and we saw what he was able to do in the second half of last season. So you're hoping that with Ben Johnson there now, it's a unified vision, it's a unified voice, they're going the right direction, and it's one that they could, have faith in moving forward. So, yeah, look, Caleb was still holding on to the ball too long. There were still too many times when he was seeing ghosts, feeling pressure when it wasn't there. Some indecisions looking down the field, all of that. They were just growing pains. But I love the fact that Ben Johnson is there now, and he gets to work with a proven offensive play caller.
So the big chief, Andy Reid, was just at this BYU basketball game, so he's out moving about, and obviously a fantastic man, incredible coach. We know what Kansas City was able to pull off. Is it their world again, and we're just living in it?
Look, I'm not going to sit here and count Kansas City out at all whatsoever, but I do believe that there were a lot of games last year where I think when you say the word lucky, a lot of people get, triggered by it because they don't like factoring in luck into sports. They make it so, you're saying that's lucky? You mean that they didn't deserve it? No, that's not what I'm saying. But to win at this level, you have to be not only talented, not only execute well, but you got to be a little bit lucky too, whether it's health, whether it's the ball bouncing your way, whatever it is. And Kansas City had quite a bit of luck, it felt like, last year on their side. And so they're not out of it at all whatsoever. Mahomes, you never are when you have Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. They are going to be as competitive as ever next season, especially knowing how people are going to be gunning for them, right? The three-peat is done, and people are just going to be looking at the Kansas City Chiefs like they are vulnerable now. And I think that a lot of other teams in the AFC, I think Baltimore is certainly going to come back with a vengeance. The Buffalo Bills are hoping that they can get over the hump next year. Obviously, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Detroit Lions, hopefully they're more healthy next year. The Commanders, taking that massive step forward. But then you have teams like the Raiders, the Broncos, the Chargers that are going to be even more competitive moving forward. And so I'm not going to say that the Chiefs are out of that conversation at all whatsoever. But are they the top dog, the one that we should fear the most? I don't know if I would agree with that either. I think that it's a big conglomerate of a lot of good teams in that conference.
Trevor, we appreciate your time, man. Thanks for hanging out with us, and look forward to catching up with you throughout the summer.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Trevor Sikkema right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone from Pro Football Focus, saying he's got second-rate grades on Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, third-round grade on Jackson Dart, but yet all three of those will probably go in the first round, with Cam Ward going number 1 and Shedeur in the top 5 and probably Jackson somewhere in the later parts of the first round.
Then just the question about the AFC in Kansas City. Can the Bills get it done? Is Baltimore going to be the returning juggernaut? How good will the Houston Texans be? Could anybody really compete against them in the AFC West? Like, can it be Bo Nix? Maybe it is Mostert. Scotty, this Vegas move to obtain a really good running back and put him in the backfield with Geno Smith, with Pete Carroll at the helm, maybe it is the Las Vegas Raiders.
And if you throw Ashton Genty in the mix with Pete Carroll and Geno Smith and everybody else on that team, then yeah, I think you can go at Max Crosby, the Bowers kid at tight end. Like, that's a playoff team right there. Probably a division champion.
They probably just went from 4-13 last year to 13-4.
13-4.
Just going to flip-flop. Yeah.
Yep.
Draw me like your French women, Jack.
Oh, you're so dirty.
You're dirty. You're dirty. Both of you guys are dirty. Everything you guys do is dirty.
Oh, that's unnecessary. That's not true.
I've got high hopes. I got high hopes.
You have no hopes. You don't even want the Raiders to do well, even though you know how much it means to me. You don't want it.
Yeah, I do.
You don't want me to have good things. You wish nothing but bad things for me.
Oh, Lloyd, that's
You
a
do.
big statement right there. No, that's not true at all.
You've gone too far, Commodus.
You've taken my bird and my bush.
No, we all want to see the Raiders do
You
good.
do
Yeah,
not.
we do.
You
The
don't.
The NFL is more interesting when the Raiders are
It's
good.
true, but you don't want it. That doesn't mean you want it. Just like I want bad things for the Broncos. It's okay.
Hey,
It's fine.
By the way,
I'll admit it.
I just for the record, I want everybody to know there was no follow-up to him praising the Broncos in free agency. I didn't take the bait. I know Lloyd was waiting for me to pile on and talk about how great the Broncos were in free agency. I didn't even say a word.
That's okay, because we'll have about 50 more interviews that you'll set up to talk about it.
Well, somebody's got to set up something.
Yeah, right. I know.
We probably have Stink coming on Monday.
Hey, that'd be a good get, Lloyd.
You know what? We actually have LeVar Arrington coming on tomorrow.
Oh, did you? Yeah, you got that email I sent you?
I did. I got it lined up. Yes.
LeVar Arrington, who was a beast in the league, Penn State star, played for the Redskins forever. Yes, sir. That'll be a good one.
Excited to catch up with him.
Yep. Hey, John Watson Chevrolet, want to thank them for being a part of our Northern Utah High School Player of the Week Awards. They've been doing this for 20 years, and it's just an honor for us to be a part of that with them. Winners are announced here on the Zone, on radio, billboards up in Ogden, and on the dealership's electronic board. They've been doing it for 20 years. So many great players. Some of the winners this last season, Emily Skinner from Ridgeline, who's committed to Duke. And by the way, she is a crazy good player. Her grandpa, Steve Skinner, gave me my first job in radio. But Emily Skinner, Emily Skinner is going to Duke and is probably one of the best players in all of high school basketball in the country. Taylor Harvey from Bountiful is also committed to Texas. So many great players up and down the Wasatch Front, but in that northern side of the state, they've been doing some really great things. And remember, John Watson Chevrolet is Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. They've got a great selection of new Chevy, quality used vehicles as well. They got the full parts and service departments, friendly sales team, no pressure. They're going to treat you like family. It's John Watson Chevrolet. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We'll spin the wheel. A little sports roulette coming up next.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. When the brackets are announced this Sunday, log on to KSLSports.com and fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem on KSLSports.com.
What's better than a credit card with a low interest rate? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa, you'll enjoy 0% APR purchases for the first 6 months. Yep, all that buying power and not a single cent of interest for 6 months. That means no interest on summer fun, no interest on back-to-school gear, and no interest on holiday shopping. Interested? Then hurry to AmericaFirst.com to apply for yours today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate. Membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, and conditions apply. See AmericaFirst.com/Visa for details. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I'm proud to tell you we don't lay off employees when things get tough. During the pandemic, we didn't let one of our installers go. Instead, we had them clean and remodel our offices so they could still get paid. Remember the 2008 housing crisis? It was a financial nightmare for even the biggest contractors. Still, we didn't lay off a single worker. Nope, we sacrificed profits to keep paying everyone. Look, when the economy's down, most contractors are quick to lay off their workers. It's the easiest way to save money when times get tight. But at RGS Exteriors, we're loyal to our people. You know why? Because it's the right thing to do. People first. People always. That's the RGS way. For gutters, siding, windows, and more, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's rgsexteriors.com, 801-280-3110.
I'm Rod with the Save Right team at Realty Path. I also own Save Right Mortgage. When building this new and disruptive business model, my attorney said, quote, "You'll rock the boat and make your competitors mad. There's no way they can compete with the value Save Right offers home buyers." She's right. Other real estate agents and mortgage lenders can't compete with Save Right. However, Utah home buyers love Save Right. Save Right home buyers get bankbuster loans with below market interest rates. Save Right clients buy bigger, nicer homes. Their monthly payments are hundreds less. Bankbuster loans save home buyers hundreds of thousands in interest. Start with a rate in the twos. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Start with a rate in the twos. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Another rally, but another loss for the Utah Jazz, dropping a game in Memphis, 122-115. Jazz back in action tomorrow, finally back at home, as they will welcome in the Toronto Raptors. Also, in Jazz news, Cooper Flagg appears to be okay, injured in the ACC tournament game earlier today for Duke. Left the game because of an ankle injury, x-rays negative, and did return to the sidelines. Did not, however, return to the game. There you go. There's your Jazz at 30 update, all brought to you by U of U Health, the official health partner of the Utah Jazz.
And it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a great day. It's a Thursday. BYU moves on into their Big 12 tournament. Huge win over Iowa State. They'll take on, most likely, Houston. Houston only up 5 over Colorado at the half, though. So Houston trying to avoid the upset there. Utah State in action tonight. They'll take on UNLV. It's a late tip-off, and you'll hear it right here on the Zone as I'm here in lovely Las Vegas. Hey, while we have a moment here, Hans, let's give away some tickets. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. and you'll win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Utah Royals take on Bay FC on Saturday, March 15th at America First Field. If you want those tickets, be calling number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. All right, let's get to it. Lloyd, fire up that old wheel.
Trouble in Tampa.
Well, we felt pretty good about this for a minute, that all the stadium issues had been resolved with the A's coming to Vegas and Tampa Bay securing their new stadium, which they announced several months ago. And that's what Major League Baseball needed to have finalized before they could look at expansion. But now that's been turned upside down. The Tampa Bay Rays announced earlier today that they will not move forward on construction of the new ballpark in St. Petersburg, following a months-long saga regarding public funding for the venue. So, I don't know if this is just some hardcore negotiating or what's going on, but as of right now, the Rays are not going to build a new stadium in St. Petersburg, and there are multiple reports that Major League Baseball and Rob Manfred have encouraged the ownership group to sell the team. So it's getting ugly in Florida, which means that, sadly, we're a ways away from an expansion notice because of that.
But is there any chance of a purchase?
See, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that if there is a team for sale, the LHM group will certainly make all the inquiries possible about that. So I don't know if that means that they will dip their toes into those waters or not, but I certainly think they will try for sure. So it could be a good thing.
Well, I'm really sad about this because I love that St. Petersburg area, and I was in that stadium, that arena, just before the hurricane hit.
Yeah.
It was like a month and a half after the hurricane, or before the hurricane hit. I was in that stadium watching the Rays and had an absolute blast. And then I drove across the state and watched the Marlins and had a blast. I mean, I think those teams in Florida are incredible. I think St. Petersburg is better for it. They need it. And this is what the owner said. He said, after careful deliberation, we've concluded we cannot move forward with the new ballpark and develop the project at this moment. A series of events beginning in October that no one could have anticipated led to this difficult decision. Our commitment to the vitality and success of the Rays organization is unwavering. We continue to focus on finding a ballpark solution that serves the best interest of our region, Major League Baseball, and our organization. But we've heard comments like that from owners in the past, Scotty, and the next thing you know, they're up for grabs, they're purchased, and they're moving. And I can't help but hope that everybody that's involved with this, everybody from Rob Manfred to the current Rays ownership to anybody that might be watching, listening, and looking, take a look at what Salt Lake City and their professional teams are doing right now. The corporate dollars that are being invested, the tickets that are being bought and sold, the interest that is had. Major sports is existing and thriving here in the state of Utah. Major League Baseball would just own the state of Utah, I think. Now, I would like to see an indoor built because the two, whether it was the Rays or the Marlins, they were both indoors. And Scotty, you know, I was out there in May, June, like June, and we're sitting indoors and it's perfect temperature. And like, if it comes to Utah, I think you got to put it indoors if you can possibly afford it, because climate controlled, perfect temperatures, not worried about rain, not worried about snow, not worried about hard wind. You want people to feel confident that when they buy a ticket, they know that they're going to get a nice weather. It's not going to be delayed. You're not going to have to roll a tarp out. But, man, I would love to see this come to Utah. Just watching what hockey's doing, controlling and owning and selling tickets and setting records and doing amazing things. Major League Baseball would do the same here.
Yeah. Oh, I have little doubt about that. And I think that how the NHL has been received here has been noticed by everyone across all of sports. And I think that, and frankly, too, I think Jazz fans need a good pat on the back because we've seen trust the process years in Philadelphia and in other places. And those arenas are ghost towns. And the fact that you can go to a Jazz game, not know the record. If I were to take somebody and say, hey, go to this NBA game tonight, they know nothing about what the records are, about how good the team is or how bad the team is or tanking for draft picks or any of that other nonsense, and they walk in there, they're going to think to themselves, wow, this is a team that's in contention right now. This fan base is losing their mind about every single possession down the stretch. And you can't tell me that that's not being heavily noticed by potential suitors, knowing that, hey, even though this team stinks and they're not doing well, they're still bringing tons of people to games. The atmosphere is great. They bring in a first-year hockey team, and you can't get a ticket. Tickets to an NHL game in Salt Lake City are like cigarettes in prison. They're impossible to come by. And I got to imagine that's resonating very well around the sports world right now. So, yeah, let's bring it in. Let's go. All right.
You know, the Rays did average 16,500 fans in their 81 home games last season. And so they know they've got the interest, and I think that they keep the Rays in town. So, Scotty, I think your point of this delaying expansion is the more relevant point that people need to sit on. I don't think you'll ever be able to acquire the Rays, but this is going to delay expansion.
Yeah, and that stinks. All right, one more, Lloyd. Spin it.
Jazz get fined and say fine.
Well, the Jazz are $100,000 lighter in the pocketbook as the NBA says, hey, Lauri Markkanen's available. Put him on the court as they get fined for essentially holding him out of games when he could be playing. Don't like it?
When did they start actually fining teams for that? Because this has been a problem for a lot of years.
Yeah, you see it pop up every now and then where the NBA is like, hey, we're very serious about this. San Antonio's got it once.
They pick their moments.
Yeah, it happens once in a blue moon. And I think it's just another way of the NBA trying to pretend like they actually are taking this seriously when they're not. But the Jazz are like, fine, okay, let's go ahead and put Lauri Markkanen back in the lineup. So the fine was announced, and guess who was on the court last night? Lauri Markkanen.
Yeah. I actually pulled up the policy here. Here's the NBA policy. Unless a team demonstrates an approved reason for a star player not participating in a game, then it must comply with the rules set forth below. Failure to do so will be a violation of this policy.
Unless you're the Los Angeles Lakers. And then it's fine.
That's what I don't get. Or the San Antonio Spurs, like, okay, I know that Victor Wembanyama got injured. Well, show us the depth of the injury. Does he really have to be out the entire year? And it very well might be. I don't know. But what I'm saying is the Jazz could come up with a season-ending injury for Lauri Markkanen.
Yeah.
And then what? You know, which I wouldn't put it against them if they did do that, if this is how the NBA is going to handle it, because
if anything, the Jazz just aren't doing a good enough job lying. Yeah. Just shut them down. All right, we'll wrap this bad boy up next. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. When the brackets are announced this Sunday, log on to KSLSports.com and fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem on KSLSports.com.
By now, you've heard Hans and Scotty raving about Bar W beef. But have you tried it for yourself? Build your own box with the cuts that you use the most and within your budget. They can deliver right to your door in Utah for $9.99 flat rate shipping. And right now, save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. Check them out online at barwbeef.com for the best steak and best beef you've ever had. Save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. barwbeef.com. No middleman needed.
When it comes to trucks, Chevy's reputation is legendary, led by the powerful Silverado. Choose from 9 trims and 4 durable engines, including the TurboMax, to find the perfect blend of capability and efficiency that's right for you. Plus, from hitching to driving to parking, its advanced camera tech will make your most difficult towing jobs a whole lot easier and your confidence even stronger. Chevy Silverado, ready to tackle whatever adventure comes next. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Bombas makes the most comfortable socks, underwear, and T-shirts.
Warning, Bombas are so absurdly comfortable you may throw out all your other clothes.
Sorry, do we legally have to say that?
No, this is just how I talk, and I really love my Bombas.
They do feel that good. And they do good, too. One item purchased equals one item donated.
To feel good and do good, go to bombas.com/radio and use code radio for 20% off your first purchase. That's BOMBAS.com/radio and use code radio at checkout.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less. And soon, one expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Only see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
Come in and get your burger fix with JCW's, the Burger Boys. Juicy 1/3 pound burgers or thick, rich shakes. Your choice. 5 locations, no tipping ever. Just great food with friends. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update. Utah Hockey Club picks up another W. As down the stretch we come, Utah Hockey Club trying their best to earn a spot in the playoffs. Still just a couple points away from that final playoff spot, but still plenty of games yet to be played. That's your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update, brought to you by ReadyWise, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Fun show today. Again, BYU moving into the semis of the Big 12 tournament. Utah State will take on UNLV coming up later tonight. Aggies lost to the Rebels here in Las Vegas and then beat them up in Logan. So the rubber match coming up tonight between these two teams. UNLV didn't have anybody at their game last night when they played Air Force. I'll be curious to know if they make it to another round, if they'll have a little bit more fan support. I know there's a bunch of Aggie fans that have made the trip down here to Las Vegas. So we'll see what the scene looks like. It'll be a late tip-off. A 9:30 tip-off, 9:30 for Utah State and UNLV, which, considering it's the last game of the day, means that tip-off will most likely be around probably closer to 10 than it will be 9:30. But our pregame show will begin at 9 regardless. Me and Spencer Nelson. Spencer's made the trip down here. You can only imagine the trouble you can get in with Spencer Nelson in Vegas. Ooh, that dude lives hard, man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would not follow him through any of those mean streets.
The stories that Spencer Nelson can tell about his experiences in Vegas.
Woo. Yeah. I'm sure that they're similar to the stories that President Nelson could probably tell.
Yeah, yeah. He's I know he went to Utah State, but he's the guy that Lavelle Edwards made a crack on in terms of BYU fans and Las Vegas. They bring the 10 Commandments and a $50 bill and break neither. So
break neither.
All right.
You mentioned the Utah Hockey Club. By the way, I just wanted to mention 3-game road trip coming up. It starts tomorrow, and they start out with the Seattle Kraken. They've got to get that win. That's the only team that they're going to see on this 3-game road trip below 500. Then they take on Vancouver, and then a very tough Edmonton team. They got to find a way, Scotty, to come back from this 3-game road trip 2-1, and then they get a 3-game homestand: Buffalo, Tampa Bay, and Detroit. They need to find a way to go minimum of 2-1, maybe 3-0, so they can get to a minimum of 4-2, maybe a 5-1 mark through the next 6 games. That's the way you're looking at the Utah Hockey Club and their current push to get to the postseason. Some winnable games in front of them. They should beat Seattle. They could very well beat Vancouver. Edmonton's going to be tough. They should beat Buffalo. Tampa Bay and Detroit are all going to be tests, but they've got to find a way to minimum of 5-2, if not 6-1.
Yep, absolutely. All right, big event coming up tonight. We want to thank our good friends at John Watson Chevrolet, allowing us to be a part of their Northern Utah High School Basketball Player of the Week Awards. 20th year of the event. Tim Lacombe's going to be up there. He'll be your keynote speaker. So many great opportunities to honor some great athletes throughout the season. Corey Watson, kind enough to join us. And Corey, you guys do such a tremendous job in honoring these athletes. Thanks for letting us be a part of it. Should be a fun one tonight.
Yeah, we thank you guys for letting us do this with you. We love it, and a ton of good athletes come tonight, and they've got some unbelievable stats. These kids are awesome, and we love the kids in our neighborhoods, and we love to support them.
Well, Corey, I got an opportunity to speak at this thing a few years back and had a blast with all of you guys and representing these kids. And what I was impressed by was the selection process for these athletes. It's not just about how many points you put up. It goes a lot deeper than that.
Oh, yeah, this is the real deal. And, you know, they ask for a little advice from me, but in the end, it all comes from you guys that actually know what you're talking about, because I'm just a car guy. But the things these kids do, they're really the leaders of their school, and they've got such amazing statistics. They're just awesome. And I got to tell you, I can't believe how tall these girls are when they come in and shake my hand. They're pretty awesome kids.
Well, and you got kids going to Duke. You got kids going to Texas. I mean, not only are they great students and great people, but you got some great athletes that are coming through Northern Utah that are going on to some big schools and some big opportunities.
Well, you know, you're totally right. I was sitting in Las Vegas a few weekends ago at a meeting, and I was at a dinner, and I was watching the TV in the restaurant, and there was Dallin Hall playing, and it was so fun to watch Dallin, who was a friend of mine anyway. I was good friends with his dad, and to know he came through the program and got that award for 3 years straight, and now he's just kicking butt. And these other kids that are going so far, a couple of these girls that have on to play some college ball, they're just unbelievable.
Well, it's great to see that you guys upgraded from me. You brought in Tim Lacombe, who is the absolute GOAT when it comes to speaking to youth and speaking to groups. But Tim Lacombe's going to be speaking tonight for you.
Yeah, he'll be great. And you were awesome, too. We've had some great speakers. We've had so much fun with all the talent that's come here to share messages with these kids. And they always leave, and they're so excited to hear what you guys have to say. And he's going to do a great job. We're excited to have him tonight.
Well, we can't thank you enough, and as always, some great opportunities to grab yourself one of those Chevrolets, too. Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer, and that's because you treat people right up there at John Watson.
Well, we do our best, and I like to think that we probably are the best. We've got great reviews, and the real deal is we've got great customers. We try hard to make sure everybody's happy, but when it comes down to it, the customers that we're selling cars to are the best, and they appreciate their experience because we try to make it as easy as possible. Buying cars is tough. They're getting expensive, and sometimes selection's hard, and sometimes you can get run through the ringer. We just try to make it as easy as possible, and I think people really appreciate that style.
Well, you won't find a more community-oriented dealership than John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. They're at 3535 Wall Avenue in Ogden. You can visit them at johnwatsonchevrolet.com. Or just stop by and say hi. But, again, so entrenched in the community, the 20th year of the Northern Utah High School Basketball Player of the Week. Corey, thanks for your time, man. We really appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys.
You got it. John Watson Chevrolet, big one tonight, the banquet honoring all of the athletes of the week. Hans, enjoy the rest of your day, and let's do it again tomorrow, shall we?
Good luck. I'll be watching that game tonight, be listening to the call. Good luck on the call, and hopefully the Aggies can advance along with the Cougars, and we continue to see some great tournament basketball.
Let's get it. JJ and Alex coming up next. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Hockey Newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Hockey Club. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Hockey Newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ORDER to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ORDER to 42424. That's ORDER to 42424.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today, and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Utah. Have you been to a Utah Hockey Club game at Delta Center? If not, you are missing out. The NHL's newest team is heating up in the push towards the playoffs, and the atmosphere inside Delta Center is electric. Find your seats at UtahHockeyClub.com or on SeatGeek, the official ticketing partner of the Utah Hockey Club.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Mark Cuban sat down with his players and then went on a podcast and said, it's in our best interest to lose games. They got fined $600,000, and 2 months later they drafted Luka Doncic. And then they got fined again 2 years ago because they tanked the last game of the season to hold on to their draft pick to get the number 10 overall pick instead of make the play-in tournament. They drafted Derek Lively, who was a huge piece in them going to the finals the next year. There's not better money you could spend in sports than what the Dallas Mavericks did in those situations. Because it's the system, play the system.
I want to know why they got fined. You just told me why Dallas got fined.
Yeah.
I want to know why the Jazz got fined. I want to know why the NBA got off its duff.
Yeah.
And find the Jazz out of all these teams that are tanking. Why now? Why the Jazz? Why?
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
What do I do with my hands? We got to do a 3-hour program. What the heck?
We're going to be exhausted.
What the H, man?
Alex, we need fluids.
My goodness. We had a short show yesterday, and now we got to do a full 3 hours today. We're here in studio, though, so that's good. Home court advantage for us.
Oh, yeah, no. This is our house.
None of this neutral floor stuff.
No.
We're ready to take over here at home.
We're going to win this championship today.
JJ, what's going on, man? How are you?
Just enjoying the hoop. It's a fun time of year. And I turned my TV on this morning, and it's all starting at like 9:30 a.m. I'm like, this is amazing.
Oh, yeah.
And it reminds me of just how great this time of year is because there's just one game after another. Not every game is great. There's a lot of stinkers out there. I think I was watching Bowling Green in Akron.
Oh, yep.
But I was watching Bowling Green in Akron because I could.
Is it considered MACtion if it's MAC basketball?
Doesn't have the same thing. It wouldn't, and that game was definitely not MACtion. That was not great. No. But my point is, it's a great time of year because you just so many opportunities to watch games and different games. You could just turn it on in the background. You got different games running, and all of a sudden one of them gets great, and you're like, oh, I'm in. And you get locked in. It just so happened to be that BYU Iowa State has been the best game of the day so far across the country. And then you had all the drama with Cooper Flagg in a wheelchair. It sounds like he's going to be okay.
It sounded like an SNL skit.
But it wasn't even just college basketball world. It was like the NBA is like, what?
No, there was a little part of me just because this is the upbringing that we had in sports. And you know how cynical we can be. But there was part of me that went, you hurt his ankle? Or did he pull a Paul Pierce? Did he Paul Pierce's pants?
Did he have to go poop?
Did he say, oh, carry me out of here?
I got to go to the bathroom.
Carry me out of here. I think I tore an Achilles. Put a towel around my waist.
Straight to the urinal.
Yeah, listen. It's a fun day of action here at the Big 12 Championship. Of course, the other quarterfinal that started up directly after BYU. Historic move for them after they just defeated in back-to-back games against Iowa State. Oh, boy, here. All right. Yeah, why not?
A little premature, but you know what? Let's do it. How often? I thought we were going to get like the Beatles or something for that. Yeah, before we get to the sports, we have to make an announcement here to all you wonderful listeners out there.
Can't wait.
Today is a special day.
Can't wait.
For our proud host, our colleague, our friend, father of 7.
Wow.
Alex Curie.
Sounds weird out loud when you say it like that.
It's a happy birthday to Alex Curie. Get on Twitter or whatever. Wish Alex Curie a happy birthday. He's spending his birthday with you today.
That's
because he loves you. I might get sued for borrowing that from our computer friend.
I was talking to my mom about this. Because she's like, wow, 44, because I'm the youngest. And there's nothing like you're
the baby
turning 44 to remind my mom that she's actually the old one, right? And you don't say that to your mother, but you say, oh, Mom, is that crazy? Your youngest is 44. And she's like, yeah, don't remind me. And then I started to think about it, and I was like, oh my gosh, like I have more kids than my parents did. And like my dad, when he was my age now, and I'm the youngest, I was like 13, and I've got a less than a 2-year-old. Listen, and I had a conversation today with Alex, our producer. He's like, hey, happy birthday. What are you going to do? And I was like, I'm going to get a shot in my back.
That's a great way to celebrate your 44th birthday.
I have a thing now where it's like, well, I've got to get the steroid shot for my L4. I've turned into that guy. And then I have to, and then we have field trips that we have to figure out. We got a field trip to figure out tomorrow. We got steroid shot. This is what my life has become. So this is my thank you very much. Appreciate the celebration. You forget your own birthday, really. When you're do you care that much about your birthday?
I hate my birthday, and I try to pretend it doesn't happen.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want anything. I don't want gifts, nothing.
I'm the same way.
Just leave me alone.
And here's the thing,
it's a day of mourning.
Because my mom's like, well, I mean, what do you want? And I go, Mom, I'm one of those guys.
If I want something, I'll go get it.
It's exactly right. And actually, don't you guess, because you'll mess it up.
Don't buy me anything. I'll just have to take it back.
I got these Nikes. I'm like, Mom, those are Temu.
Or Skechers.
She's like, I got these Michael.
You don't even have to tie the laces.
It's nice because they're Michael Jordans. Come on, Mom.
Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan. Have you seen those? He's like, the jump man is like a little off. Like his one leg is like kind of twisted to the right.
Make those in Bangladesh?
No, those are the real ones that are made in Bangladesh. Come on, man.
That's fair. That's true.
Hey, yes, happy birthday. 44. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, sure. What's crazy is I was telling our producer Alex I started working in this building when I was 24, man. 24 I was working in this
Spent half
building.
your life here?
Yes. Yes, I have. Almost. When I get to the 25th anniversary at KSL, I'll be 50, and I will have spent more than half of my life here. So, yeah. I made that sound like it was a prison sentence, and it shouldn't come across that way. All right? Because they allow me to leave at the end of the day. I do have to wear that ankle.
Back to your family,
I do have to wear that ankle monitor.
Have a meal, watch a little bit of TV, but you better be right back in the morning.
Yeah. I got that ankle monitor on. Excuse me, where were you between the hours of? Should be right back here cutting some promos. All right.
Do you know why birthdays at this age are so just depressing?
I don't get the people who are so excited about it at our age, but I know people, and I don't know how. I don't
either, because you're basically celebrating the fact that you're half dead.
Yeah. Oh yeah. For me, more than half dead. I have to be. There's no way I'm making it to 88. There's no freaking way.
What's the over-under on how many years you think you have left?
I mean, I told my wife the other day, I go, I think 70. What's the average age of? And honestly,
it's going up.
We had like some weird, in my family line, there are some like weird tragedies that have happened, right? My dad was the first, and his brother were the first, Curie boys to live past 35 in, 3 generations.
Wow.
Yeah. And I had my grandpa was World War II POW, shot down, survived getting shot down in World War II. He's a pilot during Operation Market Garden. Yeah. I mean, and he gets captured by the Germans, and then he comes home and dies in a fishing, on a fishing expedition. I know, but
how does that happen?
That's the thing. That's exactly But that's how, again. And then and then his dad lived to 32. And then their dad was like, well, it's just because it was like the early 1800s, so everybody only got to like 34 or whatever. So it was like, so anyway, I feel pretty blessed to live past the normal
cholera or dysentery
age.
get him.
Yeah, it was bad water. Remember when you'd be playing Oregon Trail and you're just saying bad water?
Yeah.
Bad water, bad conditions. I'm like,
no
I
wonder
get it.
nobody lived past 35 back then.
Yeah, I'm going to buy one of those Apple II computers, just relive that green graphic. Just to go back.
Probably still have the floppy disk. You can throw it in there.
Yeah. We were not allowed to have Apple products in my house because my dad worked for IBM.
Ooh.
Yeah. And then so when I started buying Apple stuff later in life, I was like, I apologize, Dad.
Was there an IBM equivalent for Oregon Trail?
PC Junior. No, you had Oregon Trail on it. It was on the PC Junior. They had cartridges, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, great talk.
Yeah, life expectancy in the U.S., by the way.
73 and a half.
77.4 years.
No, that's too
much. You got to make it to 77.
No, that's for women. That's got to be for women.
No, that's men.
No way.
Oh, yeah. I told you it's coming up.
Well, I don't have high hopes for that, but it's been a good run.
You don't have the Beatus. You're good.
The Beatus. Not yet. We'll see. You know what's keeping me away from it? No, you know what's keeping me away from it? Sally Kitty Fat Loss.
That's right.
I don't have the Beatus because of that. All right. Let's kick the show off officially. G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives. That's a treat for a 44-year-old on their birthday.
There you go.
Protein packed, tastes phenomenal.
As close as you get into a birthday cake today.
Holiday Oil, Maverick,
Stick
Associated
a candle
Foods.
in that.
I know. You can find them in the refrigerated section. They are awesome. Give them a shot. Let me see here. Let's kick off with the cut. We got some basketball to chat here. We've got BYU hoops moving on from the quarterfinals on an improbable run. A month and a half ago, JJ, we were talking about this team not even being in March Madness, and now it would be hard to imagine them not with a single-digit, pretty nice seeding situation for them. I don't know if they earned another seed line off of that win over Iowa State, but a 96-92 win, yes, a freaking shootout between Iowa State and BYU, record-setting on all fronts, from points scored to field goal percentage to three-point percentage to three-pointers made. Tournament records broken by both teams, and BYU gets to a semifinal in Kansas City. Let's start things off with the cut. Let's do it right now.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's racing into forecourt. Mihailo underhand scoop. Dallin on the arc left side. They'll go high. Dawson, right wing. Mihailo again. Pull and fire. Good again. Mihailo Boskovic with his third three. That's 16 threes for BYU. And these two teams combine to tie the Big 12 record for most threes in a game at 27. Down the stretch, Kada straddling the three-point line, stripe extended. Hands off to Nell. Nell lobs to Kaba! There it is! The alley-oop throwdown. Hadn't seen it yet today. We just saw it. Dallin gets past Jackson. Hands out to Baker. Straight away Trevin. Trevin in the corner. Dallin Hall will fake it. Will drive it to Richie for three. Got it! Richie Saunders gives the Cougs a 4-point lead. 48.9. Timeout! Richie Saunders. 21.
Trajan Wealth brings you your cut. TRAJANwealth.com. And that's how BYU got it done. A really big half by Richie Saunders after Iowa State got, how many did Curtis end up with? 31? 22 of those in the first half, and he was lights out. I mean, he just couldn't miss. And yet BYU was shot for shot with him because they were just – Iowa State said, hey, we've tried everything else. We've tried to slow this team down. Every game before this was always like seemed like it was a pretty – they slowed it down. And then the last one, they went to they go to double overtime to get to the 80s the last time they played. But, I mean, those are two teams that only got to 30 points in the first half. And every game seemed like it was a 65, 67 type game. BYU got slowed down a little bit by Iowa State, but BYU's got Iowa State's number to this fashion, and Iowa State decided to do something different. We're just going to shoot the lights out. BYU goes 18 for 36 from three, JJ. They get the win, and that audio, by the way, courtesy of the BYU Radio Network. And that was Greg Wrubell and, am I pronouncing this right? Mark Durant on the call.
Nailed it.
Love hearing those guys. You know what's great about those guys? I was just telling you this too. Imagine BYU winning the Big 12 championship after the years and years and years and years of us going to Vegas and watching BYU get ousted in the quarterfinal on their first day of the tournament. get buys to the semifinals and losing that game to St. Mary's, win and get themselves to the final and losing that one against, fill in the blank, mostly Gonzaga, but sometimes St. Mary's. Yeah. It was just imagine if this is when BYU decides to win their first conference tournament since 2001. I mean, it's an insane thought, and I keep going back to this idea of, man, and I told you right before the show, I have a very close friend who's a massive Utah supporter, financially, spiritually, he's like all in. And this is one of my closest friends for life. Like, and his text to me was like, man, this team's crazy. And then he texted back and he goes, but I'm going to say something. You probably won't like it. Like, this is the luckiest freaking team I've ever seen. And I was like, and in my mind, I was like, oh, yeah, I can see how that. And then I went, you can't get lucky like this every game, though. Like, every game, it seems like they do.
This team wasn't lucky in December.
Think about how far. Where did the luck come in? Think about how far this would go. Think about how far close games in meaningful games this time of year that you win all of them. And they've won 9 in a row now. They've won 4 games in a row against ranked opponents. 2 of them have been against a very good Iowa State team. Iowa State probably not going to move off that 3 seed line, by the way.
No, because we must note, it's important to note, they were missing 2 starters today.
They were.
So give them some credit. And Curtis Jones was unbelievable. I thought
Crazy.
BYU was going to lose this game because of him. It wasn't until midway through the second half I was like, oh, okay, BYU's coming back and control this game. But while he was hot, it was like, oh, how are they going to overcome this?
Yeah, and I think that there's a tendency to go, wow, they've gotten lucky. Because I thought the same thing. I'm like, but how is it that every game is close at the end, and when it's close at the end, they're able to buckle down, and they aren't the ones who shrink? Iowa State has shrunk against BYU in these late moments. Every team that they've played, Arizona, when they get late with these teams, and they pull away. And you brought it up, JJ, the depth that BYU has. That's the difference maker. That's the thing that makes this team different from those WCC teams. They've always had great 1, 2, and 3 guys. You know what I mean? Like those 3 guys you could always name on every team. They always had guys who were, all conference first team dudes. But they never had 10 or 11 guys, and they do now, who can come into a game and make a difference right then.
BYU's never had depth like this.
They did it in the second year of the Big 12.
12 teams don't have depth like this.
Yeah, and
Iowa State certainly didn't.
Again, I don't want to sound like, this is a homer situation. What I do want to remind people of is that BYU last year was nowhere near this level.
No.
And they were a 6th seed in the tournament. Mark Pope was walking into the NCAA tournament against Duquesne, a team that they definitely should have beaten, or at least you felt like they should have beaten, and you never from the word go felt like they had that game ever. And, in fact, it felt like Duquesne was the tougher team. Weird, right, considering how tough this team is now. By the way, you think about Boscovich and Yegor Demin, and when you see those guys on the floor, like when they get a rebound or when they put their arms out for defense, and just when their arms are out and you go, oh, my gosh, that's such a
How about Kebaketa?
How about how big Kebaketa's been?
Has BYU ever had an athletic freak with that kind of size?
But like when their arms go out and you go, oh, this guy's up against their 2. This guy's up against their 1.
Yeah.
And their arms are out and they're defending, and their wingspan is 6'10", 6'11", This is the difference that money makes for you in the new world of college sports. And that's not me. I'm not saying that as a cynical, mean-sounding. This is the new world. And I know Utah fans who, like I said, my friend who texted me, I was like, this is so annoying to watch this team like get lucky every game. I go,
this ain't luck.
This is not luck. It was bought and paid for in the offseason.
It's earned. And it's paid for. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, they bust their absolute tail, and Kevin Young even brought it up.
They are playing hard. They are being coached hard. Kevin Young is an elite coach. He's had to make the adjustment to the college game. He's making that adjustment. He's bringing an NBA type of analytic usage. You see them spreading the floor the way they do. The corner 3, they're using it a lot like they did in the NBA. 2-for-1s at the end of halves, things like. He's using all these things that he's bringing from the NBA. It feels like you're watching an NBA product on the court. The way they execute and the way they defend and the way they battle against teams like this, the runs that they had to put together, that they were They trailed. What was there?
They
were down 9.
10. They were down 10.
They were down 10
because they led by 10 at one point. They were down by 10 at one point.
And BYU fan in the past would panic. It's like, oh my gosh, how are we going to dig out of this hole? Like nothing. That team just kept grinding. They just keep doing their thing, executing their offense, execution. That's an NBA thing. How do you get out of a deficit like that in the NBA? You just continue to execute because you trust your talent's going to be able to do it. But you have to run an offense. You have to play together as a team. You have to play efficiently and execute what you're given to run. And they did that today. They climbed out of that hole. And then when it was down at the end of the game, they took control. And the best player on the court took over. I know Curtis Jones was unbelievable, but who took over the game in the final minute? It was Richie Saunders. Richie Saunders hit that huge three.
Massive second half,
made key free throws down the stretch. He started getting aggressive, and it didn't start with him just like out there jacking threes. What did he do? He got to the free throw line.
Yeah.
He started being aggressive, taking it to them, basically using their aggression against them. Because Iowa State is a tough physical team, but they're an aggressive team, and you can use that aggression against them. Again, an NBA thing. If the team overplays or they're too aggressive, you punish them for it by going at them and then drawing fouls, getting to the free throw line. How do you think James Harden scores 30 points a game? A lot of that's free throws.
Yeah.
How do you think Steph Curry scores that many? It's free throws. Those guys can get to the line. Richie Saunders got to the line in the second half, and he made his free throws.
Yep.
And then before you know it, BYU's in the lead. And then what did they do in the end? They get a big three from Richie, and then Richie steps up and blocks a shot. Ball game.
Pretty bonkers. And they're on to the semifinals, and they're going to play the winner of this game. Looks like it's going to be Houston. Colorado, I mean, kudos to them.
What a
they're
run.
They're down 11 right now against Houston with the last.
This is their third game in 3 days, and they're hanging with one of the best teams in the country.
90 seconds left in this one, and they're now down 9. So, but Houston's got this one in hand, and they're going to move on, and that'll be a massive test for BYU. This is a bona fide number 1 seed in the NCAA tournament. They've only lost 1 game in conference play, by the way, this year.
They're a juggernaut.
And it was against Texas Tech, and then Texas Tech turned and then when they got Texas Tech there in Lubbock, they just blew the absolute freaking doors off of them. They're like, you guys beat us at our house, and then they're like, we're going to show you. And Texas Tech is a really good team. That's going to be a massive challenge, probably their biggest one of this entire stretch. To get to 10 wins in a row, that would be insane for this BYU team.
One of those wins being a 1 seed Houston.
Yep.
Houston's got a 1 seed locked.
Oh yeah, no, they're in. They're absolutely in. And I think there's only that one spot, that one number 1 seed in the NCAA tournament, still kind of up for grabs. But it's not Houston who's trying to get it up for grabs. Even if they lost tomorrow, or even if they lost to BYU, they'd still be in with that number 1 seed. All right, lots going on in the program. Matt Baiamonte, host of Cougar Sports Saturday on KSL News Radio on the weekends with Mitch Harper, of course, covering this one. And we're going to jump in with Matt, who sees this BYU team going far, and he'll tell us why. That's all coming up. A little bit later in the program, we'll play for you a little bit more extended edition of the Kevin Young postgame press conference because it does sound different. He sounds different. And to have he and Richie Saunders sitting down at the dais after the game and breaking down how this team is just built a little bit different, you're going to get an idea for why this team is going as far as they are right now. So we'll come back. We've got more to go. Stay with us right here. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, before we get out, we are speaking today, a very special edition on our program to be able to chat with Dr. Ryan, who is from University of Utah Health. Marissa Ryan, her specialty is in the ear, nose, and throat section of your body, okay? So we're doing a lot. This is good for us, Dr. Ryan. We're usually talking about...
This is really good for us.
This is good for us because we're usually talking about torn ligaments that I can't relate to on professional athletes, but now we're talking about stuff that's a little bit more up my alley here. First of all, thanks for being with us today.
Thanks so much for having me.
So tell us a little bit about some of the, first of all, I'm going to make you do the pronunciation yourself of this type of reflux that many people call, I think, silent reflux. But tell us a little bit of what the process is from a physiological standpoint of what this reflux is and who suffers from this.
So focusing today on laryngopharyngeal reflux. We also call that LPR. And more commonly silent reflux. That's where contents from your stomach essentially come up into your esophagus, your swallowing tube, and then keep coming up all the way into your throat or your voice box. And unlike your typical acid reflux or GERD, which tends to cause more like chest, heartburn symptoms. The silent reflux tends to cause more symptoms in your voice, throat, nose, sometimes even your windpipe, your trachea, or even all the way up into your ears.
So, GJ, these are ones that we need to deal with. These are,
and you know what,
these are
Alex?
workplace injuries we could have.
I have had experience with this, and when you're working in broadcasting, it becomes more apparent because you really focus on your voice. But doctor, I was having an issue a few years back where I was doing work on TV or on air, and I had to swallow every once in a while because everything just got, I don't know what it was, the inflammation or whatever. So I went and got it checked out, and that's exactly what it is. As I had this reflux I had no idea I had.
Yep, that can happen. It can sneak up on you and sometimes not have like totally typical symptoms.
So what can you do about it? Once you have it, what does someone, once they recognize they have it, it's bothering them, it's interrupting their daily life, what are some of the treatments or what are some of the things they can do to treat this or get rid of it?
There are a lot of things that someone can do on their own to minimize it or get it to go away. Unfortunately, a lot of the good things in our lives can cause this silent reflux. Things like fatty or greasy foods, spicy foods.
Oh no.
Citrusy foods.
Don't take that away
tomatoes,
from me, doctor.
chocolate, caffeine, alcohol, smoking, lots of carbonation. Everyone's triggers are different. So I'm not suggesting that everyone just like stop all those great things cold turkey, but sometimes you just have to do a little detective work to figure out what is triggering your symptoms and try to minimize those triggers, have smaller portions. Probably the biggest thing you can do is avoid them within 3 hours of laying down to go to sleep, because just the process of laying down to go to sleep allows your stomach contents to come up into your esophagus and into your throat. There's different alternatives. If you really love coffee, try doing like a decaf or lower acid coffee, having a little bit of food with your coffee to help buffer some of the acidity. It's good to avoid getting like extremely, extremely hungry because then when you sit down for your next meal, it can be hard not to overeat and overfill your stomach, and then that can lead to the reflux coming up into your throat.
This is exactly,
but sometimes just some small changes can make a big difference.
See, and this is exactly why it's good to be able to have University of Utah Health as partners. Of course, they are the University of Utah Health treats the Utah Jazz. They treat the hockey club. You know what they do, and they treat so many of members of our family. They've treated us before. So if you want to be able to get with a specialist, and this is what we're doing, we're speaking with a specialist, Marissa Ryan. Dr. Marissa Ryan is one of those specialists, and she can help you out. If it's in that ENT field and you have these types of symptoms, let me give you that website here. It's just uofuhealth.org. You can also find them very easily just to be able to get over to the ENT side of things. It's just healthcare.utah.edu/ENT. Dr. Ryan, thanks for hanging out with us today.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Left lane closed due to a northbound crash on the I-215 West Belt around 39 South. Another northbound crash on Bangor is closing the right lane in West Valley City. Advanced Window Products, factory direct, affordable windows. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined once again by Ken Pomeroy, college basketball analytics guru and owner of KenPom.com. Do you get a lot of negativity on social media?
He gets it from conference commissioners. Isn't that right, Kenneth Pomeroy?
Ooh, who are we talking about, PK?
Greg Sankey?
Yeah, Greg Sankey was on my case because I hinted at the fact that the SEC might just be a touch overrated and in line for a little disappointment here in the NCAA tournament.
If it happens, do you go back? Yeah, take that.
No, I do. I am extremely sensitive about this kind of stuff. And Eric Musselman at USC was on my case. And I take great pride in the fact that since he made public comments disparaging my work, his team has won one game. In my own mind, I feel like if you come out against me, there's some sort of like curse.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Listen, are you considering finishing your basement or turning your basement into a living space? Maybe you've got that young adult in your life who is moving back home. It happens a lot.
Yeah, maybe it's time for an update of your windows. Maybe they're drafty. Maybe they're not energy efficient. Maybe they're not to code for a fire escape.
Are they letting outdoor noise in? Maybe it's time to call Peach Windows and let their experts see if they can transform your space.
Peach Doors is here to make the entire process smooth and stress-free. Visit their showroom to see their wide selection of wood doors, durable fiberglass, energy-efficient aluminum, oversized glass, bifold doors, and so much more.
Let Peach help you find the perfect match for your home, budget, and personal style. You can visit the showroom and see for yourself. There's no pushy sales tactics, only guidance from their excellent staff. There's no inflated markups just for so-called discounts.
You can check out their 5-star reviews where customers rate them on their attention to detail through every step of the process. Amazing home transformations begin with windows and doors, serving Logan to St. George.
Just Google Peach Building to see for yourself.
When you drive a Subaru, the destination is the journey. And there's no better place to start than at Doug Smith Subaru. Come test drive the all-new 2025 Subaru Crosstrek, a compact SUV built to take you on all your exciting Wasatch treks. And with its all-wheel drive and 182 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine, getting there will be so much fun. You'll be ready to leave as soon as you get there. Doug Smith Subaru. No one knows adventure like Doug.
At JCW's, we think tipping might be getting a little out of hand. Like when you're asked to tip at the register before you've even been served, or when you're at the yogurt shop and find yourself serving yourself. And don't even get us started on frosted tips making a comeback. That's why at JCW's, when you pay for a 3rd-pound ranch bacon cheeseburger, that's what you pay. And no one at the register is going to stare longingly at you while you awkwardly maneuver through the tip screen for food you don't even have yet. Honestly, we're just happy to see you at any of our 5 locations in Provo, South Jordan, Lehigh, Harriman, and American Fork. So come on in and enjoy some quality time and great food with family and friends. And we promise, we won't be pushing you for a tip.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's, and we just want to say thank you, and especially to our loyal customers. We want you to know that at JCW's, your business is all the tip we need. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Volbeat, greatest of all tours worldwide. Featuring music from the new album, God of Angels Trust, coming June 6th. Volbeat, Saturday, July 19th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Special guest, Hailstorm and the Ghost Inside. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster. Volbeat, with Hailstorm and the Ghost Inside. Live.
Hi, Susan. We haven't seen or heard from you.
Cold.
We would like to locate Joyce.
The mysteries that made podcast history
Cherie Warren disappeared.
are now together for free at KSLPodcasts.com.
I'm Dave Cawley, the host of Cold. Join me for Season 1, The Susan Powell Case Files. Season 2, Justice for Joyce. And Season 3, The Search for Cherie. Listen anytime for free at KSLPodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Don't let your customers march into your business with madness because your parking lot is a loser. Call GoPave Utah. They're a slam dunk for asphalt repairs and maintenance. Find them at GoPaveUtah.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Will Hardy talks about the rebounding from his side being a big strength.
We have to do it every night, though, because it actually can be a strength of our team. With some of the lineups we play, when you have John and Lowry and Walker out there, I think that Colin has a nose for the ball, digging out long rebounds. I think Isaiah as well. Cody's length is something that I think can be to his advantage. It's all going to be about carryover. And can we do it against everybody, not just on the nights where you come into the game sort of fearful of the other team's ability to rebound.
Utah Jazz at 30 updates are brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. UVU Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz. The Cougars advance to the Big 12 semifinals. Matt Baiamonte joins us next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen here with you on a Thursday. Thanks for hanging out. BYU defeats Iowa State in the quarterfinals of the Big 12 Conference Tournament in Kansas City. Last year, they were in that same 4-5 game. They were the 5 seed taking on Texas Tech. Texas Tech took it to BYU last year in this game. Getting a win in the tournament is in conference tournament play. That's officially their first one, right? It's significant. It's a lot of fun too, in the sense of being able to go, wow, this team keeps doing things that you think they're not going to do. Okay, now, well, this will be the game they lose. This will be the game they lose. Well, they can't beat Iowa State twice.
How confident were you, BYU fan, with 12 minutes left in the game, that BYU was going to pull that off?
Yeah, it's crazy. Kevin Young's doing special things every game. Joining us right now on the program, he's Matt Baiamonte. He hosts Cougar Sports Saturday on the weekends on KSL News Radio, our sibling station. We consider him a sibling as well. He and Mitch Harper do a phenomenal job. Matt, welcome to the program. This isn't a shock to you. You've been calling this all the time, brother.
Yeah, I feel like in previous years, JJ, in this situation, you wouldn't have considered BYU in a good position. But this year, they've actually answered that bell a few times, weathering storms, as Kevin Young put it earlier today, finding a way to win. This team is behaving a lot differently than other BYU teams, which I think is a reason for optimism next week.
What is it about this team? You're right. This team is different. They've been able to overcome adversity in a way that past BYU teams haven't. What is different about this year and this group?
Well, I think two things are different. Number one, and I think most importantly, I think Kevin Young is already one of the best coaches in the Big 12. You saw it today in that game where he needed to make changes. And Yegor Demon had 4 turnovers in the first half, and he can't play well against aggressive defenses. He didn't play that very many minutes after that point, and they pivoted to more Trey Stewart and more Boscovich and a lot more Dallin Hall, and that paid huge dividends, and that's not the first time this year that's happened. I can point out several games this year where certain players have not had it that night, and Kevin Young has pivoted to another person. So I just think his substitution patterns, his scheme and execution is really, really high level. And then the second thing is Richie Saunders is playing at an all-conference level. He's a first-team player. He's playing like it. He had back-to-back enormous plays in this game. He drills that 3 in the final minute, and then on the other possession, he gets the block that sort of sealed the win against Iowa State. So when you have high-level play coupled with, I think, one of the best coaches in the conference, you can have a great year like they're having.
Matt, one of the things that we've noticed with this team, obviously, is Mark Pope had success with this team last year, but it felt very different. And, this is a team that's also a tournament team, kind of a 5-6 type of a team. I think a lot of people might have them moving up to that 5 seed line. Who knows, with the Thursday, Saturday stuff, what the NCAA selection, committee will end up doing. But let's say that they end up at 6 seed. Why is it so much of a different field now with this team versus what BYU had going on in the tournament last year?
It's the roster, guys. Last year's team, and credit to Mark Pope. He got the most out of last year's team, but they could only win one way. They had to play up tempo. They had to make a lot of threes. And when teams were able to slow them down and get them in the half court, and when the 3 wasn't falling, they were suspect to lose games. And I think that's what we saw in the first-round loss against Duquesne. This year's team, he goes out, he adds Yegor, he gets Keva Keita from Utah. He adds Mihailo Boscovich, who has been playing great basketball during the 9-game winning streak. There's just a lot more versatility. I think today's win kind of showcased that, where you can run out, 7, 8, 9 different lineup combinations until you find the right one. And that's exactly what happened today. Like in that first half, Iowa State went on that huge run, and they pivoted to Trey Stewart, Dallin Hall, Mihailo Boscovich, Fush Traore, weathered the storm, got back in the game. There's just a lot more versatility because they're deeper, and that really goes back to how Kevin Young and his coaching staff built the roster in the offseason that got them a lot of experience, a lot of versatility. Moat Maggs, another guy who's valuable, didn't play as many minutes this morning, but in games this season, especially during the win streak, he's proven to be valuable. So there's just so much more versatility. They can win in a lot of different ways I think, I'm giving you a long answer to your question here, but in the Utah game, they weren't hitting the three, but they dominated points in the paint. So they just have so much versatility in the way they can attack you offensively.
BYU's red hot, was at 9 straight wins. Now they're going to face Houston in the next round. No matter what happens, they're in a great position, and they've had a great year. I'm looking back 6 weeks ago, Matt, after the Utah game, they were on the out. I mean, bracketology had them out. How did they galvanize? How did they come together? What changes were made to kind of spur and help this thing come together? Because it wasn't that long ago that you were wondering whether it was going to happen for this group.
I think two things happened. Right around the time of that Utah loss, they made a starting lineup change, and they took Cannon Catchings, a very talented freshman, out of the starting lineup, who's been very hot and cold. He's had games like the Baylor win at home where he's just red hot and scores 20-plus points. Did that in the win at Arizona as well. But he's had a lot of other games where he struggled, and I think a lot of that's just adjusting to the college game. He's a freshman. Sometimes I think we look at the Cooper Flags of the world and think, all these top 50 high school recruits are going to come in and fill it up at the college level, and sometimes it takes a season or two to figure it out. So in that time frame, referencing that loss at Utah, they went a lot more into the experienced players, inserting Mawot Mag, who this is his 5th year in college basketball, into the starting lineup, got them some experience on the floor. And then I think the other thing, too, and I don't think you can discount this in any sport really, but BYU was battling injuries in all of non-conference play. Dallin Hall got hurt before the season began. It took him a while to ramp up. Yegor Demon got hurt. He missed some time. There just was no continuity in non-conference play, and I don't think this 9-game winning streak happens if they had a core group of players continually playing together game after game. So knock on wood, they don't sustain any injuries in this conference tournament, but right now you just got to love the continuity. They have basically the full roster, and ever since they made that change to rely a little bit more on Dallin Hall, a little bit more on Mag, a little bit more on Richie and these juniors and seniors, that's when they really started to take off.
Houston has been exceptionally good this year in conference. They've only lost 1 game to Texas Tech this year in all of their conference play. They just beat Colorado, a Colorado team that I don't know how they got to the point that they did, but winning those 2 games and then, kind of giving Houston a little bit of a scare. Not much, but Houston is a really freaking good team, the best team in the conference, really. How does BYU beat this Houston team, and what makes what they're doing now different than – I mean, Houston beat the doors off of them, but that was a very different team, as we were just talking about those couple months ago. So how do they beat Houston tomorrow?
They have to do what they did today. They set a Big 12 conference tournament record in made threes, 18 of 36, 50%. They got to make double-digit threes, probably even more than like 10. I think they got to make 14, 15. The thing that this team's done really well during this winning streak is rebound the basketball. They did not do that well down in Houston earlier in the year. So you need guys like Foose and Hayda and Boscovich and even the guards to rebound against a crazy physical team. And to me, it's just rebound, make threes. I think they'll have a chance. Houston is so good. Houston can win the whole thing, so I wouldn't be expecting a win by any stretch of the imagination, but I do think it'll be more competitive than it was way down. What is that? Early January down in Houston.
Yeah. Richie Saunders did it again today. You've watched him and you've seen his development. Last year, we talked about last year's team. He was a role player on that team, made it to the tournament, honestly, and now he's the guy. What are your thoughts on his transformation into one of the top players in the league?
I think Kevin Young did what Mark Pope should have always done. Richie Saunders played out of position under Mark Pope, and a lot of times he played that 4 position, and he's undersized for that. Now he's a scrappy defender, and he'll always give you 100%, and I think that's why he had moments where it really worked under Mark Pope. But he's a guard forward, and I think it was a brilliant move by Kevin Young and his coaching staff to move him down to the small forward position, and at times he can even play the shooting guard. Let him score a lot more. Don't rely on him to just be a scrappy defender who gets his points off broken plays and offensive rebounds. I just think that was a stroke of genius from Kevin Young to recognize that this guy can be a very high-level offensive player, and he'll still give you the good defense. And I think also credit to Richie, too. Like, let's not forget Richie was courted by big programs in the transfer portal, and he bought into Kevin Young and this staff, and that was a risk for him and Dallin Hall and all of these guys who signed up because there was no proof of concept in the start of the offseason from Kevin Young. The sales pitch was great. I'm coming from the NBA. I'm going to help you develop. But he hadn't done it yet. And so for guys like Richie and Dallin to have bought into that and then to see the fruits of that decision and their hard work, it's we've never seen a transformation like this, guys, at BYU from what you said, JJ, a role player. I mean, he only started, 3 games prior to this season, and now he's all first-team Big 12. It's quite the remarkable transformation for Richie.
Does he come back? It's early, obviously, still, but does he come back next year?
Probably. I think in the pre-NIL era, why would you come back? This might be your only chance to get into the league. Yeah. But in the NIL era, he could be one of the highest earning players on the team. Obviously, probably not to the AJ DeBonta level, but I'd imagine
pretty sure he'll come in at least second.
I was just going to say, though, I'm pretty sure at least he could command north of $1 million in the NIL, and it would be money well spent. So it's more of a guarantee financially, honestly.
It's crazy
to come back after a year like Richie's had than it would be to maybe be a fringe late first, second round pick. So I think NIL will help BYU retain someone like Richie, where in the past I think you definitely test the waters.
Matt Baiamonte, Cougar Sports Saturday. He and Mitch Harper do a phenomenal job on KSL News Radio breaking down the Cougs in whatever sport it is. And, of course, right now, eyes firmly planted on this BYU basketball team that has just been taken off in these last couple of weeks. The last month, really, it's been awesome. So, Matt, we appreciate your help, man. And we'll keep dipping in here as BYU makes this crazy run.
Sounds great, guys. Have a good one.
There you go. Matt Baiamonte, everybody. Let's take a break. We're going to be at Doug Smith Mitsubishi tomorrow. Just a little reminder, if you want to get the same deal that JJ got on an Outlander, come down and get that deal. Let's go. All right? Come down to American Fork. It's the In-N-Out exit right there on Main Street. You just go about a half a mile east after you get off the freeway there, and you're going to find those deals. And Chris Smith and his guys, just let them take care of you. It's a no-pressure situation. Come visit us tomorrow for our broadcast, 3 to 6. Down there in American Fork at the Doug Smith Mitsubishi. Nobody knows cars like Doug. We'll take the break. We'll come back. We've got more. Stay right here with us. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. When the brackets are announced this Sunday, log on to KSLSports.com and fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem on KSLSports.com.
Alpine Home Medical, alpinehomemedical.com. I always give that website out first because I want you to go check it out. If you're one of those people who yourself or a family member or somebody who you're close to could use the best in-home medical equipment, Alpine Home Medical has been delivering that for decades, and they're number one in the state of Utah for it. They have a white glove concierge service from the very moment that you get with the folks at Alpine Home Medical, whether it's mobility options, whether it's a CPAP resupply program, whether it's the in-home mobility stuff or walkers or chairs for the shower, whatever it might be, they can take care of it, and they can make sure to do all of the heavy lifting from the insurance side of things. Let them take care of it and let them bring wellness home. JJ, we love what these guys do.
Yeah, they have a lot of deals going on right now. The compression stockings, if you need to improve circulation and reduce swelling, they've got a deal on that right now. And they've got the lift chairs, right? Through February, buy any lift chair, get 10% off your entire purchase. That also includes 10% off side tables, canes, shower chairs, walkers, and even ramps. Don't allow you or your loved one to be at risk. Make sure you have those items in your home to give you support so you don't have those situations where you have a tragic fall. With 11 locations in Utah, Idaho Falls, St. George, and Tooele, Alpine Home Medical brings wellness home.
AlpineHomeMedical.com is the website. It's just AlpineHomeMedical.com.
Hans and Scotty here with our friends with Advanced Window Products. We're huge fans of what they're doing. And with summer just around the corner, that AC is going to be running nonstop, Hans. You want to save money? You've got to have the best windows in place. And Advanced Windows is going to make that happen for you.
And as always, Advanced Window Products wants to take care of our listeners. Receive $2,500 off 10 windows or more. And remember, the products are top of the line, energy efficient, made with high-quality glass and vinyl, with all parts being made right here in the United States of America.
They have options available for any budget and also offer several financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, and no payment, no interest for 24 months. There's no reason you shouldn't be getting these new windows. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. All you have to do is call 801-850-9100 or go to advancedwindows.com.
A lifetime warranty is transferable for a next owner. Just call 801-850-9100.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
Only see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of the Utah Hockey Club. Another relationship right here in their own backyard. Imagine waking up every morning with a smile you love. No more hiding, no more discomfort. Stubbs Dental Implant Center has helped thousands of people ditch the dentures and say goodbye to missing or failing teeth. With over 2,000 five-star Google reviews, their patients say it best.
Getting dental implants has been the best thing I've ever done for myself.
Let the expert team at Stubbs Dental help you take the first step to changing your life with dental implants. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. A $350 value. Visit StubbsDental.com.
What's better than a credit card with a low interest rate? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa, you'll enjoy 0% APR purchases for the first 6 months. Yep, all that buying power and not a single cent of interest for 6 months. That means no interest on summer fun, no interest on back-to-school gear, and no interest on holiday shopping. Interested? Then hurry to AmericaFirst.com to apply for yours today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate. Membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, and conditions apply. See AmericaFirst.com/Visa for details. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Any Hour Services can unclog any drain in your house, whether you have a backup, a clog, or a slow drain you want flowing again. Call Any Hour Services and we'll snake any line for just $29. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Dylan Gunther talks about the team holding its composure and holding that lead against Anaheim.
I think we're getting a little bit better at those situations every game. I don't think we played our best game today, but we found a way to win, and we managed the puck pretty well at the end of the game.
Big win last night, 3-2 over the Anaheim Ducks. Utah Hockey Club at 50 updates are brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready. Your trusted partner in emergency preparedness. Would You Rather's next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
Would you rather right here on JJ and Alex, brought to you by the good folks at Paris RV. Appreciate them coming on board. Spring fever is spreading. Get that best selection and best prices right there at Paris RV. Check them out. ParisRV.com is the website. JJ, would you rather win the Big 12 tournament? Let's say you're BYU. You win the Big 12 tournament. Would you rather win the Big 12 tournament? That means beating Houston. That means beating probably Arizona?
Texas Tech
maybe? Yeah.
Oof, wow.
I mean, the biggest hurdle has got to be tomorrow, right, versus Houston.
Yes.
But, let's say, the odds are against it, but it's not that impossible now that you think about it.
So win the Big 12 tournament, but lose first round of the NCAA tournament, or just win one game in the NCAA tournament after you lose in the semifinals.
Or lose tomorrow, but go to the Sweet 16. How about that?
Ooh, okay. Lose tomorrow, go to the Sweet 16?
That's an easy one.
I know. That's why I try to make it harder.
Let's go with round of 32.
Round of 32.
Still easy.
No way.
Nobody remembers winning a tournament, a conference tournament, anything.
These guys would.
Did the 2011 BYU Cougars win the Mountain West tournament? They did not. They lost in the semifinals.
The Sweet 16.
Jimmer scored 52 against New Mexico. It didn't matter. Right?
Yeah.
Does anyone remember or care about what happened in Vegas in 2011 if you're a BYU fan? No. That was spectacularly magical watching Jimmer lead that team to the Sweet 16, and they were just a free throw away from making it to the Elite Eight.
Going to be unpopular.
It's an easy choice.
No, it's not.
It's an easy choice.
Going to be unpopular, but...
You want to win the next two games, but lose in the first round, a 5-12 upset or a 4-13 upset?
Gosh, University of Northern Illinois, or Northern Iowa, they're good. That's a tough 13 seed.
You want to lose the UNC Wilmington in the first round?
I would prefer
because
to lose.
That's the conversation you're having. If BYU wins the next two games, a 4 seed isn't like crazy. If Iowa State's a 3 seed, BYU, if they won the Big 12 tournament, could easily make that argument that they're a 4.
Next year's going to be a phenomenal year. Okay? Win the Big 12 tourney this year, you're Big 12 champs. And the next year, and it's unfortunate that you got upset in the first round of the NCAA tournament.
You can't say this with a straight face.
I absolutely can.
No, you cannot.
Big 12 champs trumps just one win.
If you're on video right now, look at that face.
I am.
Look at that face.
I'm not faking this. Which one am I looking at? Hey, y'all. Look at me. Look at me when I tell you this. Big 12 champs over, because you said, well, you want to get upset? Yeah, but I mean, if you lose in the round of 32, it's just as meaningless to me. You win one tournament game, that's better than winning the Big 12 championship.
Do you know how many tournament games BYU's won in the last 30 years?
You know how many Big 12 champions they've won? Big 12 championships they've won ever?
They've only been in the league 2 years.
I know.
All those Mountain West championships,
they
never
won.
happened. Who cares?
I know, but you know what?
They won one.
I would absolutely say you can't, like a Mountain West championship or a WCC championship is nothing compared to a Big 12 championship.
You'd be
in year
okay
2.
if they got upset by High Point in the first round of the tournament if they win a Big 12 championship?
Okay, let's say they go to the second round and lose to a 6 seed then. Or a 5 seed.
That's fine.
Fine.
Look at the quality of 5 seeds out there. Ole Miss is a good team.
Big 12 champs.
Oregon.
Big 12 championship banner is cooler than that little penciled in No, there's no round of 32.
If you've
banner.
won the Big 12 championship,
right, fine.
If you lose next Thursday to Lipscomb.
Oh gosh, you're bringing up all the worst teams. Those are 16
those are 13.
seeds.
They're projected 13 seeds in the latest bracketology. Yale. You want to lose to Yale?
Oh, Yale will be an
BYU
like I just
be made
automatically
fun of for the next year.
No, they wouldn't. I automatically think that the Ivy League champion. I feel like the Ivy League champion is going to upset anybody in the first round anyway. It's going to be a 47-39 game, and Yale will win.
Do you know who Lenardi has right now?
Who?
Yale playing in the first round?
Who?
Purdue.
Uh-oh. Been there before.
Look out, Fulta.
Did Arizona was the one who lost to was it last year that they lost to Princeton and Princeton went to the Sweet 16? Anyway, I can't remember. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Before we do we'll come back. We've got so many things going on here. Around the corner is Big T Thurl Bailey. Utah Jazz broadcast analyst on television, of course, right alongside Bowler. He's going to give us his breakdown of this Jazz team who got real close last night in Memphis. Big T coming back into town and going to jump on here with us, give us his thoughts on that road trip and then this team right now. So stay with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. And before we get out to the break, chatting today with Dr. Marissa Ryan from the University of Utah. University of Utah Health, just go to their website to find any specialist in any area that you're looking for healthcare for your family, for you, for a loved one, somebody who might need some extra help. And if you know, of course, the University of Utah is already a provider for University of Utah athletics, the Utah Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club, to name just a few, but all the way down to just the regular folks like us, your families, everybody. And Dr. Marissa Ryan is joining us. She's an ENT, a specialist, also talking to us today about silent reflux, which is something that we've been learning about. JJ apparently had to learn about it the hard way.
I know too much about it.
Yeah, and so now we're finding out a little bit more about it. But tell us what the symptoms are of silent reflux and what the things are that actually get in the way of kind of just everyday normal living.
So yeah, silent reflux can definitely affect your quality of life and day-to-day living. The symptoms are most commonly things like throat clearing, chronic cough, voice changes, feeling like you have a lump or something stuck in your throat all day long, even when you don't, sore throat, trouble swallowing. Sometimes even your postnasal drainage can be because of silent reflux, not because of an issue in your nose.
Yeah, it's having lived with it, it's so frustrating because you really can't put your finger on what it is. And I'm so glad you're sharing this with our listeners today, because I bet more people are suffering from this than they think. What are some of the things they can do? If they come to an ENT, what can you guys do to help them?
Yeah, sometimes the symptoms can be vague and it can be hard to pin them down and get to the right specialist. But if you have any of those symptoms, especially if they've been going on for 6 weeks, I would definitely talk with your primary care provider about seeing an ENT to get to the bottom of them, because there are definitely things that we can recommend in terms of lifestyle and medication to improve symptoms. But also, if the silent reflux goes on for too long, there's always the potential of it causing kind of more significant, serious, or longer-term symptoms, particularly like longer-term issues with your voice or even longer-term issues swallowing. So it's good not to ignore the symptoms, because if they go on for too long, you might have permanent issues related to them.
Maybe you're dealing with this or something along the lines of some of these symptoms, and it always, of course, is best to go see that specialist. And the University of Utah and University of Utah Health have the best specialists when it comes to this. So if you want to be able to get a hold of a specialist, figure out what it is that's going on in your body, what's going on to be able to seek the right treatment, or at least ask the right questions and get with those folks. It's uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org. You can find that list of ENT specialists right there. Dr. Marissa Ryan joining us today. Dr. Ryan, thanks again for your help, and we'll chat with you in a few minutes.
You're welcome. Great being here.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Receive game updates, exclusive analysis, and chances to win Jazz tickets. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard this season with the Utah Hockey Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Hockey Club page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Hockey Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Are you an electrician or a telecom technician and want to earn more? We are looking to hire journeymen and apprentices with experience. We have jobs available now. Electricians who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare, and retirements. Electrical expertise and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Call us at 801-306-0722 or go to IBEW354.org.
With 415,000 Utahns and 1 in 6 Utah kids facing hunger, Utah Food Bank, Macy's Grocery, Lee's Marketplace, and Lynn's need your help to fight hunger statewide. Simply fill a bag with non-perishable food donations and put it at your doorstep by 9 a.m. on Saturday, March 15th to support the Feed Utah Food Drive. Donations will be picked up by volunteers and can be the difference between hunger and hope. Learn more about how you can be a part of this statewide effort at utahfoodbank.org/feedutah.
Great teams don't leave success to chance. They prepare for it. And if the last few years have taught us anything, it's that emergencies don't wait for you to be ready. ReadyWise gets it. You've seen the empty shelves, the supply chain delays, the panic of trying to find the basics. That's why ReadyWise is here to help you plan ahead with emergency food supplies and survival kits you can count on. ReadyWise meals are highly rated and available in a wide variety of options with a shelf life that is long enough to outlast the next big shortage. And preparation, so simple it's practically foolproof. Whether it's a storm, a blackout, or another unexpected twist, ReadyWise helps you avoid the scramble. Because when life throws the unexpected your way, being prepared isn't just smart, it's essential. So don't wait for the next big event to catch you off guard. Be wise. Be ready. Visit ReadyWise.com today. Save 25% off your order when using code KSL25 at checkout. That's ReadyWise.com and code KSL25.
Hey, it's Adam from Counting Crows. Come out and see us on the Complete Suites Tour this summer. Old songs, new songs. We'll be joined by our friends, the Gaslight Anthem. It's a summer butter miracle.
August 21st, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Reserve seats on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what's coming.
Your daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz.
It's time!
All season long and even in the off season, it's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Thanks for being with us on the program, everybody. Yes, it's that time of year. It is so much fun to watch these conference tournament games, and so many, in a game like this, we're watching the Mountain West quarterfinal between the 4-seeded San Diego State Aztecs and then Boise State, who's the 5-seed.
Both on the bubble.
Both are firmly in the on the bubble and in the last four in. And if you lose early in this tournament, you could easily find yourself
the loser of this game's out.
They could be. And the Mountain West might just be a 2-bid or 3-bid league instead of the possibility of threatening with 4. Probably not going to happen. A year after they got an insane 6 in, right? Wasn't it 6 last year?
6 last year.
So BYU gets the win over Iowa State today in the Big 12 tournament, and they're on to the semifinals. And this is a fun time of year. It's an exciting time. You know who used to have a lot of fun in March Madness? Our own Big T, Thurl Bailey, who's played in some big games himself in the college level. Does anything match the vibe at the college level, Thurl, that you've been able to live through? Because obviously the pros, it's its own thing, but there's something about these college tournaments that just take it up a notch.
Wait, you said I played in some big games. Dude, I played in the big games.
He kind of downplayed that, didn't he?
Listen, everybody's watching.
Come on.
One of the greatest moments in March.
Everybody's watched the video.
The one shining moment.
Everybody's watched the video a few times when when coach is running around, and I'm assuming he's trying to find you. On the floor because he has no one to hug when it's going out there. So I'm just assuming that I'll downplay it, but there's something different about the NCAA tournament versus the pros.
Let me tell you something. For me in that era, it was just it was amazing because they're going to crown a champion every year, and for the most part, if you're good at it, if you watch enough of it, you can probably pick top 5 who might end up trying to be there, but. Our story was different. I'm not sure it's been done that way since, but yeah, I mean, it's a whole different level of excitement and enjoyment. And, I used to call it unadulterated, but there's lots of money involved.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's pro sports now at this point.
It's different. It is. But it's still exciting.
Yes.
It's still exciting because these young players are coming to compete, and you've got a few who the scouts are there watching, but for the most part, it's the ultimate team effort, and it's amazing to watch. I did watch that BYU Iowa State game today, and again, 2 really good schools and a great conference. So it's an exciting time, man.
Any tips for BYU to beat Houston, since you have some familiarity beating Houston?
Houston, man, they've been trying to make a run for a few years.
Coach Sampson is close every year.
It's 7 straight years of advancing to the second week. Crazy.
Well, the 3-ball is obviously important to BYU, although that's not the only thing they can do. What I love today is they really got into that paint with a threat of a lob to Keita or a layup and put pressure on the rim, and they kicked it out to guys who were wide open, who were great shooters. So I think that knocking the three down is going to be big. And I'm not sure that Houston's five slamma jamma anymore, but I'm going to love the pace of that game.
Before we get to the Jazz, can you describe to us what it was like to play college basketball in 1983 in the ACC when, even before that, in 81, 82, Jordan was there. I think Jordan was still there in 83, if I remember right. Yeah, Sam Perkins, it was like a who's who. Len Bias, every team had an NBA star, and then you go to the tournament and you're playing against all these guys that have been in the league for 3 or 4, or been in the college for 3 or 4 years. Patrick Ewing, all guys like that. It was just an incredible, the competition and the level of play from just college players back then was incredible. What was it like?
Well, we'll never see the likes of it again because of what you just mentioned. We played and we developed school rivalries during that time and even personal rivalries because guys stayed at least, 3 years. There wasn't the NIL stuff involved, right? So you were really honestly playing to try to, one, because you got your education paid for, and that was valuable for me, a kid coming out of D.C., where nobody was making it, to have an outlet where my parents didn't have to try to pay for my education, and that was big time. So when you develop those relationships in college that Worthy and I and Perkins and I developed, and you take those into the NBA, it was just an amazing transition for all of us to be able to do what we did for our schools and then be rewarded the ultimate level of basketball. But it was great. It was just some classic matchups. We could not have even made it to the NCAA tournament unless we won the ACC tournament that year, and we had to go through Michael Jordan and Perkins, and Worthy had already left, but they still had a great squad with Brad Doherty, and it was just great, memorable stuff.
Sam Perkins, my first professional player to give me an autograph when I was a kid when he was playing for the Mavericks when I was younger, and that was that guy, man. He was Big Easy, man. That was so much fun to watch that dude. But yeah, so the names you just brought up, and yeah, we'll never see the likes of it again. But here we are talking college hoops. We're getting lost in it here, but let's talk about this Jazz team. This one started out, and it looked like, oh, boy, here comes Memphis, who is having a phenomenal year, obviously, compared to what they were doing last year, and Ja being back for a full season makes a huge difference. But what is this team doing to be able to make sure that they are not just in games late? They have the ability to win a lot of these games on the road, and they came very close last night.
They did. They did come close. And I think if you don't have 20-plus turnovers, then you may win it.
Yeah.
I think that has been one of the Achilles heels for the Jazz most of the season, is taking care of the ball, and not, you're going to turn it over, but not doing it where it comes in bunches, and it's it kind of deflates your comeback, if you will, or you put all that energy into digging out of that hole against a really, really good team, even without a Jaren Jackson Jr. healthy. But yeah, that's the I think the biggest progress is that this team's given themselves more opportunities to be in games and not have a lot of blowouts from really good teams. So even when guys are, bulk of the scoring is not playing, they're on the bench, the young players are playing, we've seen so much progress with the chemistry of Kyle Filipowski and Isaiah Collier. I mean, you can kind of see what the future could hold with these young players as they're progressing as pros.
Bryce Sensabaugh had another nice game coming off the bench, 11 points, 3 of 5 from 3. I love watching him shoot. He just has – you can tell, Thurl, when you're watching him that there's something special about his stroke. What are you seeing that you've noticed about the way he shoots the ball, his ability to score that you feel is something that's really going to translate long-term for his success in the NBA?
Well, I think every player, because they're at this level, they come in with something, right? Something that the scout has seen or the coaches have seen that they fit a piece of the puzzle. And Bryce Sensabaugh really has developed into a natural scorer before he came. And obviously you've got to tweak some of that in this grown man's league. But he has really figured it out, like how to get his shot off. I talked to him about his shot. He said, look, if I need more than 3 dribbles to get my shot off, if I'm in an ISO situation, that's not good for me. So I think the ability to set his feet and know that he can get, because he's not getting a big lift off the floor on his jumper, right? He's not shooting a set shot, but he's getting his feet set enough where he can get that shot up over anybody. But now he's trying to become a better playmaker if he does have to dribble more than 3 times. And he's getting there. You know, he's not quite there yet, but he's a guy that's working on it. And you need guys like that who you can say, hey, give him the ball, his ISO situation. He's going to put us in the best position, whether it's a shot for him or somebody else.
You know, Lowry's not having these insane nights where he's, scoring even the bulk of the points. He's not the leading scorer on a lot of these nights, or for most of these nights, and he's been a little bit banged up with the back and everything, and they've had him doing some rest. And but even just having him back for 28 minutes and 14 points last night, Will Hardy was asked about it after the game, and he was just like, it's massive to have a guy like Lowry out there. How much of an impact is that to have a guy like Lowry up against, kind of next to and in comparison to this very, very young squad who are going out there and getting a lot of minutes?
Well, things have changed for Lowry in the last couple of years. You know, he was really the go-to guy. He was the guy that the ball needed to find. And he still is that to some extent, but he's been asked to play a slightly different role with the young players. He's not probably going to get some of the same touches, or maybe even as many, now that you have, a Sexton and you have a John Collins who, is playing all 3 levels as well. But he still is special. He's a guy at his size that can shoot over anybody, even if they're in his face on a catch and shoot. He has that confidence. A guy who can move without the ball, can get downhill. He's even getting better at some of the ISOs at the nail, at the free throw line, and even some post-ups. So he's developing in a different way as a player too, right? Out of college, he was just known as like a 3-point shooter at Arizona, and Jazz have really kind of opened him up to new adventures as far as what he's capable of doing. He's just going to get better, but he's had to sacrifice maybe some of what he's really good at to be other things for this team.
It's tough to stack L's again and again and again, and we all understand what this team is going through, what the franchise is going through. But it can't be easy on the players and the frustration that could build. Yet I'm watching this team have fun, Thurl. They have chemistry. They're having a good time. And the headband thing last night showed that. And even you got involved in that. You and Bowler had some fun with it, too. Probably the first time you ever wore a headband with the Jazz. We all remember that policy. But just what does that say about this team and about where they're at right now, that they're having this kind of an experience while going through something challenging like a rebuild?
Well, first of all, it showed me how big my head was. I think it's tight, dude. But I think Bowler's was bigger. Kidding, Bowler. But, it's not easy, guys. I mean, I try to put myself in the position of the players, young and veterans, and understand. And Coach Will Hardy has said this. Look, these players want to win, right? I mean, you can't please everybody. There's somebody going home or back to the hotel after every single game that's not happy about something. And whether it's the way they played, whether it's they didn't get enough minutes, they didn't play at all. So it is incredible to me as I get to know these guys that they have really bought into each other. They lean into each other. Coach Will Hardy talks about that all the time. They lean into each other because there's no need to, the communication line is open enough that everybody understands the blueprint. They understand what's going on. And you have a choice, right? You can choose to buy in or not. And that's your freedom to do that. But it's been incredible to watch these guys continue to come together. The older guys continue to lean on the younger players and say, look, do it like this. And the younger players are listening and absorbing everything. So as a guy who is around this team a lot and get to talk to the guys individually, yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy to rack up those L's, as you say. But you love the game. You get paid to play, and you go out and you try to lay it all out there.
Big T, Thurl Bailey joining us here on the program as we, of course, follow this Jazz team as they come back home now. It was a long trip, Thurl. That was a lot of games, and it was a lot of tough games. It was a lot of tough matchups for this Jazz team. Do you talk finer points of blocking shots with Walker Kessler? I think about it, and I'm like, obviously, you want to kind of just chat with him with whatever those moments that you get, but do you ever look, because he's just having these crazy runs. I mean, the 8-block game was so much fun, and you watch how far that guy's come, and he's always been a great shot blocker, but that takes a different skill, and he seems to have it.
It does, man, and I love me a good block party. But I have talked to Walker blocking shots several times. Actually, a couple of years ago, I took him into the lab and we broke it down. And I even showed him some of my old, because as a small forward, I love blocking shots. I love that help side block. And so I think it's one of the most exciting plays in basketball. People like the dunk, but I think the rejection is pretty cool myself. And he talked about, the fact that he's had to learn how to go up with two hands. And not a lot of shot blockers do that. They'll go up and try to track a shot down with their shot blocking hand. But he has really gotten to the point where he has mastered it. And, it's never going to be a perfect science. And he will tell you, look, I get dunked on sometimes. I can't worry about that. But I know more times than not that I'm going to either dissuade a guy from coming in there because he knows I may block his shot, which doesn't show up in the stat sheet, or I'm going to get that shot. And whatever he tries to do, if he tries to go underneath, I'm going to have both hands ready to track it. So there is an art to shot blocking. There's an art to the timing of it. There's an art to the positioning of it. Even some of the rear view blocks where the guy gets by him and he catches up and he times it. Those things are sometimes that's just an ability to have that kind of skill. But he is so good at it. And we can name some of the great shot blockers of our time, but he is going to be one of them for sure.
I think we briefly mentioned turnovers earlier. It was 23 turnovers for the Jazz last night, 9 for the Grizzlies. You see the difference in a team that takes care of the ball and doesn't, and the end result. Obviously, this team's very young, and so a lot of these guys are learning how to take care of the basketball at the NBA level, but it's a team-wide thing. What are some of the things that these players can do to tighten that up? As you played in the league, what are some things that Jazz teams did back then or you saw during your career where a team can take better care of the basketball? Where does that start? How do you do that?
Well, I think it starts with not over-dribbling, first of all. I think the philosophy for most teams, especially a team like the Jazz, is ball movement, right? And making the defense shift and play. Because the more you as a player try to dribble and put yourself in a position, you find yourself, dribbling 7, 8 times. The defense is just sitting there waiting on you to throw up a shot at the end of the shot clock or try to kick it out to somebody at the last second. And so defenses are just anticipating those kind of things. And so when the Jazz don't over-dribble, they normally take care of the ball really well. And I think the other part of that is just communicating. Right, understanding where you're supposed to be on a certain play, on a fast break, things like that, and just trusting each other and finding the open guy. And the last thing is, if your defense is really good and you're creating opportunities offensively, because each turnover you lose the possession, the other team gains one. So if you can kind of flip the switch on that and and make defense a priority, you're going to get more of those possessions. Yeah, you're going to turn the ball over, right? But if you can keep that turnover thing around the 13, 14 mark, at the most 15 maybe, and depending on where those come, you're going to start to see a lot of improvement and a lot of opportunities to win games.
Big T, Thurl Bailey, he's, of course, on the TV call with Craig Bolerjack every game with this Utah Jazz squad. And now they come back home after a late trip back to Utah last night. They come back to Delta Center. They're going to host the Raptors, and then they go out back on the road again to the Timberwolves, and then they come back again for another stretch of home games. So, Big T, have fun on the calls these next few games, and we're looking forward to it, and we appreciate you joining us every week, man.
No problem. And whenever you bring up the 83 championship, don't downplay it. I want you to be excited about it. I know you weren't around, or you were just a kid. But it's still a big deal.
No, that was part of it. I think he's played in a few big games before. Yeah. Thanks, T. We appreciate it, man.
All right, fellas.
There you go.
Thanks, Big T. It was the one shining moment.
It
led to all other moments.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to diss him. I think that he's played in a few big games,
The biggest.
That was probably.
There's no March Madness without NC State in 1983.
So that's a top 3 moment of all time in the tournament, right?
Number 1.
You think it's number 1?
Name 2 more that are better.
For me, I remember watching live Christian Laettner hit that shot against Kentucky. And
it was good. Wasn't for a title.
It was not for a title. I get it.
The Villanova shot is the only one I can come up with that would compete.
Right. That was pretty darn good. Was that against North Carolina too?
Yeah, it was Jenkins, Chris Jenkins? Which?
Yeah, I can't remember, but yeah, I think it was because I remember. Was it the analyst was like, watch Jenkins.
Yep.
It was like Clark Kellogg's like,
Chris Jenkins won the national title in 2016.
Yeah. If Gordon Hayward hits that half court shot, that would have been it.
To beat Duke for an Natty
from a
Are you kidding me?
half court bank in shot. And that's how close it was. It was 60 to 59, right?
It would have won it. It hit back rim.
All right. We'll take the break here, and we've got lots going on here. Hey, by the way, our program is always brought to you by the good folks at the Doug Smith family of dealerships. We're going to be down at the Doug Smith Mitsubishi tomorrow, American Fork, Chevy, Subaru, Kia, Dodge, Ram, all of it, and now the family of Mitsubishi vehicles as well as part of that. So go check it out for yourself. That's who brings you this portion of the program. By the way, we have something we want to mention for you. It is an opportunity for you to win cash, cold hard cash. Ready? March is here, and you know what that means. KSL Sports is looking to hook you up. We're going to get online. We started it last year with the full crew of doing it. And if you go to KSLSports.com right now and you sign up for the KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, make your picks, and you could have a chance to win $1 million for a perfect bracket. There you go. And then, of course, here's the one that you're going to see. The best local bracket's going to win $1,000. And if you beat our own Jeremiah Jensen,
that won't be hard.
You're going to be entered to win. Do you see what I have to say? You have to be entered to win because we're going to have thousands who are going to be beating JJ by the handful. You know how it is. You're a sports guy. You know what that means? You get 17th in your bracket of 20 people at work. That's how it works.
I overthink it.
Now, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I did win the bracket last year among our colleagues. Not a big deal, but I ran away with it.
The horn has been tooted.
So there you go. Join it right now. Go in, enter to win that $500, enter to win the $1,000, enter to win $1 million for that perfect bracket, the KSL Sports Bracket Mayhem, KSLSports.com. Okay, we'll take that break. We'll come back. We've got more right around the corner. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're joined today by Dr. Marissa Ryan from University of Utah Health. uofuhealth.org is the website. You've heard us, of course, talking about U of U Health for so long. They've treated our families. They've probably treated somebody in your family. They, of course, are the preferred healthcare providers for University of Utah Athletics, also for the Utah Jazz, for the Utah Hockey Club, and Dr. Marissa Ryan joining us on the program today. She's an ENT. Her specialist is, of course, in the ear, nose, and throat region of your body, and specifically for anybody who might be dealing with what we call silent reflux. Tell us exactly what that is, Dr. Ryan.
So silent reflux is a little bit different than the traditional heartburn or reflux or GERD that people hear about with like discomfort and burning in the chest. Silent reflux, also called laryngopharyngeal reflux, is when the stomach contents actually come up farther into your throat, your voice box, and cause more symptoms in your throat, such as throat clearing, cough, voice changes, feeling like there's something stuck in your throat, sometimes some trouble swallowing, and even a feeling of postnasal drainage can all be because of this silent reflux.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've had experience with silent reflux, and it's awful because you're like, what's wrong with me? I'm not sick, I don't think. I don't have a head cold, but I feel like I do, constantly clearing my throat. And every one of those symptoms you just listed were things that I was dealing with and I had. The good news is there's a way to treat this. What are some of the treatments that you have for this?
So a lot of the treatments are things that people can do themselves in terms of identifying and avoiding like certain foods and triggers that cause them to have the reflux. There are also medications, kind of like your traditional acid-reducing medications like omeprazole and famotidine or Pepcid. There's also some more natural kind of supplements that can be used to treat it, to avoid the side effects of medications. The mainstay is something called alginates. They're a substance that you take after meals and before laying down to bed. It's a gel that gets down into your stomach and makes like a little bit of a raft at the top of your stomach, the bottom of your swallowing tube, to prevent the stomach contents from coming up into your esophagus and into your throat. And for a lot of people, those can be really helpful and not have any concerning side effects.
If people are having these issues, it's as easy as being able to find a specialist. Go to University of Utah Health and their webpage. You just go to uvuhealth.org. But when they're able to kind of find a specialist who helps them, then where do they go from there, Dr. Ryan?
So there's certain testing that we do to make sure that it is silent reflux and not something else that needs a different type of treatment. But that's something that any ear, nose, and throat provider, especially someone who focuses on the throat, can do for you to figure out if that's what you have and the best way to move forward treating it.
Easy enough to find the website. It's just uvuhealth.org. That's uvuhealth.org. You can also go to healthcare.utah.edu/ENT to find the University of Utah's ENT list of specialists there, and they can help you out with that. Dr. Ryan, thanks for hanging out with us today. We'll chat with you in a little bit.
Thanks for having me.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
From Murray to Midvale, southbound I-15 slowing is already in place, and you've got reduced speeds northbound I-15 from Murray to downtown Salt Lake City. The freeway southbound from Riverdale into Roy also falling below the speed limit if you're coming out of Ogden. UTA is road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U-time. Plan your trip at Ride UTA or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
The general manager of the Utah Hockey Club, Bill Armstrong. So down the stretch, it seems like every game has a playoff-like feel to it. Is that something that this team has embraced coming down the stretch here?
There's a lot of pressure that sits on top of our players. It's a must-win every game. But I like that. It's all about playing meaningful games down the stretch because we want to experience that pressure on our back where it's a must-win every single night and we have to be at our best no matter who's coming in. We've got to find a way to win. I've really liked how our guys have responded. We've been down a few goals and fought back to get points, and that's what you have to do at this time of the year. And there's a lot of hockey left. We got to keep pace with everybody else and keep winning and finding ways to get points. We got some big games coming up against some teams that are right in the race too, and we can take care of a lot of our problems by just beating those teams.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to Hockey 101, brought to you by Trucordia Insurance. I'm Cole Bagley, Utah Hockey Club insider for KSL Sports. Today we're talking about checking from behind. A check from behind is a check delivered on a player who is not aware of the impeding hit, therefore unable to protect or defend himself, and contact is made on the back part of the body. When a player intentionally turns his body to create contact with his back, no penalty shall be assessed. Checking from behind can never be a minor penalty. Depending on the severity of the hit, can be a major penalty, match penalty, or game misconduct with fines and a possible suspension. Hockey 101 is brought to you by Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams, Trucordia protects them.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of the Utah Hockey Club. Another relationship right here in their own backyard.
Hans and Scotty here with our friends with Advanced Window Products. We're huge fans of what they're doing. And with summer just around the corner, that AC is going to be running nonstop, Hans. You want to save money? You've got to have the best windows in place. And Advanced Windows is going to make that happen for you.
And as always, Advanced Window Products wants to take care of our listeners. Receive $2,500 off 10 windows or more. And remember, the products are top of the line, energy efficient, made with high-quality glass and vinyl, with all parts being made right here in the United States of America.
They have options available for any budget and also offer several financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, and no payment, no interest for 24 months. There's no reason you shouldn't be getting these new windows. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. All you have to do is call 801-850-9100 or go to advancedwindows.com.
A lifetime warranty is transferable for a next owner. Just call 801-850-9100.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Come in and get your burger fix with JCW's, the Burger Boys. Juicy 1/3 pound burgers or thick, rich shakes. Your choice. 5 locations, no tipping ever. Just great food with friends. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Colin Sexton talks about having Larry Markkinen back in the lineup in the loss last night to the Memphis Grizzlies.
Oh, man, it felt good. It felt good to have our guy back. I was able to assist him on the first 3, so I was super excited about that. So just to have him back, he's getting in his rhythm, and you can tell he was excited to be back.
Utah Jazz at 30 updates are brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz. The NFL Blitz is next, and our Hercules Hero of the Week on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You know what that music means. NFL Blitz. Going a little early today because we got the coach, Bear Tourney, going to join us next hour in the normal spot where we'd have that NFL Blitz. But, man, how about this Utah Hockey Club? Last night, we may have woken up some of the younger children with that final Dylan Gunther score.
That was sweet.
That was pretty cool. And now you get to know the team well enough that when on a power play, you're going, just get it out to one of those. Just get it out to either Keller on the right, give it to Gunther on the left. Those one-timers have been freaking
Gunther from
sweet,
the left
man.
circle. Let him rip.
So good. 80-plus miles an hour, right into the net, wherever he wants it. Crazy. So we'll chat with Bear next hour. First up, though, hey, let me look at this here. We have Raiders news? Wake up, these Don't Call Me Oakland Raiders they're pushing, man. They're going to get Raheem Mostert, man. I mean, he's had some productive years. Where was he at most recently? Was he at
the Dolphins?
The Dolphins. Man, I loved his game at where was it?
Dolphins.
The Dolphins, man. Raheem Mostert's been great.
2,181 yards and 23 touchdowns in 44 games.
That's just 1 year, right?
It was, yeah.
2,000
he
yards
set
and
NFL records.
2,000 yards in 44 games? I mean, that's
still
going
good 3-year numbers.
That's almost 55 yards a game. All right.
He had a 1,000-yard season and 21 total touchdowns in 2023. He was a Pro Bowler.
Not all bad.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I respect that the Raiders are trying to win. They could easily just say, you know what? The Chiefs are in this division. The Broncos are on the way up. The Chargers have Jim Harbaugh and one of the best quarterbacks in the game. We could just, tank for 5 years until Patrick Mahomes decides to go play somewhere else.
Did you say something about the Chiefs?
They're fighting. They're trying.
I'll tell you why we know that. According to our crack producer, Alex Napolis. Gardner Minshew's now a Chief? What? The mustachioed man?
The Pirates heading to KC.
Look at that. I love it. Is he going to be the full-on backup then? He will be, right?
He's not going to start.
Well, I know that. I'm just saying, is there another he's the backup.
Yeah, Carson Wentz was the backup last
out.
year.
Yeah.
They let him play in that game against the Broncos, and that did not go well.
Well, they needed him to they just needed him to fill in the place for that week so they could get right for the playoffs.
You could at least fill in and be productive.
Not embarrass yourself. So, Gardner Minshew now officially, as of moments ago, he's now officially a Chief. Good for him. He's done so much hard work. Okay, so where are the places he's been then?
Jacksonville.
We're
going to do Gardner Minshew,
right? So Jacksonville, did he go to the Raiders right after
No,
Jacksonville?
he's at the Colts. No. Remember,
oh, yeah,
that's
Colts. Right. He was a Colt coming in for Richardson when he got hurt.
I think he's had a different hairstyle with every team he's played with.
The short look, he should probably bag it. The short jean shorts, go the Daisy Duke route.
You mean the jorts?
The jorts, jorts would be great. He wore the Daisy Dukes. Everyone's like, what are you doing with these? Like the pockets were hanging out the bottom. I was like, hey,
that's
settle
not
down.
the only thing hanging out.
Come on. I'm all settle down,
Scary.
Gardner. All right.
Also played in Philly for a couple years.
Oh, that's right.
He started 59 games. 46 games in the league.
Oh man, that's like him and Raheem Mostert. They've been playing a lot of games, man.
He's never been the intended starter yet. He's still found a way to play every single year.
Listen, I always like his game. All right, I do like his game. Did he beat BYU once or twice? In that 17 season, I'm pretty sure he beat him. Didn't he?
He beat Utah, didn't he?
He was an East Carolina Pirate.
Oh, did he beat him with East Carolina?
Yeah. Oh, when he went to Wazoo, yeah, but I think he beat BYU previous to that as an ECU Pirate. His original Pirate. His original place of being a Pirate before he was with Wazoo. So there you go. Maybe. I don't know if that was true or not.
I'll look it up.
Let me see here. Darius Slayton hoping that Aaron Rodgers stays in New York and goes to the Giants. Me too. You know what? Me too. I want to watch a franchise implode. I want to watch a franchise do worse than the Browns for the next couple of decades. Why not? I want another team in New York to be the new Jets. The Jets are the new Giants if you bring in Aaron Rodgers. I just don't think that is a solution of any kind, not even in the short term. The hassle in the locker room just cannot be worth it, right? There's no freaking way.
No.
All right.
By the way, Gardner Minshew came off the bench in that win over BYU in the 2017 season, went 6 of 9 through 2 touchdowns, and East Carolina won the game.
2 touchdowns in 9 attempts? 6 completions,
Yes.
2 of them are touchdowns?
October 21st, 2017, East Carolina 33, BYU 17.
And that was only the second worst loss of that season. Number 1, of course, being when they lost at home to UMass. 10-6. It was an awful game. It was 10-7. Either way, awful game.
How do we mention the 2017 BYU season on a day when they just beat Iowa State of the Big 12 tournament?
Sorry about that.
BYU fans, we apologize to you.
I don't want to bring that up.
sorry.
Those were tough times. That was really the worst. Yeah, Kalani hopes to forget that. All right, you can nominate the Youth Sports Volunteer for the Hercules Hero of the Week. What you do is you nominate them at KSLSports.com/contests, and then we read off those winners every week, like right now. The winner is a third-grade teacher named Mr. Romero, nominated by Melissa All. Here's what her nomination says for Mr. Romero. My 10-year-old son has had type 1 diabetes since he was first 2 years old. When he was first diagnosed, we were unsure what the future would look like to be able to participate in sports. My third grade teacher's husband, Mr. Romero, runs laps with the kids during lunch and during their lunch breaks, cheers on all the kids, brings them happiness and all the children brings happiness to all the children at the school. Also invites children to run in races in the community, encourages them to get out and be healthy and strong. He's been amazing. And it's been amazing to watch our son grow in strength and confidence as he has had a mentor, as he's been mentoring him on and encouraging him with running. So there you go, Mr. Romero. Congratulations! Thank you so much for your addition to the community and for your efforts that you didn't sign up for, but we're going to give them to you anyway. You're going to get a $100 gift card from Hercules First Credit Union and $200 to Beehive Meals. Thank you so much for your efforts. You can nominate the Youth Sports Volunteer, at KSLSports.com/contests. And there you go.
Someone is high character when
Let's do it.
They're such a good person and so well respected that nobody knows their real first name. They just go by Mr. and everybody calls him Mr.
It's like when your kids find out what their first name is of their teacher and they go, ooh. It's like seeing them at the grocery store in reality and you're like, what are you doing here? You have a life outside of the school? How dare you? I always thought it was so weird when you'd see your teachers. Like on like the school nights when you'd go in and it was dark and you'd see them in the classroom and you're like, and your parents are there and you're like, this is awkward. I don't want to see you in this setting. But it seems like Mr. Romero's the type of guy that is chill. There you go. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go right around the corner. We are going to jump in. I've got some baseball news that you are going to love. Utah. Stay here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
From Orem to Provo, I-15 is bogged down in Utah County after a crash southbound just past University Parkway. Southbound I-15 also a sore spot in Salt Lake County with big delays from Murray to Sandy. Our 100th spring is right around the corner, and Murdoch Hyundai can help you take those curves in style. Right now, receive 2.99% for 6 years on a Tucson, Santa Fe, or Elantra, or Sonata. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Nepolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. When the brackets are announced this Sunday, log on to KSLSports.com and fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem on KSLSports.com.
SLC Fat Loss, SLCFatLoss.com. You've heard us talking about the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss for a long time now because we've been on the program for going on a year. And JJ and I have had the success that you have with that program. The average person drops between 15 and 20% of their body weight in those 2 months of reduction. in that first reduction phase, I'll tell you, it's something to get used to. But the program overall helps you to keep it off, and that's where the success happens, and it's different from other programs. SLC Fat Loss gets results and keeps them off.
Yeah, it's different because there's a plan, right? You know, sometimes you're on a different fad diet, and you know, you don't really have much instruction other than don't eat this and don't eat that. Well, you don't have to worry about that with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. They have a plan daily that's going to walk you through exactly what you need to do, all the way down to how much weight your food should have for that day and that meal. Like, everything is calculated and prepared for you to have results. If you follow the plan strictly and as closely as you possibly can, you're going to see amazing results. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. It's awesome. I look better. I feel better. Everything's changed for me. You can have a similar change. If you want to lose weight, Salt Lake City Fat Loss, it's a great option.
$200 off the program right now at slcfatloss.com. That's saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Bar W Beef, the new state-of-the-art retail butcher shop in Nephi, is now open. They offer locally born, ethically and humanely raised beef with options for both larger and smaller everyday quantities of grain and grass-finished cuts, all at prices that rival your local grocer. Bar W Beef is setting a new standard in the beef industry with their unwavering commitment to quality, cleanliness, and attention to detail. Use promo code FIRSTORDER10 for 10% off your first order. Visit Bar W Beef in Nephi or online at barwbeef.com. barwbeef.com.
At Doug Smith Mitsubishi, we're all about making life a little easier. That's why the Mitsubishi Outlander is the SUV for every carpool, with an industry-leading 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. You can drive with confidence knowing Mitsubishi has your back every mile of the way. So swing by Doug Smith Mitsubishi today, and we'll get you into an Outlander that's ready for wherever the road takes you. Doug Smith Mitsubishi in American Fork. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Johnson, live. The Leather Deluxe Tour. Saturday, June 28th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Cody Johnson.
Tune in to Hans and Scotty this Wednesday to hear how Teton Wealth Group's Ascent Plan can help cover the unavoidable retirement problem areas, including income, healthcare, and investments at no cost to you. Visit retireteton.com for more information.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Barrett Hayton talks about the importance of getting the win last night against the Ducks and the points and following the win.
Definitely a huge win, huge homestand. Obviously, it would have been really nice to get all 4, but the way we were able to fight back in that Toronto game and get a point is huge for us. And same thing tonight. I mean, it was a grind. They were playing tight. They're a dangerous team, and it was obviously a fight to the end there.
Utah Hockey Club at 50 updates are brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness. Could an MLB team be on the move? We'll explain it next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Boy, Eyes Without a Face would be very creepy, wouldn't it?
Eyes Without a Face?
Yeah, it's a song.
Eyes Without a Face.
That is creepy.
Very creepy.
A lot of stuff in the 80s was creepy.
Yeah, listen, this is a weird moment. The androgynous moment for music was quite the ride, man. There you go. Hey, welcome back to the program. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, tomorrow we're going to be on the road 3 to 6 at the Doug Smith Mitsubishi there in American Fork, east of I-15 by about a half a mile. It's the In-N-Out Burger exit there, the American Fork exit that the In-N-Out is on, about a half a mile east, and then you'll find us right there. Dealing deals, man. I'm telling you, Chris Smith and his guys at the Doug Smith Mitsubishi, they'll take care of you top to bottom. They just do an awesome job, and we love those dudes. So we'll
go get a burger and stop by and do a test drive.
Yeah.
You know what else is coming soon to that little area there?
What is it?
Pink Box.
That's the donut place, right?
Yeah, from Vegas. We're getting a Pink Box in American Fork.
Yeah, look, what do they do? I mean, like, what's their specialty though? Like, is it like
crazy?
Is it like Voodoo Donuts in Portland or something? Like a lot of weird stuff on them.
It's similar to that, yeah. Some pretty wild and crazy different.
Because I've been to Voodoo Donuts in Portland, and it's overrated.
I like Pink Box better, to be honest. They have just more variety.
Never had it.
Well, you should soon.
The Bowmans in Kaysville, or the Banbury Cross. Those are my two jams, my guy. There you go. Shout out to Bowman's Bakery. There you go. Oh, my goodness. So
I'm sure they're great.
No, they are. They're good. I was going to say this. I saw this, and I was like, this could sneak past you without thinking much of it, because you wouldn't think much of it if you were living outside of Salt Lake City or Portland or Nashville. But this is of significance, okay, baseball fans? The Rays, of course, had an unfortunate deal where their entire roof got ripped off of the Trop. And so now, with $740 million of public funds dedicated to this, with $650 million that was going to be the part of the baseball team to add in there, you were going to get a $1.3 billion baseball stadium in St. Petersburg, Florida. The Tampa Bay Rays have now backed off of the development of that $1.3 billion baseball stadium. After careful deliberation, we have concluded we cannot move forward with the new ballpark and the development project at this moment. A series of events beginning in October that no one could have anticipated has led to this difficult decision. Our commitment to the vitality and success of the Rays organization is unwavering. We continue to focus on finding a ballpark solution that serves the interests of our region, Major League Baseball, and our organization. I will tell you right now, this is a strike against our region part, okay?
Yeah.
If you're a Tampa Bay Rays, this is massive news for Big League Utah, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't think that the Rays will end up being the Salt Lake City Rays, okay? It will not be that. But what you're doing is you're accelerating the possibility of expansion in baseball, I think, right? You're talking about moving a team to Nashville.
I'm worried it's the opposite.
You think that they're going to buckle down, move it to Nashville, and then just stay pat and not make any movements around the league at all?
Well, how long is this going to drag out? And as long as this situation drags out, the longer and further away expansion is.
And we got to wait longer?
Because the commissioner has been very clear. They need to get the A's situation settled and the Rays situation settled before they think about adding new teams. And the longer this Rays situation drags out, which we thought was over.
I know.
And we think the A's situation is over, but that's not 100% either.
It keeps getting more complicated down in Vegas, too.
The longer and further expansion is from happening in Major League Baseball.
But the thing is both of those places are franchises that right now are kind of like in this weird limbo. More obviously Tampa Bay than Vegas, but Vegas has had its problems too.
Now, if you think that, if they move the Rays to Nashville, that knocks off one of the teams. That's not a team that's competing with Salt Lake City because they want geographic balance.
They want an east
so
and
they
west.
would likely turn around and think, well, we need to get an expansion team in Florida to replace the one we just lost, or one more in the east, Montreal. Utah's competing with Portland. They're no longer competing with Vegas. They're trying to be that team out west. Sacramento's now throwing their hat in the ring, too. So there's competition out west. Well, they're going to host the A's for 3 years.
Yeah, the A's aren't even going to get to
Sacramento's going to get to audition. That audition we were hoping we were going to get.
That we were lied to that they were going to get.
They just used Salt Lake City as a pawn.
How dare you.
To get what they wanted in Sacramento and to keep their TV deal intact.
Tale as old as time.
Everything about the A's is lame.
Being used by the A's.
So you may be right.
Sacramento.
You may be right that it increases or it speeds up the possibility of expansion if this is addressed quickly and they move quickly. I don't think that they're going to move quickly. I think Major League Baseball really wants this to work in the Tampa area. It's a big, large area out east. It's a proven market already, even though they don't fill their stadium very well. Right. So, yeah, that's my opinion on it. I hope I'm wrong.
Let's take a break. We'll come back. We got more to go. Stay with us right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Before we do go to the long break here, we're going to chat one more time here with Dr. Marissa Ryan from the University of Utah, University of Utah Health. uofuhealth.org is the website. And if you, of course, already know, we've talked to you in the past about this. Our families have used U of U Health. This is something that we've been dealing with for a long time, a company that we, of course, trust because when it comes to your health care and it comes to your family's health care, got to be able to get with the right people and ask the right questions and get the best, longest list of specialists and have options, and that's what you get with U of U Health. Joining us today is Dr. Marissa Ryan. Dr. Ryan, thanks for chatting with us today. Give me the beats here on silent reflux. First of all, I'm going to make you say the full long name here because it sounds fun.
We're going to leave that to the experts.
But I'll never try it myself.
So it's a bit of a tongue twister, laryngopharyngeal reflux. We also call it LPR for short, but definitely call it silent reflux a lot too because it's a bit easier to pronounce.
So I've dealt with this problem, and I didn't know what it was, and I was having trouble. Like you say, the throat clearing was a thing. Or I'm not sick, but why do I feel the need to clear my throat? I felt like there was a lump in my throat. And the other thing is, if I talked for a certain period of time, I felt like I had to swallow, and I didn't know what I had, and I went to an ENT and I found out what it was. And you can treat this.
Yep, yeah, it's very treatable once you figure out what it is. It's good to see an ENT because sometimes there can be other things going on that cause those symptoms. So we want to rule that out by doing some tests and a scope procedure. But then once we confirm that it is silent reflux, it's very treatable with some straightforward lifestyle changes. There's medications and supplements that we can recommend, and sometimes additional testing that we do to help facilitate treatment even better.
When people don't seek out the treatment, what do you see when people just go, well, and it's like a lot of other medical things, I think when people go, I'm just going to sit with this, see if it just gets itself better over time. But the reality is you've got to get with a specialist early because if you just sit around with this, what could the repercussions be?
Yeah, I mean, at first it can just be uncomfortable and kind of affect your quality of life and sometimes ability to work and enjoy things. But over the long term, if it goes on, it can cause some irreversible damage. in your swallowing tube and in your throat, and that can lead to long-term issues with your voice and swallowing. So it is definitely straightforward to treat and worth treating to avoid any long-term symptoms from it.
Well, there's a reason that we trust the folks at UVU Health and uvuhealth.org. If you have any type of issue when it comes to your family's health care, of course, this is the same place that the University of Utah, Utah Jazz, and the Utah Hockey Club, among many others, trust with their treatments. And Dr. Ryan and so many other specialists in the ENT side of things can help you, whether it comes to this or anything else. So healthcare.utah.edu/ENT. You can also just start it right there at uvuhealth.org, and you can find a long list of specialists there. Dr. Ryan, thanks for hanging out with us today. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Great talking with you. Thanks.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Advanced Window Products is going to hook you up when it comes to the best quality product of not just beautiful windows, but custom made to you, and with the best technology when it comes to saving you the most money on your utilities. The windows are at the top grade of being able to get you those rebates, to be able to get you all to make sure your home stays cool when it's supposed to be cool and warm when it's supposed to be warm, and it's the end of it. They'll do a full, no cost, no obligation audit of your home just to tell you where the air is escaping, to show you that your windows have given up over time, and you're going to get a product from Advanced Window Products that is going to be guaranteed for life, and they're the ones who warranty it because they're the factory.
That's right. The only local window and door manufacturing company that sells direct to the public. 37 years of servicing Utah since 1986. You know they're good at what they do. Otherwise, they'd be like a lot of the competition. They'd be out of business. They build it, they install it, and then guarantee it for life. They are going to get you the best price. They're also going to get you the best quality custom windows you can get in Utah. This isn't coming from some factory somewhere else. They're built right here in Utah, straight to you. And they got plenty of financing available. So save now and pay later. Don't wait. Get those windows fixed. Don't let all that expensive air conditioning you're going to pay for this summer go right straight out the window. Get those windows dialed in. Advanced Window Products will make sure that happens.
801-850-9100. Get $2,500 off of 10 windows or more right now with the factory, with the folks at Advanced Window Products. We love these guys. We trust them, and you can too. 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100.
Spring fever has arrived, and Paris RV has the spring deals waiting. Snag the Rockwood 1940 LTD for only $9,995 or $161 per month, zero down. Or load up the Tykes or Friends and hook up to the 2025 Open Range 177 BH bunkhouse for $14,995 or $171 per month, zero down. Or slide that Kingpin into the hitch of the 2025 Voltage V-Series 3600 fifth wheel with a 14-foot garage for only $76,995 or $623 per month and 10% down.
For Utah's best selection, come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Spring is here and so are the savings. Right now, get 15% off any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower at Mountainland Power Equipment. Whether you're tackling your lawn at home or on the job, the Skag V-Ride is built to give you power, speed, and precision. With 4 convenient locations to serve you: Springville, Salt Lake City, Ogden, and Rock Springs. Don't miss out on this limited time offer to save 15% on any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower. See your local employee-owned and operated Mountainland Power Equipment today, or just go to mountainlandpowerequipment.com.
Volbeat, greatest of all tours worldwide. Featuring music from the new album, God of Angels Trust, coming June 6th. Volbeat, Saturday, July 19th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Special guest, Hailstorm and the Ghost Inside. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster. Volbeat, with Hailstorm and the Ghost Inside. Live
All Pro Services is your trusted source for janitorial services. The attention to detail will keep your office spotless. Serving Utah for over 30 years with unbeatable integrity. AllProUtah.com. Call in the pros. All Pro is here for you. AllProUtah.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives. Check out a G2G bar in the refrigerated section at your local grocers. Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, Costco, etc. Oh, my goodness. BYU moving on in the Big 12 tournament down in Kansas City. I love how everybody's on Andy Reid watch. Where's Andy Reid? Andy Reid was going to be. I heard Andy Reid's coming. He did. Turned out to be a good showing for Andy Reid. They got the dub, and BYU moves on to the semifinals to take on Houston, who just beat Colorado an hour and a half ago or so. I guess it went final. So BYU moves on. They beat Iowa State in crazy fashion. They scored 96 points. And to Iowa State's 92, which is a conference tournament record in regulation. And then also the two teams combined for a conference tournament record as well of three-pointers. BYU is 18 of 36 on the three, JJ. It's crazy.
It is crazy. Well, it's a tournament record.
It is.
18 threes is the best at any team. And then think of all the great teams that have played in that tournament over the years. The Kansas teams. And
they were one short of the BYU overall record of 19 in a game, which BYU has done twice, both against Westminster. And as Greg pointed out during the broadcast, Greg Rubelli goes,
"Why were the Griffins catching strays
I know.
today?"
That's what Greg Rubel said, too. He goes, and Iowa State is not Westminster. And I was like, geez, come on, let the Griffins go, man.
Kick them while they're down.
They're a lion and a horse. What are they?
It's a mythical creature.
It's a lion and a guy and a owl all mixed into one. Come on.
Westminster's a great school. Now playing D2 athletics.
Listen, your kids would do great to go there, all right?
But
so
BYU,
they get the win.
Proved a lot today.
They did.
They got Iowa State to play their style.
That's right. Kevin Young in the post game. By the way, this portion of the show brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJANwealth.com. For all your local needs in retirement, TrajanWealth.com. Let's take a listen to Coach Kevin Young after the game at the dais. He was there with Richie Saunders, who, of course, ended up in the game with 23 to lead the Cougs in scoring, but he scored 16 of those in the second half. He was 8 of 8 from the line, perfect from the free throw line, and they needed him at the end too, every one of those, because they just kept giving the ball away or not capitalizing when they could have made it. They could have wrapped that thing up a little bit earlier. But here's what Kevin Young said in the postgame: BYU's win over Iowa State today in the quarterfinals of the Big 12 championship.
Yeah, obviously hard-fought game. You know, they were down guys and they had guys step up, which was exactly what you would expect. The show that Curtis Jones put on in the first half was pretty remarkable. You know, felt like no matter what we did, he was going to make a shot. So our guys did a good job of weathering the storm, and then did enough on both sides of the ball. You know, down the stretch there to give ourselves a lead. You know, I thought Trey came in and played outstanding defense. Richie's been really solid for us all year. Made some huge plays, made some huge free throws down the stretch, which is something that we rely on. So I think the last thing for me, just big picture, I mean, to go 24 assists on 30 made shots is an incredible number. So I think that speaks to, how unselfish our guys are, and they play for each other, and I thought that was on full display.
Okay,
I think we've got a question here on the third row on the left for you, Coach.
Coach, I've got actually two for you. The first of all, talk about 50% from three-point range, 18 of 36.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a season high for us, 18 makes. I just told the guys in the locker room, though, you don't just show up to the gym and go 18 and 36 from three. You know, and it's not even just the shot making, it's how those threes are generated, you know, something that we, you know, pride ourselves on in terms of spacing the floor, in terms of trying to, you know, turn down a good shot for a great shot. Our guys have been that way all season, and so for them to do it, you know, under the bright lights here against a defensive team that is obviously that's their hallmark. That was a really good, I think, carryover for us.
Okay, and then the second question is just initial thoughts about playing either Colorado or Houston tomorrow night.
Yeah, I mean, Colorado obviously, you know, came in here with, you know, some pride after having a disappointing part of the going through the conference slate. So, you know, they're playing with house money in a lot of ways, which can be dangerous. And then obviously Houston's a team who they speak for themselves. So for us, you know, we played them super early on. They were our first Big 12 road game, and they smacked us. And so, you know, we've grown a lot since then. You know, feel like we've you know, found more of our identity since that time. So whoever we play, you know, we'll try to go out there and be the best version of ourselves.
Okay, next one will be on the left side here on the front row.
Richie, Matthew Postins, Heartland College Sports, right here. So the three to put you guys up 4 with about 40-something seconds left in the game. Can you talk about the play and just were you surprised at how wide open you were?
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit, but just Dawson Baker, he's an incredible passer. You know, he got to 2 feet, and luckily I was the one that kind of found a little window. But you know, just talking on that, the 2 feet is so key for us. You know, yes, we shot 50% from three or whatever. Like that's incredible, but it's because of the shots that we were taking, and those are like those kind of shots versus just off the dribble, or just like early shot clock shots. Like we had a lot of, we call them paint to great threes, and that was just one of them.
Let's go on the right side here on the second row.
Yeah, Kevin, no one needs to remind you how many turnovers you had up in Ames.
I know you would.
Only 10 today. What was different? Obviously, they were down a couple really good defenders, but what did you guys do different with the ball?
I thought we had more of a plan, honestly. I thought we were more organized. I mean, we had a hard time in that game up there, and it's a credit to their atmosphere. Honestly, it was so loud. It was hard to like orchestrate anything from the sideline. I thought our guys got a little, you know, discombobulated against it. But tonight, I thought we had a little bit more poise. You know, we, like these guys just like Richie just said, we played, you know, more from a position of strength than we did in that game. And I mean, look, but let's call it the spade a spade. I mean, Gilbert's one of the best defenders, and Lipsy. I think Gilbert doesn't get enough credit for how good he is defensively. So it was a different level of pressure for sure. But nonetheless, our guys executed.
There you go. Coach Kevin Young today after the win. BYU 96, Iowa State 92. They've won 9 in a row, if you're keeping count. And the Cougs take on Houston tomorrow in the semifinals down in Kansas City. That should be a fun one. JJ, I just I know so many people, and I can totally relate to this as a sports fan, where you're just like, yeah, but this run's gonna end pretty soon. Man.
When are they gonna break our hearts?
On to the NCAA.
What BYU fans are asking right
on
now.
to the NCAA tournament. We'll see what you can do there. Like it's almost like they just go, all right, just lose to Houston, and then we'll get to the real thing over here. Like just don't. Like they could make history. They could win this conference tournament, and then they could go on, win a couple games, go to your second week of the tournament, maybe get to that Sweet 16 for the third time in your team's history. What a phenomenal year it would end up being. It's already been
they could suddenly and quietly put together one of the best years in BYU basketball history.
I was having that conversation today with somebody who was like, so where does this rank? Like, and right now it's hard to tell, but I mean,
1981 is number 1.
Right.
2011 is number 2. Number 3 is wide open.
Yeah, and I think that because of what league you're playing in, because of the circumstances, because of a first-year head coach, because of a breakout starter that you got in Richie Saunders this year, and just all the things that come along with it. Jim Romania was unmatched because of the type of national insanity that it created.
I don't think you can go back and just say, well, that was pretty fun, but that was an insane thing. We were both covering that pretty closely, and it was crazy.
Took on a life of its own.
But this team goes and does something special, then there you go. Be right there.
Well, they haven't won a conference tournament since 2001. They've only won 3 ever.
But again, the Big 12 is different too. So, all right, take the break here. We're going to give some tickets away, though. We've got caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE, to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Utah Royals take on Bay FC this Saturday, March 15th at America First Field. We'll hook you up with a 4-pack of tickets right now just by being caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. We'll come back. The coach, Bear Torney, going to join us next. Stay right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're joined today by Dr. Marissa Ryan from University of Utah Health. uofuhealth.org is the website. You've heard us, of course, talking about U of U Health for so long. They've treated our families. They've probably treated somebody in your family. They, of course, are the preferred healthcare providers for University of Utah Athletics, also for the Utah Jazz, for the Utah Hockey Club. And Dr. Marissa Ryan joining us on the program today. She's an ENT. Her specialist is, of course, in the ear, nose, and throat region of your body. And specifically for anybody who might be dealing with what we call silent reflux. Tell us exactly what that is, Dr. Ryan.
So silent reflux is a little bit different than the traditional heartburn or reflux or GERD that people hear about with like discomfort and burning in the chest. Silent reflux, also called laryngopharyngeal reflux, is when the stomach contents actually come up farther into your throat, your voice box, and cause more symptoms in your throat, such as throat clearing, cough, voice changes, feeling like there's something stuck in your throat, sometimes some trouble swallowing, and even a feeling of postnasal drainage can all be because of this silent reflux.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've had experience with silent reflux, and it's awful because you're like, what's wrong with me? I'm not sick, I don't think. I don't have a head cold, but I feel like I do, constantly clearing my throat. And every one of those symptoms you just listed were things that I was dealing with and I had. The good news is there's a way to treat this. What are some of the treatments that you have for this?
So a lot of the treatments are things that people can do themselves in terms of identifying and avoiding like certain foods and triggers that cause them to have the reflux. There are also medications, kind of like your traditional acid-reducing medications like omeprazole and famotidine or Pepcid. There's also some more natural kind of supplements that can be used to treat it, to avoid the side effects of medications. The mainstay is something called alginates. They're a substance that you take after meals and before laying down to bed. It's a gel that gets down into your stomach and makes like a little bit of a raft at the top of your stomach, the bottom of your swallowing tube, to prevent the stomach contents from coming up into your esophagus and into your throat. And for a lot of people, those can be really helpful and not have any concerning side effects.
If people are having these issues, it's as easy as being able to find a specialist. Go to University of Utah Health and their webpage. You just go to uofuhealth.org. But when they're able to kind of find a specialist who helps them, then where do they go from there, Dr. Ryan?
So there's certain testing that we do to make sure that it is silent reflux and not something else that needs a different type of treatment. But that's something that any ear, nose, and throat provider, especially someone who focuses on the throat, can do for you to figure out if that's what you have and the best way to move forward treating it.
Easy enough to find the website, just uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org. You can also go to healthcare.utah.edu/ENT to find the University of Utah's ENT list of specialists there, and they can help you out with that. Dr. Ryan, thanks for hanging out with us today. We'll chat with you in a little bit.
Thanks for having me.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A southbound crash on Legacy Parkway is in West Bountiful, and it's caused northbound slowing almost all the way back to the split from the I-215 West Belt. Southbound I-15 is still running below the speed limit throughout Salt Lake County, with the worst stretch from Murray to Sandy. Whipple Service Champions, your cooling, heating, plumbing, drains, and electrical specialist. Whipple that way with your traffic update. I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Joining us now to talk about the Ute basketball coaching hire, Alex Jensen, someone that knows him well. Chris Jones.
I'm pretty exasperated on how you build a winning program in basketball anymore. You've overseen programs, you've worked in programs. Do you have a strategy that you think would work consistently?
I think right now it's two things. You got to have money to get them, and then you've got to be able to build a relationship with a kid in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever it is, getting them out of the portal. Then you got to pay them, and then when you get them, you got to love them. You got to show them how much you care about them, how you can develop them. It's fast. It's like dating on steroids. You got to show them that you love them. You got to prove that you love them, and you got to give them the skills and tools they need to be good and be good in a hurry. And then if you have that with them, then hopefully they'll stick around for a couple years. But it's fast. You got to do it fast.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Listen, are you considering finishing your basement or turning your basement into a living space? Maybe you've got that young adult in your life who is moving back home. It happens a lot.
Yeah, maybe it's time for an update of your windows. Maybe they're drafty. Maybe they're not energy efficient. Maybe they're not to code for a fire escape. Are they letting outdoor noise in? Maybe it's time to call Peach Windows and let their experts see if they can transform your space.
Peach Doors is here to make the entire process smooth and stress-free. Visit their showroom to see their wide selection of wood doors, durable fiberglass, energy-efficient aluminum, oversized glass, bifold doors, and so much more.
Let Peach help you find the perfect match for your home, budget, and personal style. You can visit the showroom and see for yourself. There's no pushy sales tactics, only guidance from their excellent staff. There's no inflated markups just for so-called discounts.
You can check out their 5-star reviews where customers rate them on their attention to detail through every step of the process. Amazing home transformations begin with windows and doors, serving Logan to St. George.
Just Google Peach Building to see for yourself.
Attention sports fans, imagine the peace of mind knowing that when you open a gold-tiered checking account with Hercules First Federal Credit Union, you get premium perks as part of your package.
Start 2025 off with Gold Tier Checking and unlock unbeatable benefits. Earn up to 4.25% APY on your balances. Earn points on everyday spending. Redeem for travel, cash back, gift cards, and more. Enjoy Ultimate ID 3 Bureau credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage with no monthly fees. But that's not all. Lock in your future today with Hercules First Federal Credit Union's 12-month CD at 4.4% APY. A winning play to watch your money grow stronger together. Don't miss out. Open your Gold Tier checking account or 4.4% APY CD today. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
When you drive a Subaru, the destination is the journey. And there's no better place to start than at Doug Smith Subaru. Come test drive the all-new 2025 Subaru Crosstrek, a compact SUV built to take you on all your exciting Wasatch treks. And with its all-wheel drive and 182 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine, getting there will be so much fun. You'll be ready to leave as soon as you get there. Doug Smith Subaru. No one knows adventure like Doug.
Why are we giving away free furnaces? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the answer is simple. March is slow for us, and we want to keep our guys happy and working while the weather's mild. During the month of March, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it, about $400. The furnace is free. You just pay the labor. All you have to do to get more information is schedule a free estimate. Call Any Hour Services today at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for cleaning projects, offering cleanings for HVAC systems, dryers, carpets, tile, upholstery, and more. Find them at allproutah.com. Call in the pros. They're here for you. allproutah.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Walker Kessler talks about how this time is able to communicate with each other, how this team is able to communicate with each other, and the importance of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's massively important. You know, Coach always speaks on how, player-to-player conversations are huge because at the end of the day, that's who's on the floor. So continuing to develop those relationships and develop those communication skills with each other is going to be huge in the future.
Utah Jazz at 30 updates are brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz. Utah Hockey Club head coach Andre Turney joins us live next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest thing. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for hanging out with us on a beautiful Thursday. Normally, we're joined on a Friday by Coach Bear Tourney, but today we get him a day early, and the day after, a big win over the Anaheim Ducks at home here at Delta Center. Coach, welcome back home, and boy, that was a fun one last night. Dylan Gunther's pretty darn good at putting those things at the back of the net at the right time.
Yeah, he's not bad, isn't he?
We like him, Coach.
Yeah. He's doing a good job. Yesterday, especially yesterday, he played a really good, complete game. I mean, both sides of the puck. He was really good. He played solid, no doubt about it.
That was just a massive win. Everybody understands why. But what are you most proud of about the way the team performed last night? Because you've been pretty steady about praise for this team and how they've handled themselves. But last night, that was a pretty big win and a pretty gutsy effort by this team.
Yeah, it is. I think there's a lot to be proud of. First, I think we kept our composure when they tied the game. We scored a big goal in the power play. I like the way we, especially in the third period when we defend that lead, the way our team behaved, the management of the puck, the block shot, the effort, both sides of the puck. That was really, really good. So I like the way we react in that situation, no doubt about it.
Taking it game by game is the only thing you can do when you're, in this situation, and certainly trying to look ahead and just be like, oh, look what you have on the schedule. We do that part, but obviously you guys get ready for each opponent right in front of you. I do want to go back to that Toronto game and how massive just that 1 point was, considering being down 3-0, and then, This is the second game in a row of being down multiple goals, coming back, and what that requires, because you brought it up about how the attitude on the bench didn't change. Everybody was looking at each other saying, hey, we know what we have to do. Like, let's stick with it. Let's be resilient. And you brought that up, and that was such a huge moment, because I think a lot of people go, well, you lost the game, but then you go, yeah, but it was a huge point for us. And that moment itself is something about the character of this team.
Exactly. I think you need to give credit to Toronto. They're a really good team. They're an elite team. And the way we respond to adversity, it's you want to measure the character of your team. You want to know, you want your team to come up big in big moment. And I think Chicago, was a tough situation. You're down 3-1. You got unlucky a little bit, but at the same time, we're not playing as good as we can. And to be able to regroup and kind of start the machine and play as good as we could, and being in the really pressure situation, because you need a point. You need to get points every game, and especially in that game in Chicago. So with the pressure, we stay composed. We worked really hard. We were focused. I never felt any panic. And then we arrived the next game at home, down 3-0. There's a controversy around the third goal. There's frustration. I'm yapping at the ref. During that time, the leader on the bench really calmed the bench and said, hey, we got this. We're capable of being better than that. Let's just crank it up a little bit and we'll be fine. And that's exactly what they did. And not long after, we scored the first goal, and right away we fed off the energy of the crowd, and the crowd was into it, and they gave us all the push we needed. And then 3-2 and 3-3, and we played really well the rest of the game.
Mikhail Sergachev's been one of the best pickups of the offseason, in my opinion, in the entire NHL, and he did it again last night. That kick save was just incredible. I mean, how do you I mean, you can't coach that, right? I mean, just how did you look back on that play? How incredible was that play that he made last night?
The incredible part is having the presence, the mental presence to do such thing, because his stick is not available, so he extend his skate and stop the puck. I think that is a high IQ play defensively, and it's a play with urgency. It was a key play at that moment. We had the lead, and that allowed us to stay with the lead. So that was a big play.
Coach, I brought this up the other day when it was a 2-man advantage with against Toronto. It was either 3-2 or it was already 3-3. But you had like a 40-second 2-man advantage for, and I don't get to see it that often. And again, we're familiar with the X's and O's of football. We watch NBA coaches draw up things on the whiteboard, and I'm looking and I'm like, Coach has the whiteboard out, and you're drawing it up, and I'm like, hey. And you don't see it that often. A lot of times, you guys are up there and you're just peering over the edge there, and you're letting your guys do their thing and maybe giving an order here too. But how often do you get to dial up some plays like that and draw it up on a whiteboard like that?
Every day. But the thing is, you cannot do it during the game. The difference with NBA, the transition example in the NBA is not as fast as hockey. Hockey, you need to try to create odd man situation of the ice and raise to the net or whatever. So it's super fast. It's changed on the fly, and et cetera, et cetera. Which NFL, it's totally different, where there's 10 seconds play, there's a whistle, we have 40 seconds to get organized, and
it was a lot of furious scribbling for sure. Yeah.
So for us, it's different in hockey, but what's different is all those play has to be designed before. So what we did when we had that timeout is Fozzie just remind the play, the pattern. The 5-on-3, the 6-on-5, 5-on-6 is not stuff we present to the guy before the game, because the chance it will happen during the game are not high. So
right.
What I mean by that is we don't show what the opponent do. We have our plan. We practice our plan. We know what we will do, but sometimes you need to make little tweak depending on how they play on the other side. So like Toronto, we had a 5-on-3. We had a timeout to just brief the guys quickly of how they will play it and make a few reminder of how we want to play it, and et cetera, et cetera. So those play were not new for the player. They didn't look at it and it was something new. It's something they were used to. They already knew what we were doing. It was reminder of what they were doing, how they were playing it, and how we'll execute it. But it's the same thing, 6-on-5, 5-on-6. It's not something we arrive during the game and say, we present the player and say, hey, that's what we will do. They already know. It's reminder, little detail will make the difference.
Josh Doan isn't finding the back of the net every night, and there's a lot of things he's doing that aren't showing up in the stat sheet. But every night I'm watching that guy play, and he's hustling and he's out skating guys. He did it again last night. He beats a guy, he draws a penalty, and that was a huge moment in the game. Yep. What is it about Josh Doan, and what are some of those things that go unnoticed that he's doing that's really helping you guys stay in this race right now?
His IQ is elite. His stick is one of the best in the league at cutting play, getting on the forecheck, stripping guys, and that kind of stuff. You talk about last night, his play, strip the D and get a half breakaway, get a hook, give us the power play where we scored a winning goal. That was a key moment. There's another moment in the game against Toronto where it's less than 2 minutes in the game. They have their third line on the ice. We ice the puck. Donors on the ice with Stanley and Carcone, and we ice the puck, and they put their top line against us with a face-off on the wrong side for Stanley, and we cannot change on the icing. And Donor, we lost the face-off, and he won the battle along the board, who allowed us to chip the puck and have a full change. Those are the kind of play where it's not in the highlight. It's not something people were driving home after the game and talk about that play. But those are the kind of play who make you win games. That made a difference. Instead to get stuck in our zone with 5 guys tired against their top player, we were allowed to get a full change and having fresh guy keep defending and playing the right way and allowed us to get a big point against Toronto. So those are the high Q play or the high skill play with a stick he makes it. They're unsung play, but they're really important play.
Coach, last question here before we get you out. Taking on the Kraken tomorrow there in Seattle, and then the Vancouver Canucks. That game speaks for itself, how big of a deal that is. And then on to Edmonton. That's a big stretch of 3 road games that are crucial right now. How do you get you guys composed for those 3 that are on other people's at other people's barn and keep them dialed in here so they can keep pace?
Yeah, for us, it's one game at a time. They're all important. They're all key game at this point. Obviously, like you said, Vancouver, we all know how important will be that game. But if we win Vancouver and we lose the other 2, it doesn't help. So we need to keep winning games on a regular basis because as much as we're fighting with Vancouver, we're fighting with Calgary, with St. Louis. And I'm now a little bit behind, but we have other teams who are in the hunt. So we need to keep pegging and keep making points and keep winning games.
Coach, we appreciate it. Have fun out there on the road. Keep your guys dialed in. We're just having a ton of fun watching this team, especially this stretch here, as every game seems to mean so much. So thanks for being with us, and enjoy the trip.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Coach.
There you go. I mean, I'm telling you.
So great.
If they had 52 points right now, it wouldn't be as fun to interview Coach, right?
Well,
but I'll tell you, you would get the same version of him.
You would get the same stuff.
I think the way that they approach these things, but this team is in a very different spot. We talked about how similar the paths were of these 2 teams up until about I'd say 2 or 3 weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
And now the points have started to. I mean, like I said, at this point last year, they were absolutely stagnant.
Yeah, no.
On the point
they were
on the
in the
point
midst
total.
of that losing streak. Now they're 2 points out.
So there you go. Let's see this thing. Let's see how it goes, and let's see what these guys can do. Go 2-1 on this road trip, huh? Go 2-1, and maybe that one is an overtime loss.
If they go 2-1 on this trip and they get 1 point in Edmonton,
so you get,
they might be in that second wild card spot next time we talk to Coach Bear. That's how important those 3 games are, and that's how important the results are that you just said. If they win in Seattle and they win in Vancouver, obviously the 4-point swing with Vancouver there, and they get a point in Edmonton, which is really, really tough to win at, those are 5 crucial points. All of a sudden, you're at 74. I don't know what Calgary does. Does Calgary win a couple between now and then? I don't know. I have to look at the schedule. But that gives you a chance. That puts you right exactly. You could not ask for a better result than what you just said. But very possible.
Yeah,
Why not?
Just get 5 points out of the 6. No problem.
It's a lot to ask, but
it is.
That would absolutely flip things their way, in my opinion. That would be massive.
Right.
Especially when you look at what's on the schedule after that. Buffalo's coming to town. That's a dub. It better be a dub.
Oh, last night was funny. They were playing the Red Wings. They're right before the Utah game, and it was 7-3. I was telling you this. And every 2.5 minutes, Buffalo was so frustrated because they're not doing well, and they're playing, and they don't like Detroit. Detroit and Buffalo do not like each other.
No.
And Detroit adds that 7th goal with like 2 minutes left, and the Sabres had it. And so it was just fight after fight. If you guys were watching, if you were waiting for the Utah Hockey Club game to start up last night, and they're all, join us on True TV. You're like, because they couldn't wait any longer. Because these 2 teams just kept fighting each other. And I was like, this is where hockey is different, man. Like, it's something else. So, could you imagine stopping a game every 2 minutes and kicking people out? Just like, because there was every 5-minute major, because it was less than 5 minutes, everyone's gone. So the guys are walking off the ice. They're saying their 2 bits, and you're like, I love this. These guys are as salty as it gets. So, appreciate Coach and spending that time with us as he does every week. The insights are awesome. So, okay. Let's take another break. What do you think? We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. Before I do, though, guess what? March is here. KSL Sports is looking to hook you up. How are we going to do it? KSLSports.com. Right there on the webpage, you can sign up for the KSL Sports Bracket Mayhem going on right now. Make those picks for your chance to win $1 million if you get a perfect bracket. Those odds are pretty tough. That's why it's for $1 million, though, right? But the best local bracket is going to win $1,000 if you beat KSL Sports host. Am I reading this right? Jeremiah Jensen? Is the J
Soft, is it a soft J?
That guy's an idiot.
Jensen. You can be entered to win $500. The way you do it is just going online and signing up for yourself, and then go on there and try to win. You can enter to win $500 there. If you have the best bracket locally, you get $1,000. There you go. We'll come back. We've got more to go right around the corner. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 in large portions of Salt Lake and Utah counties is just a mess. It's wet and slow both directions between Orem and American Fork. From Murray to Sandy, southbound I-15 is still crawling along with only modest improvement past that stretch. Our 100th spring is right around the corner, and Murdoch Chevrolet can help you take those curves in style. Right now, receive 5.9% for 84 months on the new heavy-duty Silverados. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. When the brackets are announced this Sunday, log on to KSLSports.com and fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem on KSLSports.com.
SLC Fat Loss, SLCFatLoss.com. This is a program that JJ and I started just about a year ago, and Salt Lake City Fat Loss has been the key for us to be able to feel better than we have in a long, long time. JJ and I went through this process all at the same time. The reduction phase started up for me. I was actually on vacation and I started it, and you know what? That was fine. It's a program that you can start, and if you dedicate yourself to it, you get that whole thing dialed in at the very beginning. You're going to be able to keep the weight off as well. I dropped 50 pounds at the very beginning. I'm down 65 total, and I've kept it off all through this year, and I felt awesome while doing it. And I have all those habits that I've built with SLC Fat Loss.
No pills, no injections, no prepackaged meals, no crazy workout plan or regiment, no hunger. You don't feel starving on this diet. You feel full because you're eating nutritious food, but you're eating it the right way, and you're getting in a calorie deficit, and you're just absolutely melting fat. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. You can have similar results to this program. If you need a plan and you need help, Salt Lake City Fat Loss may be right for you.
$200 off the program right now at SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
This is Rod with great news for Utah homebuyers. When you hire the Save Right team of realtors at Realty Path, you get a Bankbuster loan with a fixed interest rate in the 5s. What is a Bankbuster loan? A Bankbuster loan gives you a fixed interest rate in the 5s. Bankbuster loans give you maximum buying power. Monthly payments can be up to $800 lower. Bankbuster loans can save you hundreds of thousands in mortgage interest. Get your Bankbuster loan when you hire the Save Right team of realtors to help you buy a home. Start with a rate in the 2s. Ask us how. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Get way more home for a lot less money. Get a Bankbuster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Daryl Morey is saying that Sixers fans are only fueled by anger.
Okay, this is kind of interesting. They didn't invent the tank. Teams have been tanking for a long time. But they invented the process, right? They really did this thing the Jazz are doing right now for 5 straight years. They got Joel out of it. They got Ben Simmons out of it. They got Markelle Fultz out of it. They actually really did have success as far as pick quality goes. Player quality, they did not.
During the actual process, they booted every pick but one. The Jazz better get it right. Long story short, if you want to take a Jazz lesson out of this, if you're going to take a whole season, you better hit a home run with the pick.
And the truth is, that doesn't have to be Cooper Flagg. Jazz have an 86% chance of not getting Cooper Flagg. So you better get the best player otherwise.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, this is Dan, the laptop man from PC Laptops. Let me tell you an amazing story.
Last week, a customer came in. They were a creative director for an agency, and they were frustrated that their old, slow computer wasn't processing their files quick enough. He had a big project due and could not afford any delays. Well, we hooked him up with one of our new, powerful 2025 desktops for only $999, and he was able to complete his project with ease. Take one home today. The new 2025 S1 desktop or SM3 laptop for only $999. You heard that right, $999. You get a blazing fast processor, 16 gigs of RAM, and over a terabyte of blazing storage for $999. What else you get? Lifetime service warranty, and we have 12 months special financing on approved credit. Hurry in right now because supplies are limited, because at PC Laptops, we love you. Just check us out at PCLaptops.com. $999, PCLaptops.com.
Watch Utah Hockey Club games anytime, anywhere with Utah HC Plus, the official streaming platform for your Utah Hockey Club. See games, replays, highlights, and unbelievable behind-the-scenes content of your favorite team for just $14.99 a month. Sign up and start watching today at UtahHCPlus.com. That's UtahHCPlus.com.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Hey, it's Adam from Counting Crows. Come out and see us on the Complete Suites Tour this summer. Old songs, new songs. We'll be joined by our friends, the Gaslight Anthem. It's a summer butter miracle.
August 21st, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Reserve seats on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ayton says it's important to not look too far ahead and pick up points one game at a time.
At this point, every game's so huge. We just kind of focus on one at a time. I think today we're focused on this game. Tomorrow we'll get a little rest. I don't even know what day it is, but we'll be getting ready for Seattle.
Utah Hockey Club at 50 updates are brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready. Your trusted partner in emergency preparedness. Best and Worst is next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Guess what we have here for you? It's Best and Worst, brought to you by an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram. And now the Mitsubishi vehicle brand is now in the Doug Smith family of dealerships. So there you go. We're going to be there tomorrow.
Can't wait.
We love going there.
Come take a test drive with us.
Honestly, though, Chris Smith and his dudes, like that whole team does a phenomenal job of making it an absolute.
Yeah, you're not going to find a better car buying experience. Or even a car shopping. You don't have to buy, just go by and check them out.
Test drive, let's go. All right, we'll be there tomorrow. All right, best and worst of the day. We'll start with worst, and that is the Minnesota Golden Gophers pitching staff taking on Kansas yesterday at the Vikings home field there in Minneapolis. Here's what it sounded like.
Diggins swings and sends this in the air to deep left center field. Back goes Easton Richter. He leaps up, and that is gone. Trying to get out number one. This is blasted to deep left field. And that is gone for a solo home run. Council drives this to deep left, and they go back to back to back. The 1-0 is hit to deep right. Back it goes, twisting towards the pool, and it's another home run for the Kansas Jayhawks. The second inning. And this is hit well to deep left. That is back, and that is gone.
Wow.
5 straight home runs for the Kansas Jayhawks.
5. So that, by the way, that only ties a record, a Division I baseball record. So that happened
That's
again.
a lot of pings.
I know that was. It sounds unnerving, doesn't it? And you're like, every time that ting kind of sounds like they're cheating, you know. But either way, 5 homers in a row, back to back to back to back to back home runs.
Rock chalk Jayhawk.
That's your worst. It was the Minnesota. And by the way, it was only 2 pitchers. So the first guy gave up 2. The coach rips him. The next guy who comes in and replaces him gives up 3 in a row. There you go. Jimmer Fredette, by the way, here's your best. Jimmer Fredette's going to be joining the Yahoo Sports Selection Sunday show.
Jimmer doing some TV work.
I love it. Jimmer Mania back, and he's going to be rolling it out. And when that BYU logo pops on the screen, he's going to feel, I bet, a lot of pride as he sees what this BYU team's doing after they won today against Iowa State. Now they're on to the semifinals. We'll see how this thing shakes out. We know they're going to be there. We just wonder where, what city, what seed line, all of that. So, all right, JJ, did you have fun this hour?
Had a blast. It's been a fun show.
Let's do some more, though.
Great day for BYU fans. Let's keep it rolling tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do it. We'll be back. More to go. Right around the corner. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, before we get out, we are speaking today, a very special edition on our program to be able to chat with Dr. Ryan, who is from University of Utah Health. Marissa Ryan, her specialty is in the ear, nose, and throat section of your body, okay? So we're doing a lot. This is good for us, Dr. Ryan. We're usually talking about...
really good for us.
This is good for us because we're usually talking about torn ligaments that I can't relate to on professional athletes, but now we're talking about stuff that's a little bit more up my alley here. First of all, thanks for being with us today.
Thanks so much for having me.
So tell us a little bit about some of the, first of all, I'm going to make you do the pronunciation yourself of this type of reflux that many people call, I think, silent reflux. But tell us a little bit of what the process is from a physiological standpoint of what this reflux is and who suffers from this.
So focusing today on laryngopharyngeal reflux. We also call that LPR. And more commonly silent reflux. That's where contents from your stomach essentially come up into your esophagus, your swallowing tube, and then keep coming up all the way into your throat or your voice box. And unlike your typical acid reflux or GERD, which tends to cause more like chest, heartburn symptoms, the silent reflux tends to cause more symptoms in your voice, throat, nose, sometimes even your windpipe, your trachea, or even all the way up into your ears.
GJ, these are ones that we need to deal with. These are,
and you know what,
these are
Alex?
workplace injuries we could have.
I have had experience with this, and when you are working in broadcasting, it becomes more apparent because you really focus on your voice. But doctor, I was having an issue a few years back where I was doing work on TV or on air, and I had to swallow every once in a while because everything just got, I don't know what it was, the inflammation or whatever. So I went and got it checked out, and that's exactly what it is I had this reflux that I had no idea I had.
Yep, that can happen. It can sneak up on you and sometimes not have like totally typical symptoms.
So what can you do about it? Once you have it, what does someone, once they recognize they have it, it's bothering them, it's interrupting their daily life, what are some of the treatments or what are some of the things they can do to treat this or get rid of it?
There are a lot of things that someone can do on their own to minimize it or get it to go away. Unfortunately, a lot of the good things in our lives can cause this silent reflux. Things like fatty or greasy foods, spicy foods.
Oh no.
Citrusy foods.
Don't take that away from me, doctor.
Tomatoes, chocolate, caffeine, alcohol. Smoking, lots of carbonation. Everyone's triggers are different. So I'm not suggesting that everyone just stop all those great things cold turkey, but sometimes you just have to do a little detective work to figure out what is triggering your symptoms and try to minimize those triggers, have smaller portions. Probably the biggest thing you can do is avoid them within 3 hours of laying down to go to sleep, because just the process of laying down to go to sleep allows your stomach contents to come up into your esophagus and into your throat. There's different alternatives. If you really love coffee, try doing a decaf or lower acid coffee, having a little bit of food with your coffee to help buffer some of the acidity. It's good to avoid getting extremely hungry, because then when you sit down for your next meal, it can be hard not to overeat and overfill your stomach, and then that can lead to the reflux coming up into your throat.
This is exactly,
but sometimes just some small changes can make a big difference.
See, and this is exactly why it's good to be able to have University of Utah Health as partners. Of course, they are the University of Utah Health treats the Utah Jazz. They treat the hockey club. You know what they do, and they treat so many of members of our family. They've treated us before. So if you want to be able to get with a specialist, and this is what we're doing, we're speaking with a specialist, Marissa Ryan. Dr. Marissa Ryan is one of those specialists, and she can help you out. If it's in that ENT field and you have these types of symptoms, let me give you that website here. It's just uofuhealth.org. You can also find them very easily just to be able to get over to the ENT side of things. It's just healthcare.utah.edu/ENT. Dr. Ryan, thanks for hanging out with us today.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Hockey Newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Hockey Club. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Hockey Newsletter.
Hey, this is Dan, the laptop man from PC Laptops. Let me tell you an amazing story. Last week, a customer came in. They were a creative director for an agency, and they were frustrated that their old, slow computer wasn't processing their files quick enough. He had a big project due and could not afford any delays. Well, we hooked him up with one of our new, powerful 2025 desktops for only $999, and he was able to complete his project with ease. Take one home today. The new 2025 S1 desktop or SM3 laptop for only $999. You heard that right, $999. You get a blazing fast processor, 16 gigs of RAM, and over a terabyte of blazing storage for $999. What else do you get? Lifetime service warranty, and we have 12 months special financing on approved credit. Hurry in right now because supplies are limited, because at PC Laptops, we love you. Just check us out at PCLaptops.com. $999, PCLaptops.com.
Hans and Scotty here with our friends with Advanced Window Products. We're huge fans of what they're doing. And with summer just around the corner, that AC is going to be running nonstop, Hans. You want to save money? You've got to have the best windows in place. And Advanced Windows is going to make that happen for you.
And as always, Advanced Window Products wants to take care of our listeners. Receive $2,500 off 10 windows or more. And remember, the products are top of the line, energy efficient, made with high-quality glass and vinyl, with all parts being made right here in the United States of America.
They have options available for any budget and also offer several financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, and no payment, no interest for 24 months. There's no reason you shouldn't be getting these new windows. $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. All you have to do is call 801-850-9100 or go to advancedwindows.com.
A lifetime warranty is transferable for a next owner. Just call 801-850-9100.
Attention sports fans! Elevate
Launch your 2025 finances with a Gold Tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Cody Johnson, live. The Leather Deluxe Tour. Saturday, June 28th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Cody Johnson.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey! This is JJ and Alex. I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied. As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What do I do with my hands? We got to do a 3-hour program. What the heck?
We're going to be exhausted.
What the H, man? Yeah,
Alex, we need fluids.
My goodness. We had a short show yesterday, and now we got to do a full 3 hours today. We're here in studio, though, so that's good. Home court advantage for us.
Oh, yeah, no. This is our house.
None of this neutral floor stuff. No. We're ready to take over here at home.
We're going to win this championship today.
JJ, what's going on, man? How are you?
Just enjoying the hoop. It's a fun time of year. And I turned my TV on this morning, and it's all starting at like 9:30 a.m. I'm like, this is amazing.
Oh, yeah.
And it reminds me of just how great this time of year is because there's just one game after another. Not every game is great. There's a lot of stinkers out there. I think I was watching Bowling Green and Akron.
Oh, yep.
But I was watching Bowling Green and Akron because I could.
Is it considered MACtion if it's MAC basketball?
Doesn't have the same thing. It wouldn't, and that game was definitely not MACtion. That was not great.
No.
But my point is, it's a great time of year because you just so many opportunities to watch games and different games. You could just turn it on in the background. You got different games running, and all of a sudden one of them gets great, and you're like, oh, I'm in. And you get locked in. It just so happened to be that BYU Iowa State has been the best game of the day so far across the country. And then you had all the drama with Cooper Flagg in a wheelchair. It sounds like he's going to be okay.
It sounded like an SNL skit.
But it wasn't even just college basketball world. It was like the NBA is what?
No, there was a little part of me just because this is the upbringing that we had in sports, and you know how cynical we can be. But there was part of me that went, you hurt his ankle? Or did he pull a Paul Pierce? Did he Paul Pierce's pants?
Did he have to go poop?
Did he say, oh, carry me out of here.
I got to go to the bathroom.
Carry me out of here. I think I tore an Achilles. Put a towel around my waist.
Straight to the urinal.
Yeah, listen. It's a fun day of action here at the Big 12 Championship. Of course, the other quarterfinal that started up directly after BYU. Historic move for them after they just defeated in back-to-back games against Iowa State. Oh, boy, here. All right. Yeah, why not?
A little premature, but you know what? Let's do it. How often? I thought we were going to get like the Beatles or something for that. Yeah, before we get to the sports, we have to make an announcement here to all you wonderful listeners out there.
Can't wait.
Today is a special day.
Can't wait.
For our proud host, our colleague, our friend, father of 7.
Wow.
Alex Curie.
Sounds weird out loud when you say it like that.
It's
yes.
a happy birthday to Alex Curie. Get on Twitter or whatever. Wish Alex Curie a happy birthday. He's spending his birthday with you today.
That's
because he loves you. I might get sued for borrowing that from our computer friend.
I was talking to my mom about this because she's like, "Wow, 44," because I'm the youngest, and there's nothing like you're
the baby
turning 44 to remind my mom that she's actually the old one, right? And you don't say that to your mother, but you say, "Oh, Mom, is that crazy? Your youngest is 44," and she's like, "Yeah, don't remind me." And then I started to think about it, and I was like, "Oh my gosh! Like I have more kids than my parents did." And like my dad, when he was my age now, and I'm the youngest, I was like 13, and I've got a less than a 2-year-old. Listen, and I had a conversation today with Alex, our producer. He's like, "Hey, happy birthday. What are you gonna do?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna get a shot in my back."
That's a great way to celebrate your 44th birthday.
I like have a thing now where it's like, well, I've got to get the steroid shot for my L4. I've turned into that guy, and then I have to, and then we have field trips that we have to figure out. We got a field trip to figure out tomorrow. We got steroid shot. This is what my life has become. So this is my thank you very much. Appreciate the celebration. You forget your own birthday, really. When you're do you care that much about your birthday?
I hate my birthday, and I try to pretend it doesn't happen.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want anything. I don't want gifts, nothing.
I'm the same way.
Just leave me alone.
And here's the thing,
it's a day of mourning.
Because my mom's like, "Well, I mean, what do you want?" And I go, "Mom, I'm one of those guys.
If I want something, I'll go get it."
It's exactly right. And actually, don't you guess because you'll mess it up.
Don't buy me anything. I'll just have to take it back.
I got these Nikes. I'm like, "Mom, those are Temu."
Or Skechers.
She's like, "I got these Michael."
You don't even have to tie the laces.
It's nice because they're Michael Jordans. Come on, Mom.
Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan. Have you seen those? He's like, the jump man is like a little off. Like his one leg is like kind of twisted to the right.
Make those in Bangladesh.
No, those are the real ones that are made in Bangladesh. Come on, man.
That's fair. That's true.
Hey, yes, happy birthday. 44. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, sure. What's crazy is I was telling our producer Alex I started working in this building when I was 24, man. 24 I was working in this
Spent half
building.
your life here?
Yes. Yes, I have. Almost. When I get to the 25th anniversary at KSL, I'll be 50, and I will have spent more than half of my life here. So, yeah. I made that sound like it was a prison sentence, and it shouldn't come across that way. All right? Because they allow me to leave at the end of the day. I do have to wear that ankle.
Back to your family,
I do have to wear that ankle monitor.
Have a meal, watch a little bit of TV, but you better be right back in the morning.
Yeah. I got that ankle monitor on. Excuse me, where were you between the hours of... You should be right back here cutting some promos. All right.
Do you know why birthdays at this age are so just depressing?
I don't get the people who are so excited about it at our age, but I know people, and I don't know how. I don't
either because you're basically celebrating the fact that you're half dead.
Yeah, oh yeah. For me, more than half dead. I have to be. There's no way I'm making it to 88. There's no freaking way.
What's the over/under on how many years you think you have left?
I mean, I told my wife the other day, I think 70. What's the average age of? And honestly,
it's going up.
We had like some weird in my family line. There are some like weird tragedies that have happened. Right. My dad was the first, and his brother were the first, Curie boys to live past 35 in, 3 generations.
Wow.
Yeah, and I had my grandpa was World War II POW, shot down, survived getting shot down in World War II. He's a pilot during Operation Market Garden. Yeah, I mean, and he gets captured by the Germans, and then he comes home and dies in a fishing, on a fishing expedition. I know, but
how does that happen?
That's the thing. That's exactly but that's how, again,